Chapter 1. Reborn as Uchiha Sasuke. In a land of fire, within the training grounds of Konoha's Uchiha clan, a handsome young boy playfully poked the head of a small child in front of him. "Forgive me, Sasuke, this truly is the last time. Once the mission is complete, I shall return to guide your training," Uchiha Itachi said, a hint of charm and helplessness in his voice, for he was likely about to stand up his younger brother once again as a member of the Umbu. Coupled with his deeper, more significant identity, he found it necessary to act this way in the face of such missions. In contrast, Sasuke was behaving unusually. "I understand you're busy. I know I'll just train by myself next time," the tiny Sasuke replied, shaking his weary wrist. A hint of resignation in his tone. "The Sasuke of my childhood was far more endearing. This feeling of not being relied upon is truly Uchiha," Itachi reminisced. Yet at that moment, Sasuke wore an expression of disdain. How could one so intent on slaughtering their clan maintain such a good-natured disposition? Indeed, the Sasuke before him had undergone a transformation just a month prior. He had found himself inexplicably reborn. The name from his past life no longer of any consequence. He had merely sought to consult a teacher of Sakura on Japanese language questions late one night, only to find himself deeply immersed in the experience, ultimately transcending into the world of Naruto. To be candid, he was not particularly fond of this transmigration scenario. Surely, it would have been more fitting to be reborn as a plumber, a delivery worker, or perhaps a master. Now, as Uchiha Sasuke, burdened with the soul of a Blue Star inhabitant, the memories of Naruto merely served as nostalgic reflections of his youth. Transforming into Uchiha Sasuke, a character destined to endure misfortune regardless of the weather, left him feeling rather helpless. Adding to his woes was the existence of an infatuated older brother. After choosing to distance himself from his brother's affection and train in solitude, troublesome matters began to arise. He wished to escape the tragedy of his childhood, the annihilation of his clan, the fratricide in his youth, the severing of his arm to marry Sakura in adulthood, and ultimately being betrayed by his brother's son, who was also his disciple, leading to the loss of his Rinnegan. Sasuke resolved that in this life he must strive for steadiness, possessing the soul and memories of an adult. He was not inclined to squander his time on trivial matters. Time, in his view, was a precious luxury. At present, he was already 5 years old, with a maximum of 2 years remaining to avoid arousing suspicion from his family. Sasuke deliberately evaded their gaze while training, yet it seemed that his overly attached brother was always looking for an excuse to intervene. If only he would truly assist Sasuke in his training. But instead, he was akin to a scoundrel, perpetually promising, "Next time for sure." This left Sasuke feeling somewhat disgusted, helplessly unable to defeat him, nor evade his presence. Sasuke, now just shy of 5 years old, found that his personality changes did not raise any suspicions. Swish, swish, swish. Ignoring Uchiha Itachi, Sasuke continued his training in shuriken, throwing in the world of ninjas. The effectiveness of shuriken and kunai far surpassed that of fire jutsu. At that moment, a cacophony of crows erupted from the nearby dense forest. "Sasuke," Itachi spoke suddenly, "I have some matters to attend to, so I won't disturb your training any longer." With that, he vanished in an instant. Sasuke squinted, gazing towards the forest. Only that person, Uchiha Sasuke, would use such a signal to summon Itachi. This is the 5th time, and the frequency has notably increased in the last 3 occurrences. It seems the higher-ups are beginning to take action. Sasuke murmured quietly to himself. Most importantly, according to the timeline of the original story, Uchiha Sasuke was nearing death. He had traded his own life and eyes for 2 years of illusory peace for the Uchiha clan. Sasuke slowly approached the training grounds water pool. Observing the exquisite and charming image of himself reflected in the water, he began to contemplate the future of his clan as one of the 2 founding families of Konoha. The Uchiha's presence was quite awkward. Their strength was formidable, their status unrivaled. However, in terms of relations with other families within the village and the villagers' perceptions, the Uchiha clan could hardly be associated with the notion of good. Furthermore, the Nine-Tails incident 5 years ago, manipulated by the Manjiki Sharingan, had burdened the Uchiha with an indelible stigma, coupled with the Uchiha clan's temperament pleasantly described as forthright, but less charitably as stubborn and foolish. The current relationship with Konoha's higher-ups could only be described as tense. His father, Uchiha Fugaku, now found himself in a dilemma. Uchiha Sasuke and his brother, Uchiha Itachi, both astute individuals, were likely discussing the future of the clan. Nevertheless, forget I should complete the novice mission first, Sasuke declared, dragging his weary body to resume his throwing practice. Ding! 10,000 kunai, throws completed. 10,000 shuriken, throws completed. Talent 10. Chakra refinement speed 50. Mysterious scroll gift package. With the electronic chime echoing, Sasuke stumbled and sat on the ground. This novice mission was indeed a rigorous challenge. As a transmigrator, he naturally possessed his own system, the godly talent system. While he had yet to experience the effects of the godly talent, he had certainly witnessed the system's intensity. It had been a month since his arrival in this world, and it was only today that he finally completed the novice mission. To expect a 5-year-old child to throw a total of 20,000 times, was this truly the work of a legitimate system? System, open the novice gift package and activate the scroll. Without a moment's hesitation, Sasuke immediately chose to open the package. In this world, strength was the foundation of all principles. Sasuke did not wish to entrust his future to the unreliable hands of his overly attached brother. Novice gift package opened. Senjutsu body, top-tier chakra extraction technique scroll gift package opened. Lightning release nature transformation. Senjutsu body possesses affinity for all chakra attributes, significantly enhances physique, immunizes against any chakra-induced corruption. As the reward information appeared before him, a wave of warmth surged from Sasuke's lower abdomen. His meridians visibly expanded, expelling impurities from within. How powerful! This past month has been worthwhile, Sasuke exclaimed joyfully, a smile gracing his face. With such top-tier physical support and the subsequent enhancements brought by his golden finger, he felt he might finally be able to catch up to certain matters. As the Senjutsu body integration completed, Sasuke slowly rose to his feet, tightening his fists and feeling the strength coursing through his body. A surge of confidence flooded his mind. Ninja World. Uchiha Sasuke, here I come. Chapter 2. Relocation of the clan. Thoughts of joy. After integrating the Senjutsu body, Sasuke clicked on another reward. Lightning release, chakra, nature transformation. A surge of violent energy suddenly erupted within Sasuke's meridians, akin to water droplets hitting a hot frying pan. Exploding instantaneously, the intense pain coursed through him. Even with the experience of 2 lifetimes, Sasuke grimaced at the overwhelming sensation. Is this the nature transformation of lightning release? Indeed, the claim of it being the most violent chakra attribute is no jest. Gritting his teeth, Sasuke began to control and guide the lightning release chakra within his meridians, marveling at the formidable nature of the Senjutsu body. Had he not integrated the Senjutsu body, the mere entry of lightning release chakra into the meridians of a 5-year-old Sasuke would have likely resulted in his body being torn apart. Yet now, Sasuke's meridians firmly restrained this violent chakra. Ding! Host detected to be utilizing lightning release chakra nature transformation as a means to temper the body mission issued. Complete 1,000 full body temperings with lightning release chakra nature transformation. As Sasuke struggled to control the turbulent lightning release chakra within him, the system's relentless voice echoed in his mind. Were it not for his resolute spirit, he might have nearly succumbed to mental collapse. 1,000 times of lightning releases baptism. He was not some Ash Ketchum, capable of endlessly withstanding the impact of lightning. However, since he aimed to master this lightning release, he set the system's task aside and continued to wrestle with the restless power within him. ZZZ, ZZZ, ZZZ. As Sasuke exerted control, the lightning release chakra transformed into arcs of electricity, spilling from his body. In that moment, Sasuke appeared as if enveloped in lightning, resembling a thunder god. But only Sasuke understood the cost of this ostentatious display. Besides the arcs of electricity escaping his surface, his interior was already filled with them. Had it not been for the Senjutsu body, he would have likely been charred and tender by now. This method of training, for an ordinary person, would be akin to a suicidal endeavor. Yet for Sasuke, endowed with the Senjutsu body, it merely required endurance. This was the benefit of the supreme physique granted by the godly talent system. Before long, Sasuke's chakra was nearly depleted simultaneously, as his body underwent the baptism of lightning release. A wave of hunger surged within him. He had not anticipated that controlling the nature transformation of lightning release would also serve to train his physique. Instinctively, Sasuke accessed his panel to check his progress. 051000, gazing at the glaring numbers. Sasuke silently cursed the wretched system. He promptly closed the panel and resolved to return for a bite to eat as the son of the Uchiha clan leader. Provisions were certainly not lacking. Just after departing from the training ground, he spotted the downcast expression of Itachi Uchiha upon seeing Sasuke. Itachi mustered a strained smile and began to walk home with him. Sasuke discerned the turmoil etched on Itachi's face, but chose to remain silent upon returning home. He discovered that numerous formidable members of the Uchiha clan had congregated there like Itachi. Their expressions were far from pleasant soon. Sasuke learned the cause of their collective distress: the relocation of their clan. Within the Uchiha meeting hall, voices erupted in agitation. "We have been here since the inception of Konoha. Why should we be forced to relocate? Damn it, it must be that shameless Sarutobi Hiruzen stirring up trouble again. Every time we concede, what comes next? Are we to be driven out of Konoha altogether? Let's not be so impulsive after all. Confronting the village may not guarantee our victory. Curse the higher-ups. Curse the village should we not consider rebellion." Silence. Let us heed the clan leader's guidance. At the mention of clan leader, all discussions ceased, and the gaze of the assembly turned toward Uchiha Fugaku, who occupied a position of authority as clan leader. Fugaku bore a sorrowful countenance. This news was brought forth by him. And how could he perceive it any differently? Since the Nine Tails incident, he had been embroiled in a delicate dance between the clan and the village, contending not only with the village's oppression, but also the pressure from his own kin. This latest defeat in the power struggle with the higher-ups had culminated in the relocation of their clan territory, a situation that weighed heavily on his mind now. The more radical faction within the clan was evidently pressuring him toward treason, adding to his exhaustion. Having soothed the concerns of his clansmen, Uchiha Fugaku made his way to the living room. Father, both Itachi and Sasuke rose to greet him. "Let us dine," Fugaku stated tersely as he took a seat. As Fugaku settled down, Sasuke wasted no time in devouring the delectable spread before him. It must be said that his mother, Uchiha Mikoto, possessed remarkable culinary skills in his fervent feast. Sasuke remained oblivious to the disappointment flickering in Fugaku's eyes, yet even if he had noticed, it would have mattered little to him after all. One must prioritize sustenance for training. Seeing Sasuke's lack of decorum, Fugaku's expression darkened. His second son, in comparison to his elder brother Itachi, fell short in talent, strength, and manners. Once the meal concluded, Uchiha Mikoto tidied the table and took the dishes to the kitchen. "Itachi, what are your thoughts on the relocation of our clan?" Uchiha Fugaku inquired. This matter served as both a test and a means of cultivation for Itachi, who had already begun to participate in regular meetings at the tender age of 10. He had become a chunin, earning Fugaku's favor far more than Sasuke, who merely consumed food. "This situation has its pros and cons," Itachi replied. "Relocation could temporarily alleviate our conflict with the village. However, discontent among the clan chunin regarding the village will inevitably deepen. The reverse is also true. Personally, I lean toward avoiding any extreme confrontations with the village for the time being." Such evaluations were not unfamiliar to Itachi, who articulated his thoughts openly. Having witnessed the brutality of battle from a young age, in essence, he preferred a conciliatory approach that would not burden Konoha unduly. Of course, even Itachi felt somewhat reluctant to voice such an absurd rationale outright. Sasuke, who had not intended to involve himself in the father-son discourse, could not suppress his laughter upon hearing Itachi's response. Sasuke. Fugaku furrowed his brow, reproaching him with a slight scold. "I apologize. Father, I recalled something amusing. Father, since you and brother have matters to discuss, I shall not intrude further. May I take a nap now?" Sasuke promptly sat up straight, inquiring politely. "Go ahead." Fugaku waved his hand dismissively. He was not so harsh as to reprimand a 5-year-old for his own discontent. With Fugaku's permission granted, Sasuke rose and departed the living room, making his way to his own chamber. Chapter 3. The Astonishment of Uchiha Fugaku. Upon returning to his room, Sasuke paid little mind to the issue of clan relocation. After all, given his current strength and status, he had no part in such matters. Rather than squander time on that, he resolved to focus on self-improvement. Sitting cross-legged, he commenced the refinement of his chakra. As the top-tier chakra refinement technique activated, Sasuke swiftly immersed himself in training within his expansive meridians. Chakra extracted from his cells began to flow steadily. Before long, the initial trickle transformed into a gradual fullness as chakra circulated throughout his body. At this moment, if I were to stimulate my cells with lightning release chakra transformation, it should accelerate the process, right? Contemplating the chakra coursing through his meridians, Sasuke suddenly conceived a bold idea. Acting on impulse, he raised a finger and converted his chakra into lightning release chakra, beginning to stimulate his cells. Within the body, new chakras continuously emerge. As they manifest, they are converted and begin to stimulate the cells. The pinnacle of chakra refinement techniques seems provoked, accelerating the speed of chakra extraction. At this moment, the task progress has risen to 11,000. In merely an hour of practice, the energy recently absorbed has been entirely depleted. A growl of hunger resonates from his stomach, compelling Sasuke to pause. Hungry again? Time to seek out my mother. Sasuke rises and exits his room. In comparison to Uchiha Fugaku's differential treatment of Itachi and Sasuke, Uchiha Makoto is considerably more accommodating. In fact, due to Fugaku's attention often being focused on Itachi, Makoto's concern for Sasuke is even more pronounced. Most of Sasuke's requests are readily fulfilled. Mother, I'm hungry. Could you possibly prepare me something to eat? Sasuke approaches his mother with a somewhat awkward expression, having only finished his previous meal just over an hour ago. Very well, Makoto replies indulgently. Children grow hungry quickly. It is quite normal. However, her thoughts soon shift. As midnight approaches, Makoto begins to question whether something is amiss with Sasuke's body. From afternoon until now, he has consumed 6 meals. Moreover, each time she prepares food, he devours it completely. This raises her concern that if she did not see Sasuke bursting with energy, she might be inclined to summon a medical ninja for an examination. Nevertheless, she decides to inform Uchiha Fugaku of the situation. 2 days past, in the training field, Uchiha Fugaku observes his son, Sasuke, engaged in practice. A look of contemplation etched upon his face. In recent days, he has been preoccupied with matters regarding the family's relocation, preventing him from promptly assessing Sasuke's condition. His youngest son consumes the equivalent of several meals in a single day, and this has become a consistent pattern. Could it be that he has awakened some extraordinary physique? Father, Sasuke greets Fugaku, who is watching him train, without any hint of confusion. After all, he is his son. Today's training primarily aims to master the newfound power acquired over the past few days. It is essential not only to gain strength, but also to control it effectively. Following the completion of the initial phase of physical training, Sasuke approaches Fugaku to pay his respects. Your physical skills are commendable. Now, demonstrate your ninjutsu. Allow me to witness the fruits of your labor. Fugaku states, arms crossed, his demeanor calm. Sasuke is accustomed to such serious and solemn commands. Understood, father, he nods in response. As the young master of the Uchiha clan, Sasuke has naturally mastered the Uchiha clan's signature ninjutsu. Fire style, great fireball technique. With a fluid sequence of hand signs, though not particularly swift, his execution is impeccable. The chakra within his body is summoned forth at that moment. Fire style, great fireball technique. As Sasuke completes the final hand sign, the chakra within him ignites with fervor. Suddenly, a torrent of flames erupts from his mouth, transforming into a colossal fireball with a terrifying diameter of 10 meters. The heat wave surges forth, incinerating several training dummies into mere ashes. Fugaku's arms, previously crossed, retract sharply as his pupils dilate in astonishment. The size, power, and duration of this great fireball technique are approaching his own capabilities. Even Itachi, during regular training, only manages a range of 8 meters with this technique. The realization strikes him. His son, Sasuke, is only a little over 5 years old. Reflecting on this, Fugaku shakes his head slightly. Yet his gaze grows increasingly fervent, He never anticipated that in addition to Sasuke's newfound appetite, he possesses such talent. Just then, the great fireball, initially aimed at the target, suddenly detonates. The massive fireball dissipates, leaving behind a gigantic crater. Smoke curling upward. The distortion of air surrounding the crater attests to the staggering temperature at this moment. Another delightful surprise. It seems that Sasuke's body has indeed undergone some extraordinary transformation, and it is a positive one at that. Amidst the discontent of the family relocation, this unexpected good news undoubtedly brings joy to Fugaku's heart, as for his son's voracious appetite. It is inconsequential. Very well, from now on, if you desire something to eat, I shall arrange for Mikoto to prepare it. Perhaps we should hire a professional chef for this matter. I will take care of it. Now, continue your training, Fugaku remarks with a smile, praising Sasuke and even offering to enhance his meals. Thank you, father, Sasuke beams with a smile. Indeed, this was his intention. His deliberate display today was aimed at resolving his culinary concerns. Little does anyone know the lengths he has gone to in order to procure meals over the past few days. Each day, he has spent considerable time devising excuses to persuade his mother to cook. Fugaku nods and departs the training ground, while Sasuke, having resolved his dining dilemma, resumes his training to master this newfound strength. Only when he has fully grasped his current abilities will he proceed to the next stage of his training, that he understands the wisdom of moderation and the importance of stability, reflecting the maturity expected of him. The morning swiftly passes. Young Master Sasuke, here is your prepared lunch, that I shall bring you a meal every 2 hours. A woman, of a similar age to Mikoto, appears at the training ground. It must be said, Uchiha Fugaku's execution is truly commendable. 3 days later, the day of the Uchiha clan's relocation arrives. The new site has been thoughtfully outlined and constructed by Sir Toby Hiruzen as Hokage. His actions undoubtedly prompt some foolish individuals to praise his wisdom and generosity. However, for the Uchiha clan, this serves as a clear signal to hasten their departure. Today, in the eyes of most Uchiha clansmen, it is a day of familial humiliation. On the road, for reasons unknown, an unusually high number of onlookers gather. Occasionally, waves of murmurs ripple through the crowd. Some hot-headed Uchiha clansmen, if not for Fugaku and a few powerful clan members holding them back, would likely have charged forward to confront the crowd. To the Uchiha, who hold their family honor in the highest regard, being forced to relocate is a profound disgrace. Now fodder for gossip. This dual humiliation plants seeds of animosity toward the village in the hearts of many Uchiha. As for Sasuke, he remains indifferent. Blending into the throng, he harbors little emotional attachment to the Uchiha. The gossip of the villagers, perceived through the lens of his past life, does not warrant his concern. Engaging with these fickle townsfolk would be a foolish endeavor. Moreover, the Uchiha themselves are not without their faults. They are often arrogant or domineering. Yet regardless of their flaws, he is still an Uchiha. There is not much he can do at the moment. But he must contemplate his future carefully. After all, as the son of the Uchiha clan leader, his meals are quite satisfactory. If the clan were to face annihilation, he would find himself bereft of such generous provisions. It would be prudent to ensure the Uchiha survival. In the midst of his thoughts, a commotion arises ahead, but a figure stumbles forward, exclaiming, "You fools, come chase me. You really think you can catch me?" A small figure, brandishing a paint bucket, races past. The 3 whiskers on his face unmistakably reveal his identity. The tragic hero of Konoha, the child of fate, Uzumaki Naruto. At this moment, Naruto, beaming with pride, flees forward, pursued by 2 exasperated adults. Clearly, the paint bucket in Naruto's possession has been used on them that I really cannot fathom what the Hokage is thinking. This demon fox should be put to death. Why allow him to remain in the village? If it were any other village, he would have been eliminated long ago. Forget it. I shall not pursue this fox spirit any longer. I have no desire to entangle myself further with such a wretched creature. For one might find oneself cursed for a lifetime should they catch up. 2 middle-aged men conversed. And with that, they lost all inclination to chase after Uzumaki Naruto. Turning away, they departed, with the pursuers no longer in sight. Naruto halted his steps. The onlookers, who had initially focused their attention on the relocation of the Uchiha clan, swiftly shifted their discussions. That fox spirit, truly detestable. How could one be so unfortunate as to encounter him? Mama, who is that person? Why do you all despise him? He is a fox spirit, a monster that brings calamity to the village. Do not look, or you may attract his attention and be devoured. Such a being, nearly responsible for the village's obliteration, ought to be expelled from our midst. Various spiteful curses wafted into the ears of the 5-year-old child. The Uchiha's disdain was even more pronounced. After all, the day's events concerning their clan's relocation were inextricably linked to the turmoil caused by the Nine Tails. Naturally, their resentment towards Naruto ran deep. The smugness that had graced Naruto's face moments before had now vanished entirely. The attention he had so painstakingly garnered was replaced by an eerie silence. As Naruto raised his gaze, preparing to hurl the paint bucket in his grasp and make his escape, a pair of eyes met his. They belonged to a child of similar age from the Uchiha ranks. Uchiha. The name was all too familiar to Naruto. The Konohagare possessed considerable authority, and the members of this clan had always harbored great dissatisfaction towards him. Just last month, during a bout of mischief, he had been apprehended by the guard and given a stern warning. Each Uchiha regarded him with contempt, yet this child, of comparable age, observed him with a clarity of gaze. However, it was not long before Sasuke departed with the Uchiha contingent. In turn, Naruto tossed the paint bucket into the crowd and vanished from sight. Upon reaching the new clan territory, Sasuke began to comprehend the anger of his kin. They were now perilously close to the village's walls, a decision made to entirely isolate the Uchiha from the centers of power within the village. Most of the clan members remained indignant, vociferously expressing their grievances, while a select few wore cold expressions as if plotting something sinister. There were also those like Uchiha Sasuke, who breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Sasuke was unique among them. Upon arriving at the new clan grounds, he indulged in a lavish feast, marking him as something of an anomaly within the Uchiha. As dusk fell, Uchiha Fugaku left the household after dinner, with Itachi following suit. Sasuke understood that they were likely attempting to soothe the clan's emotions and address certain sensitive matters. However, these concerns were of little relevance to him at the moment, coupled with his knowledge of the original narrative. He felt assured that with Uchiha Sasuke present, conflict would not erupt just yet. Returning to his room, Sasuke continued to manipulate the nature transformation of his lightning chakra, endeavoring to refine his cells. Yet he soon found himself halting. Had his body reached its limit? He extended his hands, a hint of helplessness gracing his features. After all, he was merely 5 years old. Through this period of training, his cells had begun to adapt to the relentless onslaught of lightning chakra. Uzumaki Naruto. Suddenly, the image of Naruto resurfaced in Sasuke's mind. As the host of the Nine Tails and a member of the Uzumaki clan, Naruto's physical prowess was evidently far superior to his own. Most notably, he had yet to undergo any training, yet he possessed formidable strength, resilience, and chakra reserve. If only he could observe Naruto's physique and unleash a jolt of lightning upon him. Perhaps he could discover a method to transcend his physical limitations. Sasuke was resolute. He would not stagnate and resign himself to the fate that Itachi had laid out for him. Zii! An arc of electricity crackled at Sasuke's fingertips. How he longed to zap Naruto. Achoo! Naruto, indulging in a delectable instant ramen that had long surpassed its expiration date, sneezed. Is someone thinking of me? Rubbing his nose, he envisioned the figure of that young boy. Uchiha. Was it? How fortunate it must be to relocate alongside one's family. Family. Naruto sniffled and resumed relishing his meal. The inexplicable bond between the two children seemed poised to blossom ahead of schedule. Chapter 5. A shocking enrollment. In the Hokage's office, the Hokage declared, today, the Uchiha have successfully completed their relocation. The Umbu are stationed outside the clan's perimeter, and Danzo's root organization has a presence as well as AT present. There are no reports of any adverse events. An Umbu member relayed the details of the Uchiha's relocation. Understood, it seems that Uchiha Fugaku ultimately made a prudent decision. He continued, prepare some food and clothing. I shall be stepping out for a while. The school term begins in just a few days. Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked, shedding his Hokage robes and exiting the office. Before a dilapidated residence, Hiruzen approached Naruto's door, laden with provisions and garments. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? It's your old grandpa. What brings you here today? Upon opening the door, Naruto was met with Hiruzen's presence and, in excitement, leaped forward to share the amusing tales of his recent escapades, fishing for shrimp, playing pranks, and encountering the Uchiha, observing the boy's trusting and spirited demeanor. Hiruzen's lips curled into a knowing smile. The current Jinchuriki had nearly become his personal treasure. With this bond established, controlling Naruto in the future would be effortless. Naruto, do you wish to attend school? You will have the opportunity to meet new friends and acquire knowledge, ultimately becoming a powerful ninja. Hiruzen spoke gently, akin to a kind-hearted grandfather entertaining his grandchild. School? I want to go, Naruto exclaimed, his fists clenched in enthusiasm. An hour later, Hiruzen exited Naruto's room. With the assistance of the Umbu, he donned his Hokage robes once more and resumed his watch. He could not allow root members to approach Naruto, and should anyone else attempt to do so, they must be stopped immediately. Hiruzen coolly issued 2 statements before departing to the Uchiha's new location. Sasuke was reminded, in a few days, you will be attending school. Here are some new clothes I prepared for you. Once you are at school, remember to get along well with your classmates. They may one day become your allies. Sasuke, still awake, listened intently as Mikoto elaborated on what to expect upon entering school. Although there was still a week left, he nodded in acknowledgement. I understand. Mother, that I will. Sasuke, are you still awake? I knew it. You were refining chakra. Just as Uchiha Mikoto departed, Uchiha Itachi arrived, delivering yet another round of recommendations. In the end, with a look of disdain and aversion from Sasuke, Itachi left the scene somewhat dejected. Indeed, as his younger brother matured, he became less manageable. Fortunately, he was preoccupied with preparations for his promotion assessment. Otherwise, he would likely have had to nag Sasuke for yet another extended period. Although somewhat resigned, the familial affection still warmed Sasuke's heart. At least within this household, that bond felt genuine. Once he had tucked away those emotions, Sasuke resumed his chakra refinement. A week passed in the blink of an eye. On the morning of enrollment, he was roused by the enthusiastic calls of Mikoto and Itachi. After meticulously dressing, he was led out by Mikoto. Although Itachi wished to witness his brother's entry into school, he was unfortunately bound by his duties. This marked perhaps the first time in Itachi's life that he found himself discontented with his responsibilities. Due to the family's relocation, when they arrived at the entrance of the Ninja Academy, a throng of parents and children had already gathered. Sasuke surveyed the surroundings but did not spot Naruto's figure. After all, it was likely he had no one to accompany him to school. Perhaps he would be directly enrolled by the Hokage, and they might not cross paths today. Why is that demon fox here at school? Demon fox? Mother, what is a demon fox? Do not inquire. Knowing about him brings misfortune. Keep your distance from him at school, understood? TCH, I wouldn't want to be friends with someone who only causes trouble. I know he's a demon fox. A monster that will destroy the village. At that moment, a commotion erupted at the entrance. The cries of the demon fox reached Sasuke's ears. Turning to investigate, he saw a child clutching a piece of paper. Dressed in faded clothing, standing not far away. His lowered head obscured his features. Sasuke. While Mikoto was registering Sasuke, she noticed him striding towards the crowd nearby. Though curious, she did not intervene. In her eyes, her son might have already found a companion of his own. Hello, I am Uchiha Sasuke. What about you? Naruto, initially trembling, gradually lifted his head upon hearing the voice. Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto timidly uttered his name. This was a situation he had never envisioned, not even in his wildest dreams. Despite his outwardly innocent and romantic demeanor, the darkness in his heart had never dissipated. Today, however, a boy like a beacon of light had intruded into his world. Hello, Uzumaki Naruto. May I call you Naruto? From now on, we will study at the same school and be friends, shall we? Sasuke extended his hand with grace. I could see that moment. Not only was Naruto completely taken aback, but even the surrounding onlookers were nearly overwhelmed by this astonishing development. The recently exiled Uchiha and the village's demon fox were to become friends. What an absurd combination. All right. Naruto nodded earnestly, a goofy smile spreading across his face, after the 2 young boys made their pact of friendship. Sasuke stylishly turned back towards Mikoto. Naruto, after submitting the enrollment documents provided by Sarutobi Hiruzen to the teacher, waved goodbye to Sasuke before hastily departing. To be precise, he fled. For now, he was still ill-equipped to handle such situations. If it were merely a matter of feigning ignorance, he could manage, but sincerity was always the most potent weapon. Mother, do you also think that child is a monster? Just as Uchiha Makoto was momentarily stunned. Her younger son's question broke her reverie. No, Mother does not think so. Makoto harbored no doubts about Sasuke's thoughts, and the matter of making friends was something she and Itachi had consistently encouraged. It was merely that Sasuke's choice of companions was surprising. Mother, let us return. Sasuke did not press further. Makoto nodded, taking his hand as they departed. Meanwhile, the girls who had been captivated by Sasuke's charm began to entertain alternative thoughts upon witnessing his approach to Naruto. Of course, Sasuke remained oblivious to their speculations. Chapter 6. Bearing the name of Uchiha. Within the Uchiha clan grounds, Uchiha Sasuke was relishing a delightful meal. Uchiha Makoto observed him from the side, her expression contemplative. In Uchiha Fugaku's study, however, several individuals bore grave expressions. Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Nagasawa, Uchiha Sasuke, and Uchiha Sasuke. Clan leader, while we should not interfere with Sasuke's friendships, that is Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Nagasawa spoke after a moment of silence. As a staunch supporter of Fugaku and the captain of the 1st Division of the Security Force, Nagasawa's thoughts and statements always stemmed from the family's perspective as the second son of the Uchiha clan leader. Sasuke's actions often attracted the attention of the higher-ups, even directly impacting the Uchiha clan. Following the recent relocation of the clan, the second son was now associating with the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. This undoubtedly stirred apprehension and scrutiny among many within the village. For the Uchiha at present, this posed significant drawbacks. Nagasawa is correct. Young Master Sasuke should exercise greater caution in his conduct, Uchiha Sasuke added. However, Uchiha Sasuke, a proponent of a more aggressive stance, expressed concern over Sasuke's interactions with Naruto. If those from the Umbu took notice, it could lead to considerable complications. Father, Sasuke has just left the clan. Regarding the outside world, enough, I understand. For now, let us refrain from discussing matters concerning Sasuke. Without allowing Itachi to finish, Fugaku interrupted. He had yet to fully comprehend his second son, especially as Sasuke had recently undergone significant changes, both in talent and character. Until he grasped the nature of these transformations, Fugaku was disinclined to interfere with Sasuke's actions. Understood, clan leader. Nagasawa nodded, preparing to depart, while he also ushered Sasuke, who had been about to speak, along with him. Uchiha Sasuke said nothing, bowing respectfully before exiting Fugaku's study. Are you perplexed? Or do you believe such matters will bring trouble to the clan? Or perhaps incite dissatisfaction among the higher-ups of Konoha? Observing Uchiha Itachi's puzzled expression, Fugaku's displeasure surfaced. As the clan's representative within Konoha's higher echelons, Itachi's performance had been somewhat lacking. Coupled with Uchiha Sasuke's demeanor, it raised questions about the relationship between Itachi and Sasuke. Most critically, Sasuke's burgeoning talents added complexity to Fugaku's stance. That is not the case, Father. I merely worry for Sasuke and his ability to manage his own affairs. The clan requires your leadership. After Fugaku spoke, he waved his hand dismissively. Go, and informed Sasuke to come to my study after finishing his meal. With that, Fugaku resumed his review of the documents on the table, as the head of the security department had numerous matters to attend to each day. Itachi, seeing this, had no choice but to leave for the time being. Unable to derive a solution from his father, he resolved to address the issue in his own manner. After all, that was his little brother. By the time Itachi sought out Sasuke, the latter was already honing his skills in the training grounds. Even with the day of enrollment upon him, his resolve to grow stronger remained unwavering. Witnessing such determination in Sasuke, Itachi temporarily forgot the purpose of his visit. Brother, could you refrain from staring at me with that peculiar gaze? Do you have time to spar with me today? Sasuke halted his training, casting a disdainful glare at Itachi. In his recollections, Itachi had undertaken numerous missions during this period. On one hand, there was the evaluation of his capabilities by Hiruzen Sarutobi. On the other, it was an endeavor to extricate Itachi from the power center of the Uchiha clan, thus facilitating future manipulation. This elucidates why Itachi was absent from the village when Danzo acted against Shursui. By the time Itachi returned, everything had already settled into its finality. Next time, I will certainly. Father wishes for you to visit his study. I have a mission to attend to, but upon my return, I will dedicate ample time to training with you. Itachi intended to assure Sasuke of future commitments, but the disdain in Sasuke's gaze silenced him, leaving him only able to awkwardly relay Fugaku's message. Understood. Sasuke tidied himself and made his way out of the training ground. Brother, I must confess I do not entirely endorse some of Shursui's methods. If the initial efforts are misguided, no amount of striving will yield favorable outcomes. With these parting words, Sasuke gradually vanished from Itachi's view. Shursui? Itachi pondered, momentarily perplexed. With tasks at hand, he chose not to dwell on it and swiftly disappeared from the spot. In Fugaku's study, Sasuke sat respectfully before his father. Why engage with that child? Fugaku inquired directly, omitting any pleasantries. Because I like him. Moreover, he possesses something that others lack, as for the so-called child of the nine-tailed fox. I am skeptical. Sasuke provided a succinct rationale. Yet, when mentioning Naruto, a glimmer of brightness ignited in Sasuke's eyes. The reason for not continuing with the lightning release chakra training today was his body's limits. Further refinement would not suffice to meet the system's demands. Thus, Sasuke was eager to confront Naruto, seeking a method to transcend his physical limitations at this young age. However, this explanation left Fugaku momentarily taken aback. Indeed, a 5-year-old wishing to befriend another child requires no justification. Had he overthought it? Sasuke, I have a question that if a rift were to emerge between the clan and the village, how would you choose? Fugaku posed a question he had previously asked Itachi, but Itachi's response had been that he would act as a bridge between the clan and the village to mend the divide. Though standard, this was not the response Fugaku desired to hear. To a rift? I would not have a choice, for I am also a member of the Uchiha. Now and forever, Sasuke declared resolutely. Upon hearing Sasuke's response, a rare smile graced Fugaku's face. Indeed, they are Uchiha. Now and forever. Therefore, when a rift appears, all Uchiha should possess such awareness. Chapter 7. He is my friend, Uchiha Sasuke. Following a brief silence, Fugaku permitted Sasuke to leave the study. Upon returning to his room, Sasuke immediately began refining his chakra. The words he had spoken to Fugaku were intended to solidify his father's resolve. As the clan leader, Fugaku often wavered, caught in a web of weighing advantages and disadvantages. He seemed composed, yet proved utterly ineffectual. Ultimately, he might sacrifice his own life and that of the clan's radicals, surrendering the family's future to the village, which led to the Uchiha clan's demise. Thus, it was imperative to instill a firm sense of familial identity within the clan leader. The following day, on the path to school, a solitary blonde boy made his way toward his new academic institution. Is it true that the nine-tailed fox can enroll in the ninja academy? What a joke! That creature nearly destroyed our village. How could such a being be allowed in the academy? What if he becomes a powerful ninja and seeks revenge against us? I must protest to Lord Hokage. The once bustling road grew eerily quiet at the sight of this small figure. The disdainful expressions on the adults' faces, coupled with their vitriolic remarks, were palpable, and some children even hurled refuse and fruit pits at the boy. Indeed, it was Naruto on his first day of school. Clad in freshly washed clothes that were already somewhat ill-fitting, he had taken care to wash his face thrice and scrubbed his hands multiple times. He was prepared to embrace a new chapter in his life, for someone had expressed a desire to befriend him the previous day. Clenching his fists, Naruto deliberately ignored the taunts and actions directed at him. He simply wished to find that boy, Uchiha Sasuke, who had reached out to him. Suddenly, a half-eaten apple struck the ground before Naruto. Teach, how could a mere nine-tailed fox dare to study alongside us? Sneered the leader of a trio of boys that why mother says you're a monster, and monsters should be eradicated. Why don't you just go die? How revolting! Did you see the mark on his face? That is the mark of a monster. The three boys openly mocked Naruto, relishing in their actions. As Naruto endured their taunts, a dark figure entered his line of sight. Are you bullying my friend? Uchiha Sasuke. The low voice reached Naruto's ears, and for the first time, he found his condescending tone less irksome. Friend, are you joking? That is a monster, a nine-tailed fox. The leader's face twisted in contempt, failing to grasp the underlying threat in Sasuke's words. Indeed, if you're friend with a nine-tailed fox, you must be a monster too. Another boy chimed in, joining the ridicule. Trash always congregates with trash. In an instant, the boy who had just spoken was sent flying by a swift slap. The remaining two boys were similarly dealt with, their heads pressed into the ground in an intimate embrace with Mother Earth. Daddy, this guy is trying to kill us. The boy who had met the ground cried out in alarm. A blush forming on his forehead. Not far away, an adult, witnessing his son being bullied, executed a body flicker technique and appeared before Sasuke, intent on rescuing his child while imparting a lesson to this audacious boy. Uffed! In the next moment, a hand seized the man's wrist with formidable strength, compelling even the middle-ranked ninja, adorned with a forehead protector, to kneel. Did you not hear his self-introduction? Uchiha Sasuke. Are you, Morishita, a Chunin, preparing to lay hands on the junior members of the Uchiha clan? Uchiha Shumi's gaze was icy, the accumulated killing intent and anger erupting at that moment. Lord Shumi, I did not. I was merely acting out of paternal instinct, with no intention to confront the Uchihas. Morishita, donning a mask of pain, pleaded for mercy that he was well aware of the Uchihas methods. Any further conflict could lead to his capture by the security division. He could not guarantee his survival until he was released from their custody. Naruto, let us go to school. Sasuke glanced at Shumi, not dissuading him, but rather beckoning Naruto to accompany him to school. The members of the security division, particularly those aligned with the main combat faction of the clan, would not be approached by Sasuke until he had sufficiently established his strength. Sasuke, may I call you that? Of course. Here, this is my treasure cup noodle, a gift for you. Thank you. I will give you a practice kunai in return. As I watched the figures of the two little ones gradually fade away, Natsum's expression grew increasingly peculiar. Morishita Chunin, I harbor suspicions regarding your potential betrayal of the village. Accompany me to the security department. He stated that it would be prudent for you to cooperate with my inquiries. Otherwise, your family may also be summoned for questioning. With that, Natsum promptly escorted Morishita away, as for any resistance. The mere fact that he had attempted to take action against a junior of the Uchiha clan in the street was sufficient grounds for his apprehension. The Uchiha, despite their waning influence, were not to be trifled with by a mere commoner ninja like him in the Hokage's office. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was informed, this morning, Uchiha Fugaka's second son once again made contact with his target. Moreover, the Uchiha clan has elite jonin secretly guarding them. The Umbu relayed the recent events to the third Hokage. Understood. You may leave, Sarutobi Hiruzen replied with a slight nod. Yes, the Umbu responded, vanishing from the room. At that moment, another figure emerged, Itachi. Has the mission been accomplished? Pray, share your family's stance on the Jinchuriki, Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired, taking a drag from his pipe, his previously tranquil demeanor shifting to one of gravity. Itachi had just been present. The decision to dismiss the Umbu was out of concern that they might divulge other sensitive matters. The family had not expressed any particular opinions regarding the Jinchuriki. Those were merely Sasuke's own musings that, of course, should the family truly intervene, I shall handle it without delay. Itachi responded earnestly, concealing other thoughts that stirred within him. Chapter 8. Invitation. The morning's classes consisted of cultural lessons. Colloquially known as the self-praise of Sarutobi Hiruzen class. It was said that the content of this course was personally crafted by the third Hokage, encompassing history, battle analyses, and geographical culture. In truth, it served as a glorification of the third's achievements. Often accompanied by photographs of Sarutobi Hiruzen himself. One cannot deny that in terms of shamelessness, Sarutobi Hiruzen reigned supreme. The mightiest Hokage, a professor of ninjutsu, such self-bestowed titles could only be claimed by one with a remarkable lack of modesty. Sasuke, look, is that the third Hokage? He resembles that dear old man who cares for me, gives me things, and never looks down on me, exclaimed Naruto, his voice barely contained with excitement. Have I truly been under the Hokage's watchful eye all along? It was indeed true. The two had been placed in the same class. The school year had only just commenced. Seating arrangements were self-selected, leading the friends to sit together naturally. Did I know? Sasuke replied. The corners of his mouth twitching, he pondered whether Naruto could accept the third's eccentricities. This indoctrination class was proving to be remarkably effective. This posed a significant dilemma. In Sasuke's plans, figures like Sarutobi Hiruzen would need to be eliminated, while Naruto, the child of destiny and the beloved of Kishimoto, could not be disregarded. It appeared that changes would need to be made regarding Naruto's perceptions of what was good. As the morning class progressed amidst these contemplations, lunchtime arrived, and everyone flocked to the cafeteria. Naruto, however, remained alone in the classroom, for he lacked the funds to partake in the meal. "Here, this is for you," Sasuke said, extending his bento to Naruto. He had brought several bentos with him, not specifically for Naruto, but because he intended to consume that much himself. "Eat up. I have plenty," Sasuke added, pulling out a second bento and beginning to eat. The morning's reflections had drained much of his energy, and he was nearing a solution. In the afternoon, the ninjutsu class commenced. Initially, the focus was on the principles of ninjutsu and the nature of chakra. Such foundational knowledge was typically covered by most clan children at home. Naruto, however, listened with wide-eyed curiosity. As the school day concluded, Sasuke left the premises first. Although Naruto had intended to walk home with Sasuke, he hesitated upon seeing his friend depart, not wanting to frighten him away by being overly clingy. Under the setting sun, he trudged homeward, dragging his solitary shadow. Meanwhile, Sasuke arrived at a dense thicket. "Uncle Natsum, are you here?" he called softly. Suddenly, a figure materialized before him. "Sasuke, what brings you here?" Natsum regarded Sasuke with calm eyes. As a peer of Uchiha Fugaku and a formidable Uchiha in his own right, Natsum viewed Sasuke as a junior, albeit one with a unique status as the clan leader's son. "Uncle Natsum, I need some money. Could you lend me some?" Sasuke extended his hand directly. "Money?" Natsum replied, perplexed, yet he handed over the requested funds. Without offering any explanation, Sasuke accepted the money and departed, leaving a bewildered Natsum behind. By the lakeside, Naruto picked up stones and tossed them into the water. Watching the ripples, his previously settled heart was once again unsettled. Indeed, he remained unsure of how to interact with his friends. "Are you waiting for me here?" At that moment, a familiar voice reached Naruto's ears. "Sasuke?" he exclaimed, a spark of joy igniting within him. Yet, after calling out Sasuke's name, he found himself at a loss for words. Standing dumbfounded in place, "I just want to buy some things." "I thought you might need these," Sasuke said, presenting fresh milk and food to Naruto. Upon seeing the offerings in Sasuke's hands, Naruto's heart twisted. "No need. I have plenty of delicious food at home." He protested that we are friends, right? Before Naruto could continue his boast, Sasuke interjected. "Indeed." Naruto emphatically nodded. "I aspire to become the most powerful ninja if you don't train diligently. I might leave you behind." Sasuke insisted, shoving the bag into Naruto's arms before forming hand seals, fire style. Fireball Jutsu. Sasuke unleashed a torrent of flames that coalesced into a massive fireball upon the lake surface. "This is ninjutsu. I've already mastered it. Therefore, you must hasten your training," Sasuke declared, his face breaking into a warm smile. I could see that moment. Naruto's expression was one of astonishment and envy. The naivety within him harbored no ulterior motives. "I must head home now. We should go to school together tomorrow. Can I invite you over to my house this weekend?" Sasuke extended his hand after speaking. "Sure," Naruto exclaimed, clutching the gift tightly with one hand while extending the other to meet Sasuke's. Sealing their pact as friends. In the shadows, Uchiha Natsum's mind was reeling at the sight before him. He was well aware of Uzumaki Naruto's identity. Being a powerful Uchiha, he had knowledge of past events. Sasuke's actions were undeniably inviting tremendous trouble upon the Uchiha clan. Those narrow-minded individuals in Konoha would never permit a Jinchuriki within their territory, were it not for his responsibility to protect Uchiha Sasuke. He would have rushed back to inform Uchiha Fugaku of the situation at once. The other factions, too, were left confounded by Sasuke's actions. The Akatsuki sought vulnerabilities within the Uchiha to seize their Sharingan, while the Umbu kept a watchful eye on the Uchiha, guarding against any signs of rebellion. Now, Sasuke's invitation had left them utterly perplexed. After all, this was merely the friendship between two children. Could they really use such a bond as a pretext for conflict? One by one, Arrangements were made for individuals to transport the intelligence from this location back home. The orchestrator of this situation, Sasuke, wore a joyful expression as he headed towards the Uchiha clan's territory. At last, an opportunity had presented itself. Indeed, his invitation to Naruto was not a mere whim. Outside, Sasuke found it impossible to contact Naruto, but once he arrived at the Uchiha's domain, even Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, no matter how closely they monitored him, would hesitate to deploy someone to surveil Uchiha Fugaku's residence. This was his best chance. Chapter 9. The Tremor Among the Higher UPS. In the days that followed, Sasuke engaged in his regular training and absorbed the intelligence regarding the village and clan provided by Uchiha Fugaku. He also pondered how to deepen his relationship with Naruto. However, it was evident that Sasuke was overthinking it. At this moment, Naruto had no such concerns. As long as he desired to draw near, Naruto would wholeheartedly treat him well. When faced with Sasuke and his crush Sakura, Naruto would now unhesitatingly choose Sasuke. Such was the sorrow of the fourth Hokage's son, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Sasuke, I haven't brought anything that I asked that really alright. Sasuke, do you think my clothes are too old-fashioned? Sasuke, alright, you're my friend, when visiting a friend's house. There's no need to worry so much. Faced with Naruto's incessant chatter, Sasuke felt a twinge of helplessness. Such childlike reassurances made him feel somewhat awkward. Yet for the 5-year-old Naruto, it was effective. Naruto beamed, nodding vigorously. Indeed, today was the weekend. Early in the morning, Sasuke had arrived at Naruto's residence to wait for him. Now, the two were making their way toward the Uchiha clan's territory, although Naruto still wore his newest outfit. Visiting a friend's home for the first time made him feel anxious. Are you keeping up? At that moment, Sasuke's formidable perception, honed from 2 lifetimes, detected a group trailing behind them. Undoubtedly, these were members of the Umbu. If they were from the Root organization, they would have likely already made their move. On the surface, Sasuke chatted amiably with Naruto, but secretly, he observed the Umbu's movements. Fortunately, they had not descended into madness by directly targeting him. A child. Before long, the two spotted the Uchiha clan's territory in the distance. Naruto, this is my home. I've informed my mother, so let us just head inside. We'll be having a feast soon, so we should work up an appetite. Sasuke grasped Naruto's hand, leading him straight into Uchiha Fugaku's residence. The Umbu merely lingered outside the Uchiha clan. Without the Hokage's orders, they could not infiltrate any family's premises, let alone the residence of the clan head. For now, they could only await Sarutobi Hiruzen's response. Meanwhile, within the Hokage's office, the Uchiha brat has taken the Jinchuriki to their clan territory. What are they planning? Are they preparing to use the Sharingan to control the Nine-Tails and wage war against the village? Is it because we pressured them to relocate their clan that they are now resorting to desperate measures? Tsunade's expression was one of unease. Currently, the Uchiha clan boasted formidable veterans like Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Chozu, and Uchiha, alongside rising talents such as Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi. If they all revolted together, coupled with the power of the Nine-Tails, could the current Konoha withstand it? I believe this is merely a matter between children. Mito Gate's optimism was palpable. The Uchiha's resentment toward the Nine-Tails was no less than that of the other villagers. Moreover, Fugaku's son bringing the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki back might mean they would release the Nine-Tails themselves without us intervening. There is no need for such concern. I say let me handle it. Danzo's face bore a shadowy countenance. This moment, he was not yet the bandaged man, appearing somewhat iron-fisted. It's just a matter between children. Furthermore, perhaps you've forgotten what I've been doing all along. Rest assured, if the Uchiha had the strength, they wouldn't be forced to the village's brink. This matter should be left to the Umbu to observe. Finally, Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke, maintaining his usual composed demeanor, seemingly unperturbed by the concerns of those present. Third Hokage, you best, Tsunade began, but upon seeing Mito Gate already departing the Hokage office, she refrained from continuing her statement and turned to leave. Why? Once the two had exited, Danzo glared discontentedly at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Now was not the time for the Uchiha to vanish. After a brief comment, Sarutobi Hiruzen lowered his head, returning to the administrative duties of the village. Danzo clenched his fists, choosing not to voice his thoughts further. He vanished from sight in an instant. Once everyone had departed, the slight tremor of the pen in Tsurutobi Hiruzen's hand revealed his true sentiments. Certain matters must be carefully weighed, rather than merely considering immediate interests like those three, that I hope the Uchiha will refrain from putting me in a difficult position. The scene shifts back to the Uchiha clan's territory. Thud, thud, thud. Several kunai landed steadily on a distant human-shaped target. Sasuke, I hit it. It turned out that one needed to control the direction of the kunai with their own hand. Furthermore, greater force was not always better. As Naruto successfully struck the target with a kunai for the first time, his face was a mask of uncontainable excitement. Indeed, now it's all about practice. Moreover, when throwing kunai and shuriken, one must be aware of their surroundings. Let's continue this in the afternoon, Sasuke praised, then led Naruto out of the training ground. He was hungry, and today's objective was not merely to accompany Naruto in training. Upon entering the living room, lunch was already prepared. Hello, Annie-mom. Aside from Uchiha Makoto, Fugaku and Itachi were not home. Faced with a table laden with delicacies, although Naruto was eager to dig in, he still politely greeted them. That Naruto, right? Sasuke mentioned you're his best friend. Now that you're here, feel free to treat this place like your own home. By the way, after lunch, why don't you try on some of the clothes I prepared for you? And tonight, you won't be going home. Will you? You can sleep over with Sasuke. Makoto looked at Naruto with a warmth that stirred her heart, yet she maintained a gentle smile as she spoke. Thank you, Auntie. Naruto, who had never understood the concept of refusal, found himself at a loss for words in the face of such kindness and sincerity. All he could do was express his heartfelt gratitude, tears of joy welling in his eyes. However, he soon had no time to dwell on his emotions. For if he continued to be moved, Sasuke would finish the entire table of food. Chapter 10. The initial success of Naruto and Sasuke's joint training. In the afternoon, Naruto donned his new training attire, which fit snugly. Throughout the afternoon, he remained in a state of exhilaration. Not only did he have a friend to train with, but here with Sasuke, there was an endless supply of kunai and shuriken for practice. This kind of luxury was something he had never experienced before. Additionally, food was always at hand. Such a life left Naruto utterly content. As for feelings of envy or jealousy, they were far from his simple-minded thoughts. After dinner, the two boys washed up and returned to their room. Sasuke, why did you choose to be friends with me? Naruto asked, lying on the bed, curiosity evident on his face. Why? There's no particular reason. I just wanted to be your friend. By the way, Naruto, I have a really impressive training method. Would you like to give it a try? Perhaps one can swiftly become powerful. Sasuke suddenly sat up, his expression serious as he gazed intently at Naruto. What is it? Upon hearing the prospect of gaining strength, Naruto instantly cast aside his previous doubts, eagerly anticipating Sasuke's response. Zzz. Sasuke raised his hand, a crackling orb of lightning dancing within it. Lightning Release. Sasuke, you have not only mastered Fire Release, but also Lightning Release. I truly envy you, Naruto exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment. This is a unique training method exclusive to me, but I believe you can do it too. The refinement of chakra, you are already aware of it from our lessons. Right? It involves merging our training experiences with the energy extracted from the cells within our bodies, storing it as a special form of energy. Moreover, Lightning Release can stimulate the cells, meaning I can use it to strengthen them. After explaining the principle, Sasuke could see that Naruto was brimming with eagerness. Despite the faint sting from the electric arcs in Sasuke's hand, Naruto's excitement could not be contained. I want to give it a try. Naruto nodded earnestly. All right. Sasuke nodded, extending his hand. Naruto swallowed hard. Then, with determination, he reached out and grasped Sasuke's hand. The lightning release surged forth. The overwhelming sensation of invasion made Naruto's body tremble. However, his physique was remarkably robust. Such a level of lightning release could not possibly harm him at his core. Simultaneously, Sasuke utilized the lightning release to sense the condition within Naruto's body. The powerful cells, under the baptism of lightning release, immediately began to undergo refinement. Quickly refine the chakra. Sasuke urged softly. Naruto straightened his posture, commencing the chakra refinement process. Coupled with the memories from their training earlier in the day, the two youngsters entered a unique dual cultivation mode. Before long, a look of astonishment and delight appeared on Sasuke's face. Naruto is indeed the beloved child of Kishimoto. His physical prowess and the amount of chakra he could refine were astonishing. Even now, Sasuke felt a twinge of envy at the same time. He recognized the condition of Naruto's body. The Uzumaki clan's physique was undeniably formidable, in comparison. The cells within his own body paled significantly. Perhaps this is an issue stemming from the Uchiha bloodline. Just as Sasuke pondered, a peculiar sensation arose within him. Despite not actively engaging in chakra refinement, he found himself instinctively initiating the process. The contraction and expansion of cells, the surge of chakra. Most importantly, the emergence of this chakra began to meld with the lightning release, fortifying Sasuke's cells. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have completed the 268th refinement. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have completed the 269th refinement. As the familiar system notification echoed, a smile slowly crept upon Sasuke's lips. Although he was uncertain of its significance, he felt he had discovered the key to this task. Therefore, Naruto, follow my chakra refinement technique. Prepare yourself, as I will increase the output of lightning release. Sasuke spoke in a deep voice. Noticing Naruto's unwavering determination, Sasuke unhesitatingly unleashed a more powerful lightning release. Zzz. The chaotic lightning spread outward. However, it was swiftly reined in by Sasuke. Regaining control. Throughout the night, the two engaged in their training. The following morning, Sasuke checked the progress of the lightning release refinement. 6591000. His spirits soared as he observed the progress on the panel. Just one or two more attempts, and this task would likely be completed. Aside from anticipating the task rewards, Sasuke also looked forward to the enhancements his body would undergo after achieving 1,000 refinements. Gurgle, at that moment, a rumbling sound interrupted Sasuke's thoughts. I think I'm hungry. Naruto sheepishly scratched his head, speaking with a goofy grin. Let's go eat. Sasuke guided Naruto to wash up before leading him to the living room. At this time, Mikoto and the cook had already prepared breakfast. After a night of training, both boys had little resistance to food. After exchanging pleasantries, they dove right in. Mikoto rested her chin on her hand. Gazing affectionately at the two youngsters, a flash of red appeared in her thoughts. Kushina, this child is so healthy and kind-hearted. Mikoto murmured to herself, the moisture at the corners of her eyes revealing her current emotions. On the weekend, Mom, Naruto, and I went to his house to play. Tomorrow, I will go to school with Naruto. I have everything packed. Don't worry, Mom. I will cook, and Aunt Boobang will join us too. We're off. After bidding farewell to Uchiha Mikoto, Sasuke and Naruto set off towards the village in the shadows. Elite Uchiha Jounin and Umbu ninjas began to move in unison. Undoubtedly, the most significant event within the village was instigated by these two young boys. Sasuke was aware, while Naruto remained oblivious that in the Hokage's office. The Umbu reported all intelligence and knelt on one knee, awaiting the Hokage's orders. I understand to go to the school and inform them that I will be giving a speech on Monday. Proceed with the rest of the arrangements as previously planned. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke calmly. Understood. The Umbu vanished. Sarutobi Hiruzen picked up the report in his hand. Uchiha Sasuke's display talents are already comparable to Uchiha Itachi's. He has already garnered Uchiha Fugaku's attention and is being trained with utmost care. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt no concern regarding the emergence of a new genius within the Uchiha clan, as long as they remained in the village. That genius belonged to the village. Chapter 11. The Cook's Divine Assistance. Unlocking the Raijin mode. In contrast, upon arriving at Naruto's home, Aunt Boobang could no longer bear to witness the state of disarray. This hardly resembled a home. The refrigerator was filled with expired milk and bread. The shelves were stocked with numerous expired instant noodles. This truly the sustenance of a child, setting aside whether these items could meet the nutritional needs of a growing youth. Merely surviving on such expired items for an extended period was nothing short of a miracle. As a professional cook, she naturally adhered to her own standards and abilities, coupled with the generous support from Uchiha Fugaku. She felt an overwhelming sense of responsibility. Young Master Sasuke, young Master Naruto, allow me to take care of the tidying up at home. You may go and play for a while and return for lunch later. Aunt Boobang looked at the two with affectionate eyes. These two little ones are so polite and humble. After just a few days of acquaintance, Aunt Boobang had already grown fond of the boys. Hence her endearing manner of speaking. All right, Sasuke, I will take you to my secret base. It's lots of fun, Naruto exclaimed, pulling Sasuke's hand and dashing out of the room toward the distant forest. Sasuke was already aware of this secret base. However, after a long period of training, he was more than happy to accompany Naruto for some relaxation. Even adults can feel fatigue at times. Now that the task was nearing completion, a little leisure was perfectly acceptable. After fishing and catching shrimp, the two returned to Naruto's home in the evening. Upon opening the door, Naruto was left in a state of shock. Where are my treasured instant noodles? What happened to the milk and bread that the Hokage gave me? And my new clothes? Naruto stared at the tidy room, with his beloved items vanished without a trace, leaving him momentarily dumbfounded. Naruto, no matter how much you love your favorite foods, you can't keep them forever. Those items have long since expired. Consuming them would be detrimental to your health. And he has prepared new food for you, along with new clothes. Moreover, the meal is also prepared. Hurry and partake. But first, wash your hands, for one cannot sit at the table with dirty hands. Aunt Boobeen still wears a gentle expression. What does expired mean? Naruto cast a curious glance at Sasuke. Expired means the food has spoiled and is no longer fit for consumption. Sasuke felt a wave of exasperation. How has this guy managed to survive until now? Perhaps it's the resilience of the Uzumaki clan, but if it were an ordinary person, consuming such food at this age would have long led to dire consequences. Yet, I have never perceived any issues. Although I do occasionally experience a bout of diarrhea, Naruto admitted awkwardly, but still maintained a defiant demeanor. After all, this is the strongest verbal defense in the entire ninja world. All right, let us wash our hands and eat. Then try on the new clothes, Sasuke suggested, nudging Naruto toward the restroom while casting an appreciative glance at Aunt Boobeen. What a splendid assist, while Sasuke pondered how to make Naruto realize these issues on his own. Aunt Boobeen stated it outright. The joys and sorrows of children come swiftly and depart just as quickly. After trying on the new clothes, Naruto's earlier sadness over his treasured belongings being discarded had completely vanished. After preparing dinner, Aunt Boobeen took her leave in Naruto's room. Sasuke observed the progress at 981-1000 and resumed training Naruto. Sasuke had gained mastery over chakra control, ensuring it no longer leaked. Therefore, even with the Umbu monitoring outside, he remained untroubled about being discovered. Moreover, with members of the Uchiha clan present outside, Sasuke felt even more secure. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing 1,000 instances of lightning release chakra refinement on your body. Reward: Raijin mode. Outstanding task completion grants an additional special gift package. As the system's notification chimed, the chakra in Sasuke's hands came to a halt. Naruto, you have mastered the chakra refining technique I taught you. Haven to you. Sasuke released Naruto's hand and inquired with a smile. Yes, so tonight you want me to practice on my own? Naruto nodded earnestly, correct. However, we should first eat something to maintain our strength before continuing our training. Tomorrow, share your experiences with me, Sasuke asserted seriously. All right, Sasuke had no trouble leading Naruto along. Watching Naruto engage in chakra refining, Sasuke opened his panel. System, activate the special gift package. As Sasuke felt the changes within his body, he simultaneously activated the special gift package. Ding! Special gift package activated. Obtain the 3 Tomo Sharingan. Just as Sasuke began to sense the effects of the Raijin mode, the system's notification chimed once more. Simultaneously, an unusual power surged into Sasuke's eyes. His original black pupils vanished in an instant, transforming into a crimson hue, with 3 Tomo appearing around the pupils. His vision, insight, perception, and mental strength surged dramatically. Is this the Sharingan? Sasuke realized he no longer needed to consciously release any sense. He could clearly perceive the situation outside with the Umbu. He could even easily observe the immense chakra flowing within Naruto's body, as well as the terrifying red chakra deep within his abdomen. Just 5 years old, he awakened the 3 Tomo. Perhaps by the time of his graduation from the academy, achieving the Meijiki Sharingan would not be out of reach. He eagerly anticipated the ocular techniques his Mangeki would bestow. Gently closing his eyes, he deactivated the Sharingan. Now was not the time to seek attention. With the Raijin mode and his 3 Tomo Sharingan, facing an average Nin should pose no challenge. This is what it means to have an advantage. With this newfound power, he could truly do as he pleased. Next, he needed to find an opportunity to learn about Genjutsu and Lightning Release. With Uchiha Fugaku as a formidable ally, these pursuits would be manageable. With this thought, Sasuke continued perfecting his Raijin mode. The night swiftly passed. The following day, the two shared breakfast before heading to the Ninja Academy. Upon arrival, they encountered an announcement, Hokage speech. Glancing at the bulletin board, Sasuke's eyes narrowed slightly. The third Hokage, that old man, is undoubtedly becoming restless. Meanwhile, within the principal's office of the Ninja Academy, Hiruzen Sarutobi had already gathered all the enrollment materials for the students. This was Sarutobi's grand strategy, that in the village, any clan could give rise to a genius. However, his aim was to use the will of fire to forge these talents into the village's strength. Chapter 12, Hokage Speech. Just want to slacken off. Soon, Sarutobi had reviewed the information of the new students of the Ninja Academy. Hinata Hyuga, Kiba Inuzuka, Shino Aburame, Shikamaru, Ino Yamanaka, Choji Akimichi, Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha. The promising descendants of these clans were singled out for special attention. This election process was purely from the perspective of the clans. These individuals would be closely monitored, and special arrangements would be made when selecting guiding Nin in the future as for the remaining ordinary ninja children. Those who performed exceptionally would be arranged separately. This was Sarutobi's means of asserting control over the clans through the Ninja Academy. Before long, Sarutobi's focus shifted to Sasuke Uchiha's records. Recently, the Uchiha clan had been quite active. However, with the experiences of Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi behind him, Sarutobi wore a smile. What does it matter how many geniuses there are? As long as he could keep the younger generations of each clan under his thumb. These clans would inevitably become part of the village. Sarutobi's goal was to achieve a grand unification of the clans within the village, a feat that even his own teacher had not accomplished. Soon, the new students gathered on the playground and on the high platform. The figure clad in the Hokage's robes stood tall. While not particularly imposing, he exuded an aura of reliability. That the Hokage. So cool. I want to wear that outfit someday. I will definitely become Hokage. The Hokage is the best person in the village that a group of newly enrolled children could not help but discuss, their words brimming with admiration for the Hokage. Even among some clan ninjas, a hint of longing flickered in their eyes. After all, he's the strongest leader of the entire village. Naruto, why are you silent? That's the Hokage. Weren't you always shouting about wanting to become Hokage? Sasuke gently nudged the somewhat dazed Naruto, teasing him. I want to become Hokage. Naruto began, but did not finish, his mood visibly subdued. It seemed the little Naruto was grappling with some unique worry. Sasuke remained silent, knowing that Naruto was no fool. Aunt Boobeen's words from yesterday must have had an impact. Hiruzen Sarutobi, this time, trying to brainwash Naruto will not be so easy. Where the leaves dance. The fire continues to burn. The reason Konoha has become one of the 5 great ninja villages is due to the enduring will of fire. And you, all of you, are the inheritors of the will of fire. Destined to carry this flame and elevate the discussion surrounding the village of Konoha to their zenith. As the speech by Sarutobi Hiruzen commenced, it was immediately apparent that he was a seasoned orator. This village is akin to a home, a notion that Sasuke harbored a deep-seated aversion to. After all, Sarutobi Hiruzen's actions during the Nine Tails incident, which led to Minato's demise, were the greatest irony against the very essence of the will of fire. The third Hokage avoided his own sacrifice, entrusting the mission to the younger fourth Hokage. Naturally, such matters remained shrouded in obscurity for most, coupled with the amiable persona that the third had cultivated over the years. He indeed possessed a deceptive charm, least among this gaggle of youngsters. He was quite the beloved figure. Even Naruto, who had just begun to harbor doubts about the Hokage, wore a foolish grin on his face at that moment. The speech dragged on for over 2 hours. Had it not been for the brief, monotonous remarks he had endured from the school principal, Sasuke might have truly found it unbearable. As the applause erupted. Sasuke joined in, preparing to take his leave. Uchiha Sasuke, the Hokage requests your presence in the principal's office. I could see that moment. Irika, the homeroom teacher, appeared before Sasuke. Sasuke fell into a brief silence. However, he refrained from voicing any objections and followed Irika out. Sasuke has been summoned by the Hokage. Could it be that the Hokage has noticed Sasuke's exceptional talents? Alas, if only he were not so close to that cursed fox, he would truly be a perfect individual. Yet how incredibly handsome he is. The flurry of infatuated comments from the crowd failed to impact Sasuke. After all, he was nearly 30 in mental years. Why would he entertain thoughts of children in kindergarten? If he were to have aspirations, they would be for someone like Tsunade or Conan. But that was a discussion for another time in the principal's office of the ninja school, so it's you. Sasuke, when you were born, Fugaku came to me expressing his desire to name you after my father. I never imagined how quickly you would grow. Moreover, like Itachi, you possess remarkable talent. Itachi often praises his younger brother in my presence. Sarutobi Hiruzen began amiably. Upon hearing this, Sasuke couldn't help but inwardly chastise the old man for his cunning. After having flattered Itachi, he was now preparing to use him as a stepping stone to flatter Sasuke. Old man, I mean, Hokage. Just as Sasuke pondered how to respond to Sarutobi Hiruzen without sounding impatient or disdainful, a familiar voice interjected. Indeed, upon realizing that the Hokage was the kind old man who cared for him, Naruto did not want to miss the opportunity to engage with Sarutobi Hiruzen. Thus, as the crowd dispersed, he followed suit. Naruto, why haven't you returned to class? This is a crucial time for your studies. Sarutobi Hiruzen maintained his warm demeanor. I want to become Hokage in the future. That is my dream. So, I wish to ask you, is it possible? Naruto stammered, feeling a bit awkward at a commendable dream, but to become Hokage. You must dedicate yourself to rigorous training. Keep it up, Naruto. By the way, Sasuke, what is your dream? Sarutobi Hiruzen feigned encouragement before shifting the topic back to Sasuke. Naruto, too, looked at Sasuke with curiosity. He knew Sasuke was formidable and thought that he might one day be his strongest rival for the title of Hokage. This thought ignited a fiery passion within Naruto's eyes. Me. I just want to laze around and have enough to eat every day, Sasuke replied, nonchalantly spreading his hands to express his dream. Instantly, both Sarutobi Hiruzen and Naruto were rendered speechless. Itachi mentioned you train earnestly. Surely, your training cannot merely be for the sake of idleness. Sarutobi Hiruzen attempted to unveil Sasuke's facade. After all, who would diligently train while aspiring to do nothing? It was essential to cultivate a strong physique to enjoy life during those idle moments, and to ensure one wouldn't be easily slain by others. Sasuke looked up, a naive smile gracing his face. Chapter 13. Battle Against Youth. Rock Lee. Seeing Sasuke's innocent smile, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a sense of relief wash over him that a genius who merely wished to squander his potential posed no threat to the village. Yet he couldn't help but feel a tinge of regret. After all, Sasuke was a prodigy. Such a talent fixated on idleness was indeed a loss for the village. As for Naruto, he gazed at Sasuke with confusion, unable to comprehend how such a dream could even be considered a dream. Compared to his own aspirations, it fell woefully short. The ensuing moments were filled with trivial conversation before both returned to their classroom. After the usual cultural studies and tactical training, the time for dismissal finally arrived. Sasuke, why do you want to waste your potential? Sasuke, let us aim for Hokage together, shall we? Sasuke, I believe your approach is misguided. Throughout the journey, Naruto buzzed around like a persistent bee, incessantly trying to persuade Sasuke. Naruto, we are friends now. Remember, if you ever encounter difficulties, just tell me directly and no more eating expired food, and don't endure hunger while training. Somewhat exasperated by Naruto's incessant nagging, Sasuke turned to him, his expression earnest. All right, then Sasuke, together we shall strive for Hokage finally. At the point where their paths diverged, Naruto's verbal onslaught came to an end. The surroundings grew quieter. After parting ways with Naruto, Sasuke's demeanor turned serious. He had recently garnered the attention of Uchiha Fugaku, which had transpired over the last few days. Today, Sarutobi Hiruzen's conversation with him clearly indicated that he was already aware of Sasuke's transformation. Otherwise, according to the original narrative, this man would hardly pay special attention to him. Given Itachi's existence, Sasuke's previous abilities were hardly noteworthy. There was only one explanation. The eyes of Sarutobi Hiruzen were upon him. Watching closely to hot bang. At that moment, a low shout echoed from the nearby public training ground. Upon closer inspection, Sasuke saw a boy with a watermelon hairstyle clad in a green bodysuit. Rock Lee, as Sasuke approached the training ground. Rock Lee paused his training upon hearing Sasuke's voice. "Who are you?" Rock Lee tilted his head, curiosity dancing in his eyes. "Uchiha Sasuke, a recent entrant to the ninja school." Sasuke introduced himself with confidence. "Hello. Would you like to train together? Youth is about the relentless pursuit of progress. We must not squander a single moment." Rock Lee exclaimed, flashing a bright smile and giving a thumbs up. "All right." Sasuke nodded and stepped onto the training field. Many overlooked Rock Lee's talents. After all, Mike I had once stated that Rock Lee's potential surpassed even his OWNB by the age of 15 or 16. Rock Lee had already managed to unlock the sixth gate of the 8 gates technique. An impressive feat achieved despite numerous disadvantages. "Shall we engage in a sparring match to hone our skills?" Rock Lee suggested, immediately forming the hand seals for a duel. Uchiha, I have heard that name before. He was aware of the illustrious Uchiha clan, renowned for their exceptional talents, and the Sharingan, a powerful bloodline limit. Simultaneously, he knew of the Uchiha's prowess in taijutsu, which was not to be underestimated. Sure, Sasuke had no intention of concealing his strength, as long as he had the Uchiha clan as his backing. Coupled with sure sway and Itachi still present, the village would not dare to act against a 5-year-old prodigy. Moreover, Sasuke had begun to formulate other thoughts regarding Rock Lee. The best way to dominate such a simple-minded individual was to crush him with overwhelming power. Bang! In the next moment, a powerful kick descended. Despite Sasuke's immediate attempt to raise his arm to block, he was still pushed back several steps. The immense force left a dull ache in his arm. One cannot help but acknowledge the exceptional physical prowess of Rock Lee. Lightning God Mode. Instantly, a surge of electricity coursed through Sasuke's body. However, this lightning merely activated the internal strength within him, although it allowed for an impressive display of crackling electricity enveloping his entire being. He could easily retract it at will. Bang! In the next instant, Sasuke vanished from his original position. His incredible speed rendered Rock Lee incapable of discerning his form. Whoosh! Bang! Boom! The relentless barrage of attacks left Rock Lee struggling to keep up. Completely unable to escape the range of Sasuke's strikes, if he didn't devise a strategy soon, defeat would be imminent. Most notably, it seemed his opponent was relying solely on taijutsu rather than ninjutsu, igniting an even stronger fighting spirit within Rock Lee. Before long, Rock Lee began to familiarize himself with Sasuke's attack patterns and initiated a counteroffensive, although he still endured a fair share of blows. He was no longer merely a passive target, rooted in place. What an astonishing talent for taijutsu! Sasuke, who held the upper hand, felt a sense of dread within. While he was not concerned about losing, Rock Lee's rapid growth was alarming. "I've got you." At that moment of distraction, Rock Lee surged forward, his fist aimed squarely at Sasuke's face. My goodness, does this guy only aim for the face? Z! Boom! A powerful burst of lightning erupted, freezing Rock Lee in place. The next instant, he lay on the ground, shrouded in black smoke. Impressive. "Hello, I am Uchiha Sasuke. May we become friends and train together in the future." Sasuke extended his hand towards Rock Lee. The recent lightning technique had been expertly controlled, merely halting Rock Lee's assault without causing him any harm. "All right, from now on, you shall be my friend, Rock Lee. Wait for me. I have a gift for you." A symbol of youth. Rock Lee sprang to his feet as if he had not just been struck by electricity. He dashed to his backpack, and in the next moment, a green outfit appeared before Sasuke. "This is the outfit my teacher gave me, and I am bestowing it upon you. Once you wear it..." "Hey, what are you doing?" "Don't run away." Before Rock Lee could finish his sentence, Sasuke's figure had already vanished from sight. Why would Sasuke refuse such a stylish outfit? Could it be that he deemed the gift too precious? "My friend is rather too polite." After some self-reflection, Rock Lee stowed the clothing away, reflecting on his recent defeat at Sasuke's hands. Rock Lee resolved to double his training efforts today. Chapter 14. Shocked Uchiha Itachi. Upon returning home, Sasuke felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Indeed, geniuses often harbor their own peculiarities. He had no desire to wear that outfit. Sasuke, are you back? I have no missions today, so I can accompany you in training. Just as Sasuke was finally relaxing, he heard the overly enthusiastic voice of his brother, Uchiha Itachi. All right, brother, I have a question. Did you inform Hokage-sama about my matters? Sasuke gazed at Itachi with disdain, pondering who might have disclosed his affairs to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Uchiha Fugaku would certainly not have done so, nor would his mother. As for Aunt Bubin, her comments regarding Naruto ruled her out as well. Thus, the only suspect remained the foolishly grinning elder brother before him. Yes, has Hokage-sama expressed a desire to nurture you well? Itachi replied, resembling a child seeking praise. Clearly, his older brother had been duped. Brother, let's head to training. Also, I wish to learn some Jinjutsu and Ninjutsu. Father won't teach me. You can. Sasuke decided not to linger on the issue. Transforming Itachi was not a task to be accomplished in a day or two. That aside from his stubbornness, his brother was quite agreeable. At least, he posed no problem for Sasuke. All right, let's proceed to the training grounds. Observing Sasuke's growing reliance on him, a smile crept onto Itachi's face as he led his brother to the training arena. Training continued late into the night, only concluding after Aunt Bubin delivered meals on 2 occasions. At that moment, Sasuke lay exhausted on the ground. Brother, must you be so relentless? I'm only 5 years old. Sasuke gasped for air, his complaints spilling forth. Sasuke, your progress has been remarkable lately. You must swiftly master these powers. Also, have you activated your Sharingan? Itachi spoke with a sudden calmness. Yes, Sasuke did not conceal the truth, providing a straightforward affirmation. With Itachi's innate talent and the insights gained during their recent battle, it was impossible to hide the chakra flow in his eyes after activating the Sharingan. Given Itachi's genius and his evident concern for Sasuke, he would undoubtedly notice that I will set up a barrier shortly. Once you activate your Sharingan, we shall engage in combat. Itachi continued, maintaining his composed demeanor. Understood. Sasuke nodded. Gradually rising to his feet, he retrieved a soldier pill from his pocket and consumed it. An item he had requested from Uchiha Fugaku for training purposes, as his stamina replenished. Sasuke slowly opened his eyes, revealing the 3-tomo Sharingan. .3 tomo. Itachi exclaimed, astonished. Ding! System notification. Detected Uchiha Itachi's astonishment. Task initiated. Complete 10 actions that shock Uchiha Itachi for reward 110. Shocked. Are we? Sasuke initially intended to showcase his Sharingan alongside his current strength, aiming for Itachi to recognize his abilities and cease viewing him as a mere child. This would ensure that his future endeavors receive the attention they deserved, gradually altering Itachi's perception. Now, it seemed he would have to reveal some of his hidden strengths earlier than anticipated. Brother, I am ready. I shall commence my attack. With that, Sasuke activated Lightning God Mode in an instant. Boom! The ground shattered as he lunged toward Uchiha Itachi. This physical prowess, this taijutsu, Itachi was once again taken aback. However, being a genius, he quickly regained his focus and met Sasuke's assault head dash on in Lightning God Mode. The combat between Sasuke and Itachi appeared clean and efficient, devoid of any superfluous movements. Each strike was precise and unerring. With the enhancement of the Sharingan, the accuracy was elevated to a whole new level. Bang! As Sasuke made a misstep, Itachi swiftly countered, sending him flying to that moment. Itachi's eyes sparkled with delight. His younger brother was capable of fighting him for such an extended period. Sasuke, you! ZZZ! Boom! A bolt of lightning interrupted Itachi's words. In the next instant, Sasuke, crackling with electrical energy, surged forward once more. The amalgamation of lightning-based attacks, speed, strength, paralysis, compelled Itachi to take the engagement seriously. Once again astonished, Itachi unleashed ninjutsu to support his defense. Lightning release, fire release. Soon, the training ground was engulfed in a cloud of dust. Yet the battle persisted. With their Sharingan, both combatants were immune to the minor visual obstructions caused by the haze as the dust settled. Sasuke found himself once more on the ground. Engaging in such an exhausting battle drained his chakra reserves rapidly, He could hardly sustain this level of exertion for long. He envied those with abundant chakra reserves. Sasuke, when did you master this combat style? Itachi sauntered to Sasuke's side and, with a look of surprise, inquired, "Not long ago, while I was attempting to convert lightning-based chakra, I stumbled upon something intriguing. Brother, do you possess anything that can restore chakra?" "I have other combat techniques yet to be revealed." Sasuke feigned a defiant demeanor. "Indeed, I do. Here, take this. It is a special potion used by the Umbu. After consumption, it will rapidly replenish your chakra, coupled with your own chakra refinement. You should be fully restored in 2 hours that I shall await your return." Itachi handed over the potion, patiently elucidating its effects. "Brother, how do you perceive the mindset of the Hokage?" After ingesting the potion, Sasuke sat upright and promptly posed his query. The Hokage's mindset? It is to protect the village with one's very being. Itachi offered his concise reflection after a moment's contemplation. "Whose village is it that you protect?" Sasuke pressed on. "Whose village? Naturally, it is Konoha, belonging to all.at this juncture." Itachi hesitated, his previously unquestioned answer now shrouded in doubt. "Brother, the Uchiha clan is also a part of the village, so it should have a rightful place within it. Are you truly safeguarding the Uchiha as well?" Sasuke concluded, falling silent. The display of progress on the progress bar had already provided him with his answer, as he observed Sasuke, who had closed his eyes and commenced chakra refinement. Itachi's mind began to wander with new thoughts. Had Sasuke remained the little brat who merely trailed behind him, calling out for training companionship, Itachi might not have pondered so deeply. But the current Sasuke, with a peculiar seed of thought now taking root within Itachi's heart, was a different matter altogether. Chapter 15. Itachi's Transformation, an encounter with Princess Hinata of the Hyuga clan. Before long, Sasuke's chakra had fully restored, and he directly requested to continue sparring with Itachi. Naturally, Uchiha Itachi readily consented. However, Sasuke's subsequent performance continuously reshaped Itachi's perception of seriousness. Does the fire style, great fireball technique explode? This terrifying radius, could it truly be a mere C-rank jutsu? How can a 5-year-old exhibit such precision in chakra control? The mental fortitude of a child so young can sustain the use of the 3-tomo Sharingan. After the 3rd round of training, Sasuke lay on the training ground, utterly immobilized. Even with the assistance of a system and the training he had undergone, he still found himself at a distance from Itachi. "Sasuke, was that last statement something father instructed you to convey to me?" Itachi had initially intended to accompany Sasuke in training, fostering their brotherly bond. Yet now, his heart was tumultuous. This prodigious younger brother, resembling a monster with his unique thought process, evoked a sense of inadequacy in Itachi, who had once been hailed as a genius. That was my own interpretation. Father may still harbor a sliver of hope for the village. Otherwise, he would not have allowed you to join the Umbu. Sasuke replied, his voice tinged with fatigue as it reached Itachi's ears. "Release." Itachi raised a finger, dispelling the surrounding barriers. He then hoisted Sasuke on his back and proceeded towards their quarters. Once Sasuke was placed upon the bed, Itachi departed. "Just 2 more times. What can I do next to astonish my dear elder brother?" Sasuke mused, a sense of helplessness washing over him. If only he could endure 1 more round, the day's task would be accomplished. Oh well, with that overly attached, brotherly persona, he should be seeking me out soon. For now, he resolved to enhance his own strength. With this thought, Sasuke commenced his training in cellular vitality enhancement and chakra refinement. Meanwhile, Uchiha Itachi donned his mask and made his way to the Hokage's office. "How goes the investigation? I remain quite curious about your younger brother. With such formidable talent, he should be guided properly to become a powerful protector of the village. In the future, he could even be nurtured to become Hokage," Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked amiably, his pipe in hand. As for Sasuke, he sought my counsel on taijutsu training and shared some insights on fire-style techniques. Compared to typical children, he is indeed stronger, but to label him as a genius would be premature. At the very least, he can accomplish what I could at the age of 5, that convincing him to alter his dreams will require time. Itachi stated, devoid of any emotional inflection. Due to his mask, Itachi's expression remained unreadable. "Well, if that is the case, I shall entrust this matter to you. Itachi, Should you require the village's assistance at any point, do not hesitate to inform me. Furthermore, steer clear of Danzo. Sarutobi waved his hand as he spoke. Itachi nodded and then vanished from the office. I could see that moment. Sarutobi was oblivious to the fact that Itachi's attitude had begun to shift. Instead, he felt reassured by Itachi's words, alleviating his concerns regarding Uchiha Sasuke. With such a commendable elder brother present, Sarutobi felt less compelled to worry. Just as Shursui had influenced Itachi, the latter was now poised to impact Sasuke. More pressing issues, however, lay with that fellow Danzo. Although the reasons remained unclear, Danzo's hostility towards the Uchiha clan seemed increasingly fervent. It was time to take decisive action against that rude organization that I in the dead of night. A pang of hunger jolted Sasuke from his training that, oh no, I forgot to prepare a late-night meal. The effort of chakra refinement and cellular vitality enhancement had consumed a substantial amount of energy. At this hour, procuring food would prove challenging, and Sasuke was reluctant to disturb his mother's rest for something as trivial as a midnight snack that, Ichiraka Ramen is probably still open. He thought that I might as well experience the famed Otsutsuki uncle. With this in mind, Sasuke rose and exited his room. Following the path etched in his memory, he quickly arrived at the brightly lit Ichiraka Ramen. Someone else here. A small shadow was discernible behind the curtain. I didn't expect anyone else to be out here at this late hour. Uncle, I would like 10 bowls of your signature ramen, Sasuke declared as he lifted the curtain and took a seat. 10 bowls? We generally advise against such late-night eating. Kids these days seem to have quite the appetite, the chef remarked, initially intending to dissuade Sasuke, but recalling a recent encounter with a little girl. He chose silence and proceeded to prepare the noodles. Hinata, Sasuke. At that moment, both individuals caught sight of one another. They were taken aback to discover that the princess of the Hyuga clan had also ventured out for a late-night snack. Did you train until this hour? Doesn't the Hyuga clan provide food? Sasuke jested that no, I simply, Hinata's shy nature made it difficult for her to respond, and the sight of the 10 empty bowls only intensified her embarrassment. Speaking coherently was beyond her capabilities. Would you like to continue eating? As a classmate, I can treat you, Sasuke offered generously. Given his extraordinary talent, Uchiha Fugaka had been quite generous with Sasuke's allowance that I'm not hungry anymore. I've had enough, Hinata initially protested. Yet, as the chef set down 2 bowls of ramen, she found herself inexplicably uttering, "All right, then." Sasuke found this amusing. In the original story, she was renowned for her immense appetite, surpassing even Naruto and Choji. Unexpectedly, the talent of this glutton has begun to awaken so early. However, it is understandable, as the energy required for training is immense, as the heir of the Byakugan. Hinata's need for sustenance is quite high, which is entirely normal. Moreover, given her personality, it is likely that she feels hesitant to indulge too much within her clan. Thus, this situation arises. Nevertheless, this amusing spectacle is only temporary. Soon, Sasuke found himself in utter disbelief. Having already consumed 10 bowls of ramen, Hinata astonishingly devoured another 5, all while wearing an expression that suggested she was still yearning for more. Chapter 16. Fugaku's Transformation. The Test. Over an hour later, Sasuke and Hinata departed from the Ichiraka Ramen shop, leaving behind a stunned Tuchi, who gazed at the mountain of bowls that had accumulated on the table. After all these years, he had never encountered someone with such an appetite. Let me walk you home that it's best for a girl not to be out alone at night, that in the future, prepare some food at home when you're hungry. There's no need to venture out, Sasuke remarked, not waiting for Hinata's response as he headed towards the Hyuga clan's residence. Almost fans. This Hyuga princess is the epitome of a perfect bride. However, in Sasuke's eyes, the perspective is entirely different. As the legitimate daughter of the Hyuga clan, Hinata's talent has been overlooked by far too many. Her gentle fist technique, despite her lack of sufficient energy intake during childhood and her psychological fragility stemming from her Byakugan insecurities, has reached a remarkably high standard, indicating her formidable potential. If she could fully harness this ability, she would undoubtedly become a powerful ally in the future. It would be wise to strengthen their bond. Before long, they arrived at the back entrance of the Hyuga estate. This is where I shall leave you. I must head back now. See you tomorrow. Sasuke waved and turned to depart. Thank you, Hinata managed to muster the courage to say as Sasuke's figure vanished from sight. He is truly a good person. The Uchiha are not as bad as they seem. With her hands clasped in front of her chest, a faint blush graced Hinata's cheeks. Upon returning to his room, Sasuke once again channeled his chakra, commencing his cellular refinement training. For the following period, Itachi seemed to have vanished entirely. It had been over half a month since Sasuke last saw him. Sasuke, what are you thinking about? Suddenly, a pair of enormous crimson eyes appear before him, distorting the very space around them with their terrifying power, instantly shattering the Jinjutsu Sasuke had just cast. Thorns Forest. After a moment of disorientation, Uchiha Fugaku fixed a stern gaze upon Sasuke. Father, I was contemplating my brother. Why haven't I seen him lately? I apologize, it was inappropriate for me to be distracted during training. Sasuke quickly admitted his fault while voicing his concern. Itachi is on a mission. Continue your training. The effectiveness of Jinjutsu, while dependent on the strength of one's mental fortitude, is significantly more challenging to manipulate than chakra. One must never underestimate such matters in the early stages of training. Uchiha Fugaku patiently began to instruct him. The more he interacted with his younger son, the more astonished Fugaku became. Regardless of the ninjutsu, Sasuke swiftly mastered it, releasing strength that far exceeded the norm. At times, even Fugaku questioned his own precision in chakra control. This is precisely why he readily agreed to Sasuke's request to train in Jinjutsu, as the father of two prodigies. Fugaku felt a swell of pride, but also pondered the direction of Sasuke's training. Itachi had developed a pathological aversion to the violence of war due to his early exposure to the battlefield. This had led to the ambiguous stance he held between his clan and the village. Therefore, Sasuke must not be subjected to such an upbringing. Time flies swiftly. 2 months later, the Ninja Academy welcomed its first test. Sasuke, you have an exam today that I couldn't sleep at all last night. Are you feeling confident? On their way to school, Naruto's incessant chatter filled the air that it's just a test. There's no need to be so anxious. Besides, with your current abilities, there's nothing to worry about. Sasuke replied with a reassuring smile. Sasuke-kun, today let's race to see who reaches school first. If I lose, I'll double my training for the day. Rock Lee, clad in his youthful spandex, charged forward, exuberantly shouting that no, we have a test today, and I need to conserve my energy. By the way, Lee, this is Naruto Uzumaki, my friend. He should be considered your friend as well. Why don't you two have a little competition? Sasuke suggested, playfully pushing Naruto forward. The contest between these two simple-minded individuals should prove quite entertaining. Huh, me? Then let's have a match. Databeo. Naruto was unfazed by the format of the competition, believing that being Sasuke's friend meant he must possess strength. Come on, my youthful comrade, Naruto Uzumaki. Rock Lee was among the few in the village who did not discriminate against Naruto, as he had dedicated his time solely to training rather than engaging in prejudice. All right, let's begin. The two darted away in an instant, disappearing from view. Are there still some watching me? Root? Or the Umbu? As Naruto sped off, some of the feeling of being observed dissipated. Yet a few still lurked in the shadows. Sasuke-kun, shall we head to school together? I brought you breakfast. A group of girls approached as soon as Naruto left. Sasuke finally understood why his original self had transformed into that aloof, arrogant character after starting school. Faced with such a throng of admirers, it was indeed quite bothersome. At last, they arrived at the academy. And with Naruto's presence as a shield, the number of girls around him diminished significantly. Naruto, from now on, let's go to school together, Sasuke remarked with a hint of significance before returning to his seat. The morning's exam consisted of cultural subjects: history, strategy, geography, and the culture of Konoha. With a strong mental prowess, Sasuke easily navigated through the material. However, the final question on the last exam paper caused his mouth to twitch involuntarily. Reflections on the third Hokage's achievements. No less than 500 words. Sasuke had already developed immunity to the third Hokage's shamelessness. Yet upon encountering this question, he felt a wave of embarrassment. Nevertheless, he was still capable of handling such a situation. The will of fire within my heart manifests as the third Hokage. He began his praise for Sarutobi Hiruzen. With eloquent and grandiloquent words, he quickly penned over 2,000 characters expressing his admiration for Sarutobi Hiruzen, likening it to the endless flow of a great river. If only the exam paper had been sufficient, he could have easily written another 2,000 words. As the bell rang, the cultural test concluded, paving the way for the afternoon's combat test. Chapter 17. Combat Test. Choosing Hinata as a teammate. The combat test consists of 3 segments. The first part is obstacle navigation. The second part involves individual combat. The third part comprises team battles. As students of Class 1, most participants exhibited exceptional performance, either as talented individuals or as heirs of illustrious clans. The obstacle navigation phase was completed with ease by all. Soon, they moved on to the individual combat segment. The first match, Inuzuka Kiba versus Shino Aburame I in the training arena. 2 figures emerged, each casting a sign of opposition against the other. The battle commenced in an instant. Even without mastering the secret techniques of his clan, Inuzuka Kiba effortlessly overcame his opponent. Witnessing this duel, Sasuke came to a profound realization. Among the common ninjas, it was exceedingly rare for someone to surpass the prowess of their clan counterparts. The disparity in resources cultivated since childhood and the inherent advantages of lineage began to manifest at this very moment. In the 6th match, Uchiha Sasuke faced off against Shimura Ryuma. Finally, after the conclusion of the first 5 battles, it was Sasuke's turn. Go for it. Sasuke-kun. You can do it, Sasuke. Sasuke is the best. He will surely achieve victory. As Sasuke took the stage, the atmosphere around him grew fervent. It must be said that in the eyes of the majority. Physical appearance indeed held a semblance of justice, that a glance at Shimura Ryuma's expression revealed his arrogance. He was the son of Shimura Danzo's nephew, the leader of the Root organization. This insufferable brat was destined to be defeated. Once that happened, perhaps those infatuated admirers would learn that, in Konoha, strength alone dictated everything. Moreover, he had heard from his father that the Uchiha clan would eventually be eradicated by the Root. What right did this guy have to flaunt his bravado here? Today, he would be mercilessly beaten into submission. With Irika's voice ringing out, the two raised their fingers in opposition. Bang! Shimura Ryuma charged straight at Sasuke. His practice kunai aimed precisely at Sasuke's throat. It should be noted that even a practice kunai possessed lethal potential. Should it strike true, even if it didn't threaten his life, it could silence him for several days. What malice did this fellow harbor against him? Fire release. Phoenix fire technique. Sasuke swiftly formed hand seals, conjuring a blaze that encircled him, surging towards Shimura Ryuma. Faced with the oncoming flames, Ryuma had no choice but to evade its scorching wrath. Being burned by fire techniques was no trivial matter. Lightning release. Lightning body flicker. Crackle. Just as Ryuma pondered how to flawlessly defeat Sasuke, the sound of crackling electricity filled the air, his hair standing on end. Too slow. Thud. Sasuke delivered a precise chop to Ryuma's neck. Bang! Ryuma's body crumpled to the ground. Unconscious, within the 6th individual match, Sasuke emerged victorious. After Irika announced Sasuke's triumph, a medical ninja swiftly carried Ryuma away for treatment. After all, the team battles were yet to come. Naruto's opponent was another child from a common ninja family, Sanada Aki. What bad luck! Why must my opponent be this demon fox? I'm going to be killed by him. This demon fox should just leave the village. Why must he be here learning alongside me? Testing me. Sanada Aki wore a disgruntled expression. Since his earliest memories, he had been warned not to associate with this demon fox. In his mind, Naruto was a monster that could obliterate the village at any moment. He feared battling such a creature. Yet to suppress that fear, he unhesitatingly chose to hurl insults. This made the initially excited Naruto instinctively lower his head. After all this time, why did his classmates still regard him in such a manner? He hadn't done anything wrong. Why must he be treated like this? Demon fox. Monster. If Naruto were truly a monster, would you even have the audacity to speak against him? You'd have been dead long ago. So blind to the truth. How foolish. Sasuke scoffed. Form the opposition sign. And both combatants, please focus. Irika finally reacted. He should have intervened from the start. However, during the Ninetales incident, his parents had perished amidst the chaos, leaving him with some lingering resentment. Yet, Sasuke's words had awakened him. How could a 5-year-old child possibly be a demon fox? If he were, how could he be so well-behaved as a staunch executor of the Will of Fire? Irika quickly recalibrated his mindset and role. Now, he was the homeroom teacher for this group of children. Naruto, show this guy that you can defeat him as a ninja. Go for it. Sasuke gave Naruto a thumbs up. Yeah, the previously sullen Naruto's face brightened with a smile again. Wow, Sasuke-kun is so cool. I think Naruto Uzumaki doesn't seem like a monster after all, especially since he has Sasuke's acknowledgement, said a certain infatuated girl. Humph, women are so boring, Shikamaru remarked. Yum, chips are the best, Choji added. Even Sasuke was taken aback by how his recent words shifted the crowd's perception of Naruto, particularly among the children from ninja clans. Curiosity about Naruto began to blossom, and Naruto, not disappointing anyone, swiftly defeated Sanada, a.k.a. was no joke. After all that time, under Sasuke's relentless training, Naruto's physical prowess had significantly improved, coupled with regular training and battles. He ranked among the top in overall combat capability in their class. After the individual battles concluded, it was time for the team battles. Iruka instructed everyone to form their own teams. This posed a dilemma for Sasuke, since Naruto occupied one spot in their trio, while a throng of girls had already surrounded him. Teacher, my team is set. Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto, Hyuga Hinata. Sasuke raised his hand and announced the three names loudly. This caused Hinata, who had been lurking in the corner, and overheard her name. To shudder at me, Hinata timidly pointed to herself, her voice barely above a whisper, "Is that okay?" Sasuke flashed a warm smile at him. Hinata, uncertain of her feelings, found herself unable to voice a refusal. After a gentle nod, she joined Sasuke and Naruto. Though Hinata hailed from an esteemed family, she lacked presence in class. At her age, most girls were lively and energetic, making it difficult for Hinata to fit into their little groups. After Sasuke selected Hinata as a teammate, the other girls, though disappointed, quickly sought out their own partners. After all, this test would be recorded in their grades. The results in ninja school held significant importance for their future as ninjas. Chapter 18. Team Battles. Itachi's silent shock. The teams were rapidly formed. Group 1. Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto, Hyuga Hinata. Group 2. Inuzuka Kiba, Aburame Shino, Haruno Sakura. Group 3. Narashikamu, Akimichi Choji, Yamanaka Ino. Group 4. Kimizumi Tameda, Kuyanaka Hito, Gohan Kimihito. Group 5. Morishita Morimori. Watanabe, Shimura Yoda. Group 6. Akahiro I. In total, 24 students are divided into 8 groups. Drawing lots determine their opponents. Number 4, that looks like we're the last group scheduled to fight. We can rest well and observe their fighting styles. Sasuke remarked as he handed the number to Iruka, then took a seat in the audience. Observing Sasuke's calm demeanor, Iruka's face bore a look of puzzlement. It was known that being in the last group indeed provided an advantage in assessing opponents' fighting styles. However, it also meant they would have the least rest time. Even if they emerged victorious, they would immediately face stronger opponents. Yet Uchiha Sasuke appeared remarkably composed. As for Hinata and Naruto, one seemed to be a single-celled organism, his face and heart brimming with anticipation for battle, while the other fiddled with his fingers, lost in thought. Team battles were not the same as individual ones. Was this the pride of the Uchiha? Iruka quickly shook off his musings. First match, Narashikaku, Akimichi Choji, Yamanaka Ino. In the midst of the confrontation, Umashita Yuta and Kaguya Nakahito stood ready, while Iruka's voice resonated through the air, signaling the arrival of the two teams onto the battlefield. It is crucial to avoid revealing too much. The concentrated medicinal herbs awarded this time are exceedingly precious. This is indeed troublesome. I have no desire to face that Uchiha fellow. Shikamaru stifled a yawn, expressing his vexation. I share your frustration. Is this the fate of a beautiful girl? Ultimately, one must stand opposite the person one loves, mused Yamanaka Ino, lost in a daydream. Ababa, Akimichi Choji continued munching on snacks. Swish, H-Ben Sh swiftly hurled a barrage of practice shuriken. In response, Yamashita Yuta and Kaguya Nakahito immediately launched their attacks, each selecting Ino and Choji as their opponents. H-Ben Sh. However, regarded Shikamaru with a wary expression. The three clans they belonged to were quite renowned in the village. Traditionally, the Nara clan orchestrated the battles, requiring only to keep a close watch on this individual to thwart the opposing tactics within a short span of time. His relentless training was aimed at overcoming the ninjas from these esteemed families today. Shikamaru, feeling rather bored, let out another yawn and plopped down onto the ground at Nin, content to remain inactive. Appreciated the respite. Meanwhile, Choji broke from his usual demeanor, stowing away his chips and focusing intently on his opponent, Yamashita Yuta. The latter, also of a stocky build, was clearly a strength-oriented fighter. Bang! The two clashed like sumo wrestlers, a powerful force kicking up a cloud of dust. However, it soon became apparent to Yamashita Yuta that he could not budge Choji in the slightest. Wait? No. It was pure strength in the face of absolute power. Choji effortlessly sent Yamashita Yuta soaring through the air. Rising swiftly, he executed a decisive move that crushed down like a mountain point. One must admit, such a straightforward and brutal approach to combat proved remarkably effective at this age. In a mere 3 minutes, Yamashita Yuta succumbed to defeat at Choji's hands. As for Ino, while her mind transfer technique was not particularly potent yet, it was more than sufficient to control a child. Her opponent, Kuyanaka Hito, launched a surprise attack on It was at this moment that Shikamaru took action. With a pincer attack, Nin quickly fell as well. The first round concluded with victories for Nara Shikamaru, Akimichi Choji, and Yamanaka Ino. In the second bout, the previous battles held little suspense. Inazuka Kiba, Yamanaka Shino, and Haruno Sakura advanced. The next group was led by Shimura Kanichi. Now, it was Sasuke's turn. That I can handle this myself. Sasuke stated calmly, Hinata, Naruto's vision is not as sharp as yours. You need to observe my upcoming battle closely. In our future training, we should strive in this direction. What? Why is that? Naruto complained, looking distressed. Well, Hinata nodded, not contradicting him. Naruto, do you wish to claim the top spot? Isn't your dream to become Hokage? Starting from first place would surely make you look more impressive. Sasuke smiled. Indeed, that's true. Okay, I'll follow your advice. Although Naruto still yearned to fight, Sasuke's words undeniably held greater allure. Just you alone? You underestimate us. The opponent scoffed. Humph. Even if you're an Uchiha, we have enough confidence to defeat you. Witnessing Sasuke step forward alone, the opponents felt deeply insulted. Oh cool, Uchiha Sasuke, gushed the infatuated girls. How arrogant, always trying to look impressive, grumbled the collective boys, including Naruto. With a flash, Sasuke activated his Raijin mode. Sparks of electricity began to dance around his body. Lightning release? Is he planning to engage in combat using ninjutsu so soon? Why reveal his trump card at this early stage? As a teacher, Irika may not have been the strongest, but he possessed keen insight. He quickly realized that Sasuke had unleashed lightning release, yet he had not seen him perform any hand seals. Could it be that he was utilizing a no-hand seal ninjutsu? At that moment, a panel appeared before Sasuke. Itachi is here. Sasuke's heart raced. He hadn't done anything particularly special, so why was Itachi so surprised? Itachi had seen this Raijin mode before. Sasuke mentally scoffed, but felt pleased with this outcome. At the same time, it inspired Sasuke to perform even better. If Itachi was watching, he had to put on a good show. With that thought, Sasuke vanished from his position. Body flicker technique? No, wait, there was no fluctuation of chakra. Was it taijutsu? But he had just used lightning release. This maneuver left Irika utterly bewildered. Bang, bang, bang. In a heartbeat, the three opponents collapsed to the ground, incapacitated. Irika rushed to their side, relieved to confirm that they were merely unconscious. After all, mishaps leading to casualties during battle training were not unheard of. Chapter 19. Sharp-tongued Hinata, triumphant third Hokage. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task of shocking Itachi 10 times. Reward. Technique. Abyss of Naraku. Soul interrogation. Mysterious experience card X1. After defeating the three opponents, the familiar system notification chimed in Sasuke's ears. .2 Barang Jinjutsu and an experience card. However, the experience card still bore a question mark. System. Use the experience card. Sasuke was not one to hoard items and chose to activate the experience card immediately. As the question mark faded, Sasuke was taken aback by the information displayed, which left him somewhat shaken. If used properly, this could be a lifesaver. Sasuke's heart sank, suppressing his excitement as he returned to his group. Hinata, did you observe the recent battle clearly? Do you have anything to say? Sasuke inquired directly. Earlier, you asked me where their chakra was weakest and the precise acupoint locations, didn't you? Was that to execute such a precise battle? Hinata gazed at him with admiration in just a matter of seconds. Sasuke had devised such an excellent strategy. Moreover, this was their first time cooperating. Indeed, such battles should not deplete too much energy. The current ninja world is unstable, and we may encounter more opponents in the future. If we cannot treat every battle as a battlefield, we will find ourselves at a disadvantage. Sasuke said earnestly that in the original story, Team 7 often found themselves in a state of confusion when facing numerous enemies, leading to panic and chaos against foes like Gaara's team or Orochimaru. Understood, Hinata nodded solemnly. Have you informed your family about the food situation? Yes, I've already spoken to them. That's good. Keep up the training. I hope we can continue to fight side by side. Hinata, what's wrong? Why is your face so red? Can you all speak in a way that I can understand? Just as Hinata was at a loss, Naruto interjected. He could grasp each part of their conversation separately, but when combined, it made no sense. Sasuke just had me identify the special acupoints on the three opponents, then used incredible speed to defeat them with minimal effort. Although we didn't engage in the battle, this was indeed a form of teamwork. I handled the intelligence. Sasuke took care of the fighting, and you were responsible for not causing any trouble. Yes, that's right. Hinata spoke earnestly to present. There exists no special bond between her and Naruto. In contrast, she has developed a unique sentiment towards Sasuke. Thus, her words, articulated now, bear no regard for Naruto's feelings. Sasuke and Naruto, both, wore expressions of embarrassment. Who could have anticipated that such an adorable girl would utter such statements? Even Sasuke was taken aback. Now, we shall proceed to the second phase of the team battle. Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto, and Hyuga Hinata versus Shinjiro Hatake. The subsequent match is set to follow closely. Meanwhile, Itachi bore a look of astonishment. Sasuke's recent maneuver was simply flawless. Itachi pondered to himself. If placed in a similar situation, he would have been incapable of devising such a perfect plan. Although victory was assured, at that moment, a member of the Umbu appeared behind Itachi, delivering a somewhat unfriendly message. However, this was to be expected. Within the village, there were few who favored the Uchiha clan. Even now that Itachi had joined the Umbu, outside of missions, the other members regarded him with indifference. Despite his desire to witness Sasuke's battle to its conclusion, Itachi opted to leave the principal's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed gravely at an examination paper before him. Tadaka-sama. Itachi's figure materialized in the room. Bowing respectfully, he addressed Sarutobi. Take a look at this examination paper, Sarutobi said, handing Itachi a nameless test. The accuracy was 100%, and the analysis of certain combat scenarios had reached the level of a chunin. And this, the will of fire. Hokage-sama, is this a standard paper? Itachi inquired, his brow furrowed in suspicion as he scrutinized the answers. Why would I show you this? Sarutobi replied, bemused. Was it merely to showcase self-praise on a standard paper? At this moment, Itachi was unaware of his growing aversion to this so-called will of fire. This examination belongs to Uchiha Sasuke. What score do you believe it deserves? Sarutobi took a deep breath of smoke before slowly speaking. Sasuke? Itachi activated his Sharingan, momentarily overwhelmed by this revelation. Hokage-sama, if this truly is Sasuke's paper, I would grant him a perfect score. After a few breaths, Itachi realized his rudeness and quickly responded. Why must he receive a perfect score? Sarutobi asked with interest. Firstly, Sasuke is merely a 5-year-old child, and this paper demonstrates considerable academic foundation. Secondly, his understanding of the will of fire, I believe, is already on par with mine. Lastly, precisely because he is my younger brother, I must award him a perfect score. This score is devoid of any other emotional considerations. Itachi spoke with utmost seriousness, his body trembling slightly from excitement. I too believe he deserves a perfect score. Moreover, his combat prowess and techniques are commendable. Itachi, I hope you can dedicate more time to instructing Sasuke. nurturing him into a valuable asset for the village. The most robust barriers of Konoha require these young individuals to forge them. Sarutobi commenced his subtle persuasion. Itachi, evidently, was receptive to this approach. Not only did Sarutobi bestow upon Itachi a special task, allowing him ample time to be with his brother, but he also expressed his recognition of Sasuke. For a protective older brother, this was a moment of unrestrained joy. After discussing several matters, Itachi bowed and vanished from the room. Uchiha Fugaku, you may not have anticipated that your two sons would inherit the will of fire so splendidly. From the very beginning of this contest, you have already lost. Amidst the swirling smoke, Sarutobi revealed a self-satisfied smile. Chapter 20. No insights, only hatred. By the time Itachi returned to the training grounds, Sasuke had already triumphed over Shinjiro Hitaki. Standing victorious, this kid, I should return and inform our father, Itachi contemplated, yet he did not finish his sentence and vanished in an instant. The battle reached its climax. Team Shikamaru versus Team Sasuke. Teacher, we concede. As Iruka prepared to announce the commencement of the match, Shikamaru raised his hand, indicating their team's surrender. Why concede? Shikamaru, you cannot win. Currently, only Sasuke has engaged in battle. Hinata and Naruto have yet to make a move. Even if our team confronted Sasuke alone, victory would be uncertain. Let alone with two others present, I prefer to avoid a beating, hence my concession. Shikamaru shrugged. Very well. The winning team of the team battle is Uchiha Sasuke, Hyuga Hinata, and Uzumaki Naruto. The reward is a set of rare medicinal herbs, beneficial for enhancing the body after bathing. Additionally, a cash prize of 50,000 yen. Iruka declared, handing the herbs and money to the three. Sasuke, am I dreaming? Ha. I am not dreaming. Naruto exclaimed joyfully. 50,000 yen. This is an astronomical sum for me. Naruto thought, more interested in calculating how many bowls of ramen he could buy with the money than the herbs. Due to the testing, school was dismissed immediately after. Naruto wished to drag Sasuke to Ichiraka Ramen for a celebration, but Sasuke had other matters to attend to. Itachi was observing him and should be home now. To return Itachi to normalcy in the shortest time possible, he needed to seize the opportunity while Itachi was at home. Thus, he let Naruto go alone. Hinata also departed to practice at home. Everyone's leaving. Am I destined to eat ramen alone again? Ugh. Naruto, haven't you returned home yet? Would you like to join me for some youthful training? Just as Naruto felt dejected, Lee appeared. Subsequently, the two simple-minded individuals embarked on a quest they dubbed the Trial of Youth. Upon returning home, Itachi had indeed returned. However, the atmosphere in the living room felt rather peculiar. Uchiha Fugaku sat sternly in the main seat, while Itachi lowered his head in resignation. Their mother, Mikoto, sat quietly to the side. Father, mother, brother, what is the matter? Sasuke set his bag aside. Curiously regarding the three, this odd situation was a first for Sasuke. It is worth noting that in the original narrative, even during the night of the massacre, Fugaku and his wife chose to forgive Itachi. Mikoto, please check if the meal prepared for Sasuke is ready, Fugaku instructed. All right, Mikoto smiled at Sasuke, then glanced at Itachi before rising to head toward the kitchen. Sasuke, your brother mentioned that you scored full marks on today's cultural examination and ranked first in the practical test. Do you have any thoughts on this? Fugaku, at a loss for how to inquire after his youngest son, felt overwhelmed by Sasuke's numerous displays of talent recently. Full marks? It seems the third Hokage was quite pleased with the essay I wrote. Sasuke thought. Father, is there a reward? He innocently extended his hand. His wide eyes sparkling with anticipation. A reward? Wait, what do you mean by essay? Uchiha Fugaku originally sought to understand why Sasuke possessed such a profound embodiment of the will of fire. In his perspective, it was highly likely that this was influenced by Itachi. Coupled with Itachi's current mission, Uchiha Fugaku felt an unsettling sense of apprehension. However, Sasuke's response left him somewhat bewildered, akin to throwing a punch and not knowing where it would land. The task of composing a short essay based on the prompt and utilizing the knowledge he had acquired felt straightforward. Praising the third Hokage was a commonplace endeavor, by integrating these thoughts and embellishing them with eloquent language. He could craft a proper essay. Father, why this sudden interest? Sasuke inquired, gazing at Uchiha Fugaku with confusion that if this was merely a trivial matter, there was no need for further contemplation, especially if it would delay his meal. Thus, Sasuke promptly voiced his question that it's nothing. You may wash your hands and proceed to eat. Later, come to my study with your brother, Uchiha Fugaku replied, slowly rising, his brow furrowed, still bearing an air of seriousness and uncertainty. He vanished from their sight. Sasuke, was what you just said truly genuine? Was it not a fabrication born from your heart? Itachi felt a tinge of disappointment. After all, he had just accepted a mission aimed at nurturing Sasuke. Genuine introspection. The third Hokage had relocated their clan to this remote area. I have to walk much longer to attend school. Do you think I have any genuine appreciation for him? Surely, resentment must be present. Sasuke asserted earnestly. You, Sasuke, there are things your brother doesn't know how to say. Brother, I'm off to eat. I'm so hungry, Sasuke exclaimed before swiftly disappearing from the scene. This boy is the will of fire, truly just. Am I? Itachi's mind began to spiral into confusion. Though he desperately wished to uphold the beliefs he had maintained for so long, the truths Sasuke presented were undeniable. The clash of these two perspectives left Uchiha Itachi increasingly unsettled. Meanwhile, the architect of it all, Uchiha Sasuke, had already embarked on his journey of indulgence, determined to replenish his bodily nutrients to enhance his training. The Uchiha clan had once again produced a genius. And this news quickly spread throughout the shinobi village. It must be noted that the Uchiha, as the most powerful clan in Konoha, still attracted considerable attention. The name Uchiha Sasuke had officially entered the public consciousness. Simultaneously, Hinata also garnered attention. Chapter 21. Hinata's transformation, painful training. In the Hyuga clan, within the residence of Hyuga Hizashi sat across from Hinata, their expressions starkly contrasting. Hizashi wore a serious demeanor, his furrowed brow betraying his discontent. As for Hinata, though somewhat restrained and anxious, there was an unusual determination in her gaze. Is this the reason you became friends with Uchiha Sasuke? Because of a bowl of ramen, Hizashi finally spoke. The realization that his daughter would venture out late at night for food due to hunger caught him off guard, especially since he had been oblivious to it. Had Hinata not disclosed this, he might have remained unaware. After all, as a prominent family in the village, the Hyuga were well equipped in terms of provisions, particularly with their rigorous training regimen. Yet Hizashi was astonished to discover Hinata's considerable appetite, 12 bowls. To be precise, that tea wasn't just one bowl. It was 12, Hinata corrected Hizashi earnestly. Hizashi found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Following the birth of Hanabi, Hizashi's expectations for Hinata had reached an unreasonable level. Driven by a desire to break long-standing traditions within the clan, the division between the main and branch families had been a source of immense personal trauma for him, especially after his younger brother had sacrificed himself in his stead. Hizashi's experience had left a profound impact, and he feared that Hanabi and Hinata might encounter similar trials in the future. This fear fueled his harshness towards Hinata, as he aimed to ensure she possessed sufficient strength to challenge these traditions as the future clan leader. However, Hizashi was increasingly dissatisfied with Hinata's talent and her slow progress in training. Initially attributing her lack of advancement to insufficient aptitude, he soon realized that her struggles stemmed from inadequate nutrition. In just a few short months, Hinata's growth had become evident, leaving Hizashi conflicted. But on one hand, Hinata's closeness to Sasuke could lead to unforeseen dangers. Yet, her nature made it difficult to distance her from him without causing significant psychological distress. Father, do you hold a negative opinion of the Uchiha clan as well? Could you share your thoughts on them? Hinata summoned the courage to voice her concerns directly. She was not foolish. Rather, she was exceptionally astute, aware of much that transpired around her. Hinata, allow me to enlighten you. The Uchiha clan, as one of the founding families of the village, was once considered among the strongest alongside the Senju clan. However, the prideful nature of Uchiha members and their obsession with power, Hizashi's understanding of the Uchiha was profound, and he swiftly recounted their history, from Uchiha Madara to the present Uchiha Fugaku, encompassing even the rising talents of Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi. However, he refrained from mentioning Sasuke, specifically one of the founding clans. They have demonstrated remarkable prowess in several shinobi wars. During the Third Shinobi World War, they single-handedly repelled the Mist Village's offensive. With a plethora of elite jonin among their ranks, how could such a clan be ostracized merely for their pride? And wasn't the Nine Tails incident never conclusively proven? Hinata articulated her gathered insights with unwavering conviction, her determination shining brighter than before. Hisashi was well aware of these facts. The reason the Hyuga clan had managed to maintain their prominence in Konoha was their reluctance to engage in power struggles. However, any association with the Uchiha would inevitably draw the attention of the village's higher echelons. Yet Hisashi found it difficult to articulate this concern. Father, I've become friends with Uchiha Sasuke. In terms of training, I will strive to meet your expectations. Therefore, could you refrain from obstructing me? Hinata lifted her gaze, meeting Hisashi's eyes, articulating her request with earnestness. After a moment of contemplation, Hisashi seemed to reach a decision regarding his daughter's plea. Hinata, do you comprehend the implications of your current choice? He rose to his feet. I understand, Hinata replied, standing and activating her Byakugan. Very well. Then let your actions affirm your resolve. Should you falter, I understand, father, before Hisashi could finish. A look of joy illuminated Hinata's face, but he nodded, signaling that she could take her leave. That I hope this choice is not misguided. The sense of helplessness washed over Hisashi as he placed his trust entirely in Hinata. He could indeed see the changes within her. The Hinata of the past would never have voiced such sentiments. Her transformation instilled in Hisashi a newfound confidence in his desire to alter the family's rigid traditions. If Hinata had remained timid, she would never have been capable of confronting such matters. But now, things were different. Meanwhile, in the forest, is this what Sasuke referred to as a new training method? The scene appeared rather intriguing. Rock Lee, with his eyes wide open, radiating wisdom, inquired. This is not amusing at all, and it even hurts a bit. However, in terms of physical enhancement, it proves to be far more effective than mere training. Naruto, who had been experiencing this method of cultivation, spoke with a deep sense of understanding. He was also reminded of the fear he felt when subjected to Sasuke's lightning techniques. It's worth noting that this individual would occasionally zap him during class. Were it not for his resilient spirit, he would have long been expelled by the teacher. Naruto Lee, regardless of the direction of our training, physical strength is fundamental. Lee, without a doubt, possessed the best physical condition among the three of us. Yet, there remains considerable room for improvement. Thus, our forthcoming training must transcend the simplicity of our previous approach. Today, we shall complete 10 rounds of physical refinement. The subsequent physical training will serve as a means to master our bodies. Are you ready? Upon finishing his statement, Sasuke summoned forth a powerful arc of electricity in his hands. Observing the electric arc, both Naruto and Lee could not help but twitch their lips. This might indeed be rather painful. Chapter 22. The Herald of the Will of Fire, Sasuke. After concluding such rigorous training, the three returned to the communal training ground. Sasuke, you aced your cultural studies. Could you teach me? Yes, Sasuke. I need this too. Both Naruto and Lee expressed, their faces brimming with anticipation. The disparity between their academic performance and practical test results was staggering. Cultural studies? It's quite simple. Really, the rote memorization aspect should pose no challenge for either of you. The primary issue lies in analyzing battle situations and understanding the will of fire. Let's begin with the will of fire. Sasuke's voice noticeably rose in intensity. What followed was an impassioned discourse on the village. His profound respect for the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and his interpretation of the essence of combat. After elaborating on these points, he delved into detailed instruction regarding situational analysis and management. The weekend swiftly passed amidst the trio's training. Meanwhile, the higher-ups of Konohagakure grew increasingly uneasy. Within the rude organization, Danzo's voice trembled with disbelief. Are you saying that the Uchiha brat is getting close to the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, and is even instilling the will of fire in him? Having received this intelligence, he resembled a ghost. Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi were already deeply entrenched in the will of fire. Even Uchiha Fugaku found this situation exceedingly troubling. Time and again, he attempted to rein in both individuals back to the Uchiha clan. Yet all efforts were in vain. Now, 5-year-old Uchiha Sasuke was bound to attract even greater scrutiny from Fugaku. Why would they allow a mere child to be dubbed the Herald of the Will of Fire? Furthermore, in his plans, both the Uchiha and the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki were indispensable components. What on earth has the third Hokage done? How could he persuade the Uchiha clan members in such a short span of time? Could it be? Danzo's mind spiraled into wild speculations. After all, the actions he intended to take had already infringed upon the interests of the third Hokage, following the chaos caused by the Nine-Tails. His prior maneuvers had already drawn the ire of Sarutobi, in the Hokage's office. Sarutobi mused, "It seems Itachi has not betrayed my trust. In the upcoming period, let Itachi continue with his assigned tasks. As for Shursui, provide him with some protection. Ensure that Root's personnel do not approach him, that a smile graced Sarutobi's lips. The current circumstances had illuminated the path he ought to tread, once he managed to handle the notoriously difficult Uchiha clan. The integration of other clans would be a mere formality. Regarding Danzo, his previous reluctance to take action against Root stemmed from the necessity of its existence in the village. However, with the Uchiha clan now within reach, it was time to contemplate the issue of Root. "Summon Shursui to meet me," Sarutobi commanded, then turned his attention to several documents on his desk, which bore the names Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Shursui, Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Nagasawa, Uchiha Nakamura, Uchiha Sasuke. Within the Uchiha clan, Fugaku tossed a file onto Itachi's desk, his expression revealing his impatience for the first time. "Itachi, is this your assignment?" "Father, you see." Itachi was momentarily taken aback by the contents of the document. Uchiha Sasuke, the Herald of the Will of Fire. Upon reading that line, Itachi let out an inward sigh of disbelief. Such matters would surely vex even Fugaku, were it not for Itachi's knowledge that he had not been the one to indoctrinate Sasuke. He would have thought he was responsible. "Father, I did not do this. Aside from our regular training, Sasuke hardly shares anything with me. Time is scarce," Itachi calmly stated as he placed the document before him. Of course, he withheld certain details from Fugaku. After all, he remained skeptical about the Will of Fire, and the notion of brainwashing Sasuke was utterly absurd. "Not your doing? Then who could it be?" "Shursui." But Shursui has had no contact with Sasuke. If anyone in the clan had the most interaction with Sasuke, it would likely be his own father. The fog surrounding the Uchiha clan began to dissipate. Meanwhile, other clans found themselves bewildered by the peculiar relationship between the Uchiha and the higher-ups of Konoha. Fortunately, many children from various clans had the opportunity to interact with Uchiha Sasuke, and they were already beginning to set up investigations that, in contrast, within the Ninja Academy, Naruto watched the occasional flicker of electricity dancing across Sasuke's form, his lips involuntarily twitching. This guy really is relentless with himself. Not even during class does he relent. He continues to train. The next moment, it was Naruto's turn to feel the sting. During this period, Sasuke's days flowed seamlessly. The refinement of chakra, enhancement of physical capabilities, and mastery of ninjutsu progressed splendidly. Remarkably, even Naruto experienced significant growth. "Sasuke, why must I memorize this too? And I have to recite it with such fervor?" "Don't you dislike the third Hokage?" Naruto queried, his face a mask of confusion. Despite his usual foolish demeanor, he strictly adhered to Sasuke's instructions. This bond between them was invaluable. Only through such diligence could they cultivate their growth and avoid unnecessary obstacles. "There are some things you may not understand now, but in time, you will." Sasuke was unable to divulge certain truths to Naruto. Although he was aware of the Hokage's vision, these concepts were too advanced for Naruto at this stage. "Even if I don't fully grasp it, I just need to remember it, right?" Naruto scratched his head, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. For a single-minded individual like him, it was undoubtedly wise to follow Sasuke's guidance without question. "Yes, now recite what you have memorized out loud," encouraged Sasuke. This feels a bit embarrassing. My goal is to become a Hokage like the third, possessing both fame and strength. This is my ninja way, Naruto Uzumaki. To protect the village, to fend off external threats while ensuring the well-being of our people." Though he voiced his embarrassment, when the words left his lips, Naruto's enthusiasm was palpable. Indeed, he perfectly embodied the archetype of a passionate, albeit simplistic, character. A shadow lurked in the darkness, observing as Naruto completed his recitation. The sensation of being watched vanished without a trace. Chapter 23. Targeted by Orochimaru. A grave crisis. Having sensed the cessation of prying eyes, the smile at the corner of Sasuke's mouth became more pronounced. It was evident that Naruto's words carried far greater persuasive weight than those of Sasuke himself. At this juncture, even Sarutobi Hiruzen, that old fox, would likely harbor no further doubts. After all, what ill intentions could possibly reside within two 5-year-old children? The following night, outside Konoha, within a cave, the adults have already conducted a thorough investigation. As it stands, that so-called genius of the Uchiha clan has indeed been thoroughly indoctrinated by the will of fire. Furthermore, his displayed talents far exceed the information that is circulated. I observed their training, and the level of their practice left me somewhat astounded. Most notably, Uchiha Fugaka's attitude towards him appeared to be one of indulgence. Should we take action against him? A figure emerged slowly from the shadows. Beneath his white hair lay a sinister visage. The glint in his eyes revealed that he was no ordinary individual. Indeed, it was Mizuki, the teacher from Konoha Ninja Academy. Before Mizuki stood the individual he referred to as the adult. The renowned scientist of the ninja world, Orochimaru. How confident are you? Orochimaru inquired, a smirk tugging at his lips. Next month, there will be a special training session, originally led by Irika, but I can seize that opportunity. The location will be in the dense forest to the west. At that time, I shall bring your target to your side. Mizuki gazed at Orochimaru with eager anticipation. Indeed, the emergence of Uchiha Sasuke had prompted Orochimaru to seek out Mizuki earlier than expected. This individual, who yearned for immense power and a reputation in the ninja world, had begun contemplating his future path after a fleeting glimpse of Uchiha Itachi. However, Itachi's rapid ascent had rendered Orochimaru hesitant to act against him. After all, as a member of the Anbu, Itachi was typically accompanied by other formidable Anbu operatives. Should their location be revealed, even Orochimaru might find himself at risk of death in battle, a decision unthinkable for the cautious Orochimaru. Now, however, another genius had emerged from the Uchiha clan. More importantly, this prodigy, Uchiha Sasuke, was merely over 5 years of age. Such youth was perfect for molding into the ideal vessel. Thus, the current scenario unfolded. This is the reagent for activating the cursed seal. However, the seal is still in the development phase, so use it only as a last resort. Of course, if you bring Sasuke to my side, you will possess the most perfect cursed seal. At that time, the power that belongs to you will surpass your wildest imagination. Orochimaru tossed a vial of the reagent into Mizuki's hands. Subsequently, a serpent emerged from the ground, swallowing Orochimaru whole, vanishing from sight. Irika, Hokage, watch closely. Mizuki, shall become the entity you all fear. Clutching the vial, Mizuki's face contorted with excitement. Little did he realize that even the Orochimaru he idolized and anticipated would not dare to exhibit such bravado in the face of Konoha. Of course, Mizuki was oblivious to this fact. He firmly believed he would use Sasuke as a stepping stone to become a ninja who would send shockwaves through the ninja world. Not long after the two vanished, a white-haired figure appeared in the same spot, Orochimaru's chakra presence. How dare he come here? Jiraiya, sensing the lingering chakra in the air, wore a grave expression. Ever since Orochimaru's defection, he had been pursuing him relentlessly, while simultaneously traveling and training throughout the ninja world. Coincidentally, he had returned to the village to attend to some important matters, only to detect Orochimaru's presence here. In an instant, Jiraiya's mood turned somber. His return was intended to finalize the latest installment of Ica Paradise. The last step involved gathering materials in Konoha A.S., one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha. He harbored a significant attachment to the village. Damn it! At a time like this, how can I think of anything else? Orochimaru has undoubtedly fled, that I should prioritize collecting materials. Jiraiya chided himself with a slap before disappearing from the spot. Upon returning to the village, Jiraiya relayed the information to Sarutobi Hiruzen before taking his leave. He had nothing further to discuss with his mentor. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered. Orochimaru, how could he possibly be here? Is he planning to strike against the village? He retrieved a dusty document, his countenance darkening. I in the past. These three individuals have been his pride. Now, they were an indelible stain on his record. Chew, take 3 teams and investigate. If you uncover any useful information, report back immediately. Ultimately, Sarutobi Hiruzen issued the order to pursue. Understood, Hokage-sama. As one of Sarutobi Hiruzen's personal guards and a standout among the pursuing ninjas, Chu sprang into action upon receiving the directive in the depths of the night. Having completed his training, Sasuke departed from the Lake of Shadows, making his way toward the clan's territory. Suddenly, a powerful sense of threat coursed through his body. Instantly, his Raijin mode activated, channeling chakra and muscle into this moment. Hee, have I been discovered? Truly, living up to the name of Uchiha Genius, from the ground emerged a great serpent. As it opened its mouth, a figure slowly crawled out, speaking in a sinister tone. Orochimaru? Upon witnessing the figure, Sasuke inwardly lamented, how could this guy appear in Konoha? As an S-rank rogue ninja, if discovered, even with several lives, it wouldn't suffice. Is he really after me? Suddenly, Sasuke realized a dire circumstance. He had caught Orochimaru's attention. What the hell? Orochimaru, instead of dealing with your brother, why are you coming after a little brat like me? Allow me to introduce myself. I am Orochimaru. Once a ninja of Konoha, you may not recognize me, but I will grant you the time to get acquainted with me. Come with me. Hidden Shadow, Snake Hands, Orochimaru declared, launching an attack at Sasuke. Chapter 24, Escaping with the Experience Card, Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. Faced with a multitude of snake shadows, Sasuke immediately unleashed the technique capable of incinerating foes. Beneath the massive fireball, the snake shadows were consumed. Already mastered such fire release? Impressive, Orochimaru remarked, but the stronger you become, the more Orochimaru trailed off, licking his tongue, locking on his Sasuke's presence. Once the flames dissipated, he would strike with all his might to seize Sasuke. Boom! In the next moment, the fireball detonated, engulfing Orochimaru in the explosion. Observing the blast, Sasuke swiftly maneuvered toward the Uchiha clan's territory. Orochimaru was an exceedingly dangerous individual. Most importantly, being taken by him could leave behind some bizarre remnants. If anything disrupted his foundation, it would not bode well. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Before Sasuke could enter the dense forest, several snake heads emerged from the tree trunks. Each serpent's mouth opened, revealing a manifestation of Orochimaru. Simultaneously, the dust and mist from the explosion began to disperse with the wind. On the ground lay a piece of snake skin. Indeed, this guy possessed an abundance of substitution techniques. Originally, I intended to gently take you away from Konoha. Seeing you as a child, it seems now I must employ a bit more force. 5 Orochimaru simultaneously opened their mouths. Instantly, countless venomous snakes surged forth, launching an assault toward Sasuke. This fellow could only resort to that. Sasuke raised his hand, and a card materialized in his grasp. Bang! As chakra surged into it. A colossal cloud of smoke enveloped the surroundings in an instant. What is this? A familiar aura infiltrated Orochimaru's senses. Within the smoke, a gigantic phantom emerged, and overwhelming pressure descended. Boom! Immediately, a massive blade fell. The venomous snakes on the ground were all swept away in a single strike. The white mist dissipated, revealing a toad wielding a short blade. It was none other than Jiraiya's summoning beast, Gamaken. Not Jiraiya, just a little brat. Gamaken stared at Sasuke, a look of confusion etched upon his face. An unfamiliar chakra, an unfamiliar child. If it weren't for the fact that the opponent was Orochimaru, Gamaken would likely have turned and fled. Indeed, this was the Gamaken Sasuke had acquired through the experience card during his mission. Upon usage, it allowed for the summoning of Gamaken, disregarding the world's rules that AS for obedience. The system had no control over that. Regardless, Gamaken would be summoned. Gamaken? When did this little brat become associated with that fellow? Jiraiya. It seems I must get serious. Hiss. Orochimaru bit into his own fingertip, directly unleashing the summoning technique. In the next moment, a terrifying serpent appeared. Orochimaru mused, the quality of the last offering was somewhat lacking. This time, I hope not to feast upon something of that nature again. The myriad snakes hissed and lunged at naked S for Orochimaru. He wasted no time, charging toward Sasuke. This little brat even managed to summon Gamaken. Who knows what other tricks he possesses? Better take him away. Engaging in battle within Konoha is hardly a wise choice, in Orochimaru's view. He had already spent too much time here. The more it unfolded, the more Orochimaru anticipated and reveled in the excitement. This little brat might just bring him unexpected surprises. Fire style. Great fireball technique. Sasuke raised his finger and once again called out the name of the fire technique. Orochimaru showed no intention of dodging, continuing his advance. Sizzle. In the next moment, powerful lightning surged forth, enveloping Orochimaru entirely. The paralysis induced by the lightning caused Orochimaru to momentarily lose his ability to move. Lightning God Mode. Lightning Dash. Sasuke formed seals once more, arcs of electricity enveloping his body. Even his hair bristled with the electric energy. Boom! The ground shattered instantly beneath his feet. Sasuke's figure vanished from sight. By the time the paralysis subsided, Orochimaru had already lost the optimal opportunity to pursue. Even if he could catch up now, they were still in Konoha. At that point, before he could take action, he would undoubtedly be entangled by those troublesome individuals from Konoha. The myriad snakes retreated. Orochimaru snorted coldly, sinking into the ground. The myriad snakes no longer tangled with Gamaken, dissipating in a white mist. Nonsense, he charges by the encounter. If Orochimaru himself had declared the fight over, the myriad snakes certainly would not linger to continue the battle. Though much transpired, it was all concluded within mere seconds. After everyone departed, only Gamaken remained, bewildered in the wind. Rustled as Sasuke made his escape. Several figures appear before him. Sasuke, are you all right? Uchiha Sasuke gazed at Sasuke with evident concern. He was responsible for Sasuke's safety, due to an urgent matter at the security department tonight. He had stepped away for a moment. Little did he expect that within that brief span, Sasuke had nearly encountered disaster. A being named Orochimaru infiltrated the village. It seems he is one of the legendary Sannin. Quickly, report this intelligence to the Hokage. Sasuke spoke, then vanished from the scene once more. Time to head home. With Orochimaru's sinister and terrifying demeanor, remaining near Uchiha Shikamaru was far less safe than being close to Uchiha Fugaku. Had it not been for the Gamaken experience card, he might have truly been taken by Orochimaru. Soon, news of Orochimaru's invasion of Konoha spread among the higher dash-ups. This moment, within the Hokage's office. Several individuals stood with grim expressions. Third Hokage, you allowed Orochimaru, this scourge, to escape when you had the chance. Now, he poses a threat to the safety of our village. You better provide us with an explanation. Tsunade spoke first. Orochimaru indeed presents a significant problem. Third Hokage, what do you believe was his purpose for infiltrating Konoha? Mito Minion chimed in at AS for Danzo. He stood aside, a mocking expression on his face as he observed Sarutobi Hiruzen, never expecting Orochimaru to re-emerge at such a time. Should Orochimaru lend his assistance, then the forthcoming plans Danzo had already begun scheming for his own ascension to Hokage AS for the village's safety. He held great confidence that a character like Orochimaru would not be able to turn the tide. The target has already departed. The objective was Uchiha Sasuke. AS for how Uchiha Sasuke managed to escape. That remains unclear for the time being. However, esteemed adults, will you only stand here to criticize? At that moment, a figure appeared at the window. Chapter 25. The third Hokage's predicament. Jiraiya arrives. The head of white hair confirmed his identity. The newcomer was none other than Jiraiya. As for this information, he had learned it from Gamaken. Originally intending to explain the situation to Sarutobi Hiruzen, he unexpectedly stumbled upon this scene as a member of Konoha's upper echelon. They should be devising solutions to problems instead of merely questioning one another. As expected, Tsunade's departure from the village was not without reason. Jiraiya, I merely came to clarify the situation. I had no intention of participating in your meeting. Hokage-sama, I must return to my mission. Jiraiya interjected before Mito Minion could respond, swiftly departing from the scene. Third Hokage, this is your esteemed disciple. Humph, you handle this matter on your own. Mito Minion, unable to contain his anger, swept his sleeve and left. AS for seeking trouble with Jiraiya. Huh, what trouble could he possibly seek? The only remaining connection to Jiraiya was the third Hokage himself, AS for taking action against Jiraiya. Mito Minion was not so arrogant as to confront Jiraiya in his current position. Frustrated, he cast a glare at Sarutobi Hiruzen before exiting. Third Hokage, please expedite your resolution. Moreover, the selection for the fifth Hokage should also be nearing a conclusion. Tsunade spoke with a hint of significance. After glancing at Danzo, she turned to leave. Sarutobi Hiruzen, already somewhat troubled, felt an even greater headache upon hearing Tsunade's words. Most troubling was the fact that Danzo's intentions had become exceedingly transparent, to the point where he no longer bothered to conceal them, that Tsunade's comments were simply to consolidate her and Mito Minion's positions among the upper echelons. After all, should a new Hokage be chosen, their influence would still be quite substantial. Danzo, if you have nothing further to add, then you may take your leave. Sarutobi Hiruzen had no desire to engage in a battle of words with Danzo at this moment. That fellow's intentions were practically written across his face. Sarutobi Hiruzen had been remarkably patient without resorting to confrontation. Third Hokage, I can provide you with a solution. However, I will not agree to it. Before Danzo could finish speaking, Sarutobi Hiruzen offered his outright refusal. Very well. Danzo nodded slightly, then strode out of the Hokage's office. After Danzo's departure, Sarutobi Hiruzen sank heavily into his chair. Orochimaru, Uchiha Sasuke, one after another. They were individuals at the forefront of tumultuous events, now intertwined, that Jiraiya's temperament also rendered him unable to stand on his side. If those two were still present, he would not find himself in such a passive position. Meanwhile, within the Uchiha clan grounds, you mean to say Orochimaru intends to take you away? The countenance of Uchiha Fugaku was somber. Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin and an S-rank rogue ninja from Konoha, had now set his sights on his second son. Father, Sasuke. At this moment, Itachi rushed in, somewhat flustered. Having been scorned by Sasuke and invited by Izumi for dinner, he had gone out for dumplings, never anticipating such an event would transpire. Upon seeing Sasuke standing unharmed, Itachi exhaled a sigh of relief. Itachi, for the time being, your task is to ensure Sasuke's safety. Set aside all other matters, Uchiha Fugaku decisively declared. Understood, Father. By the way, where has Brother Shursui gone on his mission? If possible, I believe it would be better to have him join us in safeguarding Sasuke. Itachi interjected. Shursui, he will return tomorrow. You can seek him then. However, Father, brother, thank you, Sasuke interjected, his face brimming with gratitude, causing Uchiha Fugaku to swallow the words he was about to speak. Return to rest. I have guests arriving, Uchiha Fugaku stated calmly. Yes, Itachi nodded, leading Sasuke out of Fugaku's study. As the two departed, another individual entered. Lord Jiraiya, I presume your late-night visit pertains to my younger son? Uchiha Fugaku placed a cup of tea on the table and spoke flatly. Indeed, this something from your Uchiha clan? Jiraiya replied, producing a partially burned card from his pocket, on which the name Bunta was clearly legible, while the words experience card had been incinerated. What is this? Fugaku exclaimed, utterly bewildered, having never encountered such an item. You must be aware that today, your son Sasuke was attacked by Orochimaru. A critical moment. Sasuke summoned my summoning beast, Bunta, to thwart Orochimaru's assault. I wish to inquire further about this matter, and I also have questions regarding Orochimaru. You wouldn't obstruct my inquiries, would you, Minister Fugaku? Jiraiya continued. Seeing Fugaku's unknowing expression, Tio summoned a beast without signing a contract, to be targeted by Orochimaru yet escape unscathed. This prodigy of the Uchiha, a bearer of the will of fire, how could this not arouse my suspicion? What are your intentions regarding Sasuke, Lord Jiraiya? Fugaku lifted his gaze, his crimson eyes shimmering ominously, a terrifying aura beginning to emanate. Oh dear, Fugaku, you are still so easily provoked. We are not adversaries. There is no need to employ your Sharingan against me. Jiraiya chuckled, easing the tense atmosphere. After hearing Jiraiya's words, Fugaku retracted his Manjiki. I merely wish to comprehend the situation. If he could summon Bunta, it suggests he might possess a unique bond with my Bokuzan. Shall I take him there for a trial? Jiraiya proposed. This suggestion left Fugaka momentarily speechless. My Bokuzen, one of the legendary 3 Great Lands, was said to be a place where powerful ninjutsu could be mastered. Could Sasuke, at not yet 6 years of age, truly be deemed worthy of such an opportunity? Ultimately, it depends on Sasuke's own desires. As his father, I shall not impose my will upon him. Return tomorrow. Let him rest well tonight, Fugaka decided after some contemplation. Given Sasuke's displayed talent, if he could receive guidance from Jiraiya and learn sage techniques at my Bokuzen, it would undoubtedly enhance his future. Yet, Fugaka couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. Chapter 26. The Toad Sage. The Lecherous Sage? Sasuke found Jiraiya's visit entirely unremarkable, considering he had summoned the man's beast. He held a considerable fondness for Jiraiya, not only as a mentor, but also for his ability to write Risco literature. However, Sasuke had no intention of becoming Jiraiya's disciple. Yet, with such a figure watching over him, it seemed unlikely Orochimaru would dare to strike again. In summary, the situation appeared to be beneficial. The next day, Sasuke attended school, as usual, engaging in light-hearted conversation with Naruto and Rock Lee on their way to the Ninja Academy. Meanwhile, a pair of watchful eyes followed him. The Umbu, the root organization, Uchiha, and now Jiraiya. So many eyes upon him indicated that Orochimaru would likely refrain from making a move for the time being. With this reassurance, Sasuke returned to his routine. Who would have thought that the composed Sasuke in class had been attacked by Orochimaru the previous night? Even Jiraiya couldn't help but marvel at Sasuke's demeanor, noting how remarkably steady he appeared. Simultaneously, Jiraiya's gaze fell upon another individual, Naruto Uzumaki, the son of Minato. In the village, the surname Uzumaki was exclusive to that clan. The golden hair and blue eyes unmistakably signified Naruto's identity. However, after a brief investigation, Jiraiya's displeasure resurfaced. He even found himself at the base of the Hokage Tower, ready to confront Hiruzen Sarutobi. Yet, Jiraiya was no longer the reckless youth he once was, gazing at the towering edifice that symbolized the might of Konoha. He shook his head in resignation and departed. Some matters he felt powerless to alter. In fact, changing them might only bring further danger and complications to Naruto's life. Weighing the pros and cons, Jiraiya resolved to adhere to his original plan. As for Naruto's predicament, that could wait. With Sasuke as a good friend, it was evident that Naruto's life had improved significantly, and there was no need for excessive concern at present. The priority was to address the most pressing issue, Orochimaru. After school, Sasuke, shall we continue practicing shuriken throwing? Or perhaps we should switch up our training methods? Naruto suggested. Sasuke, you said there are elders present, so we should refrain from speaking carelessly. Just as Naruto rambled on, Sasuke sensed a formidable presence approaching. He promptly interrupted Naruto's chatter. Elders? Naruto instinctively looked around. As he turned, a large face loomed before him, the distance between them shrinking to a mere 0.01 centimeter. Startled, Naruto yelped and stumbled backward. Who are you? He inquired. Sasuke maintained his composure. Jiraiya. Although he anticipated the man would come, he hadn't expected it to occur so swiftly. That Jiraiya's decisiveness was truly remarkable. Suddenly, a dramatic sound echoed from an unknown source. Jiraiya commenced his self-introduction. The Toad Sage is a name concealed from the world. I am the unrivaled sage of the 3 legendary ninjas, the white-haired youth, the Toad Messenger. Even a crying child would cease their tears in the presence of the handsome Jiraiya. Jiraiya struck an exaggerated pose, proclaiming his name. The Toad Sage, Lord Jiraiya. Sasuke feigned curiosity. Naruto suddenly shouted, pointing at Jiraiya with a trembling finger. No, no, no. Naruto, please. Sasuke felt a twinge of embarrassment. Surely, these two wouldn't have an unspoken connection at this moment? Was this what they referred to as the world's force correcting the narrative? Sasuke, you don't understand. This morning, when I was on my way to school, passing by the bathhouse, I chanced upon this fellow peeking inside, only to be caught red-handed. Add to the absurdity, he was clutching numerous photographs of ladies in various states of undress. His recent utterances were undoubtedly deceitful. What a ridiculous notion of a frog sage. I reckon he is more akin to a lecherous sage. Naruto, unable to contain himself, divulged everything he knew. In an instant, Sasuke and Jiraiya found themselves ensnared in an awkward predicament. Both had prepared themselves for a particular mode of interaction. But Naruto's interruption left them momentarily flabbergasted. Huh? Naruto, surely you must be dreaming. This gentleman is none other than Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha. His prowess is formidable. Should he desire, he could even ascend to the role of Hokage. Sasuke promptly shifted the conversation. They couldn't remain ensnared in this embarrassment indefinitely. After all, Jiraiya had come to see him for a purpose, surely. Hokage? Such a lascivious person could become Hokage. Naruto was momentarily dumbfounded. The Hokage in his mind was a heroic figure, one who safeguarded the village, not a voyeur lurking in the ladies' bathhouse. Naruto, every individual's training follows its own unique path, that we mustn't view the training of adults through such peculiar lenses. Now, let us head back to— I too must return home for a meal. I'm utterly famished. Sasuke interrupted Naruto's fanciful musings and parted ways with him. Watching Sasuke leave, Naruto numbly waved his hand, still wearing a perplexed expression as he headed in the direction of his home. Although Jiraiya considered chasing after him to offer an explanation, especially since this was Minato's son, he ultimately decided to seek out Uchiha Sasuke first. The tea present, his engagement with Naruto would yield nothing beneficial and could even pose a danger to young Naruto. Oh, I understand now. This must be the adult's method of training. Naruto retrieved a book from his backpack, swiftly flipping to the page that detailed the transformation technique. Memories of the contents from Jiraiya's fallen book flooded his mind, and a glimmer of confidence shone in his eyes. Meanwhile, Jiraiya quickly caught up with Sasuke's pace. Or rather, Sasuke was lingering by the lakeside, awaiting him. Jiraiya-sama, you've come to see me, haven't you? Is it regarding the summoning beast issue? Sasuke straightforwardly steered the conversation back on track. There was no need for circumlocution in the presence of Jiraiya. Indeed. Can you tell me how you acquired this? Jiraiya handed Sasuke the card he had been holding. Chapter 27. Entering Mount Myaboku. Jiraiya regarded Sasuke with a serious expression. The implications of this matter could be significant. Most importantly, even Wanta was unclear why he had been summoned. Jiraiya had even asked Wanta to inquire with the Frog Sage, yet he had only received an enigmatic response. This only deepened Jiraiya's curiosity. If there were methods to forcibly summon a summoning beast now, what might arise in the future? Who could guarantee that there wouldn't be means to control summoning beasts? Most crucially, this involved the Uchiha. While Jiraiya believed that the Uchiha were not responsible for the Kyuubi incident, the higher-ups had persistently used this event to suppress the Uchiha clan over the years. If they truly developed a technique to control summoning beasts due to such matters, coupled with this blatant disregard for the summoning rules, it could lead to unforeseen consequences. I found this card. During an attack by Orochimaru, it suddenly siphoned off some of my chakra, and then a giant toad appeared. Sasuke succinctly distanced himself from the situation. After all, there was no need for him to elaborate too smoothly. Given his identity as a 5-year-old child, who would suspect such a reasonable fabrication? Found it. Jiraiya's lips twitched slightly, and he felt a sense of unease. Had Sasuke's words not been so casual, Jiraiya might have harbored some doubts. However, the apparent fabrication elicited no suspicion from him whatsoever. Sasuke nodded. Based on Jiraiya's current demeanor, it seemed he posed no immediate threat. Next, he merely needed to devise a way to keep Jiraiya close for the time being. The remaining matters would be simple. I need to verify your statement. Will you accompany me to a certain location? Jiraiya suddenly recalled a highly effective method, especially for a young child whose resolve was not yet steadfast. Dare you? Sasuke nodded, his gaze revealing a mix of curiosity and burgeoning determination. Very well. Let us proceed, Jiraiya declared, extending his hand to grasp Sasuke firmly. Instantly, a scroll unfurled behind him. With a swift motion, Jiraiya bit his finger and pressed it against the scroll. Boom! With a puff of white smoke, Jiraiya and Sasuke vanished from sight. Within the Hokage's office, in Uchiha Fugaku's study, Uchiha Sasuke has been taken by Jiraiya. Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback. Jiraiya has taken Sasuke? Uchiha Fugaku expressed both shock and confusion. Sarutobi was astonished at the prospect that Jiraiya intended to accept Uchiha Sasuke as his disciple. If this were the case, subsequent plans would require adjustment. After all, with Jiraiya's influence, Sarutobi would find it easier to garner the Uchiha's favor, potentially allowing him to forego certain constraint. As for Uchiha Fugaka's confusion, it stemmed from uncertainty regarding Jiraiya's intentions. Inside Mount Mayaboka, Sasuke looked around at the enchanting, fairy tale-like scenery, his face reflecting curiosity. Though he knew where he was, a 5-year-old child was bound to exhibit a touch of childlike wonder. This is Mount Mayaboku, one of the 3 great sage lands in the ninja world. The one you previously summoned is one of its denizens. Come, I will take you to meet someone, Jiraiya stated, moving forward. Sasuke reluctantly tore his gaze from the mesmerizing surroundings and followed in Jiraiya's footsteps. At this moment, Sasuke felt a twinge of nervousness. Surely, they were not headed to meet that great sage toad. This creature had existed since the era of the Sage of Six Paths. Moreover, Sasuke was well aware of the sage's ability to foresee the future, which made him wary of revealing anything that could give away his secrets. However, for now, such concerns had to remain hidden within his heart. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of a grand palace, where 2 toad statues stood sentinel before the doors, Fukasaku and Shima. Indeed, they were to meet the toad sage. Little Jiraiya, have you brought this child here because of the previous incident? Shima inquired. Yes, that I wish to have the toad sage take a look. Jiraiya confirmed without hesitation, stating his purpose directly. Entered, a deep, resonant voice emanated from within the palace. Merely the sound of it sent a tremor through Sasuke's spirit, as if it penetrated to his very soul. Proceed. Jiraiya uttered 2 words, lifting his foot to step inside the palace. Yet Sasuke found himself unable to move, as an overwhelming pressure enveloped him. It was clear that this formidable aura was emanating from the toad sage. What does this old toad intend to do? Would it not suffice to seek the destined child they were searching for? If they truly could not find him, they could simply inform them that it was Naruto. Why must they seek validation from him? The more he pondered, the more incensed he became. Were it not for the fact that the great toad Wanta had indeed saved him, Sasuke would likely have chosen to turn and leave. Bang! Clenching his teeth, Sasuke took a step forward. Merely a single step, yet the oppressive pressure surged instantaneously. His mind felt as if it had been struck by a hammer. Breathing heavily, Sasuke gradually lifted his gaze to fixate on the palace before him. Bang! Sasuke stepped forward yet again. This time, not only did the pressure intensify, but he also felt as though his very soul was under assault. Stumbling slightly, he nearly tumbled down the steps, regaining his balance. Sasuke continued his ascent. Each step demanded several times the effort of the previous ones. His breathing grew increasingly labored and erratic, and pain was etched across his face. The only unchanging aspect was the resolute determination in Sasuke's eyes. Inside the palace, a massive screen displayed Sasuke's struggle outside. Little Jiraiya, when you first set foot in this palace, you didn't even manage to take a single step on the first stair. It took you 5 attempts to accomplish that first step, consuming a total of 8 days. Before Sage Shinsaku could elaborate further, Jiraiya recounted his own experiences. This was precisely why Jiraiya wore a look of disbelief. Even if the Uchiha clan were geniuses, this was utterly outrageous. Can this still be termed genius? It was akin to being a monster. Chapter 28. The Trial That Shocked the Frogs. Jiraiya was not alone in his sentiments. Sage Shinsaku and Sage Jima shared similar thoughts. Even the usually closed-eyed toad sage opened his eyes at this moment. Little Jiraiya, this young lad is no ordinary individual. If he had come here with deceitful intentions, he would not have been able to ascend the stairs. As for the answers, I cannot provide them. His future lies shrouded in impenetrable fog. This moment, the toad sage spoke. He was not merely placating Jiraiya. He genuinely could not see. The future of this young boy was enveloped in thick mists. All right, I understand. Can he enter here to train? Jiraiya inquired slowly. Initially, he had only intended to test Sasuke, without any ulterior motives. Yet now, Jiraiya genuinely wished to take Sasuke under his wing that he may train here, but he cannot sign a contract with Mount Mayaboku. After uttering this, the toad sage closed his eyes once more. Although Jiraiya still harbored doubts, he refrained from voicing them. The toad sage was quite advanced in age, and each time he opened his eyes, it drained a significant portion of his life force. Subsequently, Jiraiya shifted his focus back to Sasuke. The boy's gaze remained unwavering. Despite his trembling limbs, there was not the slightest hint of faltering. Little Jiraiya, take him to rest. Continuing further may harm his essence. Sage Jima advised gently. Understood. Jiraiya nodded and exited the palace. Lord Jiraiya, are you waiting for me? In the brief moment that followed, Sasuke had already reached the palace entrance, a hint of defiance evident on his face. However, this defiance did not last long, for Sasuke soon lost consciousness. Having reached his limit on the final 2 steps, he unhesitatingly activated the Lightning God mode. The cells within his body, stimulated by the lightning, instantaneously broke through their confines, allowing him to step onto the last 2 stairs. And that was the limit. Indeed, he was a monster. I somewhat regret bringing this little rascal here, Jiraiya lamented bitterly. Nonetheless, he promptly took Sasuke away from the palace. Heading towards the wooden cabin he had constructed for his training, Sage Jima and Sage Shinzaku accompanied him. Half an hour later, the 2 frogs and Jiraiya stood beside a bed, their expressions filled with astonishment. Little Jiraiya, did you truly bring this boy here merely to test if he was lying? Sage Shinzaku stammered, his mouth agape. I should have been certain, Jiraiya replied awkwardly, scratching his head. Well then, let him rest properly. Little Jiraiya, go prepare some food. By the time he awakens, he will surely be in dire need of nourishment. We will stay here and watch over him. Sage Jima added. Understood. Jiraiya did not argue further and turned to leave. Meanwhile, Sasuke's body continued to absorb the energy surrounding him, the unique natural energy of Mount Myaboku. Generally speaking, the ninja world possessed natural energy, but its concentration was so thin it could almost be disregarded. The natural energy within the sage realm was precisely what could be absorbed and transformed into sage chakra. Without the special training methods of the sage realm, attempting to absorb this natural energy would be akin to a lethal act of self-poisoning. Yet, at this moment, Sasuke exhibited no signs of rejection. What Sage Jima referred to as protection meant assisting Sasuke in correcting any issues before they manifested. A few hours later, old man, have you perceived anything? Sage Jima asked, his eyes slowly widening in disbelief. His body is automatically harmonizing with the natural energy, and he has already begun forming sage chakra. It seems we're not contributing much at all. Sage Shinzaku remarked, having witnessed the astonishing sight. Aside from astonishment, he pondered the deeper implications of the phenomenon. Such a natural transformation into sage chakra was something he had neither seen nor even heard of before. Goo. Pardon me, gentlemen, may I have something to eat? Just as the 2 frogs were in shock, an awkward gurgling interrupted their thoughts. Simultaneously, Sasuke, who had been unconscious, awakened at that moment. You're awake. You're awake. Both frogs stood up excitedly. The fact that his body had not suffered from the natural energy was remarkable enough, but to recover from such a dire state in such a short time, even exhibiting signs of hunger, was astonishing. It is important to note that under normal circumstances, when the body is pushed to its limits, one would not feel hunger. Should I go back to sleep? Sasuke asked, a bit awkwardly. In truth, he had not truly lost consciousness. His body had merely entered a temporary state of slumber under extreme duress. While his mind remained alert, he could even sense the changes within his body and hear the external voices. Everything they had spoken was within his hearing. The 2 frogs were momentarily at a loss for words. Sasuke's remarks left them unsure of how to respond, and I'm back. Just then, Jiraiya entered with a large bowl in hand. Outside, a sensation of tremors could still be felt, indicating some colossal entity lingering beyond. Yes, I'm awake. Goo. Before Sasuke could finish his sentence, his stomach grumbled once more. Are you hungry? Quickly, eat something. This is the food from Bunta. I truly couldn't find anything else. I had to persuade Bunta to part with it. Jiraiya exclaimed as he presented a bowl of wiggling ramen to Sasuke. I feel like I'm not that hungry anymore. Besides, I brought my own food pills, so I can... MPH. Minutes later, Sasuke lay face down on the bed, a black line across his forehead. He felt nauseous but could not vomit. After the ramen entered his body, it was rapidly digested. However, the thought of the wriggling sensation in his mouth made his stomach churn. Little rascal, Take this. Sage Shinzaku approached Sasuke, handing him a black scroll. This is, as Sasuke gazed at the scroll in his hand. He sensed a unique energy emanating from it. Chapter 29. The Art of Mouth Jutsu. After spending more than a day in my Bokuzen, Jiraiya returned to Konoha with Sasuke, within the Uchiha clan's territory. He said, Sasuke, I will consider what you mentioned. However, you must also exercise caution. Orochimaru is no simple ninja. I must take my leave now. Once I have completed my exceedingly important mission, I shall return to seek you out. With those parting words, Jiraiya vanished from sight. Sasuke, of course, understood that the release date for Jiraiya's highly significant work was fast approaching. That important mission of his was nothing more than a covert observation. Sasuke, you've returned? At that moment, a familiar voice echoed. Indeed, it was Itachi Uchiha. Brother, have you finished your mission? Do you have time to train with me today? After taking a deep breath, Sasuke donned a warm smile. Although he held some reservations regarding Itachi, he acknowledged him as a worthy training partner. Not today. Come, I will take you to a certain place. Itachi approached Sasuke, crouched down, and smiled. What? I'm not a child anymore. Do you expect me to ride on your back? Sasuke protested, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Don't look at me like that, as if I've done something wrong. Can't I just climb up myself? Faced with Itachi's melancholic expression, Sasuke eventually climbed onto his back. Without delay, Itachi whisked Sasuke away. In the midst of a dense forest, Sasuke soon spotted a familiar figure. Itachi, is this the moment when your beliefs and mental defenses have been breached by Sasuke? It seemed they were preparing to seek guidance from Sasuke Uchiha. Upon landing, Itachi set Sasuke down. Brother, did you bring me here to meet Sasuke for some special training? Sasuke inquired tentatively. Sasuke, Itachi did not bring you here for training. This is it you're writing, Sasuke Uchiha stated, producing several sheets of paper. They contained praises for the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and interpretations of the will of fire that even surpassed that of Sarutobi himself. Some staunch advocates of the will of fire regarded these words as gospel. Unbeknownst to them, these were merely crafted by Sasuke to mislead Sarutobi's gaze. To his surprise, Sasuke had also been ensnared by this deception. Ah, Sasuke nodded thoughtfully. If such profound understanding of the will of fire existed, then why would you speak such words to Itachi? Sasuke appeared puzzled. In his view, someone with such enlightenment should inevitably be an executor. Yet, the reality starkly contradicted this notion. Meanwhile, Sasuke inwardly scoffed at his elder brother's naivety, exclaiming, Why must you voice every thought? The understanding of the will of fire, including the praises for the third Hokage, is not what the Uchiha need right now. What we require is a stable environment. My intention in saying this is to avoid disruptions during my training. After a deep breath, Sasuke articulated the words he had initially intended for Itachi and Fugaku Uchiha. Had it not been for this encounter with Sasuke, he might have nearly forgotten. This fellow seemed close to death. It was precisely due to his impending demise that Itachi had resolutely committed to executing the will of fire. Consequently, he became the harbinger of the massacre of their clan. A stable environment. Are you implying that once you attain sufficient strength, you will turn against the village? A glint of intensity flashed in Sasuke's eyes, his long-standing battle readiness and killing intent surging forth. What purpose would there be in turning against the village? With overwhelming strength, the village would only seek our protection, for the current conflicts. The root cause remained our lack of power. Sasuke shrugged nonchalantly, expressing indifference. Before him stood two individuals, Sasuke Uchiha and Itachi Uchiha. Both may have surpassed their peers in talent, yet their intellect left much to be desired. After Sasuke awakened his Mangekyou Sharingan, his first thought was not to alter the village's perception of the Uchiha, but rather to relay this crucial intelligence to Sarutobi and Danzo. He had effectively orchestrated his own demise. As for the events of the Uchiha massacre, they would forever remain unexonerated, and no matter how fervently Kishimoto might attempt to cleanse the narrative, black would always remain black. Strength? If acknowledgement is merely gained through power, it will never endure. In the past, did we Uchiha ever face such coercion? The Uchiha were forced to relocate. The security detail within the village was rendered virtually ineffective. how did the village regard the Uchiha? Without allowing Shursui to finish, Sasuke unleashed a barrage of questions, leaving him momentarily speechless. Sasuke, let Shursui finish first. There are some things you have yet to experience. Itachi refrained from continuing, for what Sasuke had just stated mirrored his own experiences. This was a result achieved through the relentless efforts of both Shursui and Itachi. Shursui, brother, Sasuke called out, before activating his Sharingan. The instant his ocular power manifested, it triggered Shursui's own Sharingan. You have awakened your three-tomo Sharingan? Itachi and Shursui struggled to find their words. The process of awakening the Sharingan was anything but tranquil. Shursui, possessing the Manjiki Sharingan, was acutely aware of this. Brother Shursui, to rescue the Uchiha clan, mere flattery towards the higher-ups will not suffice. Currently, it is truly up to the three of us to effect such changes. Brother Shursui, the third Hokage places trust in you. Brother, there is no need to elaborate. My performance has likely garnered greater concern from the third Hokage regarding my potential. Thus, they resolved to leverage this newfound status to forge a new adversary, or rather, to draw out a new enemy. The Root Organization. As Shursui was momentarily lost in thought, Sasuke seized the opportunity to speak fervently. In the face of such an individual with deep convictions, his persuasive words proved exceptionally effective. Identifying the correct direction was far more potent than any advanced jutsu. Upon hearing Sasuke mention the Root Organization, both Itachi and Shursui displayed expressions of astonishment. Given Sasuke's current standing, he should not have been privy to the existence of Root, an organization established by the third Hokage to manage clandestine matters. A mere child, could it be that the clan head confided in you? Shursui pondered, utterly perplexed. Sasuke, why do you bring up Root? Shursui could not fathom this. This organization was directly managed by Danzo, responsible to the Hokage. How could such an entity be utilized to transfer blame? Brother Shursui, why do you think the higher-ups in Konoha target our Uchiha clan? Is it merely because we are too proud? Is it solely due to the baseless accusations surrounding the Nine-Tails incident? Sasuke refrained from answering Shursui's query. Some matters need not be articulated so plainly. What Sasuke aimed to achieve was to draw Shursui back within the protective fold of their clan, in doing so. The higher-ups in Konoha, now aware of Shursui's ocular abilities, would not act with such impunity. Did the clan head reveal something to you? After a moment of contemplation, Shursui still found himself without answers. It seemed that his mind was overly occupied by his innate talents, leaving him incapable of such reflections that it is due to our power. There are those who covet our Sharingan, and those who fear our powers spiraling out of control. If one faction among the higher-ups seeks to obtain our abilities, another wishes to suppress them. Brother Shursui, do you believe that the Uchiha clan still has a chance to reconcile with the village under these circumstances? Sasuke articulated the crux of the matter with effortless clarity. Regardless of how much Shursui wished to dismiss it, the harsh reality remained. The esteemed individual from the Akatsuki desires our eyes. The Hokage seeks to control our power? Sasuke, is that what you meant? Itachi interjected. Having been affected by Sasuke's peculiar line of thought, Itachi found it easier to accept these premises. Indeed. Therefore, our current objective is to utilize the will of fire as a breakthrough. Demonstrating to the Hokage the transformation of the Uchiha clan, particularly the evolution of the prodigies and the strong in doing so, while they may believe they have mastered our power, how likely do you think it is that the opposing side will act aggressively? The contradiction cannot be shifted. Though Sasuke gazed at Itachi as he spoke, these words were directed entirely at Uchiha Shursui. Itachi is undoubtedly a genius. Just 11 years old next month. He has already attained the strength of an elite Jonin. However, compared to Shursui, who wields the Manjiki Sharingan and Susanoo, he still falls significantly short. This is a genuine powerhouse of the shadow level. Coupled with his seemingly invincible abilities, safeguarding a Uchiha should pose no challenge, provided he remains vigilant. Sasuke, I assure you that I will keep your words confidential. However, I cannot place my complete trust in what you have said. I will conduct my own investigation. With that, Shursui vanished from their midst. Itachi raised his hand, initially intending to say something, but resignedly let it drop. Typically, Shursui was a gentle soul. However, The remark Sasuke had just made had breached Ji Shui's bottom line. The absence of his immediate rebuttal to Sasuke indicated a significant likelihood of truth in these matters. Perhaps it would be best for him to take some time alone to reflect. Brother, Ji Shui is on the brink of death. Just as Itachi pondered, Sasuke suddenly spoke. What? Itachi's expression shifted dramatically, staring at Sasuke in disbelief. Attempting to discern deceit on his brother's face, it is not father who intends to strike against him, but the Akatsuki. They're growing increasingly impatient that Sasuke's voice was tinged with urgency. In an instant, his three-tomo Sharingan activated, chakra surging forth. Sasuke, your eyes? Yes, my Sharingan possesses unique qualities. Sasuke replied with a nod, and proceeded to fabricate the abilities of his Sharingan. Initially, he thought it was merely an illusion, random prophetic visions that varied with each occurrence, with no fixed time that he foresaw the Uchiha's future. A massacre perpetrated by one of their own, Uchiha Ji Shui, in an effort to protect his clan. Had his eyes gouged out by Danzo, ultimately sacrificing his other eye before Itachi, as a transmigrator. Such an ability was best imagined that it cannot be specified, nor can the timing be determined. The operational potential is immense. Furthermore, with Uchiha Itachi, the devoted brother, involved, everything would become exceedingly reasonable and highly executable. Have you informed father about this matter? Itachi inquired slowly after a prolonged silence. No, you are the only one who knows aside from me. Sasuke replied earnestly, gazing firmly at Itachi. Hearing this, Uchiha Itachi instantly believed Sasuke's words. What could be more satisfying to a protective older brother than his younger sibling's acknowledgement? Sasuke, do not divulge this to anyone for the time being. I will first seek out father, and then Ji Shui. Your focus now should be on training. By the way, have you run low on funds recently? Here, take this 10 million yen for now. Inform me whenever you require more. After several minutes of instructions, Uchiha Itachi left a stack of money before vanishing from the scene. He seems to have forgotten to take me with him. Sasuke sighed in exasperation. Fortunately, he was still within the village, not far from the clan's territory. With Orochimaru having just retreated, there was little cause for concern. With this in mind, Sasuke activated his Raijin mode, commencing the refinement of his physique and the honing of his taijutsu. Meanwhile, in an underground facility. What do you mean? Why do you want this Uchiha dossier? Danzo observed the documents in his hand, his countenance revealing a hint of displeasure. Beyond his disdain for the Uchiha clan, he was also quite dissatisfied with the progress of the individual before him. Danzo-sama, I seek the individual listed here. The hooded man declared, gradually lifting his hood to reveal a pallid face. Indeed, standing before Danzo was none other than the S-rank rogue ninja, Orochimaru, and the dossier in Danzo's possession pertained to Uchiha Sasuke. Chapter 31. Hidden Crisis. Encountering Hyuganiji. Upon hearing Orochimaru's request, Shimura Danzo's face displayed no emotion, as if the two had suddenly frozen in time, devoid of any movement or dialogue. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. I can accommodate your request. However, before Danzo could finish, Orochimaru had already produced a vial from his sleeve. Inside, a mass of vibrant cells pulsated with life. Has the issue of viability been resolved? Danzo rose excitedly. It has been addressed. During this time, I have conducted experiments on living subjects, and there have been no significant problems. Once the data is compiled, we can proceed. The timeline will not exceed 1 year. Thus, I hope to acquire this young boy swiftly. After stating this, Orochimaru stowed the vial away, fixating his gaze on Danzo with a knowing smile. For Orochimaru, the particulars of any conspiracy were of little consequence. With Danzo, it was a straightforward transaction. He desired Uchiha Sasuke, while Danzo sought the technology Orochimaru possessed. Each party sought to fulfill their own needs, and their relationship was not one of hierarchy. Never had been, and certainly was not now. Understood that I will ensure he is delivered to you promptly. Rest assured, this child is well within the capabilities of Root. Danzo suppressed his inner dissatisfaction and spoke with a veneer of calm. I look forward to your news, Danzo-sama. I have matters to attend to in my laboratory, so I shall take my leave. With that, Orochimaru raised his finger, and a serpent emerged from the ground, swallowing him whole before vanishing in a cloud of mist. Bang! Danzo, his expression darkened, smashed the table before him in anger, rising to his feet in fury. "Sir!" In that instant, 3 members of the Root organization appeared before Danzo. All 3 bore fox-like features, though their facial patterns differed slightly. "This is the target. Find an opportunity to bring this boy to us swiftly. Remember, do not let the other Uchiha members discover you. Execute it cleanly." After Toanzo finished speaking, he tossed the information regarding Uchiha Sasuke to the 3 individuals before turning to depart from the scene. At that moment, Toanzo's mood was far from pleasant. The 3 picked up the intelligence on Sasuke, and their expressions hidden beneath their masks appeared rather peculiar. However, their mission was not to investigate the reasons behind such actions, but rather to execute them. After exchanging glances, the trio vanished in an instant. Naturally, these events were entirely unbeknownst to Sasuke. Even a time traveler could not foresee the butterfly effect brought about by their journey through time. Once training concluded, Sasuke returned to his quarters. The information disclosed today was more than sufficient. Nevertheless, considering Itachi and Shursue's rather straightforward natures, the situation seemed manageable. Moreover, given Uchiha Shursue's capabilities, it wouldn't take long for him to investigate these matters. Having already planted the seeds of suspicion, Shursue would not be so easily ambushed by Toanzo. What lay ahead was his own cultivation and some infiltration into other clans. Infiltrating those cunning old foxes would prove challenging. However, it would be far easier to penetrate their offspring. Naruto. Yes. That Uchiha Sasuke is a human trafficker who has led us astray. The following day, after completing his daily recitation of the Will of Fire with Lee and Naruto, the 3 agreed to train together at the public training ground after school. An announcement was made. Due to health reasons, Irika-sensei would be replaced by me as the leader for next month's village trial. Today we continue discussing some classic combat strategies. Smiling, Mizuki shared the details of the trial before commencing the day's lesson. "Sasuke, have you noticed that Mizuki-sensei is acting strangely?" After class, Naruto leaned in closer to Sasuke, speaking in hushed tones. Sasuke replied, taken aback. When did Naruto become insightful enough to notice Mizuki's odd behavior so quickly? "His hand is injured. Should we check on him?" Naruto's face lit up with a sunny smile. Upon hearing this, Sasuke's expression darkened. Truly, this was Naruto. What was he expecting? Had he trained enough, he aspired to be Hokage. If he didn't work diligently, he would be surpassed by others. The teacher naturally has his own plans. It wouldn't be appropriate for us to intrude. With Sasuke's reasoning, Naruto nodded in defeat. The afternoon class passed swiftly. Since he was not in the same year as Rock Lee, the 2 decided to head to the public training ground together to find him. Soon, they arrived, but today, in addition to Rock Lee, there was another, Hyuga. Naruto called out boisterously, oblivious to the additional presence. "Hey, who are you? Your eyes resemble Hinata-san, right?" Sasuke mentioned that this is the Byakugan. "You and Hinata are both from the Hyuga clan. Aren't you?" Only when he approached did Naruto realize there was another person present. "Hello, Uzumaki Naruto. And you, Uchiha Sasuke." Neji regarded Sasuke with a serious expression, his eyes reflecting a fighting spirit, even with just a glance. He activated his Byakugan. Upon sensing the immense chakra within Sasuke's body, even with preparation, he was taken aback that it was as if Sasuke's chakra was continuously surging within him. Is this the so-called genius friend of the Uchiha? "Hello, Hyuga Neji. Did you come over to train with us?" Sasuke greeted warmly, showing no offense at Neji's rudeness. "Yes. However, if your performance is subpar," Neji did not finish his sentence, instead assuming the stance of the 8 trigrams palm. Neji was indeed formidable. "They should observe their battle. Let's move to the side," Lee urged, pulling the bewildered Naruto to a nearby resting area to watch. "You shouldn't be disappointed. But since it's a battle, let us wager something." A slight smirk graced Sasuke's lips as he assumed the stance of Uchiha Taijutsu. "If you lose, you must follow my instructions until you surpass me. If I lose, the same applies." Sasuke proposed a bet. "Deal, but I won to lose," Neji responded, vanishing from his position in an instant. His speed was astonishing, even leaving Lee astonished. "I didn't expect Neji's strength to have increased again." Bang! Sasuke raised his hand. blocking Niji's strike while simultaneously unleashing lightning chakra from his arm to neutralize the chakra infused in Niji's gentle fist technique. Chapter 32. Battle against Niji. Lightning Release. Little white bug, sensing the lightning coursing through his palm. Niji swiftly adopted an unusual posture to dissipate Sasuke's force. He crouched low, aiming his palm at Sasuke's waist, striking without hesitation. Zzz! Before Niji's palm could make contact, a torrent of lightning erupted around Sasuke, forcing Niji back once more. Although he had pushed Niji away, Sasuke was still startled. In his previous life, he had been single. In this life, he was still a child, and this guy was coming at him with intentions to disrupt his future happiness. It was time to get serious. Given that this was a public training ground, Sasuke typically refrained from revealing too much of his power. Yet Niji was clearly not a foe that could be dealt with merely by concealing strength. Boom! In the next moment, Sasuke vanished from his position, leaving behind a cracked mark on the ground. Bang! Before Niji could react, a powerful fist struck his back, accompanied by a surge of intense lightning. The instant the lightning surged into his body, Niji felt as if every cell within him cried out in agony. Fortunately, the sensation was fleeting, allowing him to suppress any outcry. Yet the disdain in his eyes shifted to solemnity. He practiced his palm strikes countless times each day, constantly pushing the limits of his Bikugen. He gazed longingly at the main house's courtyard, clenching his fists that no, if I concede to this blow, I am not Hyuga Niji. 8 trigrams, 4 palms. The first palm strikes the air. The second palm seals the chakra. The third palm divides the meridians. The fourth palm opens the gate. Niji resolved to unleash his utmost strength against Uchiha Sasuke before him. With each palm strike, the chakra in Niji's hands intensified as he reached the fourth strike. Both speed and power reached the limits that his body could endure. Lightning Release. Little white bug. Sasuke raised his hand, summoning arcs of white lightning that surrounded him. As Niji advanced, the white lightning surged to meet Niji's palm. Zzz! That familiar sensation of erosion and paralysis returned. However, in this state, Niji was not the sort to be hindered by such a level of lightning. Bang! In the next moment, Niji's palm made contact with Sasuke's body. You've lost, Niji proclaimed, a confident smile gracing his lips. Lost? Surely that couldn't be the case. Niji, you can no longer advance. As Sasuke spoke, his body was sent hurtling backward, crashing heavily onto the ground. Sasuke, Naruto exclaimed, filled with concern as he rushed towards Sasuke. Quickly helping Sasuke to his feet, he checked his condition. Although he could discern little, it was evident that Sasuke had sustained injuries. A genius, but even geniuses have their limits, it seems. This young man from the Hyuga clan warrants closer observation. Coupled with the internal conflicts within the Hyuga family, there might be an opportunity to exploit this situation. At this moment, within the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen was gazing intently at the crystal ball before him. Utilizing the telescope technique, he could clearly observe the exhilarating battle unfolding. That it was indeed impressive for 2 young children to reach such a level of skill. One cannot help but acknowledge that Sarutobi Hiruzen was exceptionally busy, balancing the power dynamics among the various clans, safeguarding the interests of the higher-ups, managing the myriad affairs of the village, and keenly observing the emergence of new talents. He even had to indulge in a bit of clandestine observation. I digress. Returning to Sasuke, who had been helped up by Naruto, he gradually made his way to a nearby seat in the audience. The feeling of surveillance dissipated, indicating that Sarutobi Hiruzen had concluded his observation of them. I lost. I will acknowledge the wager just made. When I defeat you, it will be your turn to heed my words. Niji exclaimed, a hint of reluctance in his voice. Only he understood that Sasuke had not been propelled away by his strength. In that fleeting moment, Sasuke had executed numerous maneuvers. The lightning release had effectively bound Niji's body, while the kunai had already brushed against his palm. Had Sasuke acted just then, it would have been Niji lying there instead. Niji was perplexed, pondering why he felt the need to feign defeat despite being the victor. A small head brimming with great confusion. Lee, Naruto, today why don't you both join Niji in battle? Sasuke suggested. Niji, cease your brooding. Focus on experiencing your own body. Upon saying this, Sasuke feigned a meditative posture and began to heal his wounds. What? Niji was taken aback. Sasuke's words seemed to resonate with him, yet left him bewildered. In the next moment, Niji became aware of his own body. The lightning release that Sasuke had infused into him was still present. Most notably, the lightning release within him was refining his cells. Such refinement was familiar to a member of the Hyuga clan, who typically relied on expensive herbs or potions for the same purpose. Yet now, merely a ninjutsu had achieved it. Niji, come here, Rock Lee urged from the sidelines. You just injured Sasuke, and this time I will assist him in avenging that. Naruto added, visibly agitated. All right, a smile crept on Niji's lips. A smile he hadn't even realized he had formed. The three soon engaged in combat. Meanwhile, Sasuke observed the transformations occurring within Niji's body, as a prodigy from one of the founding clans of Konoha. It was essential to study him. Sasuke noted that while the physical prowess of the Hyuga clan may not rival that of the Uzumaki clan, their chakra pathway strength was astonishing that he could infuse his chakra into Niji's body without a hint of caution. It could boldly facilitate the refinement of Niji's physique as for the lightning release. Little White Worm. It was Sasuke's insight into the lightning god mode, allowing him to detach the lightning release from his own body while still being able to manipulate it freely for a time, thus eliminating the need to remain by Naruto and the others during their physical refinement. As time passed, Naruto, Niji, and Lee collapsed onto the ground, utterly spent from their recent battle point. One must admit, such practical training was indeed effective. Gurgle, 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 the sound of their stomachs echoed in unison. I'm starving. I'm heading back for a feast, Naruto declared, springing to his feet and grabbing a bag to depart. Naruto, let us go eat ramen. Niji and Lee, you're coming too. It's my treat, Sasuke invited, now opening his eyes to the trio. Upon hearing the word ramen, Naruto could hardly contain himself. Lee, without a moment's thought, agreed. Only Niji hesitated, casting a sheepish glance at Sasuke. There are 4 of us, and it seems we all have quite an appetite, he awkwardly remarked that at their age and in their current state, they could consume a considerable amount. And no problem, my brother just gave me some money. Let us go, Sasuke replied, heading towards Ichiraku Ramen, feeling a sense of appreciation for the Hyuga clan's upbringing. Niji was merely 6 years old, yet already possessed the capacity for consideration of others. Inside Ichiraku Ramen, one more bowl. I want one too. Please give me a bowl as well. One must commend the trio's remarkable eating prowess, as the empty bowls piled up substantially. Sasuke, having expended little energy, paused after finishing his 5th bowl. After nearly 2 hours of combat, the 3 had stuffed themselves to the brim. Initially, Niji had been quite courteous, but soon, for reasons unknown, they began to compete over who could eat the most. Ultimately, Naruto emerged victorious with an undeniable tally of 19 bowls, while Niji had 15 and Lee 16 at Handmade Uncle, here as 50,000 yen. The remainder can stay here. Anytime my classmates come to eat, deduct it from there. We're leaving now, Sasuke stated, placing down the 50,000 yen before departing with the others that on their way back. Naruto and Lee began racing to see who could complete a lap around the village in the shortest time. Thus parting ways, Sasuke and Niji, however, walked together in one direction. Sasuke, you Uchiha. After a moment of silence, Niji finally spoke. Yet being naturally reticent, he ceased further conversation. What is the matter? Do you possess some particular opinion about us Uchihas? Sasuke asked cheerfully that it's not that. It's just that you seem somewhat different from the rumored Uchihas. Despite possessing such talent, you remain humble and sincere towards your friends. You are quite admirable. Niji replied, a faint blush coloring his cheeks. One cannot deny that Niji's proud demeanor often masked a lack of straightforwardness. Thank you. From now on, we shall be friends. By the way, here is something for you, Sasuke said, raising his hand to release a dense stream of little white worms. This can refine your body, but don't overdo it, as it could harm you. There is something within your body that my little white worms can consume. Also, Hinata is my friend too. With that, Sasuke waved goodbye and dashed off into the distance. After all, the Uchiha clan's territory was not located in the village's center, making it inconvenient to accompany Niji. Sasuke, Zizi. Niji raised his hand, allowing the little white worm to burrow into his finger, but a familiar sensation washed over him. Compared to their earlier battle, This batch of little white worms was evidently gentler, gradually refining his cells. Moreover, with his keen perception, Niji was astonished to discover that the lightning release was eroding the caged bird seal upon his forehead, a seal developed by the Hyuga clan specifically to counter the Byakugan. Impenetrable for many years, did Hinata know anything about this? Niji thought of the girl who called him Nijinai, her expression revealing an unexpected softness. His tightly clenched fists and heavy expression began to ease. Perhaps, he thought, I have encountered an extraordinary friend. Shaking his head, he temporarily set aside these thoughts and turned to gaze at the distant Hyuga clan, slowly departing from the scene. Within the Uchiha clan's territory. What? Lord Shursui intends to rejoin the Guard Division? Uchiha Shursui. Isn't he a member of the Umbu, subjected to the pressures of the third Hokage? Now he wishes to return to the security department. Well, he is a member of the clan, and indeed, Shursui possesses considerable strength. What does the clan leader say? Should he be allowed to join the security department just like that? Upon returning home, Sasuke found a considerable number of security department members gathered at his doorstep. From their conversations, the reason became apparent. Uchiha Shursui intends to withdraw from the Umbu. With an air of innocent romanticism, Sasuke stepped into his home, choosing not to delve further into their discussions. Such gossip was merely something to grasp in essence. Observing rather than participating had never been Sasuke's nature. Once inside, his aunt had prepared a meal. After washing his hands, he ate and then clocked in at the training ground. Following the training session, Sasuke returned to his room. Task: convince Hyuga Neji to abandon his obsession with the main family and branch family. Gazing at the task, Sasuke felt a headache coming on. The reason he had spoken such words during his parting with Neji was indeed due to the emergence of the system task. However, the core of the conflict within the Hyuga clan stemmed from that peculiar rule. Altering their rules would be akin to expecting the Uchiha to become entirely amiable and congenial. Sasuke, have you gone to bed? At that moment, he heard Itachi's voice from outside the door. With a swish, Sasuke opened the door. Brother, is there something you need? Sasuke looked at Uchiha Itachi with curiosity. What could Itachi want at this hour? Father asked me to bring you to his study. He instructed me to let you know that if you were already asleep, we could discuss it tomorrow. All right, let us go. Itachi had a hunch that this was related to Uchiha Shursui's situation. Inside Uchiha Fugaku's study, he began, Sasuke, you should have encountered Uchiha Shursui by now, correct? He wishes to return to work in the security department. What are your thoughts? Big brother Shursui. He is incredibly strong. His joining the security department would be excellent. Sasuke briefly expressed his opinion in a few words. Is strength all that matters? What if he were placed in the security department by the third Hokage to manipulate it? Uchiha Fugaku suddenly interjected. Such blunt words left Itachi momentarily stunned. Was it appropriate to speak so frankly in front of a child? Yet upon glancing at Sasuke, he found no trace of confusion or unrest. His younger brother. Chapter 34. Sasuke's thought process. Uchiha Fugaku appeared calm, yet a sense of tension gripped his heart. To articulate such matters so directly was akin to wagering a grand gamble. Bringing Itachi to the battlefield was one thing. Now, asking Sasuke to analyze such issues was another. One must admit, Uchiha Fugaku was perhaps not particularly suited to the role of a father. However, that was true of Sasuke in the past. Presently, Sasuke mused. Father, these concerns need not trouble us. Instead, I believe we should leverage this situation. After a prolonged contemplation, Sasuke responded thoughtfully. Leverage? Please elaborate. Uchiha Fugaku was somewhat taken aback, not anticipating such a perspective from Sasuke. Let us consider the worst-case scenario. If Big Brother Shursui is indeed sent by the third Hokage to infiltrate the Will of Fire, what would happen if we refuse? Sasuke countered that it would make the higher-ups more wary and displeased. Uchiha Fugaku chimed in. Precisely. What we require now is time. The time for the Uchiha to grow sufficiently strong. Thus, regardless of the reasons, Shursui's joining the security department is essential. Ideally, he should be granted a high-ranking position with actual power. Sasuke articulated his analysis. That makes sense, but what do you mean by leverage? Uchiha Fugaku inquired again, that we fulfill the third Hokage's demands while entrusting him with significant responsibilities. This way, at least the third Hokage will not regard the Uchiha with such apprehension. Along with my brother, We are two staunch believers in the will of fire. Sasuke chose not to elaborate further, for at that moment, Uchiha Fugaku's eyes had already lit up. It was evident he had grasped the essence of the matter. As for Itachi, he remained seated, motionless. With his intellect, he had likely comprehended these matters right after Sasuke spoke. What bewildered him was how Sasuke could conceive such thoughts. Hadn't his training consumed all his time? Yet, more than confusion, Uchiha Itachi felt a swell of pride and joy. Do you see? This is my brother, Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke, you have spoken well. Now, go take a medicinal bath and then rest. Uchiha Fugaku waved his hand. Understood, father. Sasuke did not linger, rising to depart. Some matters lose their significance when articulated too plainly. Moreover, regarding the family situation, Uchiha Fugaku, upon understanding, would be better equipped to make choices and decisions. Such matters could be left to them. As for Uchiha Itachi, he remained behind. Influenced by Sasuke, Itachi had sought out Uchiha Fugaku for discussions a few times, thereby regaining his father's trust. Father, you kept me back for the thing Sasuke just mentioned. Did you not? Wasn't that what you hinted at? With only the two of them remaining, Uchiha Itachi directly voiced his doubts. Both Sasuke's earlier words to sure sway and the bold analysis he had just presented perplexed Itachi. Such reasoning was beyond the capacity of a mere 5-year-old child. It is not something I've taught him. It appears Sasuke possesses a unique way of thinking. Itachi, this is precisely the mindset we Uchiha should embody. Uchiha Fugaku sighed. Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi, two prodigies of the Uchiha clan, yet they adhered to the principles of the will of fire. As the clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku was aware of his own character flaws. He was not decisive enough. Yet in his younger son, he perceived something different yet familiar. Perhaps that legendary figure from the past embodied such a way of thinking. Then, father, what are your plans moving forward? The situation within the clan is more complex than Sasuke imagines. That it is not simply a matter of deciding to reinstate Big Brother Shursui and entrust him with responsibilities. The attitudes and opinions of other clan members hold great significance as well. Itachi voiced his concerns. The reason the Uchiha have become so passive lies largely within the clan dynamics. Should a decision be made hastily, it would undoubtedly provoke dissatisfaction among many clan members. Especially the hardliners. They're already discontent with the higher-ups of Konoha. Now, not only have they relocated the clan, but they also intend to place one of their own in a high-ranking position within the security department. Those captains and elders are likely to voice their grievances. I understand your concerns. Well, if you have reached this point in your thinking, that suffices for now. Go and have a good rest. I will handle the remaining matters. Uchiha Fugaku took a deep breath and spoke solemnly. Understood. Uchiha Itachi nodded, rising to leave Uchiha Fugaku's study. As he closed the door behind him, a smile crept onto Itachi's face. Father, you too are being influenced by Sasuke. Perhaps you aren't even aware of these changes? Uchiha, Itachi chuckled, a wave of joy washing over him. As for the unique way of thinking that his father had mentioned regarding Sasuke, Itachi had begun to form some conjectures. That method of self-referential thinking, then strategizing how to address external challenges, was indeed highly efficient. Moreover, it was a perspective that inspired confidence. Upon Uchiha Itachi's departure, he sensed an overwhelming aura of confidence emanating from Sasuke. Following Itachi's exit, Uchiha Fugaku also rose and left the study. Within the confines of the Nana Shrine, in a modest wooden dwelling, an elder spoke. Now that Shursui has returned to the clan, his position will be decided tomorrow. Fugaku, somewhat perplexed, hoped the elder could provide clarity. He respectfully inquired, in truth, you already possess the answer, do you not? You must have observed certain transformations among the new generation of youth. These changes may very well represent the rightful path for the Uchiha clan's future. To boldly experiment is far more commendable than remaining stagnant. That a steady voice resonated within the wooden structure. Yet by the conclusion of this statement, a hint of wistfulness tinged that voice. As for some of the elders within the clan, I will assist you in addressing the elders' concerns. As for your subordinates, that is something you must handle yourself. After all, you are the current leader of the Uchiha clan. Before Fugaku could finish, the response was already given. Thank you, Elder Kagami. Uchiha Fugaku turned and vanished from the scene. Meanwhile, within the wooden cabin, a pair of Sharingan eyes slowly opened. The era of the Uchiha about to commence. Before Uchiha Kagami appeared a blank sheet of paper, upon which were inscribed the names of the younger generation of the Uchiha clan. Chapter 35. The Struggle of the Upper Echelons. On this deep night, many within the Uchiha clan were destined for sleeplessness. Simultaneously, the Umbu infiltrators within the Uchiha clan were entirely eradicated. Much like the members of the Uchiha clan, the higher-ups of Konoha found themselves unable to sleep. In the Hokage's office, Hokage-sama, the Uchiha have expelled all of the Umbu operatives. Even several internal collaborators from the Uchiha have been apprehended. Currently, the Uchiha have enacted a barrier, and we are completely unaware of what transpires within Hokage-sama. Should we intervene forcefully? An Umbu member inquired anxiously. Among these Umbu, a young man with white hair furrowed his brow upon hearing their words, Hokage-sama. It is not surprising that the Uchiha, as the foremost clan in the village, possess such capabilities. However, their sudden actions may stem from other reasons they wish to conceal from us. If we act rashly, it could yield dire consequences. The white-haired Umbu member spoke directly. His close friend was, after all, a member of the Uchiha clan. Although he had perished on the battlefield, based on his experiences with the Uchiha, they did not conform to the malevolent reputation that preceded them. The behavior observed, aside from a select few who were indeed excessively arrogant, was largely a result of certain individuals within the village maliciously tarnishing the Uchiha's image. Indeed, the speaker was none other than Kakashi Hitaki, son of the legendary Konoha White Fang, Tsukumo Hitaki. The sudden occurrence within the Uchiha clan is likely an internal affair. Let us refrain from taking action for now, while closely monitoring the root members. We must not allow them to act recklessly. After taking a deep drag from his pipe, Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly spoke. Understood, Hokage-sama. The Umbu members acknowledged before vanishing from sight. Kakashi too let out a sigh of relief. How could he, after all, act against the Uchiha when he bore the Sharingan of Uchiha Bito? Soon, outside the Uchiha clan stronghold, a group of masked ninjas was gathering. Clang, clang, clang. In the dense forest nearby, the sounds of battle soon erupted. Half an hour later, within the root organization, Sir, our operation has failed. We were unable to approach the Uchiha stronghold. Several members of the root organization spoke dejectedly, their bodies bearing various injuries. Did the Uchiha ambush you? Danzo's expression darkened as he surveyed his subordinates' conditions. The Uchiha now had the audacity to act in such a manner. If they were emboldened to this extent, would they soon dare to strike at the village? Truly, just as my teacher foretold, the Uchiha possess a wicked bloodline by nature. It appears I must seek another opportunity to suppress them once more, or perhaps even collaborate with the Hokage to expel them from the village entirely. Not Uchiha members, but Umbu. A root member spoke helplessly. If they were Uchiha, it would be manageable that we could directly contact Danzo and coordinate a large-scale assault with numerous root members. But now, it is the Umbu obstructing our path. Umbu, Danzo exclaimed, rising abruptly from his seat, disbelief etched across his features. That I understand. You all go attend to your injuries. I will seek out the third Hokage. With that, Danzo departed the scene. During this period, he had indeed noticed changes in Sarutobi Hiruzen. Yet, Danzo had always been reluctant to believe it. However, now that the Umbu had taken action regarding the Uchiha, he must ascertain the situation. The home of Mito Gate. Koharu, you come at such a late hour. Is it regarding the Uchiha? Mito Gate observed the calm demeanor of the elder, Koharu, with indifference. You are aware, then? If you knew, why do you remain seated here? The elder, Koharu, found Mito Gate's demeanor utterly perplexing. Initially, the five of them served as the guardians of the second Hokage. Yet only four ascended to high office. Sarutobi Hiruzen as Hokage, Shimura Danzo as the head of Root, Mito Gate as a senior advisor, and Koharu as a senior advisor, while Uchiha Kagami vanished without a trace. Only they were privy to those events. Now, it was evident that the Uchiha were poised to take action, so how could Mito Gate remain so composed? This matter is not primarily about the Uchiha. What is crucial are the third Hokage and Danzo. Can't you discern that? Mito Gate sighed. Recognizing Koharu's impulsiveness, she tended to judge situations based on her own perceptions. The third Hokage, Danzo, Koharu's mind struggled to process this information. Just tell me plainly. Though initially attempting to contemplate, she nearly overwhelmed herself with confusion. The third Hokage's dissatisfaction with Danzo has reached an intolerable level. This was evident before. It just so happened that there was no alternative to Danzo. Now, however, the Uchiha have demonstrated sufficient goodwill and willingness to serve as the third Hokage's blade. Do you think the third Hokage would relinquish this opportunity? Or do you believe that someone who has long coveted the position of Hokage, like Danzo, would be more useful than the Uchiha? Mito Gate meticulously explained the intricacies of their situation to Koharu. This strife among the upper echelons was not something they needed to involve themselves in. They could merely observe. Regardless of which side emerged victorious, it would bear little consequence for either of them. Fine, but next time, inform me in advance to spare me the vexation. With that, Koharu departed, for staying awake at such an hour was detrimental to her health at her age. After being subjected to Koharu's complaints, Mito Gate could only wear a resigned expression. The following morning, the barrier was lifted. Sasuke resumed his usual routine of attending school, feeling that matters concerning the clan were of little concern to him. At present, he was merely a child, capable of offering idle commentary, but far from ready to take any substantial action. There were things beyond his reach, and thus, he chose not to fret over them. Instead, he intended to uphold his commendable tradition of diligent study. Furthermore, he had a mission to pursue involving Neji. Thus, it was best to focus on completing that task first. Sasuke, from a distance, Sasuke could hear Naruto's voice. Upon seeing this iron-headed fool, he couldn't help but feel puzzled. This guy must be the chosen one. Surely he should have triggered some sort of quest by now. Chapter 36. The Dominance of Sasuke at the Training Ground. Time spent within the confines of school always seems to fly by. Initially, in the classroom, it was just Sasuke and Naruto who would fidget. Now, it has transformed into a group consisting of Sasuke, Naruto, Neji, and Lee. After school, that must be Hinata's older brother, Neji Hyuga, a year above us, right? So handsome, with that cool demeanor and those unique Byakugan eyes. Oh, I feel faint. Compared to our classmate Sasuke, he is somewhat superior. Uchiha Sasuke versus Hyuga Neji. How am I supposed to choose? A gaggle of infatuated girls chattered in the hallway, their eyes fixated on Neji. The usually aloof Neji had come to the lower grade to wait for someone. Igniting the girls' imaginations. Neji, are you waiting for me? Hinata stepped out of the classroom, meeting Neji's gaze fixed at the door. Their relationship had never been particularly close, but Hinata had always admired Neji, be it his talent or his unwavering determination and strength in training. Each time they sparred within the family, Neji would unreservedly showcase his formidable power before her, aiming to spur her to become stronger. Hinata deeply yearned to be like him. There are others waiting too. Neji initially intended to disregard her, but was suddenly reminded of a voice and figure in his mind. Hinata is also my friend. That cheerful tone, that sunny smile. Neji, have you met anyone from our class? Hinata asked, slightly puzzled. From what she knew of Neji, he wouldn't engage with someone weaker than himself. Hey Neji, are you training again today? Naruto waved at Neji, speaking cheerfully to in just a few short months. Naruto had already made several friends, a concept he had previously never dared to imagine. Thus, he cherished these friendships. Yeah, Sasuke is here too. I asked Lee to secure a spot first, so I'm waiting for you all. Neji nodded in agreement, openly responding. That is a good strategy. You upperclassmen finished class earlier than us, so if we wait until we're out of school, there won't be any spots left, Naruto replied joyfully. Let us go. And today we'll bring Hinata along, so you two can head back together, Sasuke suggested as he stepped out. Can I join too? Hinata asked shyly, her gaze fixed on Sasuke. Just the invitation from this outstanding young man made her blush. Let us go in a few days. We'll have practical exercises. We must quickly enhance our strength. Sasuke ruffled Hinata's hair and greeted Neji as they walked out of the school together. Bang! Hinata's face turned crimson, steam seemingly rising from her in an exaggerated manner. I will, she resolved firmly in her heart, then hurried after them to the public training ground. Lee? Neji rushed forward with concern upon seeing Lee, who was severely injured, and helped him up. I'm sorry. I lost a match that I couldn't hold the ground. Rock Lee raised his head, seemingly oblivious to his injuries. his face filled with remorse that to him. It mattered that a genius like Niji was willing to be his friend and had entrusted him with such an important task, only for it to go awry. Hey, I assent that the genius of the Hyuga clan, Niji Hyuga, just a branch family member who dares to presume himself as the heir of the Hyuga. A few mocking voices reached their ears, belonging to a group of boys who looked around 8 or 9 years old. Each of their faces bore arrogance and ridicule. Hearing those words, Niji's pupils quivered slightly. Tisich, what a bunch of trash. Niji, are these guys weak? Sasuke's voice was low but resonated in everyone's ears. Just a few words silenced the boisterous laughter of the boys. Niji also cast a sidelong glance. Weak? You must be Uchiha Sasuke, right? Care to battle? Bang! Before the boy could finish, Sasuke had already appeared behind him, pressing his head forcefully into the ground. With just a single blow, the boy lost consciousness out of battle. Is that your source of pride? Sasuke surveyed the other boys with disdain, his words utterly unfiltered. That's a sneak attack. If bang, 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 within mere moments, the remaining boys found their heads buried in the ground. Lee, I'll leave it to you. Your body needs treatment too, so take them to the medical department. Sasuke spoke flatly as he entered the training ground, leaving those 2 sentences behind. Okay. Though he was injured, it was merely superficial wounds, so he had no problem moving. He dashed towards the medical department. As a taijutsu ninja, he was no stranger to the medical facilities. After about 10 minutes, several medical ninjas arrived and took the unconscious boys away. Although they wanted to question them, seeing the members present made them reconsider. The Jinchuriki of the 9 Tails, Naruto Uzumaki, the boy of the fox spirit, the heir of the Hyuga main house, Hinata Hyuga, the strongest young man of the Hyuga clan, Niji Hyuga, the second son of the Uchiha clan leader, the genius Uchiha Sasuke. This combination was beyond what a mere medical ninja could interfere with. After all, he was not Roy. Sasuke, thank you. After the first phase of training concluded, Niji spoke somewhat proudly. Don't mention it, but if I were insulted like that, you would have stepped in as well, wouldn't you? We are friends after all. Sasuke extended his fist with a sunny smile. Bang! Niji, who was not particularly adept at expressing his emotions, bumped fists with Sasuke and nodded firmly. All right, now it's time for our secret training. Sasuke shifted the topic, not lingering on the earlier incident. Once the seeds of friendship are sown, there's no need to interfere further. Hinata Niji glanced at Hinata with some difficulty, eye in his eyes. Hinata was a young lady. Average talent, average physique, average strength. Would she be able to cope if she directly participated in this special training? Indeed, he was worried, but in his prideful demeanor, it was perceived as disdain. Chapter 37. Confidence. Hinata, sensing Niji's concern, felt a wave of emotion. I think I can give it a try. If I can't hold on, I'll speak up. Hinata timidly stepped forward and spoke softly. Are you really going to try? It hurt a lot, and you'll be very hungry. Naruto interjected. It must be said that, given Naruto's experiences, these are the most crucial issues for him in the past. Even if he had such a training method, he wouldn't have dared to use it due to a lack of sufficient food. I want to try. Hinata stood resolutely. Don't worry. Hinata's strength may surpass what all of you can imagine. As Sasuke concluded his words, chakra began to surge. Immediately, 3 small white insects lunged towards the trio. The familiar sensation prompted both Niji and Naruto to sit cross-legged without hesitation, commencing to perceive the changes within their bodies. In contrast, Hinata appeared momentarily stunned. The tingling sensation coursing through her body was inexplicably pleasant. Hinata couldn't help but emit a soft hum. Instinctively, she quickly covered her mouth, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. Hinata, if you believe you can endure, I will prepare some additional white insects to enter your body. This process refines the cells and aids in physical training, chakra refinement, and other cultivation practices. However, since this is your first experience, it is essential to find a suitable threshold. Sasuke explained succinctly. I can manage, please. Hinata bravely extended her hand, her adorable face filled with seriousness. All right, here it comes. Just endure a little. It may hurt initially, but it will become quite comfortable once you acclimate. Sasuke stated before releasing chakra. Once more, 2 small white insects entered Hinata's body. The intense stimulation caused Hinata to convulse momentarily. The chakra within her meridians became unstable. Fortunately, Hinata's physique was inherently formidable, coupled with the ample nourishment she had received lately, resulting in a significant enhancement. She quickly adapted to Sasuke's power. After this, Sasuke turned his gaze towards the training ground's periphery. Have they arrived? Bang! Sasuke raised a finger. Utilizing the shadow clone technique, that I will handle the situation over there while keeping watch over them. With that, Sasuke turned and exited the training ground. As he stepped outside, 3 masked ninjas appeared before him. Uchiha Sasuke, due to your blatant assault on the students of the ninja academy within the village, 3 individuals have sustained severe injuries, according to the regulations set forth by the higher-ups of Konoha. You are required to return with us to the Umbu for punishment. We hope you refrain from any futile resistance. This is our counsel to you. The leading Umbu member stated calmly that I refuse. Sasuke replied with an expression of indifference. I'm afraid that if you attempt to resist, we will be compelled to take coercive measures. Since when did the Umbu's reach extend so far? At that moment, a brash voice interrupted the Umbu's discourse. Uchiha Shemu, Uchiha Utani, and Uchiha Chu appeared on the scene. I could see this moment, the 3 donned armbands. Indeed, they were not representing the Uchiha clan. They were acting in their capacity as members of the security department. Uchiha Shemu, you should be aware that I do not know if you intend to take Sasuke away, present the Hokage's execution order. Regardless of the facts, this matter falls within the jurisdiction of our security department. Uchiha Shemu interrupted once more. He held no fondness for the Umbu. These individuals, aside from guarding the 3rd Hokage, engaged in various underhanded activities. He held nothing but disdain for such rodent-like figures who operated in the shadows. The reason the security department garnered more ire than the Umbu was that they operated under their true identities, while the Umbu remained shrouded in anonymity. They were merely associated with the Hokage. Moreover, under Sir Tobiruzen's administration, the Umbu's reputation was not as tarnished as it could have been. Today, Uchiha Sasuke must accompany us. Should you dare to act against me within the village, before the leading Umbu member could finish. A flash of silver light darted past. The mask on the Umbu member's face fell away. Sanada, Akira, so it is you. Uchiha Shemu remarked with a hint of mockery, recognizing the man before him. Sanada Akira froze, hastily covering his face. Uchiha Shemu, do you realize what you are doing? Your actions are already. The Konoha Security Department, in accordance with Konoha's regulations, is currently executing official duties. The Umbu members are maliciously obstructing us and attempting to misuse their authority to interfere with the normal operations of the security department, all while threatening us with their power. Sanada Akira, I wonder if you are satisfied with my remarks. A wicked smile crept onto Uchiha Shemu's lips as his 3-tomo Sharingan activated. A palpable aura of hostility began to coalesce around him. It was no joke. Uchiha Shemu had participated in 2 wars. The blood on his hands and the murderous intent he radiated were beyond what these blustering individuals could ever hope to compare. Leave. Sanada Akira comprehended that today, no matter the circumstances, he could not take Uchiha Sasuke away. Remaining any longer would only subject him to further humiliation at the hands of Uchiha Shemu, should they attract the attention of others. He risked jeopardizing his own position within the Umbu. TCH coward. Uchiha Shemu scoffed as he watched the 3 disappear. Sasuke, are you all right? Uchiha Shemu then turned to Sasuke. I'm fine. Those guys will be fine. They won't die. In the presence of Uchiha Shemu, Sasuke once again displayed his innocent smile. You rascal. Well then, go and train diligently with your companions. The rest will be handled by the clan. Uchiha Shemu found himself growing increasingly fond of this boy. Compared to Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Sasuke's talent and character were precisely the type he admired. Itachi was simply too unapproachable. Thank you, Lord Shemu. After expressing his gratitude, Sasuke returned to the training ground. Indeed, he was aware that the presence of the security department behind him allowed him to act with such audacity. Such playful antics among children were beyond the reach of even the Hokage himself. This was the confidence that came with having support. While relishing this newfound confidence, Sasuke also contemplated how to continue enjoying the generous dividends provided by his clan. He needed to expedite the advancement of his plans. He also wondered how matters were faring with his father. Chapter 38, Self-Strategy for the Mission. In the days that followed, no significant issues arose. Due to the incident where Sasuke had directly confronted several individuals, they were now able to utilize the training ground daily. This alleviated numerous inconveniences and allowed Sasuke to enjoy a sense of ease. On the weekend, Sasuke sat within the Uchiha training ground, a peculiar expression gracing his face. What on earth is Neji doing? The progress on this task is skyrocketing. Sasuke observed the task progress data, which stood at 62, leaving him utterly bewildered. Just that morning, it was merely 18 to how could it have surged to 62 in just half a day? Was this fellow engaging in self-strategy within the Hyuga clan? Hinata gazed at Neji with a hopeful expression. Brother Neji, have I made significant progress this time? After several days of training together, Hinata felt uncertain if it was merely her imagination. Brother Neji seems to have improved towards me. Previously, he would decisively defeat her and then coldly depart, often without uttering a single word. Yet now, the situation was markedly different. He not only patiently corrected her gentle fist errors, but also demonstrated the correct techniques to her. Indeed, there has been improvement. Strength, speed, and precision have all seen enhancements that I must accelerate my training pace as well. Lest you catch up to me, Hinata, Neji replied with a gentle smile. Seeing Neji smile, Hinata couldn't help but beam in response. Neji did a tea that moment. The voice of Hyuga Hizashi echoed through the air. Clan head. Upon witnessing the arrival of Hyuga Hizashi, Neji's smile vanished instantly. The man before him bore a striking resemblance to his father, his uncle, the clan head of the Hyuga clan. This man, Neji's thoughts spiraled into turmoil. Once more, it was because of this very person that his father had met his demise. In the heart of a young boy, no justification could suppress such emotions. Stay for dinner tonight. I have made arrangements. You should first take a shower and then join us in the living room shortly. Hinata's words remained as cold and unyielding as ever, and she turned to leave the room. As she exited the training hall, a smile crept onto Hinata's lips. He was acutely aware of the changes in Hinata, and with Neji's current relationship with her, Hinata felt an even greater sense of joy. However, having been accustomed to a serious demeanor, he maintained his usual expression, at this rate. The promise I made to you should soon be fulfilled. Hinata gazed up at the sky, and his smile transformed into a bittersweet yet hopeful expression that I in the living room. Neji, have you encountered any issues in your training recently? Have you found any breakthroughs in your gentle fist practice? And as for Hinata, do you think it is appropriate for her to be your opponent? Faced with Hinata's unexpected concern, Neji appeared somewhat perplexed. They had never shared such a relationship before. He answered most of Hinata's inquiries honestly. Regarding Hinata, Neji expressed his willingness to continue sparring with her. Neji, come with me, Hinata instructed before rising and heading toward the backyard. Before long, the two arrived at the entrance of an exquisite room. With a creak, they pushed the door open and stepped inside. This was the room belonging to Hinata's father. Seeing your current state, there are some matters I believe I should disclose to you. You harbor resentment towards me, don't you? Hinata's sudden words caught Neji off guard. Having been brought into his father's room, he felt utterly bewildered. Did he just reveal something? Resentment is indeed justified. It is my fault for having wronged Hinata. This is what Hinata wished for me to leave to you. Hinata approached a cabinet, retrieving a notebook and handing it to Neji. Upon opening it, Neji was rendered speechless. Neji, I am uncertain of your age now, but I believe you must have let go of your hatred. I am an unworthy father, yet I still hope to leave you something of value. Hence this notebook. The rules of the Hyuga clan dictate this. You need not blame your uncle, for he too is powerless against such regulations that we are, after all, very close brothers. If you can read this, it signifies your growth. Listen to your uncle. He will inform you of the tasks ahead. Lastly, Hinata added, I am truly sorry, Neji. After perusing the notebook, Neji's face was awash with tears. He placed the notebook down heavily and looked at Hinata with confusion. You lost your father, while I lost my brother. I promised Hinata that as long as you are willing to let go of your hatred, we shall shatter these so-called rules. This is the realization I have come to, albeit belatedly, thanks to my brother's sacrifice. Hinata proceeded to disclose the next steps to Neji. Break the rules. What transpired between them thereafter remains a mystery to all. However, as Niji departed, his gaze had become significantly more resolute. Ding! Congratulations, host. Task completed. Gain physique 10. Meridians increased by 10. Gentle fist. Taiji. Simultaneously, for Sasuke, who had just finished training, a notification panel appeared before him. Huh. Was that really it? Sasuke exclaimed, bewildered. He had been fretting over how to resolve Niji's inner turmoil. Yet it seemed to have resolved itself unexpectedly. Energy surged within him. Sasuke confirmed that this was no dream. Information about Gentle Fist. Taiji flooded his mind, leaving him unable to contemplate anything else. As the essence of Taiji permeated his thoughts, Sasuke lost the ability to think of other matters. The change of his internal energy reflected in his very being. The subtleties of Taiji allowed his spirit to wander freely. Sasuke settled into a cross-legged position, closed his eyes, and began to immerse himself in this profound experience. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, how are things progressing? Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired, setting down the scroll in his hand to glance at Uchiha Sasuke, who bore the insignia of the security department. Everything is on track. I have now been fully accepted by the Uchiha clan and have gained my own trusted allies, as the deputy chief of the security department. My authority is second only to that of the clan head. Moreover, I have successfully spread the will of fire within the security department. Sasuke respectfully updated Hiruzen on the recent tasks. Chapter 39. A New Plan. The perverse sage seeks assistance. Observing the documents handed to him by Sasuke, a satisfied smile graced Sarutobi's lips. His earlier decision to allow Sasuke to return to the Uchiha clan, a daring maneuver, had finally borne fruit without issues. Sasuke, the Uchiha clan is now in your hands as the deputy chief of the security department. It is all but assured that you will be the next clan head. With my support, securing this position should be quite manageable. In order to improve both the village and the Uchiha, you will face many significant responsibilities ahead. Sarutobi began to paint a bright future for Sasuke. It must be said that if Sasuke were to follow Hiruzen's guidance, the feasibility of his plans was quite high. Even gaining control over the Uchiha clan would not pose an insurmountable challenge. Understood, Hokage-sama. I still need to address some matters within the security department. To be a competent clan head, I must hold myself to strict standards and avoid complacency, but I shall take my leave now. With that, Uchiha Sasuke vanished in an instant. Once Sasuke departed, a figure emerged from the shadows. Sasuke has played his part to perfection. Controlling the Uchiha clan is sufficient for now, as for other matters. They need not be considered at this time, Sarutobi remarked to the newly appeared individual, his voice tinged with a hint of warning. The figure emerging from the shadows was none other than Danzo Shimura, the leader of the Root organization. Are we scrapping the previous plans? Danzo countered without hesitation. Yes. However, vigilance towards the Uchiha clan must be maintained until Sasuke has fully established control. Once Itachi and Sasuke mature, the Uchiha clan will no longer pose a threat. Sarutobi spoke with a calm demeanor, though pride swelled within him, for it was his will of fire that had conquered the younger generation of the Uchiha clan, leading to the current situation that Danzo's extreme methods had never found favor in Sarutobi's eyes. Very well, Danzo replied coolly, merely nodding before retreating back into the shadows. Watching Danzo's departure, Sarutobi's expression turned to one of resignation. Times are changing. Some matters are no longer as they once were. He now stood as the strongest Hokage of Konoha, directly overseeing the most powerful clan in the village. What lay ahead was no longer about solidifying his position, but rather enhancing his reputation. The likes of Danzo, a representative of darkness, had reached the point where they should exit the stage of Konoha's history. It seems that plans indeed require reevaluation. Sarutobi mused as he retrieved a scroll and extracted a document from within. Within the upper echelons of Konoha, a tremendous storm was on the horizon. Yet at the eye of this storm, Uchiha Sasuke remained unfazed, diligently training in his room. No, this won't do. This method of refinement has its limits. My physical growth simply cannot keep pace. How can I ensure my body can match the improvements in my training? At this moment, Sasuke sat on the ground, his face etched with distress, acutely aware of the issues plaguing his body. Previously, he had reached the limit of refining through enhanced cells. After all, Sasuke had merely simulated the cellular generation method found within Naruto's physique, and the disparity between their bodies was immense that it seemed that training to improve his physical abilities needed to be prioritized once more. Suddenly, a thought struck Sasuke. If he were to embark on physical training, he knew precisely whom to seek out, that if he wished to learn something from this individual, it could only be the illustrious guy. The man who nearly kicked his way to the grand finale. Although somewhat eccentric, his prowess in taijutsu was undeniably formidable. Sasuke was not afraid of Might Guy's eccentricities. Rather, he feared being coerced into donning those embarrassing garments. After some contemplation, Sasuke resolved to give it a try. He closed his eyes and commenced refining his chakra, for regardless of what lay ahead, his chakra remained fundamental. "Kid, come with me." At that moment, a shadow materialized within Sasuke's room, seizing him and vanishing from sight. Jiraiya? What does he want? As Sasuke was pulled along at a breakneck pace by Jiraiya, he felt no concern. Given Jiraiya's character, he was unlikely to impose anything excessive upon him. Soon enough, they arrived beside the Hokage Lake. "Listen, kid, I have a very important training mission that requires your assistance. That if you accomplish it, you may request anything within my power to grant." How does that sound? An offer from one of the legendary Sannin, the Toad Sage. Exciting? I assent it, Jiraiya said, his eyes glinting mischievously as he looked at Sasuke. "Training? Are you suggesting I sneak into a bathhouse? Do you really think a mere child like me could assist you?" Sasuke expressed his skepticism, utterly unconvinced that Jiraiya had any legitimate training in mind. Jiraiya immediately deflated, taken aback by Sasuke's perceptiveness. "Don't tell me. Is it the Uchiha clan's bathhouse?" A troubling thought crossed Sasuke's mind. Surely this man wouldn't be so foolish as to be caught before he could even observe. "Kid, no. If you help me this time, I promise to take you to Mayaboka Mountain for some delicious food. Your body requires training, and I can provide the necessary resources." "What do you say?" Jiraiya said, his tone somewhat frantic. After all, being discovered while spying on the Uchiha bathhouse would be an embarrassment for him. "Fine. Here's the contract. Write down everything you just said." Sasuke promptly produced a scroll and handed Jiraiya a pen. "You little rascal. I'll write it." Jiraiya scribbled a long list of items rapidly. "Additionally, include the reason for this agreement. The fact that you intend to spy on the bathhouse must be documented. When you place your handprint later, it needs to be covered as well, that if you try to back out. I'll take this scroll to the third Hokage." Sasuke observed as Jiraiya wrote, skeptical of the man's integrity. Given Jiraiya's character, it was clear he had none to speak of. After completing the document and affixing his handprint, Sasuke carefully stored the scroll away. "Right here will do. Lord Jiraiya." "If you please," Sasuke said, and in an instant, arcs of lightning enveloped his form, transforming him into a fleeting shadow that vanished from sight. "What are you doing?" "Hey!" Before Jiraiya could react, Sasuke's small fist struck his chin with tremendous force, propelling him upward. "Ouch! You little brat, are you trying to seriously injure me?" Jiraiya retorted, feeling dazed from the blow. As the saying goes, no matter how skilled one is, they can still fall prey to a kitchen knife. And Sasuke's knife was finally honed. Boom! 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 Jiraiya quickly braced himself. Although Sasuke's attacks were fierce, Jiraiya successfully fended them off one by one. It didn't take long for him to identify Sasuke's weaknesses and instinctively correct them, while addressing errors in real combat without uttering a word. He could guide Sasuke's fighting style to rectify those issues. Sasuke soon realized Jiraiya's intentions. "Watch out, Lord Jiraiya," he called out, and arcs of lightning morphed into small white insects that swarmed behind him. These small insects had developed formidable scales, appearing much more intimidating than those used for body refinement with Naruto and Neji. This was a specialized ninjutsu developed solely for offensive purposes in the Raijin mode. Without the invulnerability to lightning that the Raijin mode provided, these mutated insects could potentially harm Sasuke himself. Self-created ninjutsu. Goodness, this kid really is a genius. Just as Fugaka mentioned, Jiraiya marveled, having encountered many talented individuals throughout his journeys in the ninja world, yet still finding himself in awe of the technique Sasuke unleashed. "Go!" Sasuke commanded, directing the lightning toward Jiraiya. The surrounding paths were entirely sealed by the small white insects, and crucially, Sasuke retained control over the released lightning. Capturing the trajectory of these lightning bolts was beyond the capability of an ordinary person, but Sasuke Uchiha was no ordinary individual. The Sharingan. The three-tomo Sharingan activated instantly. The path of the white insects became visible to Sasuke, and he began to analyze Jiraiya's movements. With a lift of his hands, he commanded the white insect to launch a comprehensive assault on Jiraiya. Boom! 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 As several bolts of lightning struck down, the area where Jiraiya had stood was enveloped in thick dust and fog. According to the where there's smoke, there's no injury adage, Jiraiya should be unharmed. Seriously, Jiraiya, you shameless fool. Just as Sasuke contemplated his next move, he suddenly noticed a change in the surrounding environment. No, it wasn't the environment that changed. The fleshy walls around him made it abundantly clear where they were block as lightning. Jiraiya had summoned a giant toad. Indeed, they were now inside the toad's stomach. With a puff of smoke, Jiraiya reappeared before Sasuke. The smoke dissipated, but Sasuke's Byakugan remained active. You little brat, attacking me from behind and attempting to kill me in battle. You show no respect for your elders at all. Well, this session of guidance will conclude here. Once you're capable of breaking the seal I placed earlier, I'll continue to instruct you, Jiraiya said with a sly grin. This was precisely Jiraiya's initial plan, to deal with Sasuke briefly and then find an appropriate ninjutsu to showcase the gap between their abilities. This way, he could excuse himself from further training without facing any backlash from Sasuke. Truly shameless. Never mind that. Let me state my demands that I need weighted materials, just like those of my guy, and I require some medicinal herbs. You should be more knowledgeable about this than I am, considering your close partnership with Lady Tsunade. Also, I need some money. I've spent quite a bit treating others to meals lately. Oh, and I also, just as Sasuke began enumerating his requests, Jiraiya could hardly contain himself. Setting aside everything else, the weighted materials from my guy would cost at least 10 million Ryo. Furthermore, the customized medicinal herbs from Tsunade for enhancing physical strength were also a significant expense. If Sasuke kept making wishes, even Jiraiya's wealth would be drained. The items I just mentioned, I can accommodate. Let's not speak further. I fear I might change my mind, Jiraiya awkwardly remarked. After all, uttering such words in the presence of a child would surely cause his aged face to flush. Very well, my father. At that moment, Sasuke spotted Uchiha Fugaku, accompanied by elite ninjas from the Uchiha clan. Approaching from a distance, the sense of dread enveloped Sasuke's heart. Could it be that Jiraiya was peeking at his mother? Sasuke turned, a frown etched on his face as he fixed his gaze on Jiraiya. Jiraiya subtly shook his head, clearly aware of Sasuke's implications. Sasuke, what are you and Lord Jiraiya doing here at such a late hour? Uchiha Fugaku scrutinized Sasuke, casting a disapproving glance at Jiraiya. Although he understood Jiraiya's nature, the occurrence of such matters within his own family was somewhat unsettling that I requested Lord Jiraiya to provide me with special training. Has something happened to father? Sasuke tilted his small head, asking curiously. Observing Sasuke's innocent and whimsical demeanor, Jiraiya felt an urge to distance himself from the earlier boldness he had displayed. Lord Jiraiya, please ensure you do not stray off course next time you visit the Uchiha clan. Now, off you go. Sasuke, you should return home and rest. Uchiha Fugaku was no fooled Sasuke's words would not lead him to publicly confront his son. Understood, father, Sasuke obediently nodded. Jiraiya let out a sigh of relief. As long as Uchiha Fugaku did not pursue the matter, everything would proceed smoothly. Sasuke, the weighted materials you requested will be delivered by Might GUY.AS for the medicinal herbs. I shall assist you in procuring them. Here is 10 million yen. It should suffice for a while that I shall take my leave now. After placing the money down, Jiraiya swiftly vanished, anxious that Sasuke might make further demands. Chapter 41, Confronting Root. Annihilation of two, grasping the money. A smile crept across Sasuke's lips. Was this not precisely what he required for the upcoming expenses? Those gluttonous companions could eat a substantial amount. Without devising a plan to earn money, he risked facing bankruptcy, delightedly accepting the cash. Sasuke made his way toward his abode. Just a few minutes after stepping outside, Sasuke sensed an unusual aura. Show yourself that he halted in his tracks, given that he was near the Uchiha compound. He felt confident in his ability to flee should danger arise. Thus, he intended to discern who was watching him. With a rustling sound, Three ninjas adorned with fox masks emerged into his line of sight. The trio surrounded Sasuke in a triangular formation. "Root, is it? What, do you intend to make a move against me?" Sasuke questioned, puzzled. Even if he were a prodigy and had recently garnered some attention, it was improbable that the core members of Root would seek trouble with him. Moreover, Root would not dare to abduct him and imprison him within their organization. Setting aside the Uchiha, even Sarutobi Hiruzen would likely not permit it. "Come with us, it will spare you some pain." Resistance could be rather painful, you know. The member of Root at the forefront spoke with a hint of mockery, drawing forth a sealing scroll and a short blade from his back. "Go with you?" To Root, a sudden wave of unease surged within Sasuke. This decision undoubtedly stemmed from Danzo, yet he could not fathom that this man would be foolish enough to directly bring him back to Root. There had to be some ulterior motive at play. "You need not know, for soon you may become a corpse that a corpse has no need to be overly informed," an ominous voice whispered into Sasuke's ear. In an instant, a pair of hands seized his ankles. "When did this happen?" Sasuke exclaimed in astonishment. With his perceptive abilities, he should have sensed even movements beneath the ground. Yet just moments ago, he had detected nothing behind him. Now, with his feet bound and three core members of Root looming menacingly, he pondered, "Is Danzo truly targeting me? Could it be?" Suddenly, an image of a pale face flashed in his mind. Orochimaru? Initially, Danzo had aimed to support Orochimaru in becoming Hokage, only to have it snatched away by Minato. There must be some form of transaction or connection between the two. Tai Chi. Sasuke abruptly assumed the stance of Tai Chi with a subtle shift of his body. He began to channel his chakra that a surge of hidden energy flowed into his feet, freeing him from his restraints. Fire style. Fireball Jutsu. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Raijin mode. In an instant, Sasuke summoned all of his chakra. After unleashing the fire style technique, he darted away in all directions. "Quickly, we must take him tonight. Uchiha Fugaku will soon arrive for backup." The leading member of Root commanded, pursuing Sasuke's fleeing form. Just as he lifted his foot, a flash of lightning appeared before him. In the same moment, a practiced kunai pierced his heart. "You." Before he could utter another word, the kunai erupted with violent electricity. Obliterating his heart, he fell straight to the ground. Meanwhile, Sasuke swiftly shifted his position, plunging into the nearby thicket. He dispersed his shadow clones, striving to buy himself some time. To further confuse the members of Root, each shadow clone wielded a bloodied kunai. Behind the tree, Sasuke gasped for breath, struggling to regain his composure after the act of killing. How could those individuals be so relentless? How did they? He panted, endeavoring to stabilize his emotions. Should he lose control? It was highly likely he would be captured tonight. If the one behind this was indeed Orochimaru, given his current strength, escape would be impossible. Uchiha Fugaku must have been entangled in some matter. "I have 10 minutes to spare. As long as I am not captured within that time frame, these individuals will be powerless against me." With that thought, Sasuke tightened his grip on the kunai, allowing his mind to settle as he began to strategize. There were at least 3 more outside. Their prowess was at the elite Jonin level. Lacking specific information, he could not discern their specialties. Damn it, why can't Kishimoto provide me with more intelligence en route? "Found you!" Bang! As a member of Root struck down with a knife hand, the Sasuke before him transformed into white mist and vanished. Shadow clone. The member of Root realized, as they unleashed their own shadow clones to attack all of Sasuke's forms. Aiming to expose the real one soon, dozens of figures materialized within the thicket, the sounds of battle echoing through the air. 3 minutes later, the remaining 3 members of Root stood bewildered, huddled together. All were shadow clones. How could his concealment technique be so formidable? One of them mused, perplexed. They had eradicated all of Uchiha Sasuke's clones in the forest, yet failed to locate the real one. Furthermore, their sensory abilities had remained active, and no one had made an escape. Uchiha Sasuke has vanished? Suddenly, one member grasped the situation and dashed toward the edge of the forest. Wind style, Wind Blade. One of the Root members unleashed a gust of wind. Dispersing the dust left behind from Sasuke's earlier battle, a figure emerged before them. I have been discovered. It seems that the leader of Konoha's underground organization, Root, truly possesses remarkable abilities. However, now that you wish to take me away, time is no longer on our side, came Sasuke's calm voice. Though it was merely a brief utterance of 3 sentences, it imparted immense pressure upon the 3 individuals. 5 minutes had already elapsed. In the distance, the presence of the Uchiha clan could be sensed if they were to persist in battle. Then, while the members of the root organization were still weighing their options, they were suddenly startled by the crackling sound of electricity. Is that a shuriken? Gazing down at the shuriken at his feet, which was slowly emanating electric currents, he was momentarily stunned. Zzz. In the next instant, he was enveloped by numerous small white insects. The raging lightning attribute instantly paralyzed his body. Hiss, a sharp pain surged from his chest. Upon closer inspection, he found Sasuke had already appeared before him. Chapter 42. The dread of a Sharingan. Shursui arrives. Before the other 2 could react, the ninja had collapsed onto the ground. Blood seeped out, slowly staining the earth crimson. This moment, Uchiha Sasuke, in their eyes, was no longer a mere child to be toyed with. The Uchiha clan, known for their demonic eyes, indeed comprised monsters. Come forth. You detestable scum of the root organization. Sasuke yanked the shuriken from the ground, his face splattered with the blood that had just gushed from the ninja's heart. His Sharingan glimmered under the moonlight, exuding an eerie and commanding presence, a mere 5-year-old child, yet he seemed shrouded by the shadow of a demon, causing the 2 members of the root organization to momentarily forget their intent to act. However, within Sasuke's heart, he was not as unflappable as he appeared. The aftermath of taking a life weighed heavily upon him, compounded by the toll of 2 recent ambushes. His chakra was critically low. His body, having overexerted itself in the Raijin mode, was experiencing complications. It was not that he wished to linger here to display bravado. Rather, he found himself utterly incapable of departing from this place. Fortunately, the ruthless manner in which Sasuke had dispatched the 2 had instilled enough fear in the remaining member of the root organization that he chose not to strike immediately. Ding! An emergency mission has been issued. Resolve the troubles brought by the root organization. Just as Sasuke pondered his escape, the system's alert chimed in. Goodness, in matters of life and death, it seems the activation of the system's tasks is indeed standard protocol. However, the activation of an emergency mission indicates that this crisis is not to be taken lightly. Contemplating this, a smile gradually crept upon Sasuke's lips as he gathered the last of his chakra, focusing it into his Sharingan. A terrifying power surged forth. The root, are you truly such shameless scum? Nevertheless, consider yourselves fortunate to witness the pinnacle of my Uchiha ocular techniques. Now, prepare to use your lives to amuse me. Ultimate eye technique. Moku space. Upon uttering these words, the power within his eyes had reached a tangible overflow. The 2 members of the root organization instinctively took defensive stances, with one gripping his shuriken tightly, attempting to stave off unconsciousness through pain. Bang! Just then a figure charged in. The deputy head of the Konoha Guard. A standout among the younger generation of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Sasuke had made his entrance. Uchiha Sasuke? Fear not. That is merely an illusion, a trivial illusion, as long as I remain steadfast in my heart. I shall not be swayed by it. This illusion is surprisingly realistic. It can simulate to such an extent. The 2 members of the root organization were now in a state of delirium. Battling against an innate master of illusions like Uchiha was indeed a daunting endeavor. An illusion. Have you both forgotten where you are? This is the territory of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Sasuke appeared utterly bewildered. He had not cast an illusion. And as for the other clan member, Uchiha Sasuke, he had collapsed to the ground, looking utterly drained. On the other side lay the corpses of the 2 root members. Damn it, based solely on the scene before him, there was no way to ascertain any information. Indeed, this information felt as though it were fabricated. A mere Uchiha boy, no matter how talented, was constrained by his body and could not possibly continue fighting. See, he has released Uchiha Sasuke through an illusion, standing there foolishly, lacking any intent to act. Haha, this truly is an illusion. It is merely an illusion. The members of the root organization, witnessing Uchiha Sasuke's immobility, suddenly regained their confidence. They could no longer afford to delay. They had to incapacitate Uchiha Sasuke in the shortest time possible. Otherwise, by the time the real Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Fugaku arrived. It would be too late. With this thought, he disregarded Uchiha Sasuke and charged towards Uchiha Sasuke. What you just said would infuriate even the most patient of souls. Bang! Uchiha Sasuke instantly appeared before the member of the Root organization, delivering a knee strike directly to his face. Having assumed Uchiha Sasuke was merely an illusion, the member offered no resistance. In the next moment, propelled by the terrifying impact, the ninja was sent flying, crashing heavily into the ground. Before losing consciousness, the Root organization ninja mused, "Indeed, is my will not strong enough? How can an illusion hurt this much?" As for the other, he harbored no delusions and immediately prepared to flee. Uchiha Sasuke. What a joke. This individual is not someone an ordinary Uchiha can compare to. We must retreat quickly. This situation. Hey, are you really planning to leave? At that moment, a familiar figure appeared before the Root organization ninja. It seemed he had forgotten one crucial detail. The individual before him was Uchiha Sasuke. This fellow's title was Shunshin Sasuke. Bang! As soon as Sasuke made his move, the Root organization member promptly lost consciousness. Simultaneously, Sasuke arrived at Sasuke's side. After checking, he discovered that Sasuke was merely exhausted. His heart calmed as a result. Brother Sasuke. Just then, Sasuke opened his eyes. The reason he had dared to faint was that he had seen Uchiha Sasuke. Though the latter was somewhat simple-minded, he was still a reliable presence that a few minutes of rest allowed Sasuke to recover some strength, but it was merely enough to speak. "Sasuke, do not say anything. Rest first, that I will handle this situation. No. Brother Sasuke, eliminate the remaining two. Kill them." Sasuke interrupted Sasuke's words without hesitation. What? Sasuke was taken aback. Those two had already lost their combat capability. Moreover, as members of the Root organization, they had recklessly invaded Uchiha territory and would certainly need to answer to Danzo. Not to mention, they had severely injured Sasuke. If they were to kill them, there would be no witnesses left. Eliminate them and dispose of their bodies. That it would be best to incinerate them completely with fire release. Also, let me land a punch on you. That at this point, Sasuke was on the brink of losing consciousness. Explanations could wait. They needed to execute what he had just said. I understand. Sasuke, seeing the determination in Sasuke's eyes, though perplexed, decided to follow Sasuke's instructions. Furthermore, since they had come to the Uchiha and acted against Uchiha clan members, they could no longer be considered part of the village. This was entirely different from the villagers he vowed to protect. Chapter 43. Danzo bows down. After several hours of unconsciousness, Sasuke slowly opened his eyes. The most pressing matter was that he was not in a familiar room, but rather within the Konoha guard headquarters. Not only was his father, Uchiha Fugaku, present, but key personnel from the guard were also gathered. Uchiha Sasuke, Uchiha Shursame, Uchiha Chozu, and Uchiha Itachi. Even Sarutobi, Hiruzen, and Danzo had arrived. Goodness, what is happening? At that moment, Sasuke was utterly bewildered. Could it be that the higher-ups of Konoha had learned of his ability to grow stronger simply by sleeping? Sasuke, you have awakened. You have a point. Why would one train alongside Sasuke and yet resort to such extreme measures? You are a prodigy of the Uchiha clan. If this battle were to compromise your foundational strength, then recklessness is hardly a commendable approach to training. The first to speak was Hiruzen Sarutobi, exuding a demeanor of warmth and approachability. I must admit, his character is indeed quite admirable. This is something I personally requested for Brother Sasuke. I wish to ascertain how formidable I must become in order to live a life of ease and complacency. It seems my current prowess is still insufficient. By the way, Hokage-sama, are there other esteemed individuals present? Have you all come to inquire about my injuries? Sasuke rambled on, as though he had only just realized that he was in the presence of the higher-ups of Konoha. His eyes widened in naive curiosity. For a moment, everyone felt a wave of embarrassment. Very well, let us discuss any matters outside. Allow this young lad to rest properly, Hiruzen Sarutobi declared, as he took it upon himself to exit the room. The others felt it inappropriate to linger, especially considering that Sasuke's injuries were genuine. Soon, they arrived at the conference room of the security department. Danzo, please share your perspective on this incident. Members of the Root organization were attacked by the Uchiha. Do you possess any evidence to substantiate such claims? Hiruzen's expression was grave. Both parties held steadfast to their narratives. Yet at this moment, Hiruzen was more inclined to believe the Uchiha. After all, Danzo's rationale was exceedingly far-fetched. He even alleged that Sasuke Uchiha and Shisui Uchiha had conspired to eliminate elite members of his root organization. What's more, among those 4 elite members were individuals whom Hiruzen personally knew. Let us not even mention Sasuke. Even without that liability of a child, could Shisui truly have executed all 4 within the confines of the Uchiha territory without leaving a trace? Is that even conceivable? Even if those 4 were not Shisui's adversaries, would they not attempt to flee? Danzo was momentarily taken aback by Hiruzen's sudden inquiries. Brother, this is not how the narrative is supposed to unfold. Shouldn't you be unconditionally supporting me in thoroughly investigating the Uchiha clan? At this moment, Danzo could not help but harbor such thoughts, though voicing them was out of the question. Danzo-sama, are you at a loss for words? Allow me to pose a question. Why did 4 members of the root organization appear in the very heart of Uchiha territory? Why, at the moment of their appearance, was there a mysterious ninja who attacked me? Why do you assert that they perished before my son, Sasuke Uchiha? Fugaku Uchiha is no fool. On the contrary, he is quite astute. His previous lackluster performance was solely due to the collective suppression by the upper echelons of Konoha. No matter how clever he is, it was futile. The circumstances have changed. Hiruzen's inquiry directed at Danzo has already illuminated the issue. A rift has emerged between the root and Hiruzen. Has Minister Fugaku also discerned the presence of intruders in our Konoha? It appears that this matter is indeed not the doing of the Uchiha. Those 4 may have been ambushed by an enemy. I apologize for my earlier recklessness. I will return and thoroughly investigate this issue. With that, Danzo turned and departed the scene. Shisui raised a hand, eager to speak, but was restrained by Shisui. Forcing Danzo into such a corner is quite an achievement. Hokage-sama, our Uchiha clan harbors no issues. If you uncover any problems, please feel free to point them out. After Danzo's departure, Fugaku turned his gaze toward Hiruzen. Forcing Danzo to concede is already a significant advantage. Fugaku did not seek to demand more. For one cannot consume an entire meal in one bite. Regardless of any lingering grievances, they must be suppressed. As the head of the security department, you possess the authority to intervene in investigations. It would be best if you could unearth something substantial. Now that there are no further matters at hand, I shall take my leave. If any new reports arise, do not hesitate to find me. Ensure that Sasuke gets ample rest. Your 2 sons are both prodigies. They must be nurtured well. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Hiruzen took his leave with the Umbu. As the others departed, Fugaku exhaled a long sigh of relief. You all may return to your duties. Shisui, remain. I have a few matters to discuss with you. Fugaku instructed as he settled into his chair. Yes, understood, Minister. Let us proceed. The members of the security department gradually exited the room. Shisui, however, looked on in confusion at Fugaku. After all, this incident appeared to have reached its conclusion. Shisui, you just informed me that Sasuke single-handedly eliminated 2 members of the root organization? Fugaku expressed his bewilderment. He had just learned of this development. Yet such occurrences were beyond the realm of belief. A 5-year-old child, merely months into his enrollment at the Ninja Academy, managed to slay members of the Umbu? I cannot provide specifics, but by the time I arrived, 2 had already perished. Even the remaining 2 were overwhelmed by Sasuke's aura and dared not make a move. They seemed somewhat deranged, so I suspect it was indeed Sasuke who acted. Shisui articulated his analysis. Although the words came from Shisui, even he found it hard to fully believe. Such an absurdity would elicit skepticism from anyone that I understand. You may attend to your own affairs now. Fugaku waved dismissively, allowing Shisui to leave. Alone at his desk, he sat in contemplation, lost in thought. Chapter 44. The mission is not yet complete. Crisis. Meanwhile, within the root organization. Bang! Bang! Objects crashed to the floor incessantly. The surrounding members of the root organization stood trembling, fearful of provoking Danzo's ire and incurring his wrath. Does he truly believe they are of any consequence? A mere collection of puppets manipulated by that Hiruzen fellow, and yet they appear so self-satisfied. Hiruzen Tsurutobi, It seems you are genuinely preparing to take action against me. Danzo's face contorted into a sinister expression. I could see that moment. Hiruzen Sarutobi's countenance was also less than pleasant. He had anticipated that upon returning to the Hokage's office, he would be the first to encounter Danzo. After all, today he had clearly favored the Uchiha, a behavior Danzo would undoubtedly find intolerable. What has become of this man? Hokage-sama. After Danzo departed, he immediately returned to the Root organization. He is yet to emerge. Susan pondered this. An Umbu ninja appeared to report the specifics of the situation. I see Hiruzen's brow furrowed deeper. Something amiss must be afoot. Danzo's behavior undeniably signaled a troubling message. As for what he might be contemplating, Hiruzen had begun to form some conjectures. In an instant, tensions among the higher-ups began to escalate under the catalyst of this event. Returning to the instigator of this incident, Sasuke Uchiha, within the confines of the security department's infirmary. Father, this may not suffice. I require more food. The recent battle consumed a great deal of energy, and I need a substantial meal that I ask for these injuries. A full stomach should suffice. Moreover, that meat roll. I need 3 servings as it is rather delectable. Sasuke declared while indulging in his meal and making requests. Fugaku stood nearby, the tension etched upon his face, clearly indicative of his current state of mind, who awakens a special bloodline limit only to become so gluttonous. Moreover, this is not merely a fabrication conjured by Sasuke himself. Ever since Sasuke developed an appetite, both his innate talent and prowess have undergone a remarkable transformation in a remarkably short span of time. Indeed, even his cognitive approach has witnessed a significant leap forward. This incident has plunged Uchiha Fugaku into profound self-doubt, leading him to question whether this truly is his son.by. The following morning, Sasuke had finally satiated his hunger, and his injuries had nearly healed. Father, do you have any inquiries for me? Please feel free to ask. Sasuke rose, donned his attire, and made his way to Uchiha Fugaku's office. The 2 individuals from yesterday were indeed slain by my hand, albeit at a cost. It is not difficult to utilize my bloodline limit in conjunction with the Sharingan's perceptive abilities. The specifics cannot be divulged, as those few individuals are now deceased, and no one will be aware of my involvement. However, Shursui knows. Perhaps we should eliminate him as well. Father, the dialogue between the 2 reached a halt at this juncture. Uchiha Fugaku refrained from pressing further, fearing that Sasuke might entertain the notion of eliminating him too. Although the questioning had concluded, Sasuke was not yet permitted to depart. It is worth noting that he had sustained considerable injuries the previous night. Departing too soon would undoubtedly attract the attention of Sarutobi Hiruzen. After requesting a leave of absence, Sasuke reluctantly settled in the infirmary to refine his chakra. Soon after, Itachi returned. Indeed, Itachi's earlier absence was due to his efforts in securing leave for Sasuke. I am fine now. Brother, who do you think is most likely to act against our clan within the village? Without waiting for Itachi to respond, Sasuke posed a question. Root. Itachi replied almost instantaneously, without a moment's hesitation. This time, Root must have learned of my talent and seeks to recruit me into their organization. Brother, if we do not possess sufficient strength, we will perpetually be oppressed and humiliated. Such matters cannot be resolved merely by avoiding provocation or by our acquiescence. Sasuke resumed his attempts to persuade Itachi. One cannot deny that enlightening Itachi is akin to the monumental task of enlightening Naruto. The reason Sasuke broached such topics was that he realized his urgent mission remained unfulfilled. In essence, Root had not yet relinquished their pursuit of him. Based on Sasuke's understanding of the system, such tasks typically ceased once one distanced themselves, unless, of course, Root intended to act against him again in the near future. Otherwise, they should have vanished by now. Thus, he needed to adeptly influence Uchiha Itachi. After all, he is an exceptional enforcer. In critical moments, he could even surpass Uchiha Shursui. The brothers' conversation initially centered around strategies, but soon devolved into discussions of ninjutsu, jinjutsu, and chakra, ultimately leading to a light-hearted exchange. Clearly, both brothers relished this atmosphere, and by the conversation's conclusion, their spirits were lifted. Sasuke! At that moment, a familiar voice reached Sasuke's ears. The golden-haired figure, along with the brazen act of barging through the door, was none other than his dear friend, Uzumaki Naruto. Behind him stood several familiar faces: Rock Lee, Hinata Hyuga, and Neji Hyuga. Apologies for the intrusion. I am Neji Hyuga, a friend of Sasuke's that we heard he was injured during training and wanted to check on him. Neji politely explained their purpose. It's nothing serious. A few days of rest will suffice. You all chat. I shall fetch some fruit for you. Itachi smiled warmly before stepping outside to prepare the refreshments. All right, Naruto. You've checked me several times. I assure you, I am truly fine. A few minutes later, Sasuke, feeling a bit exasperated by Naruto's incessant probing, thought to himself that even amidst the heartfelt concern, he felt an overwhelming urge to thrash his friend. How could you sustain such severe injuries during training? Neji finally inquired, initially puzzled by the battle scars adorning Sasuke's body. Upon activating his Byakugan, Neji's suspicions were confirmed. Sasuke's wounds were not from training, but rather from combat. Have I been seen through? I was engaged in practical combat training with the seniors in our clan, simulating battles. I merely sustained a few minor injuries. Sasuke deftly shifted the conversation. It was not that he wished to deceive them. Rather, it was better for them to remain unaware of certain truths for now. Chapter 45. What to do when the guides are two simpletons. Upon hearing Sasuke's response, the others felt a slight sense of relief. They then began recounting events from school, noting that Sasuke had been absent that day. The school had scheduled an important task, advancing the combat trials. Most notably, this trial would involve students from two different grades, meaning that not only the new students like Sasuke, but also those of Neji's cohort would participate. Has there been any change in the leading instructors for this trial? Sasuke inquired, indifferent to who would partake. These students were no longer of his caliber, in a full display of his abilities. Under equal conditions, Sasuke's current strength could be likened to that of a special Jonin, with a surprise attack. He could even severely injure or kill an elite Jonin. Our new students are led by Teacher Mizuki, Teacher Iga, and Teacher Baiwan. We are under the guidance of Teacher Might Guy, Teacher Asuma Suratobi, and Teacher Kurenai Yui. Upon hearing the names of the leading instructors, Neji's expression turned contemplative. Guy, Asuma, Kurenai. The senior instructors were already aligned with the formidable 12 young ninjas. The new students, however, were led by the traitor Mizuki and two inconsequential teachers. Sasuke was unfamiliar with the latter two, but based on their positions, their strength could only be assumed to be that of Chunin. It seemed that this trial would pose a significant risk. Although a weight settled in his heart, he maintained a facade of camaraderie with Naruto and the others. After over an hour, the group bid farewell to Sasuke and departed. With their exit, Itachi and Shursui entered Sasuke's room. Sasuke was somewhat taken aback to see them. In his view, the individual most likely to come and inquire about him should have been Uchiha Fugaku. Brother, Shursui, do you have something you wish to ask me? Noticing their hesitance, Sasuke took the initiative to speak. Sasuke, regarding this incident, I wish to understand the details and the true reasons behind it. Shursui inhaled deeply, deciding to pose the question directly. Some matters, when convoluted, can yield counterproductive results. Last night, Lord Jiraiya approached me. After completing my training with him, my father and the others arrived. It seems they discovered the enemy and went to address the situation. Meanwhile, I was heading toward our clan when 4 members of the Root organization appeared before me. It was at this point that Sasuke began to fabricate the narrative of the battle. He spoke of how he felt no fear and was solely focused on defeating the adversaries before him. He recounted a sudden epiphany that led him to discover the optimal combat strategy. In the moment when he had intimidated the last 2 foes, Uchiha Shursui intervened and claimed the kills. Initially, both Itachi and Shursui listened with a degree of seriousness. However, as the tale unfolded, it began to spiral into absurdity. All right, Shursui interrupted before Sasuke could continue. Let us not dwell further on extraneous details. Are you certain that the Root organization initiated the attack, and that you single-handedly eliminated 2 of its members? Shursui emphasized the key points. That could be confirmed. Sasuke, with no intention of concealing his prowess, nodded affirmatively. Itachi, I believe I previously underestimated Sasuke's perspective. Be able to conduct such analyses amidst the chaos of battle, and to eliminate those from the Root organization, was truly impressive. Furthermore, the insistence on reminding me to dispose of the remaining two individuals was striking. It seems I must take Sasuke's previous words more seriously. Uchiha Sasuke spoke with a grave expression, for if what Sasuke claimed is indeed true, then Shimura Danzo has already begun to act against the Uchiha clan. Although the reason behind targeting Sasuke first remains unclear, the fact that an attack has commenced cannot be denied. How shall we respond from here on? Should we adhere strictly to my father's counsel, or make adjustments to our prior plans? Uchiha Itachi inquired slowly. No, our previous strategy was predicated on fostering harmony within both our clan and the village. Thus, there are too many elements that require alteration. It would be more prudent to formulate an entirely new plan. Uchiha Sasuke pondered deeply, as if engaged in a frantic mental calculation. Hey, Brother Sasuke, have you both forgotten that there is another person present? Sasuke exclaimed, visibly distressed. It was frustrating that these two, despite their intelligence, spoke in such convoluted ways. Sasuke, you're still young. Your primary focus should be on enhancing your own strength, as for those who pave the way ahead. Allow us to handle that, Itachi replied solemnly. Sasuke, standing beside him, nodded in agreement. It was remarkable how similarly attuned these two were in such matters. Fine. Let me rest, Sasuke declared, lying down upon his bed, dismissing the two of them. After they left, Sasuke gazed weakly at the ceiling. Having guides is advantageous, yet these two seemed somewhat naive. He shook his head, casting aside such thoughts. His objective was to grow increasingly powerful. When the time came, he would simply push through any obstacles. After all, he could not focus solely on the immediate crisis facing his clan. He also had to consider the looming threat from the celestial realm. The Otsutsuki clan, with figures like Otsutsuki Kaguya and Otsutsuki Ishiki, had already made their presence felt in the ninja world. They could stir up trouble at any moment, and their emergence had already led to a collapse of the world's narrative. Contemplating the Otsutsuki, Sasuke recalled the original story in which his eyes seemed to be blinded by that indestructible object. Perhaps he should pursue Hinata and eliminate that indestructible entity at its root. As he refined his chakra, time slipped by. On the third day, Sasuke finally emerged from the infirmary. While he could return to school, he keenly sensed an increase in the gazes directed at him. Most of these were the Uchiha's own guards, alongside members of the Umbu and the Root organization. This protective arrangement brought him a measure of comfort. At least, during this period, the village would face no significant threats. Moreover, at this moment, Shimura Danzo should have little inclination to trouble him. Chapter 46. The Will of Fire. Earning Trust. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye in the Uchiha clan's training grounds. The air was filled with the sounds of youthful vigor. Shadow Clone Technique. Leaf Whirlwind Byakugan. Gentle Fist. Fire Release. Little Fire Serpent Technique. Several small figures were engaged in a spirited exchange of techniques. Sasuke, should Sasuke's strength really be at a level where he can spar so fiercely with his classmates? Is he holding back? But why would he do that? Surely, showing them the gap in their abilities would serve as greater motivation for Naruto and the others. Itachi mused as he and Sasuke observed Sasuke's daily activities from the shadows. Aside from his slightly larger appetite and a display of generosity, thanks to the ample funds provided by Itachi and Jiraiya, Sasuke's behavior seemed quite typical. What puzzled Sasuke and Itachi was that, based on their understanding of Sasuke, his temperament should have matured beyond that of a mere child. Logically, he should not share such camaraderie with Naruto and the others. This might reflect the wisdom that Sasuke possesses, which they lack. When it comes to friendships, it is not merely about exerting dominance. Rather, one must stand as an equal among peers. Moreover, Itachi, have you not noticed something? Sasuke alluded, gesturing toward the training ground where Sasuke and his peers were engaged. Noticed what? Itachi responded, a hint of confusion in his voice, as he had only perceived Sasuke's restraint. You will soon understand. Sasuke replied, slowly articulating his thoughts. According to previous intelligence, these youngsters should be heading outside shortly, as anticipated. The children's sparring soon concluded, and they made their way outside. Once outside, the members of the Root organization and the Umbu began their surveillance. However, Sasuke paid no mind to their professional scrutiny. Next came the cultural lessons. Naruto was now capable of reciting the will of fire with considerable speed, bolstered by his own comprehension. This was the primary reason for Naruto's success in the recent cultural assessment. As ninjas of Konoha, it was imperative that they familiarize themselves with their cultural heritage. The will of fire, Sasuke began. This routine had become second nature to Naruto, yet Hinata, Neji, and Lee exchanged peculiar glances. Even children of their age understood the discord between the Uchiha clan and Konoha's higher-ups. Their clan had been relocated to the village's outskirts due to the suspicions harbored by the leadership. Fortunately, they all experienced substantial growth under Sasuke's guidance, allowing them to disregard such matters. Particularly for Neji, who despised dogmatic rules, he remained silent. However, the more they delved into the will of fire, the more they began to uncover its flaws. The notion of sacrificing everything solely for the village, of safeguarding it with the selfless spirit of their ancestors. Such grandiloquent rhetoric felt hollow and disingenuous. The minds of children are remarkably perceptive. The issue soon became apparent. They were being monitored, thus they needed to feign enthusiasm and refrain from overthinking. This so-called will of fire was merely a tool to pass examinations. Each individual should possess their own nindo, rather than conforming to a singular notion of the will of fire. Sasuke slowly inscribed these thoughts upon the ground. Upon seeing this, Neji and the others immediately grasped Sasuke's intentions. They began to recite the will of fire with renewed fervor. As written by Sasuke, this maneuver left Uchiha, Itachi, astounded from a distance. You understand. The friends Sasuke has chosen are not ordinary companions. The number one genius of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Neji. The eldest daughter of the Hyuga main family, Hyuga Hinata, the disciple recognized by the Taijutsu master Might Guy, Rock Lee, and the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, Uzumaki Naruto. Shursui enumerated their identities. Are you suggesting that Sasuke aims to alter the prejudices held by other clans against the Uchiha through his own efforts? And by uniting these clans, the Uchiha will no longer stand isolated in battle. Itachi articulated his understanding that it may be more than that. Among these youngsters, Sasuke clearly occupies the role of leader in the future. When these children mature, it may transcend mere shifts in perception. Itachi, while it is often said that you possess the mindset of Hokage, you lack Sasuke's proactive spirit akin to that of a Hokage. Uchiha Shursui spoke with a hint of nostalgia that in the past, he too was a steadfast executor of the will of fire. To him, the sacrifice of the individual was worthwhile as long as the village thrived. However, Shursui now found himself reconsidering this notion, especially upon hearing the concept of the will of fire from others, which starkly contrasted with his own understanding that the recent endeavors of Brother Shursui must relate to this. Right? Itachi spoke slowly. Indeed, if the entire Uchiha clan were to adopt such a mindset, we would become immensely powerful. Shursui gazed at the sky with a sense of longing. What he had once hoped for might indeed be drawing nearer step by step. Moreover, within the clan, it was only he and Itachi who could actualize these ideals. After completing their training, the group parted ways, as the next day marked the commencement of their special training trials. Sasuke invited Naruto to dine with him at home, as they prepared to set off together the following day. Meanwhile, within the ranks of the Root organization, a member reported, "Sir, our operatives are being closely monitored by both the Umbu and the Uchiha. There are no opportunities to act. Perhaps you should consult with Lord Hokage. The Uchiha's current arrogance is becoming increasingly uncontainable." Consult? Sarutobi Hiruzen is currently preoccupied with the joy of having subdued the Uchiha. Do you truly believe he can heed my words? Danzo's frustration was palpable that a mere child's interpretation of the will of fire has garnered his trust. How could such a person ascend to the position of Hokage? Danzo felt an overwhelming sense of indignation. According to his original plan, he should not have been mired in such thoughts at this juncture, but rather should have been embracing Orochimaru's technological advancements. The Uchiha clan and Sarutobi Hiruzen had become thorns in Danzo's side. Chapter 47. Kakashi's Resolve, Naruto's Proposal. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen, after receiving the Umbu's report, bore an expression that seemed to have accumulated countless wrinkles. Coupled with the recent transformations within the Uchiha clan, Hiruzen became increasingly convinced of his decision. The security department was no longer as arrogant and dismissive as before. During missions, they now prioritized the safety of civilians and treated fellow ninjas with newfound courtesy. Under these circumstances, how could Hiruzen still entertain Danzo's so-called Uchiha threat theory? Reduce the surveillance on the Uchiha if, over the course of the next year, they truly become the guardians of the will of fire. Then it is time to reconsider certain dynamics within the village. Hiruzen mused as he examined the report in his hands. The recent events had unfolded with such ease that it almost felt surreal. The Uchiha clan had begun to shift their stance, exhibiting an unprecedented level of obedience to Hiruzen. Yet, amidst these smooth developments, there remained aspects that displeased him, namely, Shimura Danzo. This man was obstinate in his desire to eradicate the Uchiha. Such formidable strength, if not harnessed for one's own ends, was deemed expendable. Yet now, even in light of recent changes, Danzo persisted. This compelled Hiruzen to reflect on past events. After the sacrifice of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, Danzo had openly expressed his ambition to ascend to the role of Hokage during both the daimyo meetings and the high-level village conferences. He consistently undermined Hiruzen, attributing the Kyuubi incident and the fourth demise to him. Had it not been for Hiruzen's solid foundation and the support from various clans, he might have been ousted during that tumultuous time. The worst-case scenario would have seen Hiruzen vanish from the village. Despite having employed Danzo and tolerated some of Root's excesses over the years, Hiruzen remained ever vigilant against him. Kakashi, Hiruzen suddenly called out. Huh. Kakashi responded, puzzled. It was unusual for Hiruzen to address him by name instead of his code name. You must grow accustomed to this name. Your tenure in the Umbu will not last long. Soon, you and Tens will depart from the Umbu to undertake other responsibilities. I have a special mission to assign to you. After Hiruzen concluded, Kakashi left the Hokage's office. Upon returning home, he removed his mask and gazed at the unfamiliar reflection in the mirror, his expression somewhat vacant. I am steadfastly protecting that which I cherish. Obito, Kakashi fell into contemplation, recalling Hiruzen's words earlier that day. The notions he had once speculated upon were now confirmed, stirring excitement within him. Soon, he would no longer act as a member of the Umbu, but rather as Hatake Kakashi. In the Uchiha clan's quarters, in Sasuke's room, Naruto said, the trial tomorrow may pose dangers. When faced with peril, your priority is to distance yourself from me. Understood? Of course, if you tell me to run. I will sprint away without hesitation. Naruto nodded earnestly. Sasuke felt a flush of embarrassment. This guy's response is reminiscent of a certain foolish disciple of my former mentor. You know I won't run. Thus, you must have something else to discuss with me, right? Naruto scratched his head, wearing an endearingly silly grin. Yes, tomorrow, while we will be protected by our supervising teacher, there are many of us students. Previously, the rogue ninja Orochimaru launched an attack on me. I believe you will not miss this opportunity. Furthermore, the Root organization harbors animosity towards us Uchiha and may strike. Sasuke's concern deepened as he spoke. Such circumstances indeed seem perilous. As a member of the Konoha Security Department, Sasuke was not permitted to leave the village when not on a mission. Thus, outside the village, he would lose the protection of the Uchiha. Escaping from the likes of Orochimaru and Danzo was a task akin to traversing through hell. The constant flashing red alerts on his system panel underscored the gravity of the situation. Actually, I have a plan that could ensure your safety, Naruto suddenly proposed. Huh? Sasuke looked at Naruto with curiosity. Could this chosen one begin to shine in such a moment? If you do that, then Naruto quietly shared his plan with Sasuke. Initially, Sasuke thought Naruto was joking, but as a mechanical, electronic blend of sounds echoed. He froze in place. Congratulations, host, you have completed the threat mission from Root. Rewards: Physical Ability 10, Fundamental Talent 10, Chakra Refinement Speed 50, Mysterious Treasure Chest. Sasuke stared at the system panel displaying the task completion notification. Feeling an energy surge within him that he was now certain of Naruto's identity as the Chosen One, such an idea could only originate from Naruto's unique thought process. Moreover, it seemed he could effectively manipulate this situation. Thank you, Naruto. In that case, I'll cover next month's ramen, Sasuke declared. However, for this trial, I need you to assist me with something. Sasuke began to outline his plan to Naruto. This endeavor was not solely for himself, but also for Naruto's sake. "All right, whatever you say, I will follow through." Naruto nodded earnestly. It must be said that such genuine friendship indeed provided Sasuke with a sense of reassurance. Particularly, Naruto's naive camaraderie assured that once he agreed, betrayal would be out of the question. "Let us continue refining chakra tonight. We shall see who succumbs to hunger first, for that one shall be the victor," Sasuke declared, promptly seating himself to commence his chakra refinement. Yuri tried to sneak away. Upon witnessing this, Naruto also began to refine his chakra. Previously, it wasn't until his teenage years that Naruto grasped the concept of chakra, often confusing it with chatunla. However, after embarking on chakra refinement alongside Sasuke, Naruto's innate talents began to gradually unfold. Chapter 48. The Divine Tool. Susanoo appears. After more than an hour, Sasuke opened his eyes, not because his chakra refinement had concluded, but due to the overwhelming chakra emanating from Naruto's body. Goodness, is this the extent to which a 5-year-old child can refine chakra? Sasuke looked at Naruto, who was enveloped in chakra, with a face full of embarrassment. This state was truly astonishing. Simultaneously, Sasuke made an intriguing discovery. The reason he was affected by Naruto's chakra, awakening from his refinement state, was that Naruto's chakra contained a significant amount of the Nine-Tails chakra. Is this what it means to be the child of destiny? Merely refining chakra could unearth the Nine-Tails chakra from its seal. Suddenly, a peculiar sound echoed in Sasuke's mind. The Nine-Tails? Sasuke's gaze fixated on Naruto's abdomen, his face reflecting astonishment. Logically speaking, Naruto had not yet experienced any event of seal release. Why, then, did the consciousness of the Nine-Tails manifest externally? However, the sound quickly faded away, prompting Sasuke to cease pondering these questions. System panel. Due to the overwhelming chakra emanating from Naruto, Sasuke found it impossible to continue refining his chakra. Thus, he summoned his panel. Panel. Dog author, do you not wish to inflate the word count? It took you so long to release me. Host, Uchiha Sasuke talent. 60, ordinary person. 10, chakra. 1.1 card ninjutsu. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Fire release. Phoenix fire technique. Lightning release. White worm. Lightning release. Lightning body. Lightning release. Taijutsu. Uchiha Taijutsu. Beginner proficient. Konoha Taijutsu. Beginner proficient. Jinjutsu. Dream Souls Hollow. Thorny Jungle. Chaos Impact. 100 Revolutions technique items. Surprise Gift Pack X1. Cloud Iron 100 kilograms Bloodline limit. Sharingan. 3 Tomo. Raijin mode abilities. Super Chakra Refinement Technique. Chakra Refinement Speed 300 Task. Eliminate Root Organization Assassination. Comprehensive Evaluation. Special Jonin. Upon reviewing the information on the system panel, Sasuke found it to be consistent with his own assessment. His chakra level had now risen to 1.1 card, which would suffice for the time being. Truly, the Divine Talent System provided enhancements exclusively aimed at elevating one's abilities to AS for specific combat capabilities. Those had yet to be granted. System, activate Surprise Gift Pack. After completing his previous task, Sasuke had yet to open the gift pack. Ding! Congratulations, host, for opening the Surprise Gift Pack. Acquire Divine Tool. Susanoo. As the system's notification echoed, Sasuke stood abruptly. Gazing at the items displayed on the panel, his breath involuntarily grew heavy. Divine Tool. Susanoo. A swirling gem lay quietly on the system panel. The humanoid Divine Tool had exhibited explosive prowess in the original work, the Red Eye Slayer. Most notably, this Divine Tool possessed a capability that Sasuke greatly admired. It was an exceptional cook. Furthermore, due to his substantial appetite, many were aware of it. Thus, as a food enthusiast, having a chef by his side seemed quite reasonable, did not? Sasuke exhaled deeply and extended his hand. Divine Tool, he called softly. The swirling gem, once on the system panel, suddenly appeared in his grasp. Simultaneously, the information panel for Susanoo manifested before Sasuke. Divine Tool. Lightning Flash, Susanoo type. Guardian Humanoid, Divine Tool abilities. Mastery of daily chores. Exceptional culinary skills. Mastery of over 1,000 recipes combat abilities. Possesses formidable taijutsu and a learning capability. By absorbing the host's vitality, it can unleash awakened techniques, wielding the abilities of the Heavenly Sword, 8-span Mirror, and 8-span Jewel. Note: following system modifications, the Divine Tool can utilize chakra to amplify its combat power, with no upper limit. Upon reviewing the introduction, it was indeed the Divine Tool of his dreams, compared to powerful combat-oriented Divine Tools like 1/Must-Kill, Murakumo, or Demon Manifestation, Demon S. Brew. Sasuke still believed Susanoo to be superior. After all, this was a Divine Tool endowed with independent consciousness, requiring minimal manipulation on his part. Manifest Susanoo. Sasuke swiftly drew blood, allowing chakra and blood to be absorbed into the swirling gem. In the next instant, a terrifying wave of energy radiated outwards, causing even Naruto's body to tremble. Sasuke recognized that it was not Naruto's consciousness that quaked, but rather the Nine Tails, gripped by fear in the presence of Susanoo's overwhelming pressure. In the next moment, a tall, muscular, handsome figure appeared before Sasuke. "Greetings, my master. Susanoo shall henceforth serve as your strongest shield." Susanoo knelt on one knee before Sasuke, clearly acknowledging Sasuke's fondness for him made acceptance an effortless affair. Moreover, given Susanoo's design, there was no need to worry about any backlash from the Divine Tool. Now, only one issue remained to be resolved. Vitality at IT appeared that he needed to expedite the fortification of his body. Otherwise, what would he do if an awakened technique drained him entirely? In the future, do not refer to me as master. Just call me by my name. I am Uchiha Sasuke. You may call me Sasuke. I look forward to your guidance, Susanoo. Sasuke smiled as he extended his hand. Hello, Sasuke. Susanoo reciprocated the gesture. One could not help but marvel at the wonders of such advanced technology. This Susanoo bore an almost indistinguishable resemblance to a living being. Moreover, Sasuke could even share in Susanoo's emotions. I am hungry. Let me take you to see the kitchen. There are ingredients specially prepared for me. By the way, there will be times when I engage in practical training. But that does not imply I am in danger and unable to act. Let us establish a signal. When I utter a certain phrase, you shall take action. Sasuke led Susanoo towards the kitchen. He conveyed these instructions. Meanwhile, not far away, Uchiha Shumi, perched on a tree, found himself frozen in place. Just moments ago, he had merely sought to sense the presence of Susanoo, yet what he encountered was an endless abyss of blood. Despite having participated in numerous battles and currently serving as the captain of the guard, he was now rendered immobile, crouched in the tree, too fearful to make any movements. Uchiha Shumi understood all too well that any unusual actions on his part would likely lead to his immediate demise at the hands of that formidable being. Chapter 49. Is this just a cook? Only after witnessing Sasuke and Susanoo emerge from the room, chatting amiably, did Uchiha Shumi finally breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed that this terrifying figure was indeed known to Sasuke. Furthermore, judging by their interaction, their relationship did not appear to be particularly strained. Once Sasuke and Susanoo vanished from view, Uchiha Shumi regained his composure. He immediately activated the body flicker technique and disappeared from the scene. In Uchiha Fugaku's study, a mysterious, powerful being? You mean to say that a mysterious, strong individual is accompanying Sasuke? Uchiha Fugaku expressed his confusion that it was noteworthy that during this period, Uchiha Sasuke had remained within the village. As for the villagers, Uchiha Shumi was well acquainted with nearly all of them. If we were to speak of a mysterious, powerful being, could it possibly be someone from a neighboring village? Able to evade the barrier and elude the perception of every member of the Uchiha clan, one arrived at Uchiha Sasuke's room. Moreover, had it not been for Uchiha Shineme's keen observation, no one would have been aware of this presence. Why would Sasuke come into contact with such a formidable being? The two seemed to be heading towards the kitchen. Clan leader, if possible, it would be best to investigate. Uchiha Shiname remained deeply concerned. That terrifying killing intent, that overwhelming pressure. Even though they no longer faced that village, Uchiha Shiname was still haunted by lingering fears. I understand that I'll go take a look. Uchiha Fugaku rose and made his way towards the kitchen. At this moment, the only conclusion he could draw was that Sasuke was likely hungry and in search of food. Soon, Uchiha Fugaku arrived at the kitchen accompanied by Uchiha Shiname, Uchiha Nagisa, Uchiha Itachi, and Uchiha Shirte. As they approached within 10 meters, An enticing aroma wafted into their nostrils. "Is someone cooking?" Uchiha Negasawa exclaimed, even dramatically swallowing. Given the high energy expenditure of ninjas and a practice of chakra refinement during the night, they were indeed hungry at this hour. "It must be so. Sure name, did you truly witness a terrifying being?" At this moment, Uchiha Fugaka began to doubt whether Sasuke had sourced a cook from somewhere. That aroma... Father? Elder brother? Shursui? Nagasawa? Sure name? What brings you here? At that moment, Uchiha Sasuke emerged from the kitchen, holding a bowl of rice and casually taking a few bites. "Sasuke," Captain Shurname mentioned, discovering an unfamiliar strong presence in the house. "So, do you all require sustenance as well?" Before Uchiha Fugaku could finish, Susanoo stepped out. Donned in an apron, spoon in hand, he exuded none of the menacing aura or terrifying pressure that Uchiha Shurname had described. In an instant, Uchiha Fugaku exchanged an awkward glance with Uchiha Shurname, and the others shifted their attention to Shurname. "I suppose I'm indeed hungry, so perhaps I misperceived things. Sasuke, could I have a bite too?" Uchiha Shurname chuckled nervously, scratching his head and changing the topic. How embarrassing. Here he was the esteemed captain of the Uchiha Guard, an elite jonin of Konoha, utterly intimidated by a mere cook. Although this cook did seem somewhat impressive. "Very well, Susanoo, I leave it to you. Feel free to use any ingredients. We all need something to eat." Sasuke readily agreed. Understood. With a confident demeanor, Susanoo retreated into the kitchen to prepare the meal. The group gathered in the living room. "Sasuke, did you hire this chef? Are you aware of his background? Could there be any danger?" Uchiha Itachi expressed concern. "Mr. Susanoo is a professional chef. Once you taste his dishes, you'll understand," Sasuke replied, lowering his head to eat. "This fried rice must be devoured while it's still steaming. Otherwise, it loses its appeal." Soon, a table laden with dishes was presented. Observing Sasuke feast joyfully, the others also picked up their chopsticks. "Is it truly that delicious?" This was the question echoing in everyone's minds, and of course, such doubts evaporated in the next moment. "Itachi, weren't you just saying that Mr. Susanoo is a villain?" "Shursui, where's your composure? Shurname, be courteous. This meal is prepared by my son's chosen chef." "Well, let me eat first." All suspicions dissipated as Susanoo crafted delectable dishes. How could someone possessing such extraordinary culinary skills be a villain? Moreover, if he were indeed malevolent, they would have perished from consuming poisoned food by now. "Sasuke, with Mr. Susanoo here, that Annie chef is quite good too. Let's keep them both that eye in the future when dining at home. Let Annie cook, and when I'm out on missions, Mr. Susanoo can accompany me," Sasuke said with a smile. Observing Sasuke's innocent demeanor, Uchiha Fugaku was reassured that this was no extraordinary being. After exchanging a few simple words with Sasuke, he departed. Back in his room, Sasuke sighed in relief. He had been so excited earlier that he forgot he was in the Uchiha clan's territory. Plus, there were always ninjas around to protect him. Susanoo's identity was finally concealed, at least for the time being. "Susanoo, have you remained in human form ever since your release? Can you revert to that previous orb state?" Sasuke inquired curiously. "I can. However, transforming again will deplete the user's energy. Generally, frequent transformations are not advisable," Susanoo replied. "I see. Then please revert to the orb state. For now, your presence serves little purpose, and I do not yet wish to confront the troubles that require your intervention." After some contemplation, Sasuke decided to temporarily store Susanoo. Such a unique being would inevitably attract the attention of higher-ups. "All right," Susanoo nodded and transformed into an orb, landing in Sasuke's palm. Sasuke found a piece of string, threaded the orb, and wore it around his neck. After the series of actions, morning had arrived. "Naruto, let us go to it's time to participate in the trial." Sasuke called out to the still lazing Naruto, and the two headed off for breakfast before making their way to school. Chapter 50. Konoha Kidnapping Plan. Within the first-year class of Konoha Ninja School, every face displayed a hint of anticipation. Even the typically composed Narashikamaru was engaged in discussions with Yamanaka Ino and Akimichi Choji regarding the arrangements for today's trial. Yet, Sasuke and Naruto remained firmly in their seats. Sasuke's demeanor was expected. After all, he often maintained such a posture at school. But Naruto? This fellow had been the loudest just moments ago. So why was he now so quiet as they prepared to depart? Soon, Hinata approached. I've arranged everything with Niji. Is there anything else we need to prepare? Hinata's voice was soft to begin with, and now she was whispering, making it even quieter. Fortunately, both Sasuke and Naruto had keen senses and could hear her clearly. Naruto, you, and Hinata should go invite Kiba and Shino. I'll invite Shikamaru and the others, Sasuke instructed, turning to the back where Shikamaru's as for Sakura. Forget it. I really don't want to bring her along. We just heard what you were discussing. Uchiha Sasuke, we're not friends, so. Are you going to join us? Before Shikamaru could finish, Sasuke interrupted him. This left Shikamaru, who had been holding back a torrent of words. Nearly speechless, not participating, Shikamaru decisively waved his hand. He had no interest in an event that, although still unclear, was evidently troublesome. He preferred to focus on completing the trial without getting involved in anything else. Is that so? Choji, why not join our plan? I can't tell you what it is yet, but I promise to treat you to an all-you-can-eat barbecue after this trial, Sasuke said with a playful glint in his eye, directing his attention to Choji, who was munching on chips. What? Choji sprang to his feet, his face a mask of disbelief. Of course, I'll throw in 100 packets of limited edition chips. I've already bought them. Just nod your head, and I'll have them for you later. Sasuke stoked the flames further. Choji, who had been hesitating, immediately reached out and grabbed Sasuke's hand. I'm in. Choji nodded earnestly. As for Shikamaru, sorry about that. All right, in the dimly lit room. Ino, do you wish to join our endeavor? Sasuke cast a glance at Ino, who stood nearby. According to the established narrative, Ino harbored a favorable impression of herself at this juncture. Thus, it was highly unlikely she would decline the invitation. Sasuke, I've already completed my part. I also extended an invitation to Sakura, and she has consented to partake in our plan. Just then, Naruto's voice echoed in Sasuke's ears. This GUI.AS expected. I shall join as well. While Sasuke's head throbbed with thoughts, Ino's response arrived. Very well. Let us consider decided. As for Shikamaru, upon hearing our plan, he would likely agree as well. All right, that settles it. After we exit the village, we shall proceed according to this. After Sasuke spoke, he handed a small scroll to a few individuals before returning to his seat. Choji cautiously unrolled his scroll, while Shikamaru, unable to contain his curiosity, leaned closer. Konoha kidnapping plan. Upon seeing those 6 bold characters, Shikamaru instantly became alert. Such a venture demanded not only formidable intellect, but also coordinated action. He was eager to witness how this hastily assembled team would perform. Shortly thereafter, Mizuki entered the classroom, accompanied by 2 instructors. Everyone, please quiet down, that I shall now elucidate the essential matters regarding this trial we are about to undertake. The location we are heading to is an uncharted primeval forest, teeming with venomous creatures and ferocious beasts. This is the first point of caution. Furthermore, we have prepared identity information for everyone. Losing it would signify failure in this trial. Lastly, the assessment results will also rely on this information. As Mizuki continued, the enthusiasm in the classroom waned considerably, particularly among the 9, Sasuke and his companions, who seemed utterly disinterested in the details of the trial. Observing Sasuke's nonchalant demeanor, Mizuki felt a surge of jealousy. To him, Sasuke was merely someone with a slightly better background, yet he dared to display such arrogance. After today, it would be Mizuki's time to soar. Soon after he finished his explanation, everyone gathered at the school gate. Led by the ninja instructors, as they set out toward the village outskirts in the Hokage's office. Hokage-sama, I wish to leave the village to protect Sasuke. Itachi presented a mission application to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Having previously trained Sasuke, he sought to depart on this mission. However, just as he was about to leave the village, he was halted. In short, he needed Sarutobi's permission to exit the village. Otherwise, Itachi's mission would be confined within the village limits. Do not worry, Itachi, Asuma, and the others will be present during this trial. Nothing will go amiss. I have a few tasks I require you to attend to as well. Recently, Danzo, Itachi left the Hokage's office, somewhat resigned, having not acquired the permit and now burdened with an additional task. Once they exited the village, everyone found the outside world to be utterly refreshing. Merely walking outside felt as if the air they breathed differed from that within the village. The vitality of youth was on full display at that moment. 18 noon. The group arrived at their destination. Kawaki, your physical condition is too poor. You have lost the ability to continue participating in the trial. Eliminated. Naibai, you rushed too quickly and fell into a trap, fracturing your calf. You have lost the ability to continue participating in the trial. Eliminated. Roy, having just arrived at the destination, was eliminated for various reasons, resulting in a portion of the students losing their trial qualifications. Particularly among the first-year students, half of them were disqualified. Mizuki-sensei, we will escort the students into the forest now. Once you have made your arrangements, please catch up with us, Asuma stated before leading the upperclassmen into the forest. Their goal this time was to decisively outpace the newcomers. Everyone witnessed the upperclassmen entering the forest. Next, Mizuki slowly recited the rules. In essence, they were to traverse the forest and reach the designated campsite. Along the way, they would need to be wary of traps and wild beasts. The criteria for evaluating their performance will be based on speed. The freshman trial begins. Chapter 51. Mizuki takes action to enlighten Shikamaru. As Mizuki concluded, Sasuke charged headlong into the forest, followed closely by the others. Mizuki, however, wore a cold smirk. Mizuki-sensei, we should set off promptly. These students alone in there may encounter danger, said IGA, appearing quite relaxed. Chunin. Facing the dangers within was already a trivial matter. This mission was merely a means to bolster his credentials. He was fortunate that Irika had fallen ill and could not attend. Otherwise, the teacher remaining at the school would have been him. Indeed, Mizuki-sensei. IGA-sensei is correct. We must depart swiftly to ensure the students' safety. After all, there are upperclassmen present who might take action against our students. Added Hayakabento. Both of your points are quite valid. However, I can manage on my own. I would prefer you two to remain here. After Mizuki spoke, a sinister expression crossed his face. What do you mean? Although Mizuki-sensei, you are leading the task, we also... Suddenly, two sharp sounds pierced the air. Hayakabento and IGA looked down in disbelief at their chests. This, Mizuki... IGA clutched his chest, attempting to stem the flow of blood. Yet at this point, such measures could not save his life. Even now, IGA could not comprehend why Mizuki would turn against them, attacking fellow villagers. Are you intending to betray Konoha? Mizuki, do you understand, Bang? Before Hayakabento could finish, Mizuki raised his foot and sent both of them flying into the depths of the forest. He then produced a scroll and summoned Wind Shuriken, wielding two long blades, removing the forehead protector. He slashed through the Konoha symbol emblazoned upon it. Betrayal. Which renowned ninja in the ninja world isn't a defector? I have had enough of this wretched village. Just wait and see. From this day forth, Mizuki shall become a nightmare for the entire ninja world. Mizuki laughed maniacally, his face etched with anticipation and madness, before plunging into the forest. Minutes later, after Mizuki had departed, a figure emerged not far away. Quickly, let us proceed as Sasuke instructed. The figure was none other than Sakura, Ino, and Hinata. The three joined forces to pull the two instructors from the thicket. They retrieved healing potions and swiftly staunched the bleeding of the two instructors. While their current abilities could not restore the instructors' combat capabilities, preserving their lives was still feasible. Huff! Hinata produced a scroll. Infusing it with chakra, a thick smoke billowed upward. Meanwhile, Asuma, observing the smoke from a distance, remarked, Is the quality of this year's freshmen so poor? They have only just begun, and already they signal for help? Asuma regarded them with a degree of disdain in his eyes. Lacking even this modicum of resolve rendered them unworthy of being ninjas. I shall investigate. After all, they are just children. I cannot allow them to come a harm. Maikai uttered a resolute statement before charging directly towards the billowing smoke. Observing Maikai's departure, Asuma fell into a contemplative silence. Beside him, Kurenai gazed at Asuma, feeling an inexplicable sense of discontent swell within her heart. Meanwhile, Sasuke and his companions had already ventured deep into the jungle, utilizing a unique concealment technique, coupled with Kiba's ability to dig. They had taken refuge underground. Hinata had already sent out the signal. Indeed, that rascal Mizuki would be the first to strike against their two teachers. Sasuke appeared to understand this fully, simultaneously beginning to assess the current situation. Despite having devised a detailed plan, he recognized that plans are but static constructs. With so many individuals accompanying him on this perilous journey, Sasuke was determined not to let his arrogance lead to any complications. Sasuke, I wish to pose a question to you. How did you know that Mizuki, the traitorous ninja, would target us? Did you receive some prior information? Shikamaru inquired, tilting his head with curiosity as he regarded Sasuke. Regardless of the strategy or Sasuke's analytical prowess regarding intelligence, Shikamaru held a deep respect. Yet, there remained a glaring anomaly. How was it that Sasuke had knowledge of these matters? After all, you are all ninjas from esteemed clans. Even if you're not particularly adept at sensing, you must have encountered some information, right? Even that fool Naruto sensed Mizuki's malice towards us. Did none of you feel anything at all? Sasuke stared at Shikamaru in astonishment and slowly replied, "What do you mean by calling me a fool? Are you suggesting that one could deduce such things merely from sense of malice? Sasuke, clarify why I'm fooled. I am not a fool who asks such questions." Enough. The critical matter at hand is not to engage in this dispute, Sasuke interjected, cutting off the conversation. If it were just Mizuki, I believe we could collectively defeat him. Right? Shikamaru spoke up once more. This was not born out of arrogance. He had observed Naruto's and Sasuke's training. With the combined strength of these two, the danger posed by a mere Chunin instructor was relatively low. Indeed, if it were merely Mizuki, we would not be hiding here at all. However, Shikamaru, what if I told you that there is also Orochimaru? Sasuke's expression turned grave. Orochimaru. Shikamaru's pupils dilated. He had heard of Orochimaru's name, a legendary figure among the Sannin. A disciple of the third Hokage and one of Konoha's S-rank rogue ninjas. Each of these titles underscored the extreme peril associated with this individual. Who is Orochimaru? Naruto, ever the innocent, inquired, oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Not long ago, I was attacked by Orochimaru. Fortunately, I managed to escape thanks to some unique methods and the protection of my clan. Additionally, Mizuki bears the chakra signature of Orochimaru. This is precisely why we must remain hidden here. Sasuke explained, signaling for silence. Instantly, the group grew tense, for they had sensed Mizuki's approach. Outside, Mizuki pondered, have I lost them? As he scanned the surroundings for traces, a look of confusion crossed his face. Logically, this group of children should have been unable to evade him. Chapter 52. Mizuki's Curse Seal Transformation. Just as Mizuki was lost in thought, a surge of chakra emanated from below the ground. Boom! As the earth erupted, Kiba and Akamaru lunged towards Mizuki. Despite being only 6 years old, Kiba had made considerable strides in taijutsu. The sudden ambush caught Mizuki off guard, but by the time Mizuki regained his composure, Kiba had already vanished from sight. Damn it, Mizuki muttered, touching the wounds on his face. His gaze now filled with fury. Attack! At that moment, Naruto and Choji charged towards Mizuki, both wielding practice kunai. Although these tools were meant for training, they were still made of iron. Faced with the two approaching youngsters, Mizuki remained unperturbed. He swiftly drew the F-Ma shuriken from his back and hurled it at them. Simultaneously, he unsheathed 2 long blades from his waist, targeting Choji in a surprise assault. Choji's heart raced with anxiety. Within mere exchanges, his practice kunai was sent flying, and he was thrown back. Give it up. You're just a bunch of kids. You stand no chance against a true ninja, Mizuki taunted, looking down at the group. While these youngsters were formidable among their peers, they paled in comparison to him, a man poised to become a nightmare in the ninja world. Naruto kicked out, only to be seized by Mizuki. Is this your so-called fighting talent? It's merely child's play. Today, let me show you the chasm that separates a ninja from an ordinary person, Mizuki declared, casting Naruto aside. He threw a kunai, entangled with wire, ensnaring the F-Ma shuriken. Just as Mizuki prepared to retrieve the F-Ma shuriken and instill some psychological trauma in the students, a violent surge of chakra erupted in the next instant. A bolt of lightning surged along the wire into Mizuki's body. The overwhelming electrical current rendered Mizuki incapacitated in that moment. Swoosh! In a blink of an eye, a figure darted forth, kunai in hand. Plunging it into Mizuki's chest, Uchiha Sasuke? Mizuki's face contorted in disbelief as he beheld the black-haired child before him. He had assumed that Sasuke had orchestrated this maneuver to send these inept students as fodder. Yet he was astonished to find Sasuke still present. Moreover, that formidable lightning technique, could it truly have been wielded by this child, not yet 6 years old? How was this possible? Even for a genius. He was merely 6. The strength of that chakra had even surpassed his own as a Chunin. Damn it, truly damn it. Is this what they call genius? To achieve greatness without effort. Meanwhile, ordinary folk like myself must toil endlessly, only to achieve this meager existence. Indeed, those so-called geniuses deserve to perish. Bang! Once the paralysis subsided, Mizuki swung a powerful fist, tightening his muscles to trap Sasuke's kunai lodged in his chest. Sasuke, momentarily caught off guard, was struck by Mizuki's punch. Poof! In an instant, Sasuke transformed into a cloud of smoke, disappearing without a trace. Shadow clone? Mizuki laughed. I never expected a 5-year-old Uchiha to master the shadow clone technique. However, today I will unearth your identity. Swoosh! Before Mizuki could finish his taunt, another kunai embedded itself in his back. The searing pain, coupled with Sasuke's provocative words, ignited a tempest of jealousy, hatred, and resentment within Mizuki. Just then, Mizuki seized a long needle and plunged it into his chest. Sasuke sensed a peculiar aura and instinctively retreated. Quickly, distance yourselves from this man, Sasuke urged, prompting the group to meld into the surrounding foliage. Meanwhile, behind a tree, Shikamaru's face was etched with alarm. What was that aura? Merely sensing a fragment had sent shivers down his spine, as if an ancient, ferocious beast were about to engulf him. Shikamaru, you can lead them away from here now. Follow the plan. There's no need to reach the destination. Upon Sasuke's utterance, he swiftly vanished from the scene. However, before Shikamaru could finish his thought, Sasuke's figure had already dissipated into thin air. Despite the lingering unease, there was no choice but to proceed according to the prior plan. Soon, Shikamaru located the others, and together they surged towards the village. Meanwhile, Sasuke activated his Sharingan, beginning to sense the situation surrounding Suwamoku. The chakra emanating from him was several times greater than before, and his entire physique began to undergo a transformation. This is not right. In the original narrative, Suwamoku only received Orochimaru's cursed mark shortly before Naruto's graduation. Did he not? What he had just introduced into his body must have been some sort of reagent. How many secrets is Orochimaru concealing? Are you searching for me? Just as Sasuke pondered this, a voice suddenly resonated from behind him, mirroring his previous words. Bang! Before Sasuke could react, a brown arm forcefully pinned him against a large tree. Under the immense pressure, his shadow clone was instantly obliterated. Another shadow clone? Yet there was no rush. I will find you and shatter your limbs, delivering you back to Orochimaru-sama, Suwamoku remarked with a hint of amusement. He could sense that Sasuke was still nearby, but there were several targets. Who would have thought that a child barely over 5 years old could conjure so many shadow clones simultaneously? Nevertheless, it posed little issue. If the others had fled, his sole objective remained Uchiha Sasuke. At that moment, hidden nearby, Sasuke's expression grew grave. His current mission was of utmost importance. He must hold on, ensuring that Shikamaru and the others could return to Konoha. Otherwise, this plan would end in utter failure. Given Suwamoku's current state, Sasuke had no intention of confronting him directly. Such an extraordinary enhancement could not be sustained for long. Sasuke understood that even if Orochimaru had developed the cursed mark at this stage, it was still in its nascent phase. Chapter 53. Bewildered Suwamoku encounters Kakashi and Guy. Clearly, even after acquiring formidable power, Suwamoku had not lost his consciousness. He immediately lunged at Sasuke's shadow clones. Unable to discern the true body, he aimed to dismantle all the shadow clones instead. With a stroke of luck, he might capture the real one quickly. Bursting with potent chakra, Suwamoku darted through the dense forest. In no time, he had located and shattered each shadow clone. Upon destroying the 7th clone, Suwamoku froze in place, a flicker of existential doubt crossing his mind. How could this be? He must have utilized some trick. He was undoubtedly still in the vicinity. Distortion crept across Suwamoku's face, for he had dismantled all the shadow clones he sensed. Now, he could no longer perceive Sasuke's presence. Suwamoku refused to believe that Sasuke had escaped. The next moment, he turned to face the direction of Konoha. Could it be that he had taken advantage of the chaos to flee alongside those little brats? With this thought, Swamoka dashed towards Konoha. Boom! Just as he took off, a green figure descended from the sky, landing directly in front of him. Who are you? Looking at Swamoku, Might Guy appeared utterly bewildered. This person seemed familiar, yet he could not place him. Might Guy, aren't you supposed to be leading those senior students? What brings you here? Upon seeing Might Guy, Swamoku instinctively halted. Might Guy, an elite jonin of Konoha. Moreover, he had risen to elite status solely through his mastery of taijutsu. Such a person, clearly devoid of any innate talent, had become a village jonin, while he was relegated to a mere ninja academy. In that instant, jealousy flickered in Swamoku's gaze. Oh, you know who I am. It seems you have done your homework on us in Konoha. Regardless of who you are, tell me where that Swamoku fellow has gone. How dare he lay a hand on a ninja from the village? It appears he intends to languish in the interrogation department's prison. Might Guy continued to scan the area, striving to discern Swamoku's whereabouts. Upon hearing Might Guy's words, veins bulged on Swamoku's forehead. Do you truly not recognize me? Swamoku ground his teeth, demanding an answer. Should I recognize you? Forget it. I shall not waste further words with you. I have other pressing matters to attend to. You bang. Before Might Guy could finish, Swamoku's assault came crashing down. However, this time, he did not send Might Guy flying. Rather, he was blocked. Hey, why did you suddenly attack me? Are you an enemy? Might Guy's demeanor shifted dramatically. Although his words remained infuriating, Swamoku effortlessly broke free from Might Guy's grasp and retreated. I am Swamoku. Swamoku suppressed his chakra, restoring his visage. No, you are not I know Swamoku. Do not attempt to deceive me. Furthermore, while Swamoku may be somewhat bothersome, he is not repulsive to this extent. After stating this, Might Guy prepared to leave in search of Swamoku, showing no inclination to concern himself with the creature before him. Bothering you? Is this truly how you perceive me? You, a mere waste incapable of utilizing ninjutsu. How dare you? Die, Swamoku bellowed. Patterns of the cursed mark began to manifest across his body. Soon, a unique layer of skin enveloped him. The second stage is complete. Are you intimidated by my immense chakra? Today, allow you, this incapable of using ninjutsu waste, to witness what it means to be a ninja. Just as Swamoku was boasting, a flash of silver streaked by, slicing open his neck. Blood gushed forth as his massive form collapsed heavily on the ground. Kakashi. How did you come out? Spotting Kakashi before him, Might Guy greeted him with enthusiasm, momentarily forgetting about his pursuit of Swamoku. This person is Swamoku. While the reason for his transformation remains unclear, he is indeed the same individual. Guy, where are the students you led? Kakashi asked anxiously. It is crucial that he protects them. That golden-haired boy, he had previously failed to investigate thoroughly due to his doubts. Kakashi's mindset had been quite frayed. His master and teammates had all perished, and the ensuing despair left him with little knowledge about Naruto, who was merely known as the demon brat in the village. They do not know he is Swamoku. If he is eliminated, then those children should be safe. Guy, I do not wish to hear. Should be that go find them. Upon finishing, Kakashi began to track down the remaining individuals based on the signs left behind. Meanwhile, in a nearby forest, I have found you. I never anticipated that old man Sarutobi would send these little brats out. Perfect materials. Thank you, Konoha, for this splendid gift. Orochimaru licked his lips in excitement, observing the group of children charging forth in the distance. Just as Orochimaru prepared to make his move, every hair on his body stood on end. He swiftly drew the sword Kusanagi from his mouth, turning to face the person who had suddenly appeared behind him. You must be the one whom the holder warned could endanger the lives of his friends. You indeed possess considerable energy. However, a towering figure emerged, raising a massive staff towards Orochimaru. Indeed, it was the Susanoo, sent by Sasuke to protect Naruto and the others. The audacity with which he allowed Naruto and his companions to proceed on their own, despite the looming presence of Orochimaru, stemmed from this very confidence. Holder, it sounds rather intriguing as Orochimaru spoke. He licked the blade of his Kusanagi sword, preparing himself for battle. However, the response he received was not an answer, but rather the long staff wielded by Susanoo. A single blow was sufficient to instill a sense of retreat within Orochimaru, for merely blocking that attack had fractured a significant portion of his ribs. Moreover, the individual before him seemed to be holding back their true power. Damn it, when did such a terrifying entity emerge from Konoha? Chapter 54. The explosive scene. Susanoo glared coldly at Orochimaru. The staff pointed directly at him. Without hesitation, he charged forward once more. What followed was the most bewildering 10 minutes of Orochimaru's life. The man who had grievously injured him was now tending to his wounds, even realigning his broken bones. Yet the adversary possessed strength that threatened the mission's objective, compelling him to continue the assault. After hearing 2 phrases from Susanoo, Orochimaru found himself once again under attack. This onslaught persisted for a full 10 minutes. Summoning technique. Orochimaru could no longer contain himself. Even in the vicinity of Konoha, he refused to endure such treatment any longer. In the next moment, a colossal snake appeared. Upon witnessing this sudden behemoth, a grave expression crossed Susanoo's face in ultra-level danger. Yet it remained within the realm of elimination. Susanoo's expression turned serious as he launched another assault. Just as the great serpent emerged, intending to demand ample offerings from Orochimaru, Susanoo's attack reached its mark. The massive serpent's head was sent flying, and the excruciating pain awakened its ferocity that it charged at Susanoo with reckless abandon. Its immense form, coupled with overwhelming strength, created a deafening crash, engulfing Susanoo in a cloud of dust. Such speed! Orochimaru, the opponent you face is formidable indeed. When did you start taking such perilous risks? A flicker of excitement glimmered in the eyes of the serpent. Previously, every encounter had been with trivial foes. At last, it had encountered a worthy adversary. Enough with the idle chatter. This fellow before me is quite powerful. I shall tend to my own wounds first, then we shall fight together, Orochimaru declared, immediately commencing his own healing. His body was already in a state of disrepair, and the loss of a few bones was hardly a concern. Tsuke, Orochimaru, you are far too weak now. The serpent scoffed at Orochimaru before charging into the dust cloud. Soon, the sound of a fierce battle erupted from within. At this moment, Orochimaru had abandoned any thoughts of continuing the fight. The individual who had just attacked him appeared to have not exerted their full strength. Retreat. After mending his body, Orochimaru opted to leave the scene. The appearance of the serpent had undoubtedly drawn Konoha's attention, but if he did not depart now, escape would become impossible. Boom! Just then, a massive figure was hurled out from the dust cloud. The great serpent's immense body crashed down upon Orochimaru. Serpent, we must leave this place at once. This individual possesses shadow-level strength. Moreover, we are within Konoha. If you wish to avoid a shortage of offerings, heed my words and let us depart swiftly. Upon finishing, Orochimaru entered the serpent's maw. Although the serpent was displeased, it recognized that the adversary was not easily dealt with, that if they were ensnared by Konoha's forces in this position, Orochimaru's demise would mean the loss of its offerings. With this thought, the serpent cast a disgruntled glance in Susanoo's direction. Boom! It transformed into white mist and vanished from sight. Whoosh! After a gust of wind, Susanoo dispersed the surrounding dust. A unique spatial ability? This world is even more perilous than I had anticipated. It seems I must enhance my abilities to fulfill the task of guarding the holder effectively. Susanoo pondered for a moment before continuing toward the direction where Naruto and the others were located. Meanwhile, outside Konoha, the adults declared that Mizuki's plan had failed. Henceforth, we shall take action. Uchiha Sasuke and his companions, all children of the village's ninja clans, may have already mastered the shadow clone technique. Thus, Uchiha Sasuke could be among them. Our task is to abduct them all. The members of the Root organization were already waiting here to let's give those children a great surprise. Those who once thought the village a safe haven would let their guard down. At that moment, we shall seize them all. Furthermore, with previous members having perished during the attempt to ambush Uchiha Sasuke, they could not afford to be careless this time. In the next instant, the silhouettes of several children appeared in their line of sight. Attack! The members of the Root organization wasted no time. launching their assault on Naruto and his companions. That they've arrived? Naruto, it's up to you to... In the shadows, Shikamaru fixed his gaze on the approaching members of the Root organization. Even at this juncture, he struggled to comprehend why ninja from within the village would target students like them. I've got him. One member of the Root organization sees Naruto, preparing to make his escape. For here, anyone could potentially be Uchiha Sasuke. Boom! In the next moment, an abundance of explosive tags erupted from Naruto's body. The explosion engulfed the members of the Root organization. Shadow clone, explosive tags? At this moment, the members of the Root were left in shock. This what the Ninja Academy teaches. Hey, we might be a bit late, but it seems we're still in time. All of you pose a threat to the mission objective. So you shall remain here. Just then, a dashing man made his entrance. Half an hour later, what transpired here? At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen arrived with members of the Umbu. Upon witnessing the scene before him, his mind momentarily short-circuited. There, Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, and Hinata, 9 individuals, were bound to the ground. In addition to the 9, members of the Root organization were also tied to trees, their joints dislocated to Hokusama. We have already assessed all information in the vicinity. The assailant was likely a single individual. Have incapacitated so many members of the Root. The opponent must possess at least shadow-level strength. Moreover, it is highly probable that they infiltrated the village. Hokage-sama, should we not investigate the situation within the village? The Umbu members bore expressions of confusion. Having executed numerous covert missions, this was their first encounter with such a scenario. Now, it was Sarutobi Hiruzen's turn to feel the weight of a headache. Most importantly, what had transpired here? Inquiring of the Root members would likely yield no valuable information, as they would only speak of Danzo's matters. Thus, the target lay among these children. Chapter 55. Familial Pressure. Sarutobi Hiruzen's Compromise. However, at this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a twinge of headache upon witnessing the unconscious children before him. Upon receiving the distress signal, he had promptly relayed the situation to all the parents of the students. For the first time, he had granted special privileges, allowing the parents to observe the unfolding events and ascertain their children's safety. Yet, not a single child lying here was a source of reassurance. There was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Naruto Uzumaki, the newly emerged genius of the Uchiha clan, Sasuke Uchiha, the sole heir of the Nara clan, Shikamaru Nara, the heir to the Hyuga main family, Hinata Hyuga, the only daughter of the Yamanaka clan, Ino Yamanaka, the sole heir of the Akimichi clan, Choji Akimichi, the son of the Aburame clan leader, Shino Aburame, and the son of the Inazuka clan leader, Kiba Inazuka. And what of Sakura? Indeed, it was a rather troubling assembly. Hokage-sama, I believe we should conduct a thorough investigation within the village regarding this matter. Whoever orchestrated such an event should be treated as a traitor to the village. Just then, a man stepped forward, Hinata Hayashi, the leader of the Hyuga clan. Hinata had recently made significant progress in her abilities, and her relationship with her cousin Niji had also improved. How could one not be enraged by such a situation? The head of the Hyuga clan spoke the truth. This incident had transpired just outside Konoha village, a mere few hundred meters away. Moreover, we had just detected Orochimaru's chakra and the presence of the giant snake. Hokage-sama, this too warrants a thorough investigation, does it not? Yamanaka Inoichi stated, stepping forward with composure, delivering a significant piece of information. Orochimaru, so this rogue is involved as well. He continued that I recall the security department investigated him previously. He seemed to be conducting human experiments, which led to his defection from the village. If these children had been taken, the consequences... Uchiha Fugaku had also arrived, presenting an even graver revelation. What? Fugaku-san, is what you just said true? Hokage-sama, I believe you owe us an explanation regarding why this organization is present here. Even if there was some form of negligence, it should not have escalated to this extent. Those present were not mere individuals of insignificant standing. They were the leaders of prominent clans. Faced with the pressure from these clan leaders, Sarutobi Hiruzen found himself quite unsettled. Despite his usual imposing presence, he dared not take arbitrary actions now. As for the PUA. These were the leaders of various clans who had survived through trials of life and death. Such tactics might work on children, but, ladies and gentlemen, please take the children back for treatment. once they regain consciousness. We will have a clearer understanding of the situation. At that time, we can conduct a targeted investigation, Sarutobi Hiruzen proposed. All right, we await the investigation results. If there is any assistance I can provide, I have already dispatched my insects. I will gather intelligence from any traces left behind, Inoichi declared resolutely. Amidst the discussions among the clan leaders, Sasuke and the others were taken back to the hospital. After a thorough examination and treatment by the medical ninjas, they regained consciousness that very night. Naruto exclaimed, "At that moment, a group of masked ninjas suddenly attacked us, and I was knocked out before I knew it." Sasuke added, "Naruto was the first to be incapacitated, and in our attempts to rescue him, we fought against those masked ninjas, but their strength was overwhelmingly superior. The second to fall was Sakura." Shikamaru explained, "Initially, we were caught off guard by a sudden attack from Irika-sensei, prompting us to flee back to the village. It was a chaotic scene, and Irika-sensei was gravely injured." Sakura chimed in, Upon reviewing this information, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression morphed into one of disbelief. All evidence pointed towards the root organization led by Danzo. Moreover, the members of the root organization present had been identified one by one. Although Naruto and the others had not seen their faces, they had certainly noted their masks, which matched the descriptions given. "Third Hokage, what is the purpose of your summons?" Danzo, wearing an expression of calm detachment, entered the Hokage's office. "What purpose? Just take a look for yourself," Sarutobi Hiruzen retorted, his frustration boiling over. This man had grown increasingly arrogant. Previously, he had orchestrated his plans in the shadows, cultivating his own loyal followers. Sarutobi had always turned a blind eye to such matters. However, now Danzo had the audacity to create such a situation behind his back. Had it not been discovered, Sarutobi might have managed the situation. But now, all evidence was practically laid bare. In such circumstances, Sarutobi had no other recourse. This information is clearly fabricated. The members of our root organization were merely there to assist. They were overpowered by the enemy and left behind at the scene as for the children's memories. They were likely influenced by Jinjutsu, or the assailants were simply masked while they fought, Danzo asserted, his demeanor unflinching. Such an assertion was a blatant refusal to take responsibility. Admitting guilt would leave him in a precarious position. Enemies, pray tell, what enemies could accurately determine the distribution of masks among your root organization? Those individuals are elite members of your own ranks. Sarutobi Hiruzen seethed with indignation, wishing to indict Danzo immediately. Yet, recalling Danzo's contributions to the village over the years, along with their shared history, he refrained from confronting him directly. "I am unaware of any such events. Furthermore, we have also detected Orochimaru's presence." Danzo's voice lowered ominously. "You." Hearing Danzo's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkened further, and he felt a surge of anger, contemplating physical confrontation, for Danzo's statement was nothing short of a blatant threat. Over the years, Danzo had engaged in numerous unsavory dealings on behalf of Hiruzen. In addition to clandestine missions that could not be disclosed, should Danzo be dealt with at this juncture, there is a significant risk he would expose all of these secrets. The very thought weighed heavily on Sarutobi's heart. "I understand. I will take charge of this matter. However, Danzo, it would be wise for you to remain low-key for a while and refrain from causing further disturbances." Sarutobi Hiruzen took several deep breaths, managing to suppress his emotions before speaking. "Understood." Danzo left with those parting words, vanishing from the scene. Chapter 56. The Astonishing Actions of Uchiha Fugaku. After Danzo's departure, Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed gravely at the documents before him. It was now nearly impossible to extricate Danzo from this incident. After all, the presence of root members and their actions against the children had become an undeniable fact. If this were to be glossed over, not only would the other clan leaders be skeptical, but even Sarutobi himself would struggle to accept it. It seemed there was only one course of action left. In the Konoha conference room. Sarutobi Hiruzen presided over the meeting, attended by the clan leaders and their strongest members. It was no laughing matter. This was merely a student trial, yet it had escalated to such a dire situation. This was the village they were sworn to protect. If they could not ensure the safety of the children, then their vaunted guardianship was merely a farce. The investigation results are in. You have all likely reviewed them by now. If there are any lingering doubts, please feel free to voice them, Sarutobi Hiruzen stated, sensing the oppressive atmosphere in the conference room. So, you are suggesting that these root members were merely there to assist, yet were controlled by the enemy through Jinjutsu, leading to this unfortunate outcome. Yamanaka, Inoichi remarked, his lips twitching in disbelief. Such an explanation is utterly implausible. It is commendable that Sarutobi Hiruzen has gone to great lengths to protect Danzo. But this is simply a far-fetched lie. Several members of the Root organization had already been handed over to the interrogation department, and Danzo, as the head of the Root organization, was also under investigation. The results obtained at present are those provided by the interrogation department. Undoubtedly, the primary reason behind this is the sudden assault by Orochimaru. Sarutobi Hiruzen has directly cast these contradictions upon Orochimaru. Simultaneously, a man entirely wrapped in bandages was brought into the conference room. Indeed, it is Mizuki, who was dealt with by Kakashi and Might Guy. At that time, his body was severely damaged due to forcibly activating a cursed seal through the use of drugs. Coupled with Kakashi's attack, he lost all ability to move. After being taken back to the medical department, he was saved by the most advanced medical equipment in Konoha. Mizuki, a student from a ninja academy, had launched an assault on 2 teachers and had even attacked Irika-sensei before the trial, employing unscrupulous means to obtain the position of team leader. He bore the cursed seal left by Orochimaru, which was the catalyst for this incident. Sarutobi Hiruzen succinctly presented the situation. Upon hearing this, Yamaka Inoichi's expression revealed a look of incredulity. Yamanaka Shitomi, too, struggled to contain herself, preparing to retort, since this incident was precipitated by the rogue ninja, Orochimaru. I believe our pursuit of the traitor should not remain stagnant in the previous state handed over to Jiraiya. We, the Uchiha clan, request to take action and join the ranks in pursuing the rogue ninja. Orochimaru understands Konoha far too well. He was once closely associated with Root, making it quite simple for him to mimic Root's masks and incite chaos within our ranks. Therefore, I believe addressing this issue should be our utmost priority. After all, as long as everyone's children are unharmed, we might as well consider it a trial at this moment. A voice interrupted everyone's thoughts. Indeed, it was Uchiha Fugaku who spoke. Instantly, everyone turned in astonishment towards Uchiha Fugaku. Ordinary ninjas or civilians might not be aware of the Uchiha's relationship with Root and could perceive Uchiha Fugaku as a paragon of righteousness. However, they knew well that the Uchiha had encountered numerous frictions with Root within these few months. Why would Uchiha Fugaku stand up now to speak in favor of Sarutobi Hiruzen? By doing so, he inadvertently absolved Shimura Danzo of guilt. By the way, we have another witness at this moment. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke again. Irika slowly stepped forward. Irika still bore a weak countenance, evidently still suffering from the injuries inflicted during the ambush. After Irika recounted Mizuki's attack, the suspicions regarding Danzo among the crowd lessened somewhat. Yet, even if this matter was not orchestrated by Danzo, it was certain that individuals from Root were involved. Hokage-sama. At that moment, a ninja from the interrogation department appeared, presenting a report. Here, we have the latest interrogation results concerning the members of Root. Among them, Kero and Tenju were bribed by Orochimaru and seduced by the cursed seal. They betrayed the village. The conclusion drawn from this incident is that the collusion of rogue ninjas within and outside the village led to this debacle. As for Mizuki, he was also implicated due to this situation. After Ibiki concluded his statement, he distributed the interrogation results to the clan heads present. I support Minister Fugaku's proposal, in terms of reconnaissance. Our Yamanaka clan can certainly assist. Yamanaka Shitomi stood up, choosing to support Uchiha Fugaku's words that I have no objections that I will provide corresponding strategies when the time comes. Narashikaku spoke calmly. Since the investigation has clarified matters, I shall take my leave, Hyuga Hizashi stated before preparing to depart. Other clan heads also took their leave under the pretext of having other matters to attend to, leaving the conference room. Soon, only Uchiha Fugaku and Sarutobi Hiruzen remained in the meeting room. Fugaku, you have performed admirably this time at last. You have exhibited the qualities befitting the head of the security department. I have agreed to your previous proposal. All members of the security department will receive enhanced benefits. with the cost borne by the village. Additionally, I shall entrust the investigation team to you. Sarutobi Hiruzen regarded Uchiha Fugaku with satisfaction, in response to Uchiha Fugaku's overture. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not hesitate to reciprocate. Understood, Hokage-sama, that I shall make preparations at once, that I will provide you with an answer promptly. By the way, if possible, I believe we, the Uchiha, should be allowed to return to our clan grounds. Correct? Uchiha Fugaku presented another request. Once this task is completed, I will arrange for it. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not grant an immediate answer, but merely painted a hopeful picture. Very well, I understand. Uchiha Fugaku nodded and departed. Watching Uchiha Fugaku's disappearing figure, Sarutobi Hiruzen began to ponder. The current Uchiha are indeed far more useful than Root. Furthermore, the Uchiha exhibits significant potential for growth and will not act recklessly like Danzo. It seems time for consideration has come. Chapter 57. Sarutobi Hiruzen's Schemes. Upon returning to the clan, Uchiha Fugaku displayed a look of delight on his face. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen did not provide a direct affirmation, he received a positive response nonetheless, that he promptly gathered all the key members of the Uchiha clan and announced this development. Pursuing Orochimaru. Had the village allowed us to take action sooner, we might have already captured him. Once this matter is settled, will we be able to relocate back to our original clan grounds? The clan head's authority is beginning to influence the higher-ups. Within the Uchiha clan, jubilation ensued, it must be said. Despite their arrogance, they are genuinely naive. Such a trivial matter is sufficient to bring them joy. However, where there is joy, there is also sorrow. Take, for instance, the current situation of Shimura Danzo. This fellow sat in the office of Root, dazed for half the day. My lord, here's a letter for you to that moment. A member of Root approached Danzo, carrying a snake. Upon seeing the snake, flames of fury ignited within Danzo. With a swift motion, Danzo dispatched the snake in the member's grasp. Subsequently, he retrieved a small scroll from the snake's head. The task has failed. Seek another opportunity to act. The message contained merely 10 characters. Yet, upon reading those 10 characters, the anger Danzo had painstakingly suppressed flared up once more. What nonsense is this? He had already gone to such lengths. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen was beginning to contemplate action against Root. How absurd! Orochimaru directly states that now is not the time to act. Recalling the first time Orochimaru had approached him after his defection, revealing aspects of his future plans, he had foolishly believed and anticipated a partnership. Orochimaru! A gust of wind chakra surged forth from Danzo's hand. Reducing the scroll to mere fragments, Danzo had lost all trust in Orochimaru. Now trapped in a predicament, he could only seek a means of extricating himself. It seems the time to employ that has come. With this thought, a manic smile crept across Danzo's face. 3 days later, the trial's turmoil had gradually subsided, and everyone returned to the academy for classes. Sasuke, this is for you. Hinata offered a beautifully wrapped lunchbox to Sasuke. Did you make this yourself, Hinata? Thank you. Let's have lunch together, Sasuke replied without hesitation. After all, to eliminate potential sources of conflict, winning over Hinata would undoubtedly be the most straightforward approach. Not to mention, at this moment, Naruto was pursuing Sakura closely. Since he had traversed into this world, he felt compelled to play the role of a dream weaver. To know Naruto is his dear brother. How could he push him towards Sakura? Such reasoning is perfectly sound. Hinata nodded happily. After a brief interlude in their daily routine, the time for school dismissal arrived swiftly. Their typical day now consisted of languishing in the classroom, followed by vigorous training sessions at the training grounds. Moreover, the size of their little team had significantly increased. Due to the collective mission, the bonds of friendship among the group had swiftly deepened. Even those who had previously harbored biases against Naruto had shed those preconceived notions. Given that they were all children of prominent ninja clans, their parents were somewhat aware of the past events. With parental approval no longer an issue, the children found themselves liberated from their mental constraints. After all, children do not harbor as much darkness in their hearts that it was now time to commence group training. Ultimately, once they graduated, they would need to work in teams. Shikamaru, Choji, and Ino formed one group. Niji, Tenten, and Lee formed another. Shino, Kiba, and Sakura constituted a third, and Naruto, and Hinata made up the final group. Following this, the focus would not only be on enhancing individual combat abilities, but also on fostering team awareness and cooperation. Therefore, if any member of a group were to lose their combat capability, the entire group would be deemed defeated. Do you understand? Sasuke succinctly explained the rules. No problem. Sounds good. When do we start? The group responded affirmatively. Even Naruto, though not paired with Sakura, supported Sasuke's grouping. Let us have 2-on-2 battles. Our group will face Niji's group, while the remaining two groups will contend against each other. The battles among the children were meticulously recorded by the Umbu members on the sidelines. Meanwhile, within the Hokage's office, the realization dawned that such power could not inflict harm upon the members of the root organization. This implied that the ambush on the Uchiha clan's territory was likely executed by Itachi or Shursui. Danzo, you certainly have a knack for selecting your adversaries, Sarutobi Hiruzen resolved at that moment. Setting aside the current situation as a pretext, even without it, an obedient Uchiha would hold greater value than Danzo. It is essential to recognize that both Danzo and he were aging, that if Hiruzen could control the Uchiha power, Asuma's position as Hokage would be further solidified. Indeed, Sarutobi Hiruzen was no longer solely contemplating his own affairs, but also strategizing for the next Hokage. Although Asuma was not weak, he still fell short of the strength required to achieve the rank of Kage. Without formidable support, he could not maintain his position. Hokage-sama. At that moment, Asuma entered the Hokage's office. Asuma, come take a look. These 3 children from the Ninja Academy possess considerable talent, and I believe they would be well suited to become your disciples, Sarutobi Hiruzen stated, presenting the information on Shikamaru, Ino, and Choji. The Ino Shikicho trio, you say, but why not allow me to choose this one? Asuma placed his hand on the information regarding Uchiha Sasuke. In his view, Sasuke's performance surpassed that of the others. Furthermore, Sasuke was paired with the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails and the Hyuga clan's heiress. Such a combination should be more appropriate. No, I've already promised Kakashi to Sasuke's group. Just trust me on this. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed deeply, refraining from elaborating further. Understood. Asuma took the information on the 3 and turned to leave. He recognized Hiruzen's intentions and harbored similar ambitions. Since it was his father's arrangement, he would dutifully comply as for Kakashi. In Asuma's eyes, he did not consider him a rival for the position of Hokage. Chapter 58. The Sand Village Shrouded in Blood. After Asuma departed, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression remained grave. He had not perceived any glimmers of brilliance from Asuma, but he suspected that Asuma had not fully grasped his own arrangements. The reason for not allowing Asuma to lead a stronger group alongside Sasuke was due to the unique identities of the 3 Uchiha Sasuke, a newly emerged genius of the Uchiha clan. His battle prowess, intellect, and will of fire marked him as a super talent among all previous generations. Such individuals, if placed under a teacher lacking sufficient charisma and strength, could not be subdued. Unfortunately, Asuma lacked these qualities. Additionally, if Asuma were truly assigned as Sasuke's teacher, it would mean a direct confrontation with Danzo, and that was not the time for such a conflict. Moreover, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, Naruto Uzumaki, was essentially a ticking time bomb. Even if Naruto remained stable, what about the external covetousness towards tailed beast hosts? Sarutobi Hiruzen did not wish for Asuma to take such risks. As for Hinata Hyuga, her clan was peculiar. Hiruzen did not believe that merely relying on Hinata could alter the entire mindset of the Hyuga clan. If the Hyuga clan could not genuinely align themselves, there was no need to squander time on them. The Ino Shikicho trio, however, was different. The Nara clan was the strongest think tank, the Yamanaka clan possessed exceptional sensory abilities, and the Akimichi clan excelled in protection. The presence of these 3 clans held considerable weight in Konoha, and with their support, Asuma's position would be more stable than AS for the Yamanaka and Inazuka clans. Asuma had already arranged for them to be represented by Kurenai Yui, accompanied by the talented and earnest Sakura Haruno. Contemplating this, Sarutobi Hiruzen set down his cigarette and rubbed his aching trigeminal nerve. He had to deal with Danzo's matters while also considering the future Hokage. It seemed that a sleepless night awaited him. Meanwhile, in the Wind Country's Sunagakure, under the chilling moonlight, a crimson hue spread across the ground. Gaara's youthful face bore an expression of disbelief as he gazed at the man before him. Uncle, his trembling body rendered Gaara utterly helpless, unable to articulate even a single word. Gaara, the one who truly wishes to kill you, is not me. But your father, you are a failure, a monster that poses a threat to the village at any moment. Although I would like to care for you, your existence cost my sister her life. And I simply cannot do it. In truth, no one loves you. Though as the order of the Kazekage, I willingly accepted the task of assassinating you. Die. Yashimaru exclaimed, tearing open his clothing. The explosive tags hidden beneath detonated instantaneously. The explosion's force was mitigated by the sand in front of Gaara. However, Yashimaru's words had deeply pierced Gaara's heart. The seals within him began to loosen gradually, and the chakra of Shikaku surged forth, threatening to consume Gaara's consciousness. Soon, members of the sealing team appeared, restraining the rampaging Gaara. In the final moments of consciousness, Gaara's vision was filled with the figure of Kazekage Raza. Why? Before Gaara could voice his question. He lost consciousness. After subduing Gaara, the Umbu carried him to a room to rest. As for Raza, he returned to the Kazekage's office. It's all taken care of. Now, Gaara should harbor a deep hatred for me as his father. Is there anything else that needs to be done? Raza inquired of the two mysterious figures before him, and further actions are required. From here on, simply play your role as Kazekage. Remember, there should be no emotions towards the Jinchuriki. But you must still interact with the other villagers as you have previously. A pair of crimson Sharingan glimmered ominously under the moonlight, and at that moment, a flicker of red light passed through Raza's eyes as he turned to leave the Kazekage's office. Is this reliable? What if he manages to break free? There are indeed several techniques capable of dispelling illusions. Another enigmatic figure looked at the owner of the Sharingan with a hint of suspicion. Do you doubt me? In the darkness, a terrifying chakra surged toward the other party in an instant. The hood was blown away, revealing a pale face. Orochimaru! No, I was merely being cautious. There's no need to be overly excited, he said, a hint of awkwardness flashing across his features as he forced a smile. The person before him had recently sought him out, claiming to wish to invite him to join some organization known as Akatsuki. Although he had yet to agree, Orochimaru had already begun to prepare for an encounter. Thus, he had followed this mysterious individual, only to discover that he was quite the temperamental character that a moment's inattention could provoke a desire for combat. This was all preparation for when he would eventually strike at Konoha. The request you made earlier might only be fulfilled with the assistance of our Akatsuki organization. Therefore, during our actions, it would be prudent not to ask too many questions. With that, the Sharingan closed and vanished into the earth. Indeed, this person was none other than Uchiha Obito, self-proclaimed Uchiha Madara. What an arrogant fellow! Orochimaru licked his lips, expressing a sense of resignation, yet excitement gleamed in his eyes. Such powerful genjutsu could only be wielded by the formidable members of the Uchiha clan. The oppressive aura he had just sensed might indeed belong to that legendary figure, if it truly were him. How splendid it would be to obtain his body! Orochimaru's imagination ran wild. However, under the current circumstances, he dared not approach. Subsequently, Orochimaru formed a series of hand seals, and from the ground emerged a serpent, which swallowed him whole before dissipating into smoke. The entire Sunagakure was now shrouded in a macabre bloodbath. Indeed, this was Obito's design. The Kirigakure had transformed into a realm of blood mist, plunging the entire land of water into chaos and sending shockwaves throughout the ninja world. After all, the majority of those who survived the blood mist were rogue ninjas. The second target was Tsunevika as for Kumogakure and Awagakure. Their foundational strength was too formidable, coupled with the chaos in Kirigakure and Sunagakure. It sufficed. Thus, Obito refrained from seeking unnecessary trouble. His next target for vengeance was soon to be prepared. Chapter 59, Obito, A Visit from the Other Side. Indeed, Obito's next target for revenge was Konoha. To breach Konoha's gates, he first needed to deal with the troublesome security department. Otherwise, should they intervene, the presence of several powerful ninjas, along with the clan leader's unknown Mangeki Sharingan, would present quite a challenge. Now, I imagine someone is even more anxious than I am. With that thought, a smirk crept across Obito's lips as he charged toward Konoha, but a week later. Due to recent events, no members of the Root organization had approached Sasuke during this time. This left Sasuke feeling somewhat disappointed. After all, he had relished the thrill of battle encountered previously. Moreover, the gains from actual combat far surpassed that of training. Sasuke, can I not refine chakra tonight? Naruto looked at Sasuke with a pitiful expression. Ever since their last chakra refining session, Sasuke had forbidden Naruto from refining chakra while in his company, primarily because it felt somewhat oppressive, not to mention the superior refining techniques Sasuke provided. With Naruto's lineage as a member of the Uzumaki clan, combined with his status as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, refining chakra was rather reckless, as the energy within him was measured in tons rather than grams. Your chakra has already seen some improvement. Standard ninjutsu should be manageable now. Focus on sensing the chakra within your body, Sasuke instructed, preparing to close his eyes and begin refining chakra. Stingy, Naruto pouted, mumbling these 3 words after a long pause. Nevertheless, he complied with Sasuke's advice. The following morning, Sasuke, here are the ninjutsu you requested. However, I recall your chakra is of the lightning and fire attributes. Why do you need these wind techniques? Itachi arrived early, bearing a pile of scrolls, having recently been approached by Sasuke, who had whimsically expressed a desire for wind-style ninjutsu. This was unprecedented. For Itachi, the ultimate brother complex enthusiast, it was nothing short of a significant blessing. Thus, without a second thought, he sought the corresponding ninjutsu scrolls, having expended considerable task points to acquire them. Now, however, with a clearer mind, he pondered why a fire and lightning chakra user would desire wind techniques. These are for Naruto. He possesses wind chakra. He clarified, by the way, big brother, do you have time this morning? If so, let's train together. Since it was the weekend, Naruto found himself at Sasuke's home. Sasuke was aware that Itachi had been quietly watching over him, so he needed to temper his exuberance. All right, let's head to the training ground, Itachi replied with a smile. Indeed, he relished the feeling of being needed by his younger brother. The 3 soon arrived at the public training ground of the Uchiha clan and commenced their morning exercises. The initial physical training served as a warm-up. Meanwhile, outside the Uchiha compound, a special guest had arrived. A figure with white hair, wearing a mask that obscured one eye, stood solemnly, exuding an air of mystery. It was none other than Kakashi Hitaki, summoned by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Kakashi, are you here to see the clan leader? Uchiha, upon receiving the intelligence, hurried to the entrance of the compound. The individual before him was a member of the Umbu, and more significantly, he bore something belonging to their Uchiha clan. Since Kakashi had acquired an Uchiha Sharingan, the clan had made numerous attempts to reclaim it, all thwarted by Sarutobi Hiruzen, who recognized Kakashi's talent and execution capabilities as worthy of investment. This had fostered a lack of goodwill towards Kakashi from the Uchiha clan that I wished to find someone. Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke. Kakashi produced the directive given to him by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Upon seeing the information, Uchiha Nagasawa's facial muscles twitched. The guardian of the Nine-Tails, Jinchuriki? Regardless of Kakashi's status, under the current circumstances, he could not prevent Kakashi from proceeding. Thus, he led Kakashi to Naruto and the others. After the 2 departed, a ripple passed through the surrounding space. Are the Uchiha now willing to accept him into this so-called outpost? Observing Kakashi entering the compound alongside Uchiha Nagasawa, Obito's expression reflected his confusion. His purpose for visiting Konoha was not to engage in direct confrontation, but rather to gather intelligence in the training ground. Haha, Sasuke, today I only lag behind you by 10 laps. I'll catch up to you soon. While Naruto's diet had improved over this period, his physical abilities still paled in comparison to Sasuke's. After all, the difference between an occasional hearty meal and a daily feast was rather unfair. All right, here is the improved translation of your text. All right. Next, a notification sounded. Warning, S-level danger detected. Please prepare for response. As Sasuke was about to encourage Naruto with a smile, a system panel suddenly appeared before him. Sasuke was taken aback. His elder brother, Itachi Uchiha, was present, and this was the stronghold of the Uchiha clan. Any disturbance here would undoubtedly attract a throng of powerful men in an instant. Moreover, with the protection of Susanoo and the Tatsuka blade in his possession, it was unexpected to receive such a warning. Was Pain preparing to assault Konoha? Or perhaps, had the Otsutsuki clan launched an attack? Sasuke, what's wrong? Naruto inquired, noticing Sasuke's sudden silence, a look of confusion crossing his face. Could it be that this guy was intimidated by his own ambitions? The thought ignited a fire within Naruto that it's nothing we... Just as Sasuke was contemplating an excuse to divert Naruto's attention and devise a strategy, he noticed a peculiar figure standing outside the training ground. Kakashi Hatake? Could it be that this urgent situation was brought about by Kakashi? Or perhaps, as Sasuke's mind raced with possibilities, Kakashi slowly stepped into the training ground. Chapter 60, Naruto's Guardian Obito Strikes. As Kakashi entered the training area, all eyes, including Sasuke's, fixated on him. Sensing the aura of Kakashi's concealed Sharingan, Itachi Uchiha regarded him with a look of curiosity. Kakashi Hatake, I wonder what brings you to the Uchiha clan's territory. Itachi spoke calmly, aware that the relationship between them was far from amicable, especially since Kakashi's Sharingan had long been considered a lethal threat by the Uchiha. Now, his presence here piqued Itachi's interest regarding his intentions. I am here on a mission, Kakashi stated, presenting the orders in his hand for Itachi to see. Vortex Naruto's temporary guardian, Kakashi Hatake. Itachi immediately recognized the pivotal information. Sarutobi Hiruzen had entrusted Naruto to Kakashi? Itachi had already speculated about Naruto's identity, and with Kakashi's arrival, he was largely convinced of the blonde youth's significance. However, why would Hiruzen suddenly make such an arrangement? Naruto, Itachi called out, waving to Vortex Naruto as he pondered. Brother Itachi, who is this old man? Little Naruto asked innocently, staring at the white-haired Kakashi. Both Itachi and Kakashi were momentarily speechless. I'm not an old man. My name is Kakashi Hatake, and my teacher was the 4th Hokage. From now on, I will be your temporary guardian and teacher. Kakashi succinctly conveyed his purpose to Naruto, handing over the Hokage's orders. Temporary guardian? Teacher? Little Naruto's mind was filled with questions, but he also felt a spark of joy. After all, everyone else had parents, while he had no one to attend parent-teacher meetings that he always walked home alone, unlike others who had their guardians. Let us conclude today as training here. Starting today, I will move next to your residence. You can choose to live alone or with me. Kakashi collected the documents and naturally took Naruto's hand as they headed out of the training ground. Naruto had never experienced anything like this before. His mind went blank. He absorbed Kakashi's words obediently, resembling a well-behaved child. Perhaps he was genuinely afraid of losing this newfound connection, hence his reaction that aren't you going to stop them? Itachi approached Sasuke, curiosity etched on his face. Typically, a child would express some resentment when their friend was taken away. Yet Sasuke appeared stoic, even slightly grave that the departure of a good friend too much a blow. Shouldn't you? Brother, I sense danger. Sasuke suddenly turned to Itachi, voicing his concerns. Despite the timer on the panel ticking away, 5 hours was a significant duration. Moreover, they were within the Uchiha clan's territory, even under such circumstances. The system continued to indicate a life-threatening risk. There were only 2 possibilities. First, the adversary was so powerful that they could disregard Konoha, or at the very least, the Uchiha clan. Second, the foe possessed special abilities that allowed them to approach Sasuke effortlessly, posing a lethal threat to him. Regardless of either scenario, Sasuke was undeniably in peril. Itachi was taken aback. Sasuke's current demeanor was anything but that of a mere child. Hence, he took Sasuke's words seriously, especially noting the change in his expression. This was clearly no jest. With that thought, Itachi activated his Sharingan, his sensory abilities expanding. The release of chakra quickly captured the attention of the surrounding Uchiha clan members. Soon after, Uchiha Sasuke and others arrived, bringing the clan's elite with them. Itachi, what has transpired? Uchiha Sasuke inquired straightforwardly. Someone has invaded our territory, and they possess formidable strength. Notify the entire clan to go on high alert and report to the Hokage. Itachi instructed without hesitation. Although he had yet to confirm the enemy's whereabouts, Sasuke's unique visual prowess warranted his utmost seriousness. What? Uchiha Sasuke activated his own Sharingan in response. Meanwhile, 2 other Uchiha members vanished in an instant to inform the Hokage and clan leader. At this moment, Lurking in the shadows, Obito Uchiha couldn't help but smirk at the unfolding scene. So, they are this vigilant. It seems Orochimaru's interest in this young boy is justified. Should he mature, he might become a hindrance to my plans. Dispose of him. Obito's gaze darkened as he made his decision. At this point, he held no empathy. Anything that could obstruct his plans would be eradicated, just as Uchiha Sasuke was about to sense Obito's presence. Obito slipped into his Kinui dimension. In an instant, Sasuke drew his kunai, gripping the Totsuka blade tightly in his hand, acutely aware of an unprecedented sense of impending doom. The oppressive aura he felt was suffocating. "What have you discovered, Sasuke?" Just then, as Itachi posed his question, his Sharingan swiftly detected the fluctuations in the surrounding space. Upon spotting the gleam of a silver blade, Itachi unsheathed his short sword without hesitation. Blocking the silvery flashed, that moment, Sasuke also caught sight of the wielder of the short blade. "Goodness, I almost forgot about this guy, Obito Uchiha." It was evident that Obito was involved in the Uchiha clan's annihilation plan. With Obito's Manjiki Sharingan abilities, infiltrating Konoha would be a trivial task. "Who are you?" Itachi demanded, his expression grave after deflecting Obito's blade. "Uchiha Itachi, your strength is commendable, yet slightly immature," Obito replied, unfurling a massive fan in his left hand while wielding the short blade in his right. Charging at Itachi. Upon witnessing the weapon in the hands of Uchiha Uchiha, Itachi momentarily froze, for he had encountered this object before. However, this was hardly the time for distraction. The adversary before him, formidable in both chakra and taijutsu, emanated a pressure that weighed heavily on Uchiha Itachi's heart. The clang of battle resonated as the two combatants engaged fervently. Itachi's extraordinary talent, coupled with his experiences in the Umbu, granted him the strength to contend with Uchiha Obito. Even at his tender age of merely a teenager, as Sasuke observed their fierce confrontation, he simultaneously scrutinized the mission panel, which continued to pulsate ominously in red. It was abundantly clear that the lethal threat stemmed from Uchiha Obito, who, at this juncture, was likely already affiliated with the Akatsuki and had possibly made contact with Orochimaru. It stood to reason. After all, why would Obito abandon his musings of Rin Noara at home to seek trouble in Konoha? "Brother, be cautious. The opponent appears to be a member of the Uchiha clan as well, and he exudes an aura reminiscent of our father. It seems akin to the Manjiki," Sasuke exclaimed loudly. He was unaware that Uchiha Obito wielded the ability to phase through reality, a skill that could prove disastrous in combat. Though Sasuke could not divulge this information directly to Itachi, a warning was certainly warranted. Understood. Uchiha Itachi, now armed with several kunai, began to launch them at Obito, who, unfazed, charged forward without evasion. Just as the kunai was about to strike, Obito's form dissolved into nothingness. Evading the attack with ease in the blink of an eye, he stood directly before Uchiha Itachi. "Uchiha Itachi, a prodigy indeed. You are worthy of being taken back," Obito declared, extending his hand toward Itachi. At that moment, a barrage of crimson lightning descended upon them. Even Obito, sensing the overwhelming power of the technique, chose to withdraw temporarily, turning to face the source not far away. "Uchiha Fugaku, the current clan leader? That was one of your Manjiki abilities just now, wasn't it?" Obito remarked, his tone laced with intrigue. Though he had evaded Fugaku's attack, the man possessed an aura of divine might that rendered him nearly invincible, especially in a place devoid of those skilled in space-time ninjutsu. Under such circumstances, Obito felt he was nearly invulnerable. "Your eyes belong to the Uchiha. I implore you to relinquish them," Fugaku stated flatly. Crimson chakra swirling around his form as his own Manjiki Sharingan revealed itself to all present. You have escalated the battle to this level at the outset. Very well, I shall refrain from continuing this conflict. Sasuke, Itachi, trust that one day I shall return to claim you both." Obito laughed heartily as he activated his Kimui, vanishing from the scene. Engaging Fugaku in combat was not a prudent course of action, especially given the delicate nature of his current identity and abilities, which must remain concealed. Yet, even the astute Obito could not fathom how his actions had been exposed. Logically, If he activated Kimui, it should have gone unnoticed unless someone observed him directly. Was it possible that other powerful ninjas were present? This uncertainty contributed to his hasty retreat. Sasuke, Itachi, are you both unharmed? Uchiha Fugaku inquired, having retracted his chakra, and approached his sons with a concerned expression. Though his demeanor remained serious, Sasuke understood the arduous journey that had led Fugaku to this position of authority. We are fine. But father, did you see his weapon? That is our Uchiha fan. It once belonged to that esteemed individual. Itachi voiced his curiosity. Despite his doubts, he struggled to believe that the one who had just attacked him was none other than Uchiha Madara. Indeed, that fan is unmistakably Madara's weapon, coupled with the fact that he wields the Manjiki. It is impossible not to think of him, Itachi reflected. However, if it were truly Madara, we would stand no chance against him, and he would not have fled in such a panic, Fugaku asserted with certainty. Although not intimately familiar with Madara, the tales he had heard painted him as an unparalleled ninja, a legendary figure who would not be intimidated by mere youths. Are you suggesting that Madara's weapon has fallen into the hands of others? Itachi pondered aloud. Let us not concern ourselves with that matter for now. Sasuke, when did you awaken your Sharingan? Fugaku asked, momentarily taken aback. Upon hearing of Sasuke's activation of the Sharingan, Fugaku felt immense pride. It was indeed a testament to Sasuke's innate talent, but to learn that he had unlocked the Manjiki was astonishing. Well, I suddenly felt very hungry, and after eating, I experienced a profound sense of happiness. Happiness for having such wonderful parents, a caring brother, and many friends. All that joy seemed to trigger the awakening of my eyes, Sasuke rambled, drawing from his knowledge of love as a potential catalyst for such an awakening. Happiness. Fugaku and Itachi exchanged incredulous glances, their astonishment deepening. Just then, Susanoo appeared behind Sasuke, delivering a devastating blow that shattered the ground and sent debris flying. Within the dust, the figure of Uchiha Obito could be glimpsed. To Sasuke's relief, he had activated Susanoo just in time to counter Obito's feigned retreat. At that moment, Obito was filled with astonishment. His initial plan had been to feign escape, only to seize Uchiha Sasuke amidst the chaos. However, the emergence of a powerful, enigmatic figure had thwarted his intentions. The sheer force of the attack was beyond reason. A single strike nearly prevented him from activating Kimui. The surrounding space warped grotesquely under the impact of the staff. Obito realized that had he delayed his phasing by even a moment, he would have been obliterated. Now, he dared not continue the fray and swiftly fled the scene. After a brief interval, Uchiha Fugaku finally regained his composure, scooping up Sasuke and disappearing from the training ground with Itachi close behind. In the face of uncertainty regarding their enemy's presence, retreat was undoubtedly the wisest course. The identity of the mysterious assailant, for the moment, was of no concern to them. Upon returning home, Uchiha Fugaku immediately erected a barrier. Sasuke, what transpired just now? You were closest and should have witnessed everything, he inquired directly. The capabilities of the Manjiki Sharingan allowed for dynamic visual observation, meaning Sasuke, even at such close range, should have seen something. I only caught a glimpse of a tall figure. Beyond that, I couldn't discern much, Sasuke replied, his mind racing as the sound of the bombardment reverberated. I instinctively closed my eyes and Sasuke, with a somewhat pitiful demeanor, spoke. This expression caused Uchiha Fugaku, who had been prepared to continue questioning, to halt. Indeed, no matter how much of a genius Sasuke might be, he remained a child. In such circumstances, being startled was a perfectly normal reaction. Itachi, please take Sasuke downstairs to rest properly. I will head to the clan grounds to investigate thoroughly and relay the specific information to Lord Hokage. The household is entrusted to you. I will summon Shursui to assist. Uchiha Fugaku declared before vanishing in an instant. After Fugaku's departure, Itachi gazed at Sasuke with concern. Brother, I'm fine that I was just taken aback. Now that the danger is past, I would like to rest properly. Sasuke said, taking deep breaths and speaking somewhat reluctantly. Yes, rest well. You have your elder brother here. Shursui will join us shortly, and everything will be all right. Itachi reached out, playfully poking Sasuke's forehead, before lifting him and carrying him to Sasuke's room. After gently setting Sasuke down, Itachi left the room. The reason Sasuke was so certain that Obito had departed was that the mission's status had shifted from red to green. Although it was not yet complete, it no longer felt as perilous as before. With Susanoo present, Sasuke felt a sense of tranquility. Now, all that remained was to await the conclusion of the mission. With this in mind, Sasuke sat up and began to refine his chakra. Meanwhile, outside, Itachi first noticed Sasuke's inexplicable smile, followed by Sasuke's focused chakra refinement. Such behavior left Uchiha Itachi utterly bewildered. Could it be that Sasuke was truly unafraid? How could he so swiftly enter a state of chakra refinement at such a moment? Hours slipped by in the blink of an eye. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the mission. Reward. Special item. What is this? As the system's notification echoed, Sasuke beheld the reward before him, the contents of which sent a jolt through his spirit. He had not anticipated such a formidable reward for this mission. In the Hokage's office. What? A ninja has infiltrated the Uchiha clan grounds. Sarutobi Hiruzen placed the document down, astonished as he gazed at Fugaku. He had received no reports of unusual activities from the barrier team today, implying that the intruder had flawlessly evaded Konoha's defenses. Even with both Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Itachi intervening, they had failed to capture the assailant. This situation was dire. Could it be an internal threat? A flicker of realization sparked in Sarutobi's eyes. I have instructed all members of the security department to intensify their patrols. Additionally, I personally conducted a thorough search of the Uchiha clan grounds. Currently, no traces have been found. This was the gravest aspect. The intruder was undoubtedly well acquainted with Konoha. Uchiha Fugaku articulated his deduction slowly. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi nodded. Understood. I will initiate an investigation immediately. The Umbu and the security department will collaborate to conduct an internal sweep of the village. After issuing the directive, Sarutobi swiftly began to write. Understood, Lord Hokage, Fugaku replied before turning to leave. Summon Danzo to see me. The heaviness on Sarutobi's face vanished, replaced by a cold indifference. I could see this moment. He began to comprehend that some individuals required not tolerance or forgiveness, but rather decisive measures. An hour later, Danzo arrived at the Hokage's office. His countenance was equally grim. He had already gathered substantial information regarding the incident within the Uchiha clan grounds. Sarutobi's summoning was now quite evident in its intent. It was not me, nor were any members of my rude organization involved. If that is the matter at hand, this is the only answer I can provide, Danzo stated earnestly before Sarutobi could utter a word. In that case, I have a special task for you. Escort Chakra Metal to the land of Waterfall, Sarutobi calmly instructed. However, upon hearing these words, Danzo could not maintain his composure. As a senior figure in Konoha, a veteran and the leader of the rude organization, being assigned such a task was clearly an affront aimed at him. I refuse. There are far too many matters within the village. No, you cannot refuse. Sarutobi interrupted before Danzo could finish. What do you mean? Third Hokage. The killing intent in Sarutobi's eyes grew increasingly palpable. Had it not been for the knowledge that attacking fellow villagers would be deemed as defection, Danzo would have struggled to contain his emotions. What do you mean? I intend to provide the other clans with a satisfactory explanation. You might as well take this opportunity to clear your mind. Without further elaboration, Sarutobi began to sift through the documents on his desk. Danzo clenched his fists tightly, his body trembling with rage. Very well. Minutes later, Danzo left the office after reluctantly conceding. Chapter 63. Shursui in Peril. After returning to the rude organization, Danzo sat in his chair, his expression devoid of emotion, betraying no hint of joy or anger. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Very well. You have outdone yourself. Danzo inhaled deeply, then donned his ninja attire. Summoning several subordinates before embarking on the mission, in Danzo's eyes, Sarutobi was clearly targeting him. After all, Danzo had executed numerous such tasks in the past. Why, then, was he now subjected to such severe punishment? What he failed to consider was that Uchiha's increased patrols today could easily be attributed to potential threats to the village. They could very well suppress him for merely this. Now, he had already crossed the line by taking action against villagers. And yet, the punishment was merely a mild reprimand. Of course, these thoughts eluded Danzo. In his mind, there was only one sentiment. Sarutobi was out to get him. At that moment, the higher-ups were deeply embroiled in their own grievances. Danzo harbored a wealth of resentment. Mito, Kazuma, and Nara Shikaku were merely safeguarding their own interests. Sarutobi, meanwhile, was scheming against everyone. Danzo's assignment on the mission had little impact. The clan leaders who had once been indignant had since remained silent. They understood that Danzo would not fall due to such trivial matters. Having grown accustomed to the status quo, they harbored no expectations. The mere fact that Danzo had faced setbacks was already surprising to them. Days later, within the Uchiha clan grounds, Sasuke, who was training, abruptly ceased his exercises. He turned to Uchiha Itachi. "What's wrong? Are you still struggling with the recent Jinjutsu?" Itachi, observing Sasuke's momentary distraction, inquired with concern. "No, brother. Where is Shursui? I haven't seen him these past few days." Sasuke shook his head and voiced his query. "Shursui? Father said he was assigned to a mission. Why now? He should be returning." "What? Has my prior training with you not sufficed? It seems this afternoon's training will require an increase in intensity." Itachi replied with a hint of envy. "No, brother. Do you remember when I mentioned my eye condition?" Sasuke pointed his eyes, and his 3-tomo Sharingan activated. The tomo spun. An unusual energy emanated forth. "Are you saying," Itachi recalled, "that Sasuke had previously mentioned his eyes uncontrollably revealing glimpses of the future? Did Sasuke just witness something? And did it involve Shursui?" "Yes, Shursui has died. Moreover, it occurred right in front of you, brother." Sasuke spoke with a heavy heart. The kunai in Itachi Uchiha's hand trembled slightly, his face reflecting a deep contemplation. "Sasuke, stay here and do not move. I will seek out father." With that, Itachi vanished from sight. At that moment, Sasuke wore an expression of helplessness. During this time, he had been preoccupied with plotting against Danzo Shimura and Hiruzen Sarutobi, neglecting a crucial matter, that in this time frame, Uchiha Shursui was destined to perish. He had originally intended to draw Danzo's attention, coupled with the changes within the Uchiha clan, to confound Hiruzen Sarutobi. This way, the previous massacre would not repeat itself. However, Sasuke had evidently underestimated these individuals' obsession with the Uchiha clan. The reason Sasuke suddenly mentioned this matter was due to the panel before him. Uchiha Protection Mission. The beginning the death of Uchiha Shursui. Please, host, complete the mission to protect Uchiha Shursui. Reward: 50 points of ocular power, a random Jinjutsu gift box, and a random reward package. The Uchiha Protection Mission had commenced. The death of Shursui marked the onset of this calamity. Sasuke did not heed Itachi's words and instead quickly made his way to Uchiha Fugaku's study. "Father." Sasuke knocked on the door. "Come in." A weary voice from within belonged to Uchiha Fugaku. Upon entering the study, he found Itachi standing there, anxiety etched on his face, while Fugaku appeared to be in distress. Currently, the Uchiha clan had shifted Hiruzen Sarutobi's perception of them. However, this change had led to an increase in their burdens. The previous security department had essentially been a mere sinecure, but the situation was different now. Along with the task of rooting out spies and rogue ninjas within the village, the security department was now expected to function as an intelligence unit, an interrogation department, and a security force all at once. Under this high-intensity workload, they had indeed uncovered a significant number of spies and rogue ninjas, yet had also taken a toll on Fugaku, just as he hoped for a moment's rest. Itachi brought forth such troubling news. "Father, I've just seen something, but I'm somewhat uncertain." Sasuke hesitated to speak. "What did you see?" Uchiha Fugaku took a deep breath and inquired slowly. This special passive ocular technique, capable of glimpsing the future, could prove immensely useful if wielded correctly. Moreover, what ill intentions could a mere child possess? Its authenticity was undoubtedly assured. Brother Shursui actually committed suicide. However, the reason for his suicide appears to be that one of his eyes was gouged out. And that individual who removed Shursui's eye seems to be Danzo. Upon uttering that name, Uchiha Fugaku abruptly rose to his feet. "Danzo?" Initially, Fugaku had been puzzled about what kind of entity could bring about Shursui's demise. But now, ideas began to form in his mind that Shursui's character was such that he would hardly suspect other ninjas from the village. He was dedicated to fostering peace between the Uchiha clan and the village. If Danzo were to deceive Shisui with words, then Shisui would be easily misled. If it were Danzo who ambushed Shisui, then, Itachi, can you contact Shisui now? Fugaku asked directly that I can. Itachi nodded and began to form hand seals. Boom! After a puff of white smoke, a crow materialized on Itachi's arm. You summoning beast. Immediately contact Shisui and report your location. I will head to the Hokage's office. After Fugaku spoke, he vanished from the scene. Shisui, one of the only 2 clan members to have awakened the Manjiki Sharingan, could not be allowed to die, regardless of the reasoning involved. Otherwise, the hard-won advantage would surely dissipate, and the situation could worsen. As for Sasuke, he too felt a surge of urgency. This mission was part of a series of tasks. If the initial phase failed, the subsequent missions would not materialize. Therefore, Shisui could not die. Chapter 64. Shisui is attacked. Soon, Uchiha Fugaku returned, holding a village exit permit. Father, I have confirmed Brother Shisui's location. He is currently positioned to the east of the village. Upon receiving my message, he said he would wait for me. Itachi appeared somewhat anxious. Good. Let us go find Shisui. With that, Uchiha Fugaku vanished once more. Brother, I want to go too. Just as Itachi was preparing to depart, Sasuke grasped his hand firmly. Huh? Sasuke, be good and don't cause trouble. You are still young, and this mission is quite perilous. Stay home and wait for our return. Itachi looked at Sasuke affectionately, attempting to soothe him. No, I will go. When you were my age, you had already been on the battlefield. I also wish to become a powerful ninja like you, steadfast in resolve. And what followed was a flurry of praises from Sasuke. Itachi had not anticipated that his younger brother remained unchanged, still the same adoring little fan. His previous aloof demeanor was likely a result of growing up, no longer as innocent as in his younger days. How endearing. All right, I will take you with me, as a brother who dotes on his sibling. Itachi could not refuse such earnest pleas. Moreover, their father had just set out with Captain Nagasawa and Captain Natsum, so the situation should be manageable. Thank you, brother. Sasuke nodded in satisfaction and followed Itachi out. It was not that Sasuke had suddenly lost his mind and wished to join for the spectacle. Rather, it was due to the damned system mission requirements. Mission completion criteria 1. The host must personally intervene to rescue Uchiha Shisui. Mission completion criteria 2. The host must record the complete event of Uchiha Shisui's rescue. Meeting any of the criteria would suffice for mission completion. Thus, waiting at home for the mission to conclude was not an option. Inside the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi stood by the window, gazing toward the village entrance. When Uchiha Fugaku approached him, Hiruzen did not hesitate to hand over the village exit permit. This was not to say that Hiruzen Sarutobi had developed an immense trust in the Uchiha clan. Rather, Shisui's eyes must not fall into Danzo's hands. If that terrifying ocular technique truly existed, then in Shisui's possession, it would be the safest, at the very least. Hiruzen, who was currently more inclined to trust the Uchiha, felt secure. As for that divine being, it seemed an opportunity to procure that power was on the horizon. The scene shifted back to the Uchiha group. At this time, Uchiha Fugaku, along with Uchiha Natsum and Uchiha Nagasawa, was swiftly navigating through the dense forest toward their destination. Itachi was closely following with Sasuke. At their pace, they would reach Shisui's location within an hour. An hour may not seem long, but in the current circumstances, every second counted. Meanwhile, at the clearing where Shisui awaited Itachi, he pondered, what has happened? Why has he suddenly come to find me? Though puzzled, Uchiha Shisui remained there, waiting for Itachi, as there was a bond between them that fostered a level of understanding. Suddenly, Shisui sensed a fluctuation of chakra and slowly rose to his feet. At this moment, the individuals appearing here would likely be ninjas from Konoha, right? Before long, a throng of figures materialized before Uchiha Shisui. Danzo en route. Upon seeing these individuals, a look of confusion crossed Shisui's face. Did they not go to execute the task of escorting the chakra medal? Considering the time, they should not return to the village for at least another month. Why are they here now? However, as fellow ninjas of Konoha, and given the proximity to the village, Shisui did not harbor much suspicion. Uchiha Shisui, Have you completed your mission? Why are you here instead of returning to the village? Before Uchiha Sasuke could voice his doubts, Danzo seized the initiative. I am here waiting for someone. True to his nature, Sasuke, with his characteristic straightforwardness, openly revealed his intentions. Waiting for someone. Could it be that the ninjas who previously launched a surprise attack on Konoha were in collusion with you? Danzo's lips curled slightly in a smirk as he began to cast accusations. Uchiha Sasuke, I recall you as a ninja devoted to the village, embodying the unwavering will of fire. How could you possibly engage in such treachery? Sasuke was left utterly bewildered by Danzo's words. Me? Betray? Collaborate with enemies. Such notions had never crossed his mind. Just as he was about to defend himself, Danzo made a sudden move, targeting Sasuke's eyes. Instinctively, Sasuke reacted, blocking the assault and retreating. Lord Danzo, even if you harbor suspicions about me, you should conduct an investigation rather than resorting to violence against a fellow village ninja. His heart raced with a mix of shock and anger. The Root organization is not authorized to act recklessly against the ninjas of the village, is it? Danzo retorted. The Root has the authority to deal directly with traitorous ninjas. Furthermore, since you are resisting arrest, I am within my rights to take action against you. Upon hearing this, the Root members surged forward to attack Sasuke. Conflicted, Sasuke grappled with his options. To resist would be to challenge Danzo's authority, which was legitimate. Yet, not resisting felt profoundly wrong, especially with Itachi's message urging him to remain in the area. As he contemplated, his resolve hardened. Previously, when Sasuke mentioned Danzo's intentions toward the Uchiha clan, Sasuke had merely harbored doubts. But now, he was certain. Fire release. Phoenix fire technique. Sasuke launched into action. After using fire techniques to break through the encirclement, he drew the short blade from his back and engaged in combat. With formidable taijutsu, keen insight, and vast chakra reserves, Sasuke, an elite shinobi, effortlessly fended off the Root's attacks without even employing his Manjiki Sharingan. Had he not been reluctant to harm his fellow villagers, the Root would have suffered significant casualties by now. Wind release. Vacuum sphere. Wind release. Shuriken. As Danzo saw his subordinates falter, he joined the fray. With Danzo's involvement, Sasuke found himself increasingly overwhelmed, for the members of the Root, tasked with the mission, were also powerful ninjas. As Sasuke struggled against the onslaught, Danzo's voice echoed once more. Uchiha Sasuke, you are accused of defecting from the village and conspiring with outside ninjas to undermine Konoha. The Root has been dispatched to apprehend you, and if you resist, we are authorized to eliminate you. Sasuke's face twitched at the absurdity of such blatant falsehoods, realizing that Danzo possessed an uncanny ability for manipulation. We must leave this place. After creating distance from the Root members, Sasuke raised his hand and activated the body flicker technique. In the dense forest, numerous clones of Sasuke appeared, making it difficult for the Root members to determine his true location. Wind release. Great vacuum sphere. Danzo unleashed a powerful gust of wind, obliterating all of Sasuke's clones in an instant. Just as Danzo prepared to unleash another technique to force Sasuke out of hiding. A glimmer of sharpness expanded within his vision. In the next moment, a kunai from Sasuke pierced directly into Danzo's left eye. Having accomplished this, Sasuke swiftly retreated towards the village. Lord Danzo, pursue him. We cannot allow him to return to the village today. Danzo grit his teeth against the pain, tearing off his long robe to apply medicinal powder to his injury, and continued his pursuit of Sasuke. Half an hour later, Uchiha Fugaku arrived at the location Itachi had indicated. Signs of battle. Clan leader. These traces are left by Sasuke's signature fire release techniques. The remaining traces likely belong to a wind release user, possibly Danzo. After examining the scene, Sasuke's ally, Sasuke, spoke gravely. Although aware of the mission's target, he was still taken aback by the intensity of the conflict. This level of combat cannot simply be dismissed as a misunderstanding. Let's hasten to aid Sasuke. If Danzo truly engage him, we must capture him. Fugaku's eyes narrowed, revealing a deadly intent. While in the village, Fugaku had to consider many factors, but now was not the time for restraint. Danzo, since you dare to act against the Uchiha, do not blame me for being ruthless. Following the traces of battle, the three set off again, with Itachi leading Sasuke towards Shirsui's direction. At this moment, Itachi had a crow perched on his shoulder. Maintaining communication with Shirsui. Brother Shirsui, we will meet in 10 minutes. Our father and the others are not far behind and can reach us in no more than 3 minutes. With both of us together. Holding off the route for 3 minutes should be manageable. Understood, we will arrive shortly. Soon, Sasuke and Itachi reached an open area where Shirsui stood, looking somewhat disheveled and sweating profusely from exhaustion. Brother Shirsui, quickly take this. Itachi handed him a pill. In that fleeting moment, Danzo's figure appeared not far away. Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Sasuke. Danzo paused for a moment, then his expression shifted to one of wild elation. What was initially a plan to acquire Shirsui's eyes had transformed into an unexpected windfall with the appearance of both Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke. Danzo, why do you target our Uchiha clan? Itachi glared at Danzo, who in his eyes had violated the peace of the village. Are you planning to continue spectating, Orochimaru? Danzo ignored Itachi and called out. Itachi, Sasuke, I'm entrusting Shirsui to you. Orochimaru licked his lips and slowly approached the two. With each step he took, a swarm of snakes emerged around him. By the time the serpents were visible. Their numbers had become alarmingly numerous. Secret technique. 1,000 snake shadows. Orochimaru quickly formed seals and lay on the ground, unleashing countless snakes from various parts of his body. A terrifying wave of serpents surged forth. Fire release. Phoenix flower technique. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Sasuke and Itachi immediately countered with their own fire techniques. Simultaneously, Sasuke activated his lightning god mode, aware that these snakes were venomous and posed a tremendous threat. As Itachi unleashed fire, he also threw several kunai, striking Orochimaru. However, the kunai merely embedded themselves in the poisonous snakes, failing to affect Orochimaru in the slightest. Hidden Shadow Snake Hands, Kusanagi Sword. Orochimaru's arm morphed into numerous serpents. While a sharp blade materialized at the snake's head, be cautious. Orochimaru has many tricks up his sleeve, Itachi warned as he engaged Orochimaru's Kusanagi sword. At this moment, Itachi was still unable to suppress Orochimaru. Is there someone else? Why is it that the storyline has deviated so drastically? Just as Sasuke prepared to assist Uchiha Itachi, he discovered that there were others lurking in the vicinity. Moreover, one of the energies felt strikingly familiar. Uchiha Obito. Damn it! Why is he here too? Wait, what about the other presences? Boom! At that moment, a towering man wielding a massive club descended upon Uchiha Shirsui. The fleeting crimson cloud heightened Sasuke's anxiety. The Akatsuki organization, it seems this predicament is far more significant than anticipated. And Sasuke's expression was laden with bitterness. As for the original plot, Sasuke had no desire to contemplate it any longer. His very presence had altered the trajectory of the Uchiha legacy. Now, the emergence of events diverging from the original narrative seemed entirely plausible. You are Uchiha Sasuke. A raspy voice broke the tension. Sasuke's heart skipped a beat. He had not sensed any chakra fluctuation prior. Upon seeing the approaching figure, his mood soured further, for it was none other than the scorpion of the Red Sand. Chapter 66. Delay, the Uchiha's dominance. The appearance of Scorpion confirmed Sasuke's suspicions. The Uchiha's annihilation plan had indeed involved the Akatsuki. The reason it was not depicted in the original narrative might be due to their lack of action or to highlight the decay within the Konoha leadership. Naturally, with Obito present, the Akatsuki's involvement was not entirely unexpected. Looks like a troublesome little brat. If he could be eliminated, it would be quite simple. The Scorpion's words trailed off as his tail lifted. The massive tail needle unfurled, launching a barrage of shimmering purple Senbon like raindrops. Clink, clink, clink. Sasuke swiftly drew his practice kunai, deflecting the entire onslaught of Senbon. The Senbon that pierced the nearby trees and grass quickly released toxins, sapping the life from the flora. That a noxious mist began to rise around him. Raijin mode. Sasuke activated Raijin mode without hesitation. Any toxins that approached him were dispersed by the violent surge of lightning. Immediately, he utilized the speed of Raijin mode to distance himself from the battlefield. By this point, Sasuke was on the verge of cursing. He had done little to provoke such chaos. How had the death of Uchiha Sasuke escalated into a hellish ordeal? The reason for Sasuke's hasty retreat was not solely due to the toxic mist. He had merely deflected a few Senbon, yet had fractured his palm. One could only imagine the immense force behind the Senbon scorpion had unleashed. Facing the scorpion of the red sand with his current strength? What a fool's errand! Even though Sasuke had decisively fled, he could not shake off the relentless pursuit of Scorpion. The man, seemingly a hunchbacked elder, had transformed himself into a puppeteer of life. His speed rivaled that of a peculiar creature, relentlessly chasing after Sasuke. Damn it, should I summon Susanoo? Sasuke instinctively grasped the Totsuka in his chest. However, in the next moment, he released it, relying too heavily on Susanoo in every battle would significantly hinder Sasuke's personal growth. With that thought in mind, Sasuke swiftly began forming hand seals. Fire style, great fireball technique, in a swift turn. A colossal fireball erupted forth, engulfing the advancing Scorpion. Boom! A tremendous explosion followed, sending Scorpion hurtling away. This brief respite granted Sasuke a moment to breathe as he rushed towards the direction of Uchiha Fugaku and the others. At the very least, he needed to escape Scorpion's relentless pursuit using his own abilities. A mere student of a ninja academy, a child nearing 6 years of age, managing to evade the grasp of the Scorpion of the red sand. The thought alone was somewhat exhilarating. Simultaneously, Scorpion emerged slowly from the swirling dust, a look of intrigue gracing his features as he beheld the fleeing Sasuke. This prodigious young talent he envisioned transforming into a puppet. He wondered what formidable entity he would create. The more he pondered, the faster Scorpion's pace became as Sasuke sprinted forward. Peculiar sounds echoed in his ears. Swish, swish, swish. In the next instant, kunai were hurtling straight towards his face, accompanied by a cadre of ninjas wielding short blades. However, these figures were rather peculiar. Sasuke sensed no life emanating from them. In other words, they were corpses. Chakra threads? Sasuke realized the nature of the threat. Each of these beings was tethered by a chakra line, indicating they were puppets controlled by Scorpion. Not running anymore. Well, it makes sense. You can't escape now. Come along quietly, and perhaps they won't wish for your demise. But should you choose to resist, Scorpion's raspy voice taunted, laden with mockery. In merely a few sentences, a palpable aura of malice enveloped Sasuke. It was clear that Scorpion's words were not mere threats. He would indeed act upon them. I'm sorry, but I refuse to follow you. Sasuke raised his kunai, prepared for battle. 1 minute? No. 30 seconds. He believed he could withstand for at least 30 more seconds. In that case, let us see how you fare under my command, Scorpion declared, raising his hand. Countless ninjas surged toward Sasuke. Bang, bang, bang. Amidst the ongoing skirmish, Sasuke assessed his energy expenditure and the distance to Uchiha Fugaku. 10 seconds. 20 seconds? 30 seconds? As time slipped away, Sasuke's body approached its limit. Although he had not suffered any fatal attacks, the strain of enduring such an onslaught while in Raijin mode was immense that a wave of dizziness washed over him as he summoned his chakra once more. Fire style, great fireball technique. As another fireball was unleashed, Sasuke found himself confronted by a mirage. Is this not sufficient? He thought, a twinge of reluctance stirring within him. Grasping the Totsuka of Susanoo, he prepared to summon its power. Bang, bang, bang. Just as Sasuke was about to call forth Susanoo, several familiar figures materialized before him. The puppets that had been pursuing him were instantly eradicated. Lord Shikamaru, Lord Nagasua, Father. Upon seeing the 3 figures before him, Sasuke collapsed onto the ground. These individuals, they belong to the Akatsuki, don't they? Uchiha Nagasua spoke, his 3-tomo Sharingan radiating immense ocular power and chakra. The situation around them was comprehensively absorbed in an instant. Soon, he reached a conclusion. Sasuke, you stand alone against this formidable foe. Truly commendable for an Uchiha. The Akatsuki, you say? It appears that the ninja world has enjoyed peace for far too long that I never anticipated the emergence of such a powerful and malevolent organization. Uchiha Fugaku remarked. However, targeting the Uchiha was perhaps your gravest error. With that, Fugaku unleashed his eyes, revealing his Mangeki Sharingan. The sheer pressure of his gaze made Scorpion feel the weight of impending doom. Meanwhile, from a distance, powerful energies began to converge. Pairs of crimson eyes gradually materialized before Scorpion. At least 30 Uchiha had arrived, all bearing the three Tomo Sharingan. Facing such a formidable assembly, even Scorpion sensed a signal of danger. Chapter 67. The Ninja Way of the Uchiha, Fire Style. Explosive Fire Dragon Technique. Fire Style. Lightweight Lava Technique. Fire Style. Explosive Fire Breakthrough. Fire Style. Great Fire Dragon Technique. In an instant, the assembled members of the Uchiha clan swiftly formed hand seals, unleashing their most proficient fire style, ninjutsu. They may have forgotten that the reason the leader of Konoha was called Hokage was due to their own Uchiha clan's mastery of fire techniques. Today, let the name of fire style resonate once more throughout the ninja world. Under this overwhelming barrage of fire attacks, even the Scorpion of the Red Sand could not hope to escape. The terrifying heat and explosive shockwaves engulfed the Scorpion in a sea of flames. Nagasawa, you must take Sasuke away from here. We do not know how many more of these powerful and enigmatic foes remain. Staying here is far too dangerous. Having come this far is already quite commendable. Uchiha Fugaku did not hold back his praise this time, directly commending the so-called member of the Akatsuki organization, whose strength was at least at the level of a Kage. It was truly impressive that Sasuke could endure for so long against him. Understood, clan leader. Uchiha Nagasawa immediately scooped up Sasuke and vanished into the distance. At this moment, Sasuke had lost consciousness, rendering the outcome of the mission less significant. Crack, crack, crack. Just as Uchiha Nagasawa departed, a series of cracking sounds emanated from the heart of the fire. Boom, whoosh, following a powerful tremor. An enormous surge of energy dispersed all the flames surrounding the area. A striking and proud figure emerged from the epicenter of the attack. Truly, the Uchiha clan is remarkable. However, to think you could eliminate me, the Scorpion of the Red Sand, so easily, you underestimate me, the Scorpion declared, as he removed a scroll from his back, preparing to unleash 100 meticulously crafted puppets, the tactic relying on sheer numbers. Is it? The Scorpion had never feared such an approach. Tisish, just as the Scorpion was about to make his move, it seemed he suddenly received some instructions. Today, I shall not continue battling you, Uchiha. Before I leave, allow me to present you with a parting gift, the Scorpion proclaimed, turning to flee into the distance. Trying to escape? Are we? Just as Uchiha Shikome was about to pursue, Uchiha Fugaku grasped him firmly and, without delay, led everyone away from the scene. Giggle, giggle, giggle. Just as Uchiha Fugaku and the others had barely evacuated, the corpses that had previously perished on the ground suddenly rose to their feet one by one. Subsequently, their bodies began to swell violently. Boom, boom, boom. Following this, a series of deafening explosions rang out. Streams of purple toxins erupted like fountains, enveloping the entire forest. Under the onslaught of these toxins, the plants rapidly withered and lost their vitality. The name remains unknown, but unlike the previous Akatsuki members encountered, this one wore a ring inscribed with the character for Jade. It must be a code name. The one we faced before had a ring marked with the character for Vermilion. As for those we had eliminated, they were likely just a group of minions. Uchiha Shikome assessed the toxic mist before him, succinctly analyzing the situation concerning the enemies they had encountered that day. The Akatsuki, is it? It seems those bearing code names are not to be underestimated. Let us go see how Itachi and the others are faring. Without hesitation, Uchiha Fugaku made his way toward Itachi's location. In truth, they should have already rendezvoused with Sasuke. However, their journey had been delayed by encounters with the Akatsuki. Soon, Uchiha Fugaku led the Uchiha clan's ninjas to Itachi's position at that moment. Both were somewhat disheveled. Thankfully, they were both still alive. Father? Captain? Upon seeing Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Itachi finally breathed a sigh of relief. It should be noted that Itachi was only 11 years old at this time. Even though he and Uchiha Shursui were both prodigies, they still struggled against such formidable foes. Let us return to the village. Uchiha Fugaku chose not to linger any longer. The root organization led by Danzo, along with that mysterious Akatsuki, posed considerable trouble. Furthermore, Uchiha Fugaku did not wish to endanger his clan in unnecessary conflicts. This was his ninja way. Meanwhile, on another front, Uchiha Nagasawa was hastily making his way toward the village with Sasuke in tow. The previously swift Uchiha Nagasawa suddenly halted, his expression turning grave as he surveyed his surroundings. Truly, the elite ninjas of the Uchiha clan possess remarkable awareness, able to detect traps even under such circumstances. At that moment, a member of the Akatsuki, clad in a red cloud-patterned cloak and a conical hat, with a ring inscribed with the character for Vermilion, appeared before Uchiha Nagasawa. "You again? Do you truly believe that being repelled by us earlier means you can now stop me?" Uchiha Nagasawa spoke with a sense of gravity. He was still carrying the gravely injured and unconscious Sasuke. Engaging in combat with this opponent could potentially result in further harm or even death for Sasuke. If he could drive the opponent back, that would be ideal. Otherwise, he would have to fight desperately. Oh. It seems that after merely allowing you a slight reprieve earlier, you've grown quite arrogant. However, from here on out, I will ensure you understand what the Akatsuki truly represents, Juke declared, raising his hand. Countless steel wires surged toward the two-clang. Clang. Uchiha immediately threw a shuriken, deflecting the chains. Simultaneously, two shurikens struck Juchiwa's chains, pinning them into a nearby tree, while two kunai further secured them. Lord Nagasawa, focus on the battle. I am regaining some strength. I could see this moment. Sasuke slowly opened his eyes, speaking with effort. Sasuke, do not worry. The clan leader and the others are not far from here. They will arrive shortly. I have already engaged this opponent before. Now, leave it to me. Uchiha Nagasawa replied with a bright smile. With a swift motion, he tore a piece from his clothing, binding himself and Sasuke together. Lord Nagasawa, this is our Uchiha ninja way. We will not abandon our kin. In time, you too shall understand the significance of my words today. Uchiha Nagasawa interjected, his expression earnest. Meanwhile, chakra began to surge within him. Chapter 68. Itachi awakens the Manjiki Sharingan and defeats Juke. For the first time, Sasuke felt a profound sense of belonging to the Uchiha clan if before he had merely sought a long-term protector and source of sustenance, or had been compelled to alter his course due to the system's tasks. Now he genuinely felt the indelible bond forged by family and blood. In a ninja world, the Uchiha clan is undoubtedly the most emotionally driven clan. Such a family should not vanish. I understand. Sasuke nodded resolutely. Watch closely. This is practical instruction, Uchiha Nagasawa declared, brandishing a short blade and charging forward. Facing the Akatsuki's Juke, Uchiha Nagasawa exhibited no trace of fear. At this moment, he held only one conviction: to protect the young man behind him. As their battle unfolded, Uchiha Nagasawa's exquisite taijutsu and impeccable combat awareness proved to be a source of great frustration for Juke. Additionally, he could not afford to prolong this engagement. He needed to neutralize Uchiha Nagasawa as swiftly as possible and then capture Uchiha Sasuke. The game is nearly at an end. Just then, Juke ignored Uchiha Nagasawa's assault and raised his finger. Clang! Uchiha Nagasawa's short blade pierced Juchiwa's body. However, contrary to expectations, the anticipated penetration did not occur. Instead, a sound of metal clashing resonated. This is bang! Without allowing Uchiha Nagasawa a moment to contemplate, a tremendous force struck him squarely in the abdomen. Launching him through the air, during his flight, Uchiha Nagasawa chose not to dissipate the impact, but instead to endure the overwhelming power, determined to protect Sasuke. When he landed, it was with his front hitting the ground. In the presence of my bloodline limit, the steel shield, your weapons are utterly feeble. Huh, Juke remarked, shedding his crimson cloud robe to reveal a physique as formidable as steel, glimmering with a metallic sheen under the sunlight. Steel shield? Damn it, this guy. Uchiha Nagasawa's words were cut short as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Lord Nagasawa, please set me down. I assure you I will be fine. You? Hey kid, who do you think you're looking down on? At that moment, Juke appeared behind Uchiha Sasuke. Juke, once an elite jonin of a Wagakure, became a rogue ninja after betraying his teammates during battle, pushing them into a trap to save himself. After joining the Akatsuki, His ruthless nature and decisive tactics quickly elevated him to a core member, earning him the Juke ring. His combat methods were particularly brutal and resolute, leaving little room for dialogue with Sasuke and the others. In the spirit of seizing the moment, he launched another attack without granting them any respite after sending Uchiha Nagasawa flying. Fire style, boom! Just as Uchiha Nagasawa prepared to unleash his fire technique. Juke knocked him unconscious with a single punch. He then lifted Sasuke effortlessly. Is it, you little brat? I've lost quite a few subordinates because of you. They were all my beloved friends. Therefore, you too must pay a price. Sasuke, in the midst of activating his Susanoo, felt a sudden, excruciating pain shoot through his hand, causing him to cry out in anguish. Hey, my subordinates have died without making such a fuss. Juke taunted. Indeed, just a child. But one arm won't suffice. Just then, a flurry of shuriken came hurtling towards him. Simultaneously, several Sharingan eyes locked on his so fast. It seems my estimation of time is flawed, but it matters not. My trump card is firmly in my grasp. Juke picked up a kunai from the ground and pressed it against Sasuke's throat, crimson blood seeping forth. Sasuke, you had better release my brother now. Itachi trembled with rage, his eyes transformed into a menacing glare, starkly contrasting with his usual gentle demeanor. Are you threatening me? I shall offer you two choices. I can gouge out your eyes, for I do not favor those orbs, or I can take this little brat's eyes instead. Juke raised the kunai, positioning it before Sasuke's eye. Feeling the sharpness of the kunai, panic spread across Sasuke's face. Although he was a time traveler, he had never encountered a situation like this. Moreover, his training had been limited. Rapidly switching mindsets was simply beyond his reach. I will gouge them out. Release Sasuke, and I will exchange. Itachi immediately interjected. Itachi. Uchiha Fugaku scolded, knowing well that with Uchiha's cunning, even if Itachi were to sacrifice his eyes, Sasuke would not be freed. Yet in this dire situation, even Fugaku found himself at a loss, for Sasuke was a child too. Brother, thank you, Sasuke, initially flustered, smiled upon hearing Itachi's words. Sasuke, Uchiha Itachi's eyes suddenly bled. His original three-tomo Sharingan began to whirl rapidly, and in an instant he activated his Manjiki Sharingan. A tremendous chakra enveloped him, the ferocity of which left Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Fugaku in stunned silence. The emergence of Uchiha's third Manjiki was a sight to behold. Under normal circumstances, Fugaku might have felt elated, but now his youngest son, Sasuke, was in peril. Indeed, Sasuke, spurred by Itachi's words, made a fateful decision, charging headlong into the kunai. As Juke remained momentarily dazed, a surge of black flames engulfed his body. Uchiha's ocular technique. Just as Uchiha's horror set in, he found himself pinned to a crucifix. Uchiha Itachi stood before him, wielding a long blade. This is my Tsukimi space. He began to elucidate his ability, thrusting the blade into Uchiha's flesh repeatedly. Within the illusion, the sensation of pain was magnified 1,000-fold, driven by vengeance. Uchiha Itachi relentlessly plunged his blade deeper. Cries of agony echoed through the realm of Tsukimi. Outside, a thunderous crash marked Uchiha's demise at the hands of Amaterasu, bringing an end to his torment within the Tsukuyami. Itachi slowly approached Uchiha's lifeless form. Where's Sasuke? At that moment, Itachi realized there was no sign of Sasuke's body. Chapter 69. The Frenzied Uchiha. Sasuke's condition. With Itachi's question, everyone began searching for Sasuke, but no trace could be found. Although Juke had perished, he at least left behind some ninja tools and a ring. Sasuke, too, possessed numerous ninja tools. It was improbable that he had been entirely consumed by the flames of Amaterasu. Could it be that what we witnessed was merely a shadow clone of Sasuke? At this moment, Itachi voiced a sentiment he himself found hard to believe, that it was common knowledge that even a shadow clone would vanish upon losing an arm. The blood just now had been very real. Broaden the search area. Simultaneously, send a report to the Hokage. Sasuke, return and mobilize all Uchiha ninja to assist in the search for Sasuke. The remaining members will form groups of 10. Upon encountering the enemy, signal immediately. Regardless of what they are doing, everyone must prioritize aiding one another. Eliminate the enemy and find Sasuke. Uchiha Fugaka's expression darkened as he made his decisive command. Upon hearing Fugaka's orders, all clan members immediately activated their Sharingan and swiftly divided into teams, dispersing into the surroundings. Meanwhile, in the shadows, Uchiha Obito's expression soured. This turn of events was entirely unexpected for him. A mere youth had incited such madness within the Uchiha clan. With both Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Fugaka wielding their Mangekyou Sharingan, even Obito dared not assume he could escape unscathed. It was common knowledge that against the Mangekyou Sharingan, his phasing ability might prove ineffective. After all, each pair of Mangekyou was notoriously formidable. Contact the Akatsuki members. Initiate a full retreat. These madmen, once roused, are truly terrifying. After Uchiha Obito concluded his words, he abruptly sank into the ground, vanishing from sight. The remaining individuals, their Rinnegan eyes cold and indifferent, gazed ahead. In the end, they chose to heed Obito's suggestion and issued an order for everyone to retreat. The members of the Akatsuki, hidden within the dense forest, swiftly withdrew out of course. Some encountered Uchiha during their escape, and, in the face of his wrath, lost their lives permanently. As for the root members they encountered, although they were not killed, they were thoroughly beaten into unconsciousness and subsequently sealed away. Destined to be brought back to Kaguya, this tempestuous operation inevitably stirred the attention of Sarutobi Hiruzen in the village. Within the Hokage's office, Sarutobi displayed a conflicted expression. Although the Uchiha seemed to have become more compliant, he remained unconvinced that, in his view, true security would only be achieved once individuals like Uchiha Sasuke, Itachi, and Sasuke matured and assumed control of the Uchiha clan. The current Uchiha still posed a threat. Regarding Danzo, perhaps this time they could eliminate him once and for all. But what if the Uchiha refused to comply afterward? Indeed, a balance of power must be maintained. Hokage-sama, we require support at this moment. Please issue the command. Uchiha Sasuke, observing the silent Sarutobi, felt a twinge of urgency. Whether for the safety of the clansmen left behind or Sasuke's whereabouts, he needed to dispatch aid as swiftly as possible. Understood. Here is the pass, and there is no limit on the number of people who may accompany you. I will also arrange for ANBU ninjas to accompany you.as for the information you reported regarding Shimura Danzo. I shall investigate it immediately. Sarutobi nodded and made his decision. Uchiha Sasuke activated his Mangekyou Sharingan, empowered by his unwavering will of fire. Sarutobi could not afford to dishearten Sasuke. Thank you, Hokage-sama. With the pass in hand, Uchiha Sasuke expressed his gratitude and vanished from the scene. Soon, the entire Uchiha clan, consisting of those wielding the two-tomo Sharingan or higher, departed from Kaguya. What could the Uchiha possibly be up to? The clan's mightiest members were mobilizing, seemingly to safeguard the village's safety. Why would such a military operation arise? Was another war on the horizon? The Uchiha were set to protect the village, though they were often perceived as fearsome. Standing behind them instilled an inexplicable sense of security. In an instant, the village began to murmur about the Uchiha, their sentiments having shifted from disdain and fear to a burgeoning appreciation. It must be said that Uchiha Sasuke's elevation to the position of deputy chief of the security department had significantly altered the Uchiha's reputation in a remarkably short span of time. Meanwhile, within the Uchiha clan, in Sasuke's room, he lamented, "Am I still unable to move?" The system claimed there would be only minimal side effects. Straining to maintain his composure, he cursed the system. After surviving the malevolent intent of Uchiha Obito, he had been rewarded with a unique item. The Stand Scarecrow. Stand Scarecrow, a reward from a system. Its sole function is to allow the user to withstand a fatal blow once. Upon use, the user will be teleported to a predetermined coordinate.ps. A friendly reminder. Using the Stand Scarecrow will incur minor side effects, in his current state, where even lifting a finger was an arduous task. The so-called minor side effects of the system were painfully evident. Someone, please find me. If no one comes soon, this body will truly perish. Sasuke felt a surge of frustration. Having narrowly escaped death at the hands of was he now destined to die of starvation? At this moment, Sasuke's body was severely depleted of energy. If he did not receive adequate sustenance soon, he would truly meet his end. However, most of the Uchiha clan members had already departed to search for Sasuke. Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Sasuke, and others were unlikely to come here. His only remaining hope rested with Uchiha Makoto. Unbeknownst to him, upon learning of Sasuke's disappearance, Uchiha Makoto had immediately donned her armor and left Konohagakure alongside Uchiha Sasuke. Never mind, soon, Sasuke ceased to hope for anyone to discover him, and he began to forcibly extract the chakra within his body. Just a little would be sufficient to activate the Rinnegan in his chest. Release the divine weapon, Susanoo. With this, I shall not starve to death, that he vowed, promising never to appear so boastful again. For this time, he nearly brought ruin upon himself. Chapter 70. The Resurrected Sasuke, as he forcefully engaged in chakra extraction. Every cell in Sasuke's body screamed in agony. His body, already pushed to its limits, was now embarking on a path akin to self-destruction. Yet without this extraction, he would face a slow demise. Sasuke declared, I prefer to take the initiative. Ding! Warning, host body is on the verge of collapse. Please cease destructive behavior. Ding! Warning, host body is on the verge of... Just then, the system's alert rang out. Damn it, are you not tired of this? Silence the system notifications. My life, even if it must end, shall be at my own hands. Having experienced the brink of death, Sasuke's resolve had fortified. He muted the system's alerts and continued his chakra extraction. Regardless of whether he could survive, he was determined to fight back. This determination stemmed from the indomitable bloodline coursing through his veins. The cells, nearly depleted, began to decay under Sasuke's relentless pressure. His consciousness grew hazy. Was he truly destined to die in such a pitiful manner? Come forth. Sasuke unleashed a surge of potent, while that a droplet of chakra manifested within him. Divine weapon, Susanoo. Sasuke infused this droplet of chakra into the Rinnegan. Unleashing a torrent of power, Susanoo emerged before Sasuke. User, what do you need? Don't ask, I need food. Without allowing Susanoo to continue, Sasuke managed to utter this request. Upon hearing Sasuke's words, Susanoo dashed towards the kitchen, simultaneously relaying Sasuke's predicament to the chef, Ayabomi. Susanoo was tasked with cooking, while Aunt Ayabomi would ensure the meal reached Sasuke. With an influx of energy, Sasuke's cells rapidly absorbed the nourishment in an instant. The previously withered cells began to regain their vitality. As food entered his body, it was swiftly digested. Just as he regained a modicum of strength, Sasuke resumed his chakra extraction. Having acquired a bit of chakra, he unhesitatingly activated the Raijin mode. In this form, he continuously stimulated cellular activity, refining his cells. To his astonishment, he discovered that the gains from refining his cells in this extremely weakened state had multiplied several times over. The exhilaration from enhanced cellular vitality was unparalleled. His craving for sustenance persisted until the dawn of the following day. This moment, Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Makoto, and Uchiha Sasuke had returned. Everything all right? Head of the clan. What about Sasuke? Uchiha Makoto gazed at Sasuke's room, her face etched with concern. She was eager to check on Sasuke's condition, even going so far as to borrow medical ninjas from the medical department. However, she was halted by Susanoo, who assured her that Sasuke required food to regain his strength, and that he should be fine. His sudden return home is likely due to his unique bloodline limit. Moreover, Susanoo has stated that he needs food, so let us wait. Uchiha Fugaku spoke in a grave tone. From his words, it was evident that he remained deeply concerned at this moment. However, the sudden change in Sasuke, coupled with this extraordinary ability, led Fugaku to conclude one thing. Sasuke's bloodline limit should indeed facilitate his recovery. As noon approached, the kitchen finally fell silent. Aunt Boobine delivered the last dish, and a mere 10 minutes later, Sasuke emerged. Judging by his appearance, he seemed to be largely unscathed. Everyone, as Sasuke felt a swell of gratitude and wished to articulate his thoughts. Yet in the next moment, he was enveloped in a tight embrace from Uchiha Makoto. What followed was a thorough examination by the medical ninjas. Once it was confirmed that Sasuke was in no peril, the family gathered in the living room. Everyone, please do not look at me like that. Honestly, I am as perplexed as you are. After I collided with that person's weapon, I suddenly found myself back in the room. Thankfully, Mr. Susanoo discovered me and assisted me. Sasuke spoke somewhat awkwardly. Sasuke, do you understand? At this moment, Uchiha Itachi approached Sasuke with his head bowed, a look of darkness clouding his expression. Witnessing Itachi in such a state, Sasuke feared that the emotional upheaval might lead him to act rashly. Brother, at that moment, brother, please listen to me. Do not move. Bang. Before Sasuke could continue, Itachi forcefully flicked his forehead and then embraced him tightly. Brother, Sasuke initially intended to say more, but upon feeling the dampness on his shoulder, sensing Itachi's trembling form, and perceiving the gaze of their parents, he chose silence. The bond shared among family, Sasuke thought, was indeed quite precious. A night fell. Uchiha Makoto retired early due to fatigue. Meanwhile, Uchiha Sasuke, Uchiha Itachi, and Uchiha Fugaku convened in Fugaku's study. Father, did you summon us to discuss the matter concerning Brother Shursui? Sasuke spoke first. Indeed, it has been confirmed that Danzo and the Root organization have acted against him. Moreover, other ninjas from outside the village were also involved. If our Uchiha clan continues to remain silent, it will only embolden those ruffians. Thus, I believe we must apply pressure on the Hokage and deal with Danzo and the Root organization. Uchiha Fugaku articulated his thoughts clearly. Apply pressure? Father, I believe such an approach is somewhat inappropriate. Itachi voiced his concerns. Itachi, your disposition is excessively timid. Our clan, that is not the case. Father, if we apply pressure, all our previous efforts will be in vain. Should we allow those who threaten our Uchiha to linger in the village? Certainly not. We must consider. Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Itachi began to argue. I actually have an idea, brother. Would father be willing to hear me out? Sasuke, feeling somewhat overwhelmed, interjected. The tension between Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Itachi was evident, representing a clash between radical and conservative ideologies. Fortunately, Fugaku's demeanor had softened somewhat. Otherwise, Itachi might have faced severe repercussions. Chapter 71, Fugaku's Performance. The higher UPS insomnia, Sasuke's gains. Upon hearing Sasuke's voice, both Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Fugaku turned their attention towards him. This matter, we need not overly fret. Father, how great are our losses this time? Sasuke inquired directly. Losses? Aside from 2 severely injured and 6 lightly injured, there are no other casualties. Uchiha Fugaku responded, though somewhat confused at Is it truly only that few? Sasuke's expression reflected disappointment. Observing Sasuke's countenance, Uchiha Fugaku felt a pang of frustration. Both of his sons, despite being prodigies, exhibited peculiarities. Who would bemoan the low casualty rate among their clan's ninjas? Did they believe that all should perish in battle for it to be regarded as commendable? Father, that is not my intention. Noticing Fugaku's discontent, Sasuke hastily clarified that in truth, we need not seek an explanation from the third Hokage, nor do we need to apply pressure. The recent battle was witnessed by all. Furthermore, regarding matters involving the higher-ups, the third Hokage would likely wish to avoid complications. Therefore, requesting compensation should pose no issue, correct? We can ask for a bit more and then feign distress. The remaining matters can be left to the third Hokage to handle. He will not let us down. Sasuke articulated his perspective candidly. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku's expression twitched. How had his not yet 6-year-old son come up with such a plethora of ideas? Sasuke was indeed correct. They need not apply pressure, but merely highlight their plight. This approach would not only yield resources, but also communicate to the third Hokage the tribulations they had endured. Moreover, the amount of compensation might very well be determined by themselves. In this manner, they could grow stronger while simultaneously causing discomfort to the higher-ups. Father, do you think the third Hokage will take action against Danzo? Itachi immediately grasped Sasuke's intent. In his view, this scenario was perfectly optimal. I understand. You two must be cautious in the coming days. Itachi, do not disclose your activation of the Manjiki to anyone. You are responsible for ensuring Sasuke's safety. I shall visit the Hokage's office. Such matters need resolution swiftly for a good night's rest. Uchiha Fugaku declared before departing the study. Itachi and Sasuke then returned to their respective rooms within the Hokage's office. Is this the tally of casualties? Observing a sheet filled with names, titles, and injury statuses, Uchiha Fugaku stood alongside several ninjas laid upon stretchers. Such injuries required no examination. The severity was already evident. Indeed, Lord Hokage, this time we were not only attacked by rogue ninjas within the village, but also by a mysterious organization. Clearly, the rogue ninjas in this enigmatic organization, known as Akatsuki, are closely linked. Had we not placed undue trust in the ninjas of the village, this situation might have been averted. We were already responsible for the village's security. And now we have suffered such significant losses, their families and children. Uchiha Fugaku launched into a heartfelt lament. Such words left the Uchiha clan members nearby momentarily stunned. They had never anticipated that their clan leader would audaciously spin such fabrications. However, they could only feign grief and stand aside, that I understand. The highest compensation will be awarded, and the village will also provide professional remuneration. Let everyone rest well, recover from their injuries, and continue to protect the village. The subsequent matters will be handled by me, Sarutobi Hiruzen stated. Though he felt a twinge of regret, he was nonetheless greatly relieved. His previous assumptions had been incorrect. The Uchiha clan had developed a sense of responsibility and embraced the will of the village. Uchiha Fugaku's performance had left Sarutobi Hiruzen quite satisfied. Thus the allocation of funds was handled with ease. Thank you, Third Hokage. I shall take it back now. Uchiha Fugaku expressed his gratitude before escorting the group away. As Uchiha Fugaku departed, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkened. Humph. Where is that scoundrel Danzo now? Sarutobi Hiruzen's dissatisfaction erupted suddenly. Danzo has returned to the village, but he is not at the root organization. Rather, he is at his residence. An Umbu appeared before Sarutobi Hiruzen to report the situation. At home? Very well. I shall cease processing document for today and pay him a visit. Go notify Mitarashi Anko and Uchiha Sasuke to join us as well. Sarutobi Hizashi rose to his feet and set off directly towards the residence of Shimura Danzo. Meanwhile, the Umbu operatives were dispatched to inform the other two high-ranking officials that it seemed that these officials would find it difficult to sleep tonight. At that moment, Sasuke sat on his bed, his face brimming with joy. Having previously disabled the system notification sound, he was unaware of the completion prompt for his task. Uchiha Protection Mission. Initiation. The death of Uchiha Sasuke completed. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the protection mission of Uchiha Sasuke. Rewards. 50 points of ocular power enhancement, a random Jinjutsu gift box, and a random reward package have been dispatched. Reward. Available for extraction as he gazed at the information displayed on the mission panel. A subtle smile graced Sasuke's lips. Without hesitation, he extended his hand to extract the reward as a surge of immense energy suddenly flooded into his eyes. The enhancement of his ocular techniques significantly improved his vision. The system activated the Jinjutsu gift box and the random reward package. Ding! Opening the Jinjutsu gift box. Acquired A-class Jinjutsu Endless Void. Endless Void. Upon release, it can draw the target into an infinite abyss, with duration based on chakra and ocular power consumption, allowing the user to manipulate the target's consciousness at will. Ding! Opening the random reward package. Acquired Armament Haki. Armament Haki, originating from the world of One Piece, is a formidable power. Observing the Jinjutsu and the newly acquired ability of Haki, Sasuke stood up decisively. Buzz! He raised his hand and instantly unleashed his Armament Haki. He felt a powerful energy converge upon his hand. Is this a beginner's level? Although the black aura did not manifest around his fist, he could sense its presence. Sasuke's heart brimmed with anticipation. In the world of ninjas, the body was inherently a weakness. Possessing Armament Haki would greatly enhance his safety. All that remained was to engage in training for Armament Haki as a transmigrator. He was no stranger to mastering such techniques. Chapter 72. Parent-Teacher Meeting, Summer Vacation Plans. The next day, Sasuke resumed his usual school life. However, this time, the number of people guarding him had increased. In addition to Itachi Uchiha, there were other members from the security department. One could not deny that his sense of security had been significantly heightened. Sasuke-kun, Sasuke-san. Upon reaching the main path, numerous classmates were already waiting for him. Following their previous collaboration, the relationships among them had strengthened. Even Naruto had gained the recognition of others due to this event. Upon arriving at school, a parent-teacher meeting, Sasuke looked at Shikamaru in confusion. Due to the recent Uchiha incident, he had missed school yesterday and was unaware of the situation. This sudden announcement of a parent-teacher meeting left Sasuke somewhat bewildered, and he cast a worried glance at Naruto. After all, such moments could be overwhelming for Naruto, but it's said to be an opportunity for parents to understand our situation at school. It seems rather unnecessary, Shikamaru remarked, clearly irritated by the matter. I have someone coming for my parent-teacher meeting too, and it's a super amazing person, Naruto exclaimed, flashing his trademark toothy grin. Doesn't Naruto not have parents? Sakura asked, her face a picture of surprise. Instantly, all eyes turned to Naruto. Sasuke's lips twitched. It seemed there was indeed some truth in the saying about black sheep. Now, I have him. He is a formidable ninja, and I will be receiving his training at home now that I want to become a powerful ninja like him and eventually become Hokage. Naruto displayed no signs of anger or sadness. Instead, he spoke with palpable excitement. One had to say Naruto's optimistic personality was truly unique. Perhaps it was a trait of those reincarnated as Ashura. Wow, a really handsome ninja has arrived outside. I heard he's quite young and is a capable ninja under the Hokage. Kakashi-sama is so cool. Soon, a commotion arose outside. Sasuke peered out the window, and indeed, it was Hitaki Kakashi. There was no denying that Kakashi's popularity in Konoha was exceptionally high. Good-looking, from a prestigious family, possessing immense strength. And with a decent personality, Sasuke couldn't help but wonder why Kakashi hadn't found a girlfriend to carry on the Hitaki legacy. Was it possible that Kakashi had a liking for Guy? Cough, cough. Sasuke coughed lightly, shaking off that thought. Sasuke, that's my guardian and now my teacher, Kakashi-sensei. Naruto rushed over excitedly to inform Sasuke. Sasuke had already been aware of this from before. He was not particularly surprised that Kakashi had become Naruto's guardian. At this point, Kakashi likely already knew about Naruto's identity, which was why he was attending the parent-teacher meeting in that capacity. Sasuke, do you think Kakashi-sensei is cooler than you? How could you? Sasuke was slightly annoyed by Naruto's incessant energy. This guy seemed to have an inexhaustible supply of vigor. ZZZ. Sasuke promptly rewarded Naruto with a jolt. The numbing sensation temporarily silenced Naruto, allowing him to focus on refining his cells. Sasuke, I also, Ino approached. Extending her hand at partners, they were familiar with the method of enhancing physical abilities through cell refinement. Seeing Naruto shudder, Ino stepped forward to request the same. All right. ZZZ. Ino trembled slightly before quickly returning to her seat, reveling in the tingling sensation coursing through her body. Next, a peculiar scene unfolded. Shikamaru, Choji, and Shino lined up to seek a jolt from Sasuke. Before long, Irika entered the classroom, calling for silence. He briefly outlined the content of the afternoon's examination and instructed everyone to gather at the training field. The classroom was to be entrusted to the parents. Itachi was the first to enter, beckoning Sasuke outside. The second was Kakashi. Naruto, as Kakashi called Naruto's name. Everyone turned in astonishment to face him, to eye in their eyes. Naruto, the fox spirit, was supposed to be without parents. The fact that Hitaki Kakashi, a J-nin of Konoha, was his guardian was astonishing. Under the gaze of the crowd, Naruto strode out of the classroom with a smile on his face. He wasn't reveling in their attention. Rather, he was experiencing the joy of having someone to rely on for the first time. Seeing Naruto emerge with a beaming smile, Sasuke couldn't help but smile as well. With Kakashi's guidance, Naruto's life should become much easier. Coupled with a reasonable training regimen, this generation of the 12 strong might shine brightly in the ninja world sooner than expected. Sasuke, this afternoon is the practical assessment. Right? We had the written exam yesterday afternoon. Although you didn't participate, given your usual performance, you probably did well that as they walked toward the training field. They conversed. Yeah, grades aren't that important. Summer vacation is approaching, and that's the real focus for training. Would you like to join me? Sasuke extended an invitation. Count us in, Kiba, and Choji caught up, grinning. Behind them, Shikamaru and the others followed. Regular training is welcome anytime. The Uchiha training grounds are spacious enough. By the way, one to your families have missions for you, Sasuke inquired curiously. After all, They were core members of ninja clans. Shino, being from the insect user clan, likely had special training arrangements, right? Kiba, although he had signed a contract with Akamaru, would still need to learn the family's secret techniques. Where would they find the time to hang out with Sasuke and Naruto? My family's training tasks aren't as effective as your jolts. I've already applied for it. Me too. But aside from training with you guys, I also want to explore new insects. Niji's brother will be going too, so my family won't have any objections. Everyone expressed their thoughts. Even Niji surprisingly appeared ready to train with Sasuke during the summer vacation. It seems I was overthinking things. There shouldn't be any obstacles at their home. Moreover, with the Uchiha clan's reputation improving somewhat, the heads of these families would likely not oppose interactions with them. Being shrewd individuals, they are undoubtedly aware of the current situation within Konoha. Chapter 73. The Young Girl of Orochimaru. Danzo's Outcome. After completing the afternoon examination, the students gradually exited the school. Teacher Kakashi. Sasuke. I'm heading back now. I'll come find you tomorrow. Naruto waved at Sasuke before dashing towards Kakashi. Watching Naruto and Sasuke, a smile appeared on Kakashi's face. Despite the mask obscuring it, this reminded him of that fateful night, the day spent training with Obito and Rin. Perhaps, this time, their fortunes would surpass his own. Upon seeing Itachi, who was with Sasuke, Kakashi raised his hand in greeting and departed with Naruto. Brother, are you familiar with Lord Kakashi? Sasuke inquired of Itachi. Not very well, but he is the captain of the Umbu. He has now left the Umbu, supposedly to arrange new missions. It seems this task is one of them. Itachi remarked, glancing towards where Kakashi had left. All right, I understand. Let's head back. I'm a bit hungry, Sasuke replied, making his way towards the Uchiha compound at that moment. Among the crowd not far away, a bespectacled young man stared intently in their direction, his expression shrouded in darkness. As Sasuke's figure vanished from sight, the young man also departed in an underground base located at the border of the land of fire and a land of grass. Orochimaru mused. It appears that extracting that little one is proving to be quite difficult. The Uchiha's protection is far too stringent. After receiving the intelligence, a look of resignation crossed Orochimaru's face. Although he coveted the Uchiha body, it was clear that now was not the time to act. Following the previous incident, Danzo was likely struggling to maintain his own safety. As for the Akatsuki, they were not yet prepared for action. Especially after losing a core member last time, they would likely remain inactive for the foreseeable future. Once Orochimaru's subordinates departed, he slowly approached a laboratory. Inside were two young boys, both submerged in nutrient solution, their bodies connected to numerous experimental tubes. Upon seeing Orochimaru enter, fear manifested on the faces of the two boys, clearly haunted by terrifying memories of him. This time, I am not here to torment you. There's an opportunity for one of you to leave this place first. Who will it be? Before Orochimaru could finish, the girl on the left made a vigorous movement. All right, it shall be you, Orochimaru declared, pressing a button on the wall. The nutrient solution began to recede, and the tubes connected to the girl were gradually removed. Soon, the door of the nutrient chamber opened slowly and a pair of bare feet timidly stepped out. The girl, her vision blurred, raised her hand to feel her way forward. Here, take this, Orochimaru said, offering her a pair of glasses. Once she donned the glasses, the girl could finally discern Orochimaru's appearance. His pallid face and shadowy demeanor instilled a sense of dread within her. This is your task moving forward. If you perform well, you may remain outside indefinitely. However, to leave this base for your mission, you will require something else. Before the girl could react, Orochimaru's neck elongated instantaneously, and he bit into her neck. Accompanied by her scream, a peculiar curse seal appeared on her neck. 2 days later, a message circulated among the higher-ups of Konoha. Danzo Shimura had been relieved of his position as the head of the Root organization, and Root would temporarily be managed by Tonin Kaharu and Mito Kamen. As for Danzo, he was placed under house arrest within the Shimura clan. Was this the extent of Sarutobi Hiruzen's response? Observing the information, a look of fury flickered in Uchiha Shumi's eyes. Danzo's actions against them were clearly treasonous. In the end, it amounted to nothing more than dismissal and house arrest. Such an outcome was unacceptable to Uchiha Shumi. Why is it merely this? When we, the Uchiha, were attacked, Does that not constitute treason? Are we no longer considered part of Konoha in the eyes of their higher-ups? Damned Konoha elite, they only protect one another. Chief, we must demand an explanation from the third Hokage. This cannot stand. Let us not speak of that. Just follow the chief. As Uchiha Shumi spoke, the more radical members of the Uchiha clan reignited with fervor. Shumi, how much compensation did our clan receive for the injuries and losses we suffered? What about this time? When you purchase new ninja tools, you are not so indignant. Uchiha Fugaku remarked slowly. Indeed, the compensation we received this time was ample. Ripping apart the facade could lead to isolation. What we should focus on now is how to bolster our strength. A period of restrained patience is indeed necessary. The conservatives sided entirely with Uchiha Fugaku this time. Although they still perceived his approach as risky, it was a satisfactory outcome compared to the radicals. The meeting continued into the evening, and Uchiha Fugaku managed to persuade everyone, given the substantial compensation from Sarutobi Hiruzen. Otherwise, this meeting would likely have dragged on for several more days. At the training ground. Lightning release. Lightning serpent form. A surge of lightning enveloped Sasuke, transforming into a long serpent that lunged forward violently. Fire release. Phoenix fire technique. With a resounding boom, after unleashing his fire release, Itachi's Manjikyu Sharingan activated instantaneously. Terrifying Genjutsu surged forth, ensnaring Sasuke, who had already activated a Sharingan, keenly observing Itachi's every move. In an instant, he found himself trapped in an illusion. The original training ground was now surrounded by countless thorns. Endless void. Rather than dispelling the Genjutsu, Sasuke unleashed his own. The surging thorns were suddenly engulfed by a profound abyss, dragging them, along with Itachi, into the depths. Release. Itachi raised a finger, utilizing his formidable mental strength to shatter Sasuke's Genjutsu. However, despite breaking Sasuke's illusion, a look of terror crossed Uchiha Itachi's face, for in the recent clash of their illusions, he had realized he was at a disadvantage. When had Sasuke mastered such high-level Genjutsu? Alright, you two brothers are truly extraordinary. Let's pause for a moment and discuss your thoughts on the recent decisions of the higher-ups. Uchiha Shursui interjected from the sidelines. Chapter 74. The Battle Against Susanoo. A complete defeat. Initially, Uchiha Shursui was quite intrigued by the training of Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke. It felt as though he were watching two exceptional juniors striving to catch up. However, after several observations, Uchiha Shursui began to lose interest. In his view, Itachi's invitation for guidance was merely a guise to showcase his remarkably talented younger brother. At just under 6 years of age, Sasuke could already perform such Genjutsu. His accomplishments in taijutsu and ninjutsu far surpassed those of ordinary individuals. His combat awareness was no longer that of a novice, a genius. No, even the term genius paled in comparison to Uchiha Sasuke. Regarding Danzo Shimura's situation, the outcome was as expected. Sasuke stretched his body. Engaging in battle with Uchiha Itachi remained quite challenging, yet he was no longer utterly powerless. Indeed, Sasuke is correct that I am engaged in clandestine operations. And there are certain matters that truly cannot be brought into the open for resolution. Even the members of the underworld experience this sense of helplessness, which gives one pause to consider the kind of activities the organization might be involved in. Merely these issues are sufficient to compel the third Hokage to make concessions, Itachi Uchiha remarked. Having encountered various elements, he naturally comprehended the intricate web of interests at play. Itachi is far from a fool. On the contrary, he possesses remarkable intelligence. Having liberated himself from the shackles of the will of fire, his vision has broadened considerably. Sasuke, your previous perspective has illuminated certain other facets for us. Henceforth, our focus may need to shift towards addressing some internal clan issues. Itachi, now that you have returned, would you consider joining the security division? Shursui interjected directly. Presently, while he possesses the capability to accomplish some tasks through his own strength, he still feels somewhat outnumbered. I can approach father to request this matter. By the way, Shursui, let's discuss some plans moving forward. Itachi began to outline the forthcoming strategies. Sasuke, however, found himself sidelined. Indeed, these two were the best of friends. Sasuke tidied his belongings and subsequently left the training grounds. Upon returning to his chamber, Sasuke sat cross-legged on the floor and commenced refining his chakra. After successfully extracting the chakra, he grasped the Rinnegan at his chest. Susanoo instantly appeared before Sasuke. Sasuke, are you hungry? I shall prepare something. Susanoo, please hold on a moment that I summoned you not for a meal, Sasuke interrupted. What do you mean? Susanoo inquired, somewhat puzzled. I require a battle with you. Moreover, it must be in a secluded location. Every day, I need at least 5 hours or more for such combat training. However, Sasuke felt a twinge of helplessness. The Uchiha clan indeed guaranteed his safety, yet simultaneously rendered his movements devoid of privacy. As a reincarnated Uchiha, Sasuke harbored numerous secrets. This was precisely why he found himself troubled. Training with clan members, particularly battling Itachi, often resulted in them holding back, especially Itachi, who would never inflict harm upon Sasuke. As for Naruto and the others, unless Naruto were to directly harness the nine-tail chakra, he would invariably be subdued by Sasuke. The others were similarly lacking. The disparity among the 12 elite was simply too vast to serve any training purpose. Sasuke's mastery of Haki had yet to see significant improvement at the secret location. You say? That should not be too difficult. However, Shadow Clone. Without allowing Susanoo to finish, Sasuke unleashed his Shadow Clone. With him here, my movements shall remain concealed. Let us proceed. Very well. However, to exit this place, we may require certain items. Susanoo raised a finger. Certain items? Sasuke was taken aback, and in the next moment, he felt a sudden drain of chakra from within his body. Rinnegan manifestation. Yada mirror. Susanoo swiftly lifted Sasuke and then vanished from the spot. Just as the two disappeared, Itachi arrived. Brother? Sasuke's shadow clone gazed curiously at Itachi. A powerful chakra surge just manifested here, accompanied by the presence of a formidable individual. Sasuke, forget about it. You should rest well. I may have misperceived it. Itachi observed Sasuke's fatigue state and chose not to dwell further on the matter. Seeing Sasuke reassured him, of course, soon, Sasuke found himself transported to a vast open area far from the village. Susanoo, could you perhaps... Sasuke's face turned pale as he leaned against a nearby tree. Retching, his body could hardly withstand such speed. All right, let us commence combat training. I shall assist in restoring your body. Susanoo approached Sasuke, placing a hand on his shoulder. An influx of energy surged into Sasuke, and his physical condition began to recover swiftly. You possess such an ability? Sasuke exclaimed, astonished by Susanoo's capabilities in his eyes, Susanoo was akin to a caretaker combined with a superlative combatant. He had not anticipated that Susanoo also possessed healing jutsu. I can draw energy from the user's body, which allows me to return it. In fact, should you face a life-threatening situation, I can even share life energy to pull you back from the clutches of death. Susanoo stated confidently. All right, then let us engage in battle. Sasuke took a deep breath and immediately launched an attack against Susanoo. With Sasuke's command, Susanoo initiated his assault without hesitation. Sasuke had believed that, given his current strength, he could endure for a while against Susanoo. Yet, reality proved harsh. It is worth noting that Susanoo was capable of shattering even Uchiha Obito's Kimui. Battling Sasuke, it was akin to a powerful man striking down a child. In a mere 3 minutes, Sasuke found himself sprawled on the ground, every inch of his body in agony. However, during those 3 minutes, he had made significant progress. His haki began to grow. Chapter 75. 100 times. Susanoo approached Sasuke, aiding him in swiftly regaining his stamina. One cannot deny that with this ability, Sasuke's body could recover in a short span and continue to fight. The sole drawback was that Susanoo's power only restored physical stamina, not chakra. Restoring chakra? At this thought, a woman's visage suddenly appeared in Sasuke's mind. Indeed, he was thinking of Uzumaki Karui. It is well known that in the later stages, Sasuke had grown quite reliant on Karui, the mobile power bank. Not to mention, during his battle with the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee, without Karui's assistance, Sasuke would have likely been defeated. Sasuke, I truly do not recommend that you engage in battle with me at this moment. It may undermine your confidence in progressing. Perhaps I should provide you with targeted training, controlling my strength so you can endure longer. Just as Sasuke pondered Karui's significance, Susanoo spoke up. 666. Sasuke felt a flush of embarrassment. This fellow certainly had a unique way of offering comfort, while facing Susanu's overwhelming might could instill a sense of powerlessness. To Sasuke, the present Susanoo resembled an infinitely respawning SSS-class monster, devoid of any life-threatening risks. Coupled with the training of his armament haki, rest assured, Susanoo, in terms of unwavering resolve, I am exceptionally strong. Today, I shall engage you in battle at least 100 times before returning, Sasuke declared resolutely. Although his chakra had not fully recovered, his stamina had been completely restored. This indicated that his physical and armament haki training was sufficiently advanced at AS for chakra and ninjutsu. He could seek out Itachi for those lessons later. Excellent, then let us continue. I can feel your burning determination, Sasuke. 100 times today before we return, Susanoo exclaimed, immediately launching a massive fist at Sasuke. Hey, I'm not ready yet. Boom, boom, boom. This time Sasuke fell to the ground in less than a minute. It seemed that this 100 battles would conclude sooner than anticipated. The forthcoming training was quite grueling. After each restoration of his stamina, Sasuke would face a relentless onslaught akin to a tempest of fists. After 20 rounds, he implored, Mr. Susanoo, could you perhaps prepare a meal for me first, and then proceed to pummel me? This mere restoration of physical strength felt as though it were constraining his growth. Sasuke gazed earnestly at Susanoo. That will not be necessary. I can already perceive the enhancement of your physique, Sasuke. Moreover, I have begun to amplify my own strength, indicating that this training is indeed proving effective for you. After 60 rounds, Sasuke, with a hint of desperation, exclaimed, Mr. Susanoo, I can no longer endure this. Please, grant me a brief respite. My body may withstand it, but my spirit is faltering. The toll of continuous punishment, without even a moment to retaliate, was proving excessively taxing. Has anyone spoken on my behalf? Does anyone comprehend the ordeal I have endured through these 60 rounds? Is this a test of my resolve? Yet, Susanoo remained steadfast, affirming, rest assured, I shall honor our initial agreement. Regardless of what you say, I will resolutely adhere to the 100 rounds of training. With a thumbs up directed at Sasuke, Susanoo's encouragement was palpable. Seeing such determination from Susanoo, Sasuke resigned himself to the challenge. Very well. Here I come. With a surge of indomitable spirit, Sasuke harnessed every ounce of his formidable energy into his feet. If he could not triumph in combat, he would resort to flight. He was indeed adept at evading. Upon sensing the peculiar energy radiating from Sasuke, Susanoo's face lit up with satisfaction. To maintain such fighting spirit after enduring 60 consecutive blows was commendable, especially for a first-time endeavor. With that, Susanoo took up a combat stance. Having resolved to allow Sasuke a brief respite following this round of training, as long as your will persists, that shall be your reward. With a thunderous crash, the ground beneath Sasuke shattered as he vanished in an instant, not through a technique of teleportation, but propelled purely by the raw power of his physique. Susanoo tilted his head, bewildered. A different approach to training, perhaps? Nevertheless, my ability to locate you remains formidable. Slowly, Susanoo closed his eyes, attuning himself to the lingering essence of Sasuke in the air. In a flash, he too disappeared. Sasuke's strategy was proving effective. Previous combats had concluded within a minute, yet this time he managed to endure for a full 4 minutes. Of course, the outcome remained unchanged. Sasuke was ultimately overwhelmed. 99 rounds. It wasn't as arduous as I had envisioned. Just one more to go. How difficult could that be? Even if I had to endure another 100, I could surely manage. With renewed vigor, Sasuke felt capable of rising once more. Such training is rather straightforward, isn't it? Is that so? Then, Sasuke, would you care for another 100 rounds? Susanoo regarded him with a hint of admiration, sensing the fiery determination coursing through Sasuke's veins. Thank you, but we must adhere to the initial agreement. One must progress gradually, as the saying goes. One cannot chew more than one can swallow. I shall not be overly ambitious. Sasuke's countenance shifted, and he declined the proposition. Even with the power of his reincarnation, he understood the importance of humility. Very well, let us conclude this final round, and I shall escort you home afterward. Prepare yourself. Upon uttering these words, Susanoo sprang into action. Chapter 76. The The Vanity faction, as the final bout of training concluded. Sasuke displayed a demeanor of relaxation, lying at ease upon the ground. At last, he would not be subjected to further punishment today. Sasuke, I will not provide you with stamina restoration this time. You shall test your own limits. After 100 rounds, your body has begun to remember. Prepare for a surprise. Susanoo perched upon a boulder, his expression unperturbed. Upon hearing Sasuke's words, Sasuke delved deep into his own consciousness, beyond the evident enhancement of his armed haki. He noted a significant improvement in his physical resilience. Concurrently, he discovered a unique ability, his own recovery power. Indeed, the 100 rounds of restoration had bestowed upon Sasuke a newfound capacity for self-repair, and the pace of this recovery was impressive. In merely half an hour, he transitioned from immobility to standing, with complete recovery achieved in just over 2 hours. Remarkably, during this recuperation, Sasuke also managed to replenish his chakra. Mr. Susanoo, this training has proven highly effective. Shall we reconvene at this same time tomorrow? I have further training with Naruto and the others in the morning. Sasuke's face radiated joy as he acknowledged his recovery. At this rate, the progress I make this summer may be astonishing. Very well, let us depart. Ugh! Sasuke leaned against a pillar, retching repeatedly. Despite having undergone this ordeal once before and experiencing considerable enhancement, the speed of his recovery was still overwhelming. After all, the limits of his body had been reached. Sasuke, your meal is ready. Are you truly not going to eat something first? Susanoo appeared before him, clad in an apron and wielding a spatula. Ugh! As soon as Sasuke opened his mouth, he felt the urge to vomit. Susanoo was undoubtedly doing this on purpose. After a full 30 minutes, Sasuke finally regained some composure. Gurgle, gurgle. Once the discomfort subsided, Sasuke's stomach voiced its protest, yearning for sustenance and energy, reaching a crescendo at that moment. It was time to feast. Meanwhile, in another part of Konoha, Shimura Danzo dipped his brush onto a blank sheet of paper. Lord Root, the Uchiha's influence within the village is growing increasingly formidable. Uchiha Sasuke's approach to matters is being adopted within the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Fugaku has granted Sasuke authority to make decisions, and internal conflicts have lessened considerably. Is it time to initiate that plan? 3 masked ninjas appeared behind Danzo, swiftly reporting the situation. Let us commence the plan. Sarutobi Hiruzen should be awakening soon. The Uchiha are but a joke, Danzo declared, sketching the Uchiha clan's emblem on the paper before swiftly striking it out. Understood. The 3 nodded and promptly vanished. Danzo placed the brush down. Exiting his chamber, a week had passed. Sarutobi Hiruzen, I shall observe how long you can retain your position. The Uchiha's pride would not easily bow its head to you. Danzo chuckled. The moonlit Konoha, though enveloped in radiance, remained devoid of warmth. 3 days later, Deputy Sasuke. Here is the gratitude banner sent by Kanza. It has been mentioned that you previously led the guard department in rescuing his father, for which we express our heartfelt gratitude. Uchiha Mulin, holding a banner of thanks, awkwardly began to speak. It was not out of jealousy that he felt this way towards Uchiha Sasuke, who received numerous banners, but rather due to the overwhelming quantity of banners received recently. Now, upon seeing the banner, Uchiha Mulin felt utterly indifferent. Even his typically proud demeanor found the situation somewhat exaggerated. Very well, let us set this aside. This moment, Uchiha Sasuke wore a heavy expression. There was something peculiar about this situation. Logically, the kindness shown by the Uchiha clan towards the village should not elicit such a vehement response. Just then, Uchiha Itachi entered Uchiha Sasuke's office. Brother Sasuke. What is this? As he observed the 2 banners in Itachi's hands, Uchiha Sasuke felt a sense of exasperation. Was this not a clear instance of excessive flattery? Moreover, the extent of it had reached a point that made it awkward to question. It was evidently confirmed. Brother Sasuke, we must respond promptly. Otherwise, when public sentiment peaks, undesirable consequences are sure to arise. Furthermore, the clan members patrolling with the guard department should return immediately. They could easily become targets during this time. Itachi spoke passionately. On their way, passers-by had begun to praise the Uchiha clan, even making it a topic of casual conversation. It is worth noting that previously, the Uchiha clan had become a subject of gossip. Though of a negative nature, I have already issued orders. From now on, I will personally lead the patrols. Itachi, please assist me, Shursui replied with a hint of resignation. Given the Uchiha's former reputation, coupled with their current situation, the intense impact felt surreal. Meanwhile, within the training grounds of the Uchiha clan, those recalled by Uchiha Shursui sat together, expressing their discontent. Why should we be summoned back? The honors we receive are the fruits of our collective efforts. Indeed, you should have witnessed how he was welcomed by the villagers. I believe we too deserve to bask in such glory. They spoke without restraint, their voices carrying to Uchiha Sasuke, who was training nearby. Excessive flattery, an overt scheme. Have these individuals lost their minds? Sasuke shook his head in resignation. Indeed, a growing number of fools within a family can be quite a headache. The clan already had its radicals and conservatives. Now, a faction of vanity had emerged. It seemed his father would soon be pulling out his hair in frustration. Chapter 77. Transferring Glory. The summer training plan devised by a few had barely begun before it collapsed. Naruto Uzumaki was taken by Kakashi Hatake to leave the village, ostensibly to execute a mission and familiarize himself with certain rules of the ninja world, while receiving one-on-one guidance. Hinata Hyuga and Niji Hyuga were retained by Hisashi Hyuga to learn the gentle fist technique. According to Hisashi, now was the optimal time for them to practice, needing only to seek out Sasuke for physical enhancement, while other training was best conducted within the clan. As for Ino, she was taken away to train in secret techniques. Shino was rumored to have discovered a new insect and was attempting to tame it. Kiba, with his family's focus on training ninja dogs, required a contract partner. Thus, and Lee was training vigorously with Might Guy. 1010 was left at home to assist her father in forging ninja tools to help her gain familiarity with the process. The only one left was Sakura Haruno. With everyone else absent, she felt too shy to seek out Sasuke for a private encounter. Ding! Uchiha Security Task 2. Assist the Uchiha in escaping the whirlpool of public opinion. Reward. Purification Technique. Purification Technique. Capable of dispelling curse seals, bindings, curses, and other negative buffs. Just as Sasuke contemplated his training direction, the system task prompt appeared before him. The allure of the reward was undeniable. Truly, the strongest talent system offers rewards that are all-encompassing. Initially, he had intended to remain uninvolved, merely observing how the Uchiha would navigate this predicament. However, with the system issuing a task, it was a blatant indication that the Uchiha could not handle this situation alone. Upon reflection, it was understandable. Given their disposition, they were indeed ill-equipped to manage such matters. With that thought, Sasuke promptly stood up and departed the training ground in Uchiha Fugaku's study. Sasuke, you suggest we have been set up? Uchiha Fugaku set down his pen. Intrigued by Sasuke's assertion, he was well aware of the current situation facing the Uchiha. However, he was curious to hear what his youngest son had to say. Indeed, the guard department is currently inundated with banners of gratitude, while many in the village are orchestrating praise for the Uchiha. Father, consider this. If something unfortunate were to befall our clan now, all this goodwill would vanish in an instant, transforming into animosity. Coupled with the waning fear of the Uchiha, such voices would amplify exponentially. At that point, our clan's ninjas could easily ignite further discord, and the Uchiha might truly descend into a pit of despair. Sasuke laid out the worst-case scenario plainly. Initially, Fugaku had listened to Sasuke's analysis with keen interest, but now he was taken aback. A mere event involving banners concealed such significant dangers. Then, who do you believe is behind this? And how should we proceed? Uchiha Fugaku inhaled deeply before continuing to inquire. From his perspective, since Sasuke had conducted such thorough analysis, he likely possessed insight into the course of action and pertinent information. This matter is undoubtedly orchestrated by Shimura Danzo. His current predicament necessitates that he suppress the Uchiha clan to rise again. As for the approach, it is quite simple. We need to unify the clan's opinions and convey some special intelligence. After speaking, Sasuke produced a piece of paper and handed it to Uchiha Fugaku. As Fugaku took the paper, he could not help but twitch his lips. Such a strategy was indeed clever. Sasuke, there are times when I find myself questioning what thoughts occupy your mind, and I will handle this matter personally. You should focus on your training, Uchiha Fugaku declared before leaving the study. Soon, the ninjas recalled from the guard apartment gathered in the conference room. Upon hearing Sasuke's thoughts, they wore expressions of sudden enlightenment. This situation was one they could not have fathomed collectively. Some who had previously mocked Uchiha Sasuke now felt a deep sense of shame. Their candid nature made it easy for them to accept their previous deception. Thus, once they grasped the underlying issues, they swiftly resolved to ensure that Shimura Danzo would pay for his actions in no time. Under Uchiha Fugaka's leadership, these members of the guard department departed the clan grounds once more. "Grandma, allow me to help you cross the street." "Sir, these items are too heavy. Let the guard department handle them." "Young one, playing with fire is dangerous. Let me show you a fire technique." A group of Uchiha became paragons of good deeds within the village. When the villagers expressed their gratitude, the Uchiha could only respond with one sentiment. "This is simply what we ought to do. Under the wise leadership of the third Hokage, we are steadfast in our duty to protect and serve the village. All the credit belongs to Lord Third. If you wish to express gratitude, direct it towards him. These are indeed the directives of the third Hokage." Such matters persisted for merely 3 days, and already the Hokage's office is inundated with banners. Among them, it is no surprise that many of these accolades were sent over by the Uchiha clan. In fact, out of 100 banners, a staggering 98 were graciously donated by the Uchiha. Should we not consider tempering the villagers' enthusiasm, Hokage-sama? This current situation is beginning to encroach upon your ability to work, one of the Umbu expressed with concern. Encroach upon my work? Absolutely not. This phenomenon is merely a testament to the thriving lives of our villagers. Very well, you may withdraw. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand dismissively, displaying no signs of alarm. At the same time, his admiration for the Uchiha clan deepened. This situation alone serves as ample proof that his earlier decisions were indeed sagacious. Shimura Danzo has always been myopic in his vision. Meanwhile, the short-sighted Danzo's countenance was turning a shade of green with envy. His meticulously laid plans were now rendered utterly futile. Originally, he intended to use this wave of adulation to propagate the notion that the Uchiha harbored ambitions of becoming Hokage, thus severing the ties of interest between the Uchiha and Sarutobi. Yet now, the tables had turned, allowing Sarutobi to bask in the glow of flattery. His plans had unraveled completely. Chapter 78. Caught in a maelstrom. A defeated Danzo stood with a grim expression in the training grounds of his clan. Behind him, a rude organization member knelt silently on one knee, awaiting his orders. Whether to proceed with the next course of action rested solely upon Danzo's shoulders. The mission continues. If Sarutobi wishes to leap into the fray, let him leap higher if we can tarnish Sarutobi's reputation in the process. The outcome remains unchanged. After several hours of contemplation, Danzo's gloomy demeanor morphed into one of cold ruthlessness. "Understood, my lord." The root member nodded before vanishing into the shadows. Soon, several masked individuals were brought into the inner sanctum of the root organization. Although the root was currently leaderless, its territory remained intact. The individuals were ushered into a concealed chamber. Hey, is Danzo truly ready for this? Acting so hastily may lead to complications. Moreover, the technique I possess is still rather unrefined. Failure could result in the extraction of memories. Failure would equate to annihilation. A sinister voice echoed within the chamber. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Orochimaru, the one who had previously deceived Danzo. This task has been directly assigned by our lord. Our role is merely to execute his orders. The root members displayed no hesitation as they placed 6 boxes upon the ground, uttering a brief statement before turning to leave. The door to the chamber closed behind them. Such promising material, and yet it is to be squandered on this pitiful scheme. Orochimaru opened the boxes, extracting the contents within, a hint of reluctance crossing his face. Yet, these are all gifts from Danzo. And this man is intent on stirring up trouble. In light of this, Orochimaru found himself quite pleased. Should Sarutobi meet his demise through such means, it would be one of Orochimaru's designs. It was time to leave the rest to Danzo. With this thought, Orochimaru raised his hand, and in an instant his fingers transformed into 6 serpents, lunging toward the masked figures. a chorus of anguished cries erupted as a cursed seal was inscribed upon the necks of the 6 individuals. Simultaneously, their bodies began to undergo transformation. Amidst the continuous screams, Orochimaru utilized another set of materials in his possession to initiate the fusion process with the 6 individuals that a week passed slowly. The fervor of praise for the Uchiha clan gradually waned over the course of this week. While Sarutobi's popularity remained unwavering within the village, clan leader, what does Danzo intend to do? We have lost our grip on the situation, yet banners continue to flood into the Hokage's office daily. Does he plan to take direct action against the 3rd Hokage? If so, the Uchiha, stripped of their support, would surely become his next target. Uchiha Sasuke stood before Uchiha Fugaku, articulating his concerns while also glancing at Uchiha Sasuke. For reasons unknown, Sasuke felt that this 6-year-old child might possess some insight into the unfolding events, perhaps even a means of resolution. That I believe Deputy Sasuke is correct. Danzo's target appears to have shifted towards the 3rd Hokage. We must take action, otherwise, all our previous efforts will have been in vain, Uchiha Itachi added. Should Sarutobi encounter difficulties, it would inevitably lead to chaos within Konoha. The external forces that have long coveted us will likely seize the opportunity to strike. Caught in a web of internal strife and external threats, Konoha would be in grave peril. Clan leader, we should refrain from intervening at this juncture. Let them tear each other apart. Once the higher-ups are severely weakened, we Uchiha can step in to carry out a cleansing mission. To that point, the era belonging to the Uchiha will finally dawn. Uchiha Kakashi exclaimed, excitement illuminating his features. As a radical, he had awaited this moment and saw no reason to intervene prematurely. I believe we should inform the 3rd Hokage. Even if we choose not to act, we have a duty to apprise him of the situation. How he chooses to respond is his prerogative. The conflict among the higher-ups will undoubtedly affect the village. Thus, we Uchiha cannot afford to remain aloof. Uchiha Nagake's expressed dissent. Having finally gained the village's recognition, remaining passive now would not be a prudent decision. Sasuke, what are your thoughts? Uchiha Fugaku turned his gaze towards Uchiha Sasuke, seeking his input. Me? What insight could I possibly offer? However, if Danzo is indeed plotting against us, he will not easily abandon his schemes. Given his attitude towards the Uchiha, he is likely to target us as a means of breakthrough. Therefore, we must all exercise caution and refrain from rash actions. Sasuke expressed his perspective that in the current situation, resolving matters with Danzo will require Sarutobi's intervention. Since Danzo has such designs, allowing the higher-ups to battle it out while safeguarding ourselves seems a sound strategy. Targeting us as a means of breakthrough? But I have already conveyed instructions to our clan members to tread carefully. I trust them, Uchiha Fugaku asserted firmly. Despite the numerous factions within the clan, Fugaku's authority remained substantial. The principle of obedience was paramount. Even if there were discontent or dissatisfaction among them, they would still adhere to the commands. This was the Uchiha's foundation. It is not uncommon for the bodies of fallen warriors to vanish over the years. The disappearance of these bodies implies the loss of Sharingan. Father, I suspect that Danzo may possess our Uchiha Sharingan. Sasuke boldly revealed the gravity of the situation. Uchiha Fugaku was not unaware of this development. However, the proud Uchiha were reluctant to acknowledge such matters, nor would they willingly bring them to light. Are you suggesting that Danzo might exploit these Sharingan? Uchiha Fugaku's expression shifted to one of concern. He had previously harbored suspicions during the Nine-Tails incident, pondering whether someone had transplanted Sharingan. It was even conceivable that the Nine-Tails incident was intertwined with the machinations of the higher-ups. Was it possible that once again, they were on the precipice of disaster? Chapter 79. Sasuke's Resolve, Joining the Plan. Listening to the dialogue between the two individuals, the few present in the study exchanged glances filled with astonishment. It is important to note that they were all core members of the Uchiha clan. In terms of strength, combat awareness, and strategic acumen, they stood as paragons within the entire Uchiha lineage. However, the matters they pondered paled in comparison to the profound insights of the 6-year-old child before them. No, it was not merely a difference. It was a distinction of a qualitatively superior nature. Although Sasuke merely pointed out some issues in a nonchalant manner, those issues were indeed fundamental. the more they interacted with Sasuke. The more they perceived him as an extraordinary prodigy at such a tender age. To possess such a mode of thinking was undeniably impressive. Now, confronted with the possibility of such circumstances arising, how should they respond? Those present were not fools. They quickly grasped the underlying implications. Yet, understanding was one thing, and managing the situation was an entirely different matter. After Uchiha Sasuke spoke, he looked at Sasuke with a glimmer of anticipation. In his eyes, Sasuke did not embody the so-called will of fire, nor was he one of those arrogant fools within the clan. Instead, he possessed a profound wisdom unique to himself, a wisdom that illuminated the brilliance within him. Perhaps this marked a pivotal turning point for the Uchiha clan, initiated by yet another 6-year-old boy. It sufficed to inform the third Hokage of these developments. There was no need for him to believe. It was sufficient that he was aware. With preparation in place, he would naturally take appropriate measures. Furthermore, they might even engage in some extraordinary endeavors. After Sasuke finished speaking, a mischievous smile graced his face. Since Danzo wished to stir trouble, why not escalate the situation? Soon enough, the group stumbled out of Uchiha Fugaku's study, their minds swirling as if caught in a dream. They hesitated to look back at the study. For the matter Sasuke had raised were simply too outrageous. Even Uchiha Sasuke felt a tremor of apprehension. Clearly, at that moment, Danzo remained oblivious to the fact that the current Uchiha was no longer the single-minded entity of the past. In a secluded valley, the sounds of combat echoed incessantly. Progress was swift. Tomorrow, the intensity of training would be heightened. By the way, Sasuke, the situation your family faces is rather precarious. Are you truly not planning to get involved? After delivering a decisive blow that sent Sasuke sprawling on the ground, Susanoo spoke calmly. A humanoid manifestation of divine power. Susanoo possessed its own intelligence, an intelligence that was not insignificant. Moreover, in its ethereal state. As long as Sasuke did not intervene, it could still hear the sounds of the outside world. Thus, it was likely aware of the current predicament facing the Uchiha clan. Get involved? Mr. Susanoo, I'm merely a 6-year-old child. I just celebrated my birthday not long ago. It would be best for me to refrain from participating in such matters. While Sasuke recuperated, he replied, it was no jest. He had merely showcased a hint of his talent. And already, the likes of Orochimaru had begun to take notice. If he were to engage in this affair and even display remarkable prowess, that lunatic Orochimaru would undoubtedly resort to any means necessary to target him. Even as a traveler with knowledge of certain plot lines, Sasuke remained deeply wary of Orochimaru. I believe Sasuke should indeed participate as a member of the clan. Coupled with your current identity, you possess the capability to accomplish many things. All that can be utilized is your power. Sasuke, you are being overly obstinate. Susanoo reiterated, at this juncture, Sasuke had regained some mobility. Slowly, he sat up, resting his chin on his hands in contemplation. Indeed, he was well aware of the power Susanoo spoke of. Uchiha Fugaku currently placed considerable trust in him. Uchiha Itachi would never doubt his adorable little brother. Uchiha Sasuke had begun to change and had managed to survive. Presently, the Uchiha openly boasted 3 pairs of Mangekyou Sharingan, and their relationships with Sasuke were all quite amicable. These were all forces that Sasuke could harness. While it was true that his own strength was insufficient to alter the fate of the entire Uchiha clan, the actions he had previously undertaken were merely leveraging these powers. Why, then, did he now feel a sense of shame regarding such power? In a moment of confusion, Sasuke found himself at a loss. I understand now. However, it is time for training. Let me recover, and we shall continue to... As Sasuke spoke, a powerful fighting spirit surged within him. Simultaneously, a unique energy began to manifest upon Sasuke, as it was the embodiment of his willpower. Excellent, Susanoo did not hesitate. After restoring Sasuke, the two resumed their battle. Boom! In this exchange of blows, Sasuke was once again sent flying. Yet this time, Susanoo did not immediately rush to deliver a comforting embrace, but instead stood there, momentarily stunned. Had Sasuke's power increased again? No. It was a different kind of strength. It seemed that Sasuke's objective during this period was indeed that power. After a brief moment of reflection, Susanoo launched another attack. Once training concluded, Susanoo escorted Sasuke back to Uchiha territory. This time, Sasuke felt no discomfort. His body had adapted to the state of rapid movement. This also indicated that Sasuke's physique had undergone a significant enhancement. "Sasuke, are you here?" "Greetings, Mr. Snow." "Sasuke, are you hungry again? Please go ahead and prepare a meal. I have some matters to discuss with Sasuke." Uchiha Itachi quickly interjected. It was evident that his elder brother was somewhat anxious. Had something occurred within the clan? Yes, Susan nodded and proceeded to prepare the meal. "Brother, what is the matter? You're acting rather flustered, which is uncharacteristic of you," Sasuke teased. "Characteristic?" "Ahem, Sasuke, everything has been arranged. But must we truly proceed in this manner? This accomplishment seems rather deceptive, does it not?" Uchiha Itachi expressed his inner turmoil. The reason being, Uchiha Fugaku had designated Uchiha Itachi as the captain for this operation. However, Uchiha Itachi's personality made it difficult for him to carry out such actions. Indeed, does one wash away their sins so easily? In the original narrative, this individual was bold enough to commit the massacre of their clan. Chapter 80, Self-Strategy Itachi, Overwhelming Little Lee, observing Uchiha Itachi's urgency. Sasuke felt a pang of embarrassment. By the way, aren't you supposed to be the older brother? Moreover, your influence, charisma, and wisdom within the Uchiha clan far surpass that of the average individual. Why does such a trivial matter cause you to panic like this? Sasuke inwardly scoffed, though he refrained from voicing such thoughts. "Brother, I believe this situation is likely a test from Father. I think he is preparing to groom you as a candidate for clan leadership. Thus, as the elder brother, you ought to approach this issue from the perspective of a formidable clan leader, rather than through the lens of the so-called will of fire. What do you think?" Sasuke began to employ a bit of persuasion. After a moment of contemplation, Itachi felt as if he had grasped the essence of Sasuke's words. "Sasuke, are you suggesting that I need to learn to think differently in various situations? By doing so, I want to be constrained by my own thought processes that I believe I understand." "Thank you, Sasuke. Next time, I will definitely accompany you in training. I must attend to those matters now." As Uchiha Itachi spoke, he playfully poked Sasuke's forehead with his finger. Sasuke instinctively unleashed his arm haki. Though Uchiha Itachi appeared to have merely nudged him gently, it was quite painful, as Itachi instinctively let out a hum while poking Sasuke's forehead. It seemed as though Sasuke's head had stiffened. Of course, Itachi did not dwell on such trivial matters, for there were more pressing concerns at hand. After gently rubbing his fingers behind his back, he vanished from sight. Once Itachi departed, Sasuke prepared to venture out for some leisure. After all, how could he remain cooped up at home now that he had the chance to relive his youth? Furthermore, taking a stroll was also a form of training. 10 minutes later. Where's everyone? Wasn't it agreed that we would have a meal? Susanoo, carrying an array of dishes, found himself perplexed in the absence of Sasuke. On the streets, this must be one of the Uchiha children. The Uchiha clan is now the protector of our Konoha, and I believe they should have returned to their ancestral lands. This is Uchiha Sasuke, the second son of the Uchiha clan leader, rumored to be an extraordinary genius ninja. A genius. Indeed, how splendid that the strength to safeguard the village will be passed on. Moreover, have you noticed? This boy is quite adorable. He will undoubtedly grow into a handsome young man, captivating countless girls in the future. All right, what are you saying? He is still just a child. Just as Sasuke stepped onto the street, he was met with a cacophony of discussions, all extolling the virtues of the Uchiha clan. Some even escalated to personal accolades. Sasuke was merely a child. They had acquired such knowledge. What of Uchiha Shursui, Uchiha Izumi, Uchiha Itachi? These renowned ninjas would surely be lauded to the heavens. Even with Sasuke's maturity from living 2 lives, such flattery could make anyone feel somewhat lofty. Sasuke, at that moment, a familiar voice reached his ears. "Lee, Lord Guy." Upon hearing the voice, Sasuke turned to see Rock Lee and Might Guy approaching. Clad in their distinctive green training attire, they were indeed hard to miss under the sun's rays. "Sasuke, Teacher Guy asked me to find you for a one-on-one taijutsu training session. This way, he can more swiftly identify my shortcomings." "Sasuke, are you willing to train with me for the sake of youth?" Rock Lee succinctly stated his purpose, his demeanor radiating positivity. Indeed, this fellow in green attire was an excessively passionate fool. All right, let's head to the public training ground. Sasuke agreed without hesitation. Before long, the two entered the training arena, with Might Guy serving as the referee. The arrival of Sasuke attracted a few admirers, who couldn't help but swoon. Sasuke, my training results over this period have been significant. You should be cautious, Rock Lee declared confidently, raising his hand in a combat-ready stance. Remove those weights. If you fight me while wearing such burdens, you may not even be able to keep up with my shadow. Sasuke replied, smiling. To his surprise, Rock Lee had already been training with such weights. It was no wonder he could aspire to be one of the 12 guardians with pure taijutsu. Upon hearing Sasuke's request, Rock Lee glanced at Might Guy, visibly conflicted. His teacher had instructed him not to remove his weights without permission. Since your opponent has spoken, then give it your all. With our youth, let us face our adversary head-on. Might Guy suddenly ignited with enthusiasm. Yes, teacher, I will, Rock Lee exclaimed, tightening his fists before promptly shedding his weights as the heavy weights crashed to the ground. Creating indentations in the earth, Sasuke couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. This guy was already this formidable at such a young age. Sasuke, I hope you can show me your strongest form in our battle. You were concealing your strength during our previous training, weren't you? Please, allow me to witness what your true power entails, Rock Lee urged, assuming a combat stance with an expression of eager anticipation. Since you were so earnest, I shall no longer hold back. Raijin mode. Sasuke raised his finger, activating Raijin mode. With Raijin mode in effect, he unleashed his armed color haki that a powerful aura radiated from him, causing beads of sweat to trickle down Rock Lee's face and his pupils to tremble involuntarily. Lee, at that moment, Might Guy called out sharply, I understand. Teacher, Rock Lee responded with enthusiasm. Aha, he shouted, raising his spirit once more as he charged toward Sasuke. The standard Lee village taijutsu was unleashed, and with Rock Lee's extraordinary physique, the power of his technique was astonishing. However, too slow. Bang. Lee, is your speed limited to this? Bang. Insufficient. If this is all you can do in taijutsu, you will never reach the pinnacle of the ninja world. You must train even harder. Bang. In Raijin mode, enhanced by armed color haki, Sasuke's speed far surpassed Rock Lee's. He was overwhelmingly dominant. Indeed, Sasuke finally experienced the thrill of having Susanoo unleash his might upon him. This sensation could be described in one word. Exhilarating. Chapter 81. Defeating Lee, delivering news to the third. Others shared similar sentiments as Sasuke, relishing the visceral nature of this combat style, especially with both fighters demonstrating their skills, despite being suppressed. Rock Lee continually sought opportunities to counterattack. Rock Lee's perseverance and Uchiha Sasuke's striking maneuvers formed a captivating spectacle. Meanwhile, another individual observed with a look of delight. Might Guy, as a close observer and a master of taijutsu, he immediately recognized Sasuke's exceptional prowess. Not only did he unleash Lightning Release to amplify his physical abilities, speed, reflexes, and attacks, but Might Guy also sensed the presence of armed color haki enveloping Sasuke. Although Might Guy lacked the concept of armed color haki in his consciousness, he understood it was undoubtedly a unique method of utilizing energy. With this dual enhancement, it was only natural that Rock Lee could not match up. Might Guy's excitement stemmed from the realization that on the path of youth, there were always those progressing ahead. Indeed, he felt a sense of admiration for Sasuke's talent and current physical state. If he trained in the 8 gates, he could achieve great feats. With this thought, Might Guy's eyes ignited with fervor. Having someone alongside Rock Lee on the path of youth was a wonderful thing. After an intense half-hour of combat, Rock Lee finally reached his limit. It must be said that Sasuke admired Rock Lee's physical endurance. Under such overwhelming pressure, Rock Lee managed to endure for such an extended period. In contrast, while the gap between him and Susanoo was vast, Susanoo had consistently suppressed his power during their battles. Yet each time, Sasuke's endurance paled in comparison to Rock Lee's. This was not merely a matter of physique, but rather a testament to willpower. Rock Lee's determination in taijutsu was as steadfast as a rock. How about I escort you to the medical department? Sasuke approached Rock Lee, extending his hand. No need. Teacher Guy will attend to me. Sasuke, You have grown even stronger, and this is just in taijutsu. It seems I must continue to chase after you on the path of youth. Rock Lee grasped Sasuke's hand, beaming with joy. Pulling Rock Lee up, Might Guy joined them. You are Uchiha Sasuke, correct? If you have any interest in training taijutsu with me, you're always welcome. I will take Rock Lee to the hospital now. With that, Might Guy whisked Rock Lee away, leaving Sasuke behind, bewildered. As Sasuke's thoughts wandered, he found himself grappling with the implications of Might Guy's recent words. Was it possible that Might Guy intended to impart the Eight Gates technique to him? Shaking his head at the notion, Sasuke concluded that such a perilous tactic, which would inflict considerable harm upon oneself while aiming to defeat the enemy, was best avoided. A mere slip in control could result in irreversible damage to his own body. Just look at the original works Rock Lee. He served as a prime example of the consequences. With this thought, Sasuke turned and departed in the Hokage's office. The question loomed. Could one surpass Guy's direct disciple in taijutsu? It seemed essential to conduct a thorough assessment of Uchiha Sasuke. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed intently into the crystal ball, his expression deep in contemplation. Both Shursui and Itachi had matured under the influence of his will of fire. Although Uchiha Sasuke exhibited a profound affinity for this same spirit, it was prudent to ensure a comprehensive evaluation. Once the young talents of the Uchiha clan were grasped, subsequent matters would naturally fall into place. Thus, Sasuke represented a pivotal element in this unfolding scenario. Lord Hokage, another banner has been delivered. At that moment, a guard entered, carrying a richly adorned flag. Very well, place it down, Sarutobi Hiruzen replied with a smile. The guard complied and exited the Hokage's office. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, the door to the Hokage's office was rapped upon once more. Enter, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, stowing the crystal ball away. The door swung open to reveal Uchiha Fugaku, accompanied by Shursui and Itachi, stepping into the office. Have you come together for an urgent matter? Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired, noting the serious expressions on their faces, which influenced his own mood. That we have uncovered certain developments that require your decisive action. Lord Hokage, you must have noticed the recent flattery directed at our Uchiha clan, as well as the elevation of your status. Clearly, these occurrences are not of a typical nature. We have identified the mastermind behind it all. The confined Danzo, Shimura. Uchiha Fugaku stated, his voice steady. Special Uchiha? Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered aloud. The preceding matters had largely been resolved in his mind, and Danzo's schemes had not escaped his notice. Yet, Fugaku's subsequent statement left him perplexed. Indeed, during the various ninja world wars, while we endeavored to recover the bodies of Uchiha clan members, some remain unaccounted for. This implies that our Sharingan may have been lost to the outside world. Over the years, whenever outsiders possess Sharingan, we have exerted our clan's full strength to pursue them, which is why none have surfaced within the ninja world. The only known instance resides with Kakashi Hatake, whose eyes were gifted to him by Obito, and thus we have not pursued him. However, we have recently detected a significant number of unknown Uchiha Sharingan lurking around the village. Uchiha Fugaku succinctly relayed the situation. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression grew increasingly grave. Danzo had long coveted control over the Uchiha Sharingan, a sentiment he had expressed on numerous occasions. Now, with this new development, it appeared that Danzo was intent on cutting off Hiruzen's avenues of retreat. In essence, it was Danzo's desire to retain his current grip on power. I understand. Fugaku, do you have any insights? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked after a moment of contemplation. Clearly, they had their own plans in mind. Lord Hokage, we request that you assign a special mission to the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Fugaku handed a scroll to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Chapter 82. The path laid by Sarutobi Hiruzen. As Sarutobi Hiruzen opened the scroll, a look of surprise crossed his face. The Uchiha clan had indeed undergone significant transformation under his will of fire. Previously, they would have opted for a head-on confrontation in the face of such challenges. Now, however, they had devised a meticulous plan, considering all aspects, including the village's honor and Hiruzen's predicament. Fugaku, I approve of this mission. You will oversee the execution. That I will handle the remaining matters and ensure the Uchiha receive a satisfactory resolution. By the way, once this incident concludes, the Uchiha should return to the village, Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a cheerful demeanor. Upon hearing Hiruzen's words, Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Itachi, and Uchiha Sasuke were momentarily taken aback, despite their persistent efforts to reclaim their ancestral land. They had previously seen little success to their astonishment. This time was different. "Thank you for your trust, Lord Hokage. We will diligently fulfill this mission," Uchiha Fugaku expressed, bowing respectfully before leading the two out of the office. Once the trio departed, Sarutobi Hiruzen stored the scroll in a nearby drawer and retrieved another blank scroll. "Danzo, if you were willing to remain in the shadows of Root, perhaps we would not have arrived at this juncture. But now," Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head in resignation. The loyalty and attitude displayed by the Uchiha clan pleased Sarutobi Hiruzen greatly. Coupled with his previous grievances with Danzo, he resolved not to hold back this time. He would eradicate Danzo's influence at its roots, while recruiting the shinobi of Root into his own ranks. With power consolidated and the Uchiha's assistance, he would finally have the chance to elevate Asuma to the position of Hokage. With this thought, Sarutobi Hiruzen began to write upon the scroll. Once completed, he handed it to a member of the Umbu and left the Hokage's office, feeling quite satisfied. Today marked an early return home. Upon arriving at the clan grounds, he spotted Asuma and Kurenai engaged in conversation. The expressions on their faces caused Sarutobi Hiruzen's countenance to darken. At such a crucial time, Asuma was completely oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Was it not possible to postpone matters of romance until the next Hokage was determined? With this thought, Sarutobi Hiruzen's anger flared. He swiftly appeared before them in a blur. "Kurenai, please return to rest. I need to speak with Asuma." Suppressing his dissatisfaction, he smiled as he spoke. "Very well, Lord Hokage," Kurenai replied, her cheeks flushed before she exited the premises. As Kurenai departed, Asuma raised his hand, intending to say something, but was suddenly enveloped by an overwhelming aura. Glancing aside, he found his father's imposing presence. "Father, to my study, now." Sarutobi Hiruzen interrupted, leaving no room for argument as he vanished from sight. Asuma watched Kurenai leave, a twinge of reluctance surfacing within him. Nonetheless, he complied with his father's directive and followed suit. In Sarutobi Hiruzen's study, Asuma anxiously spoke. "Father, I haven't done anything wrong, have I? I've been meeting my training goals, and I wasn't merely playing. I was preparing for matters concerning the clan." He failed to notice the stormy expression on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face, which seemed on the verge of boiling over. "Are you finished? Asuma, let me pose a question. Compare to Uchiha Sasuke, who possesses greater combat prowess. Yourself or him?" Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired suddenly. "Uchiha Sasuke? But, father, you informed me that he has awakened the Mangeki Sharingan. That kind of monstrous ability. Typically arrogant and confident in his own strength, Asuma felt no sense of assurance when the comparison was drawn to Uchiha Sasuke. If one was simply more powerful, then it was an undeniable truth. "May I inquire, have you ever contemplated the prospect of becoming Hokage?" Sarutobi Hiruzen has once again dropped a bombshell. Although Sarutobi Asuma yearns to express his desire to ascend to the role of Hokage, for reasons unbeknownst to him, the words remain lodged on the tip of his tongue, refusing to escape that a lack of confidence, perhaps, for he is acutely aware that within the village there exist numerous peers who outshine him. Nevertheless, it is imperative that he must cultivate self-assurance. The Uchiha clan is poised to become a significant force within the village, and they will adhere entirely to my decisions. What you must now do is enhance your strength and rekindle the fervor that once ignited your aspiration to become Hokage. As Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke, his expression grew animated. However, let us not place undue pressure upon Asuma. Such matters are best left to unfold naturally. Sarutobi Pihwa stepped forward to mediate the situation. "Mother and father are correct. If I still harbor the spirit of the will of fire, I must dedicate more time to my training." "Understood, father. I shall provide you with a satisfactory answer henceforth." With that, Sarutobi Asuma turned on his heel and departed from Sarutobi Hiruzen's study. It is worth noting that the former Sarutobi Asuma once held a fervent desire to become Hokage. However, as time passed, his father seemed to favor his elder brother more, leading Sarutobi Asuma to feel neglected, even departing in resentment to serve as one of the 12 guardians of the Land of Fire. Indeed, This journey has bestowed upon him considerable growth. Now, having regained his father's recognition and regard, Sarutobi Asuma is naturally more motivated. He promptly left to prepare for the training that lay ahead. Observing Asuma's departure, a smile crept upon Sarutobi Hiruzen's lips. Pihwa, it appears Asuma has not forgotten his original aspirations. Splendid. Now, he simply needs to follow the path I have laid out for him. Next time I speak of him, refrain from interjecting on his behalf, Hiruzen chided Pihwa. The scene shifted to 3 days later, where Sasuke was alone in the training grounds. Today, Susanoo had taken a respite, stating that he could not continuously draw upon Sasuke's energy as it would impede his training. Thus, in light of this unique circumstance, they adjusted the training regimen. Following the completion of the morning training as per the schedule, Sasuke reclined on the ground, keenly attuning himself to the energy amalgamating within his body. After acquiring power, the true strength lies in transforming that power into something he can command. Lately, the atmosphere within the clan has been rather tranquil. With his father and elder brother absent, he could now experiment with this training method. Shadow Clone, Sasuke unleashed the technique, and then employed the transformation jutsu, turning several of his shadow clones into replicas of Itachi Uchiha, Shursui Uchiha, and Nagase Uchiha. Let us proceed. We shall run laps around the village to unleash our potential. With that, Sasuke set off. Meanwhile, within Danzo's abode, an investigation had been conducted, and the Uchiha clan exhibited no signs of activity. Itachi Uchiha, Shursui Uchiha, and others were engaged in physical training alongside Sasuke Uchiha. It was nearly time to take action. A masked member of the Root organization swiftly reported the findings, providing recommendations. As a core member of the Root organization, he was acutely aware of Danzo's intentions. Let us initiate our plan. The tranquility of Konoha has persisted for too long, causing them to forget who truly safeguards them. Today, let us remind them of those dark times. With that, Danzo discarded a scroll, and the Root members vanished with it. Danzo remained in his home, not taking a single step outside. The nature of this world is such that many matters can be orchestrated without direct involvement. Anticipating the splendid events that were about to unfold, a smile crept upon Danzo's lips. Orochimaru, if you have arrived, do make your presence known. Do you harbor any other intentions? Danzo turned to the side, addressing the rustling grass. A small green snake hung from a branch, hissing softly. The little green serpent flicked its tongue, then opened its mouth to an exaggerated extent. In the next moment, Orochimaru emerged from the serpent's mouth. Observing Orochimaru's unconventional entrance, Danzo's eye twitched slightly. Orochimaru, could you not utilize a more conventional method of emergence next time? This spectacle, no matter how many times I witness it, remains utterly distasteful. Danzo grimaced at Orochimaru. Rest assured, I have prepared those individuals for you. Regardless of the outcome, Sasuke Uchiha must be preserved for me. Naturally, I wish you success, Lord Danzo, and I shall await your updates. Additionally, I have intelligence that I believe will be of significance to you. Lord Danzo, it appears that the Uchiha are no longer within the village. Once Orochimaru finished speaking, he retreated back into the small snake, which then dissipated into smoke, leaving both of them to vanish from sight. The Uchiha are absent from the village. Danzo paused in contemplation. This information starkly contradicted the previous report from the Root member. Could it be? A wave of unease washed over Danzo as he contemplated the implications, although he felt compelled to investigate immediately. He was still under house arrest. His subordinates had just departed to execute his orders. Damn it. Cursing silently, Danzo returned to his chamber and retrieved the signaling ninja tools. Soon, several Root members arrived in his quarters. You are to immediately ascertain whether those individuals surrounding Sasuke Uchiha are indeed the originals. Employ forceful measures if necessary. Confirm this at the earliest opportunity. Danzo's urgency was palpable. If what Orochimaru indicated were true, then his current endeavors would be rendered futile, potentially ensnaring himself within this scheme. The scene transitioned back to Sasuke, who was now jogging along the outskirts of the village, having left the bustling city behind. He was running at the village's edge. Although the shadow clones had utilized the transformation jutsu, the sensation of training alongside them was truly extraordinary. Each clone shared a collective consciousness, yet their experiences during training were distinct. It was within this fascinating sensation that Sasuke felt as though multiple facets of himself were simultaneously honing their skills. Just then, Sasuke sensed the piercing gaze of an observer. Someone was watching him. How peculiar! Since Danzo's house arrest, he had not felt such scrutiny for quite some time. Moreover, he was all too familiar with the essence of the Root organization. Were those individuals unable to restrain themselves from taking action? Contemplating this, Sasuke relayed the information to his other shadow clones. Instantly, they reacted. Come out. Uchiha Sasuke was the first to speak. With his fiery temperament, he could not possibly remain composed upon realizing he was being stalked. With a fierce shout from Uchiha Sasuke, Uchiha Nagase and Uchiha Sasuke immediately directed their attention to the location of the Root members, swiftly drawing their short swords and preparing for combat. Only Sasuke remained, his head tilted in curiosity, appearing as innocent as a bewildered child. Sasuke, should a confrontation arise, you must retreat at once and inform father. Uchiha Itachi gently advised, drawing his own short sword and fixing his gaze upon the Root members. Do not misconstrue our intentions. We merely happen to pass through this area. All are ninjas of Konoha, and I trust you would not act recklessly against us that a member of the Root organization stepped forward. Awkwardly speaking, I hope we need not continue on this path, or perhaps we could accompany you for a while. Uchiha Shumi narrowed his eyes, activating his Sharingan with 3 Tomo. Upon witnessing the 3 Tomo Sharingan of Uchiha Shumi, the members of the Root organization could almost ascertain his identity. While the Sharingan can imitate, that chilling ocular technique cannot be replicated. It seems that Orochimaru's information was not entirely accurate. With this thought, they vanished in an instant, returning to report to Danzo. Observing the departing members of the Root, Sasuke could not help but smirk. Danzo, let us see how you can evade death this time. With that, Sasuke resumed his training. Chapter 84. The operation commences. Outside Konoha, a group of ninjas lay in ambush, each adorned with a distinctive armband. Indeed, this armband signifies the guard division of the Uchiha clan, unbeknownst to their targets. They unwittingly stepped into the Uchiha's encirclement. Clan leader, those intruders have arrived. Should we capture them alive? Uchiha Shumi inquired, brimming with excitement. Over the years, he had suppressed his emotions, enduring the disdain from both the village's higher-ups and its citizens. Now, having uncovered the truth behind these events, driven by the machinations of a few, they could finally act without restraint against these intruders. This moment, Uchiha Shumi's emotions were on the verge of eruption. No need to leave any alive. These individuals have entirely betrayed the village. Our duty is to eliminate the threat they pose to our home, and we need not worry about anything else, Uchiha Fugaku whispered. As his words fell, the silhouettes of the enemies emerged not far away. In that instant, every Uchiha clan member activated their Sharingan. Attack! Uchiha Fugaku commanded decisively. Dozens of figures surged forth. Uchiha, how is this possible? Weren't you still in the village? Hurry, we must relay this information. Before they could react, the blades of the Uchiha clan members had already sliced through their throats. The battle escalated instantaneously. Any ninja attempting to flee and relay information would be swiftly suppressed by the Uchiha. Previously, when the Uchiha had been holding back, their adversaries deemed them weak, dismissing the notion of Konoha's strongest clan and the infamous blood-red eyes as mere tales of oppressed individuals for a prolonged period. They had underestimated the combat prowess of the Uchiha. It was they who had provoked the Uchiha, who had been forced to stifle their anger due to the village's oppression. This was also why internal conflicts had arisen within the Uchiha clan. In this moment, they faced an Uchiha who had unleashed all his pent-up emotions, transforming his fury and dissatisfaction into formidable power. Thus, upon engagement, their opponents found themselves utterly defenseless. Meanwhile, within Konoha village, the clan leader and the others have already made their move. Those within the village should be preparing to act as well. Uchiha Sasuke pondered, perched atop a great tree, surveying Konoha below. Yes, we shall proceed according to the established plan. I wonder who will emerge. Uchiha Itachi added, the Uchiha clan grounds. Deputy Sasuke, we have a situation. Today I apprehended 3 troublesome Uchiha members. How should we proceed? Uchiha Nagasawa reported, a look of exasperation on his face. Within the clan, some individuals simply refused to heed advice. Particularly at this critical juncture, as two distinct groups, the Tsurugi clan and the Mito clan, had suddenly appeared, clashing with the guard division. If this were not addressed promptly, it could lead to even greater issues. Handle it according to the guard division's protocols that we previously stated that anyone who violates the rules must face consequences. As members of the Uchiha, they're guilty of knowingly breaking the law and warrant harsher punishment. Uchiha Sasuke stated resolutely. Were this a previous time, Uchiha Sasuke might have hesitated, for mishandling the conflicts between the village and the clan could exacerbate the situation. However, circumstances had changed, and these events were anticipated. Understood that I shall proceed to handle this matter, Uchiha Nagasawa replied before swiftly departing to take care of the situation. The quicker such matters are resolved, the more likely they are to gain public support. Soon, 3 members of the Uchiha clan were apprehended, along with a few ninjas from the Mito and Tsurugi clans. By the time the two arrived with the news, the Uchiha had already concluded their business. In the Hokage's office, 3rd Hokage, our people have been taken by the guard division. They're likely being subjected to torture. I require your assistance to rescue our clan members, Tsurugi Kohara stated, plainly outlining her purpose. It was merely midday when her clan's conflict with the Uchiha arose, and now, just past noon, her kin had been captured. Since they had ascended to high-ranking positions in Konoha, such occurrences had never transpired. Moreover, with the rise of the Uchiha, their arrogance had only intensified. I have summoned Uchiha Fugaku. This is a matter for the guard division, and it concerns their clan members. We shall wait for him to arrive. Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, continuing to address the village's various affairs. However, Tsurugi Kaharu had hoped to say more, but was interrupted by Mito and, upon seeing Mito shake his head, Tsurugi suppressed her displeasure. Soon, Uchiha Sasuke entered the Hokage's office. Hokage-sama, Fugaku is attending to other matters, so I've come instead. They're an urgent situation. Sasuke entered, ignoring Tsurugi Kaharu and Mito. These two old fools, instead of enjoying the comforts of their clan, had chosen to involve themselves in such events. Thus, he felt no need to maintain any pretense. Deputy Sasuke, we are all ninjas of the same village. Surely there must be some misunderstanding, Sarutobi Hiruzen suggested, glancing at Tsurugi Kaharu and Mito. This was a matter concerning those two, and Hiruzen had no desire to pressure the Uchiha directly. Since they had come, he might as well let them serve as scapegoats. I am unaware of any arrangements from the Hokage, but I shall attend to it immediately, Uchiha Sasuke replied, maintaining a calm demeanor as if oblivious to the unfolding events. Deputy Sasuke, we are all from the same village. Why must you be so evasive? Our clan members have been apprehended by your guard division. Do not tell me you are unaware of this, Tsurugi Koharu retorted, her patience wearing thin at Uchiha Sasuke's apparent indifference. Chapter 85. Escalating Conflict, a Display of Acting. As Tsurugi Koharu grew increasingly agitated, Uchiha Sasuke remained composed. I am aware. The handling plan was signed off by me. What of it? Sasuke replied, still feigning confusion, even glancing back at Sarutobi Hiruzen. You are aware. This is your indulgence of your clan, leading to continuous discord within the village. I urge you, Lady Koharu, to choose your words more carefully. Before Zhuangqin Xiaochun could continue her speech, Uchiha Sasuke interrupted her. Faced with the solemn expression of Fugaku, Zhuangqin Xiaochun felt a twinge of apprehension. Then I would like to hear what you, Deputy Minister Sasuke, have to say. Zhuangqin Xiaochun once again suppressed her anger and questioned him with a grim countenance. As members of the Uchiha clan, we will naturally provide an explanation for our actions. The conflicts instigated by my kin have been duly addressed, and they have received appropriate punishment. This moment. They should be in the process of publicly apologizing to the clans of both esteemed leaders. Uchiha Sasuke replied calmly, though an undercurrent of anger was unmistakable in his words. Upon hearing Sasuke's statement, not only Zhuangqin Xiaochun, but also Mito Gate-in and Sarutobi Hizashi were taken aback that a public apology. Has the punishment from the security department already been enacted? If it were merely a reprimand, they would think nothing of it. Even a good beating could be understood. But now, Uchiha is publicly apologizing. This is the Uchiha clan we're talking about. Moreover, it is a decision made voluntarily by the Deputy Minister of the Security Department standing before us. Previously, to compel the Uchiha to apologize would have required collective pressure from the higher-ups, with some special concessions as a bargaining chip. It could even have been outright refused. The proud Uchiha do not concede easily. Is the Hokage and the esteemed leaders present? There's been unrest in the village at that moment. A member of the Umbu appeared. Observing those present, he proceeded to report the situation. What unrest? Sarutobi Hizashi asked. Feeling a headache coming on? What was initially just an incident targeting Danzo had escalated, and who would have thought that Zhuangqin, Xiaochun, and Mito Gate would involve themselves? Now it seemed that everything had converged into one single issue. Members of the Uchiha clan and those from the two esteemed families had gone to Kaguya Leaf Lake. When deciding to go there, the ninja from the two esteemed families had employed ninjutsu on the streets. The Umbu member swiftly reported the recent developments. While the three Uchiha members were apologizing, the ninjas from the Zhuangqin and Mito clans had directly resorted to mocking them, even in such circumstances. The three Uchiha continued to offer sincere apologies. However, the situation escalated further as they publicly humiliated the trio, with some even resorting to violence. The three Uchiha, unable to endure any longer, retaliated. Yet at that moment, the conflict remained confined to physical combat. Realizing they were at a disadvantage in hand-to-hand combat, a dozen individuals resorted to using ninjutsu. The trio sustained some injuries, primarily in their efforts to protect the residences of ordinary citizens. Thus, they challenged their assailants, with the location set at Kaguya Leaf Lake. Hearing this, Uchiha Sasuke turned to face Zhuangqin, Xiaochun, and Mito Gate on Zhuangqin Xiaochun, who had just been so brazenly demanding an explanation from Uchiha Sasuke, now appeared flustered. The matter at hand was no longer a clandestine affair. It was laid bare for all to see, especially since ninjutsu had been employed by their own clan's ninjas. The Uchiha were merely retaliating in self-defense. With Umbu members as witnesses and numerous ordinary citizens observing, there was no avoiding responsibility. Moreover, with Uchiha Sasuke exuding an aura of imminent wrath, Zhuangqin Xiaochun dared not press further. She hurriedly made her way toward Kaguya Leaf Lake, for she had seen the furious Uchiha Sasuke already on the move. Among those captured, one was her nephew, the son of Zhuangqin Xiaochun. Hokage, I will not be going to IT would serve no significant purpose. The Umbu need not intervene for the time being, Sarutobi Hizashi declared before returning to his own affairs. The Umbu member nodded and subsequently vanished from sight. The Kaguya Leaf Lake, Zhuangqin Lai mocked. I say, are you all truly worthless? Am I mistaken? You dare not even accept a challenge and can only cower in fear. You truly have the audacity to call yourselves the premier clan of Konoha. His aunt was none other than Zhuangqin Xiaochun, a high-ranking official of Konoha. Being the youngest son in his family, he was always favored. Yet this time he had been beaten by the Uchiha, although both sides bore responsibility for the incident. The Uchiha, as members of the security department, were held to a higher standard for breaking the law, resulting in a public apology from the three that originally he had only intended to reclaim a bit of face. But it seemed he had become addicted to the act of showing off, leading to the second round of conflict. Naturally, he would never believe he had done anything wrong. Noise. You want to know whether we are the premier clan? Come and see for yourselves. Uchiha sneered. You are nothing but cowards hiding behind the skirts of women. You are unworthy opponents. What did you say? Today, you shall witness why our Zhuangqin clan has risen to prominence within Konoha, while you Uchiha are mere vermin. Zhuangqin Lai's swiftly formed hand seals. Before he could unleash his ninjutsu, the Uchiha had already made their move. A signature great fireball surged forth. Subsequently, they unleashed shadow clones, releasing powerful ninjutsu as if they were free of cost. Simultaneously, the three, having activated their Sharingan, navigated through the throng with remarkable agility, delivering rapid and precise strikes. Slap. Who dares strike my face? Slap. Slap. The sounds of resounding slaps echoed continuously. Stop! Moments later, Uchiha Sasuke finally arrived at the scene. Observing the chaotic state, he bellowed, Deputy Minister Sasuke, you have finally arrived. If you hadn't come sooner, we might have been beaten to death. These brutes are truly ruthless. As if they seek our lives. Clan leader, we have already apologized, yet these ruffians still wish to kill us. The cries of Uchiha Kan and his companions reverberated through the dust and chaos. Upon hearing these cries, Zhuangqin Xiaochun felt a surge of foreboding. The root of this incident lay squarely with her clan's members, that if they continued to act with lethal intent against the Uchiha, word of it would soon spread throughout the village. When that time came, even she would be unable to protect her own nephew. Uchiha Sasuke raised his hand, and a terrifying chakra erupted forth. Dispersing the dust, Uchiha Kan and his companions were bloodied, their wounds so severe that bones were visible. Witnessing this scene, Uchiha Sasuke's chakra surged to new heights. Chapter 86. The Reckless Two Clans. Susanu's man takes action. Deputy Minister Sasuke, we were in the wrong this time, that we are willing to compensate and agree to accept any punishment. Mito gate and spoke up immediately upon seeing the situation. They were all acutely aware of Uchiha Sasuke's formidable strength. Not only was he renowned as the prodigy known as the instantaneous Sasuke in a ninja world, but he was also a powerful figure who had awakened the Manjiki Sharingan. If Uchiha Sasuke chose to act, they would be unable to stop him from executing their clan members, and there would be no loopholes to exploit. After all, it was their kin who had initiated the lethal violence. Taking lethal action against fellow villagers could result in being branded as rogue ninjas. Rogue ninjas were no longer the concern of the village. They could be apprehended and imprisoned for a month. After a moment of contemplation, Uchiha Sasuke furrowed his brow and left behind a statement before departing with the three. Upon witnessing Uchiha Sasuke's exit, Mito gate inside in relief. At least, their lives have been spared. That weren't you all the ones suppressing the Uchiha trio? Just as Mito gate and was about to instruct his clan members to proactively approach the security department, he noticed the faces of a dozen individuals marked with significant bruises. Were it not for some distinguishing features, Mito gate and would have almost failed to recognize his own clan members. They were all incoherent, unable to speak normally. Just as Zhuangqin Xiaochun intended to continue her inquiries, Sasuke arrived with members of the security department, directly taking the dozen individuals away in the Hokage's office. Hokage, the situation over there has been resolved. The Zhuangqin and Mito clans ninjas publicly assaulted Uchiha clan members with lethal intent. Had it not been for Uchiha Sasuke's timely arrival, the three would have been in grave danger. The three members of the Uchiha clan have been grievously injured and are now being transported to the infirmary. The others have already been taken away by the guards, and neither Lord Jinshin Xiaochun nor Lord Mito Minyan intervened. Members of the Umbu swiftly reported the situation to Sarutobi Hiruzen. The reason Sarutobi did not go himself was due to his concern that the trouble might extend to him. Moreover, with Umbu members present, he could grasp any situation at a moment's notice. I understand. You may leave now, and recall all Umbu ninjas in the vicinity of Uchiha. Continuing surveillance is now of no significance, Sarutobi Hiruzen stated, maintaining his composure as he continued to attend to his work as if nothing had transpired. The circumstances surrounding the Uchiha were promptly conveyed to Danzo as well. Has the third become somewhat powerless? Is he truly allowing such matters to unfold unchecked? A hint of anticipation graced Danzo's lips. He had waited long for this day. Initially, he had intended to elevate Orochimaru to a position of power, aiming to manipulate the village from the shadows. However, he did not anticipate Sarutobi Hiruzen's choice of the more illustrious Minato. Sarutobi's motives were similarly driven by a desire to retain power, resulting in a situation of dual leadership within the village. Even Minato, prior to returning home from his duties, would take the time to bathe, as the stench of smoke was rather overwhelming, particularly since Kushina was pregnant at that time. Danzo was acutely aware of this, which is why Minato faced suppression shortly after his initial dealings with the Uchiha. Especially during the chaos of the Nine Tails incident, Umbu ninjas were seen guarding Sarutobi Hiruzen, while Minato battled the Nine Tails and the masked man alone. Since you can no longer take action, allow me, Danzo, to safeguard the village's dignity, he declared before vanishing from the scene. The Umbu member who had just come to report to Danzo had departed from the Hokage's office. Tion-E commenced the mission. Konoha and the entire ninja world have enjoyed tranquility for far too long. it is time for them to understand that ninjas are not mere farmers at home. Danzo proclaimed, and several figures swiftly dispersed into the surroundings. Initially, Danzo had intended to remain patient, fully aware of the immense strength and influence wielded by Sarutobi Hiruzen, which included Jinshin Xiaochun and Mito Minion. Although these two old men were largely complacent, they held considerable sway within the village. However, due to the recent assistance from the Uchiha, the rift between Sarutobi and the two had been widened. And Danzo excelled at exploiting such divisions. While the Uchiha's sudden shift diverged from Danzo's original plans, it was not a significant issue. Moving forward, adhering to the established strategy would ensure the Uchiha's disappearance from the village. Moreover, with the growing discord between Sarutobi Hiruzen and Jinshin Xiaochun, Mito Minion, he could soon turn his attention to the position of Hokage after dealing with the Uchiha at that moment. Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi had returned to their clan. Brother Shursui, do you not think this is a bit excessive? If we gain nothing substantial from this, their sacrifices, Uchiha Itachi expressed his concerns, particularly regarding Uchiha Izumi, whose injuries might hinder his future training. If mishandled, it could become a lifelong burden. Let us place our trust in the medical ninjas that we still have more pressing matters to attend to. The root organization is likely to make a move soon. Shursui replied with remarkable calmness. Drawing from his extensive experience in carrying out missions, he deduced that Danzo must have already issued orders by this point. Understood, Itachi's gaze solidified with determination. Meanwhile, Sasuke sat nearby, munching on snacks. These two, if they wished to discuss matters, they could at least do so elsewhere instead of intruding upon my courtyard. It seems they came specifically to deliver intelligence. Sasuke mused, somewhat astonished that Jinshin Xiaochun and Mito Minion would dare to take such risks. Regardless of whether Sarutobi Hiruzen or Danzo emerged victorious, it appeared that neither had much to gain from the situation, leaving Sasuke perplexed by the thought processes of these two families. After finishing his meal, Sasuke stood up. Mr. Susanoo, it seems the time for your intervention has arrived. Following this, I may no longer have the opportunity to observe the battle, which is indeed a pity, Sasuke declared, grasping the Rasengan with a playful expression.